Enough is enough. One night later. The next day, seeing the little fox still fast asleep, sprawled out on its back, Li Yan realized something was wrong. After checking, he pinpointed the problem to the roast chicken. But after asking the innkeeper, he learned they had only lightly coated the chicken with wine to make the skin crispier. Looking at the little fox, he fell silent. Pets are different from people. It probably can't handle this. Don't worry, sir. Aaron will be more careful next time. How about this, sir? For the next 2 days, the food prices at Aaron will be half price. Noticing his gaze, the innkeeper quickly added, his attitude sincere. They all considered Luo Li just an ordinary little fox, simply Li Yan's pet. After all, many wealthy families did this. They liked to keep all sorts of cute little creatures, cats, dogs, rabbits, foxes as pets. The better they were kept, the more it reflected their status. Judging from Li Yan's demeanor, he must be a young master from a wealthy and noble family. Wu, the innkeeper's words had barely left his lips when the little fox in Li Yan's arms stretched and woke up, its snow-white paws reaching out to scratch. With misty eyes, it looked around in confusion, full of doubt. No need. Seeing this, Li Yan responded to the innkeeper and then took Luo Li back. The innkeeper was very kind, but it really wasn't his fault. He hadn't expected the little fox to have such a low alcohol tolerance. No, it should be said, it had no alcohol tolerance at all. Meanwhile, Luo Li had also heard about the situation from Xiao Baikai. Silence was her Cambridge. However, Li Yan didn't say much to it. After resting for 2 days, he continued his journey. Luo Li quickly followed. When he wasn't carrying it, it would snuggle against his shoulder. A handsome young man in black robes had a snow-white fox perched on his shoulder. The young man was aloof, while the little fox was lively and endearing. The contrast between their colors and species made them stand out in the crowd. But seeing the long sword at the young man's waist, they dared not approach, only glancing at him from afar before walking away. "Do you want to go back to your clan?" he suddenly asked as they walked. "You want to get rid of me?" "No way." The little fox instantly became agitated. It didn't open its mouth, but its words jumped into his ears. "You have to take responsibility for me. You made me fail in my bid for the title, and I'll be clinging to you for the next 100 years. Besides, I can't go back. After I came out, I had no clan left." The little fox's voice was somewhat dejected. Indeed, what the world said was true. Their spirit fox clan was now almost extinct, and few of them remained in their clan's territory. From a very young age, the elders of the clan teach the young spirit foxes to understand human hearts and recognize all things, teaching them everything they know. This is all so that the young spirit foxes can protect themselves after leaving the clan. When a spirit fox reaches a certain age, the clan will allow it to leave to seek recognition. Whether it becomes a human or an immortal is up to its own destiny. However, there is only one condition. After leaving the clan, they must live in anonymity and never return. If they still remember the clan's kindness and have the ability, they can lend a hand once when the clan is in trouble. Because the clan has long foreseen the decline of the spirit foxes, sending more spirit foxes out is also a way to find a way to survive. The reason they weren't allowed to return after being released was because the hearts of those outside were too complex. It was for the safety of their clan's territory, and also for the safety of the spirit foxes who had already emerged. Spirit foxes, the word spirit in their names signifies their difference. From their very existence, they have been favored by heaven. They are born capable of becoming demons, unlike other demons who need hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. Furthermore, they are very intelligent. Their innate advantages allow them to cultivate with twice the efficiency. Moreover, legend has it that using their hearts as medicine can grant humans immortality and demons hundreds of years of additional cultivation. These are all reasons why the spirit foxes are envied and hated, and why they were attacked, hunted down, and wiped out by the wolf demons after the demon race's internal war. The reason the wolf demons have progressed so rapidly over the past century is precisely because of this. Having already suffered a severe blow, the Spirit Fox clan cannot afford another calamity. Anyway, you promised you'd take responsibility for me, so don't even think about abandoning me. Thinking this, The little fox glared, its tone fierce and threatening, but its appearance lacked any real power. It was more like a cute, menacing threat. Okay, Li deflated, falling silent again. If you really don't want to take me, that's fine too, just answer my questions. The little fox's soft tail brushed against his neck, tickling him. Then it jumped back into his arms and tilted its head back. Young master, do I look more like a human or a fairy? Looking down, under the blazing sunlight, he could finally see its eyes clearly. They weren't black at all. In this light, they revealed a pair of deep, heterochromatic eyes, like jewels, a deep, dark green, and a dazzling, bewitching purple. Seemingly noticing his expression, the little fox blinked, and quickly its eyes returned to black. Heterochromatic eyes were also a way to identify spirit foxes. They needed to conceal them. Answer me. The fox claw scratched his chest, and the voice reached his ears again. Okay, I'll take responsibility. But he turned his head and gave a different answer. Keep your word. No, you have to swear. Otherwise, you keep trying to renege on your promises, I won't trust you. The little fox's head clicked, and it spoke again. This demon hunter was always plotting to abandon it. It needed a guarantee. The shrewd little fox needed assurance. I won't break my promise, Li said helplessly. The little fox didn't say anything, but its face clearly showed, I don't believe you. The little fox just looked at him, and seeing that he remained silent, its eyes gradually welled up with tears, like a child abandoned by everyone, homeless. Thinking of what it said, that it had no tribe, nowhere to go. Li hesitated for a long time, then nodded and spoke. I swear. I will never abandon you again. Hearing his words, the little fox calmed down, let out a soft hum, and nestled its head in his arms, secretly wiping away its tears. Seeing it like this, Li's vague sense of guilt deepened. It seemed that it wouldn't be unreasonable to lend a hand and say something in its defense. Suddenly, this thought arose in his mind, and his Tao heart trembled violently. Slaying demons and monsters, protecting humanity, and upholding the righteous path, this was his Tao heart. He had witnessed all the despicable aspects of demons, their ruthlessness, cunning, scheming, vicious killings, and even a deep-seated blood feud with them was a child his master had rescued and raised from demons. There were countless cases of people being blinded by the disguise of demons and then cruelly killed by them. Even if it seemed good, obedient, and kind now, no one could guarantee what it would be like after becoming a demon. He couldn't guarantee anything at the moment, so he couldn't help it. After all, his understanding of it was still far too shallow. We want roast chicken again today. The little fox secretly wiped away its tears, then suddenly popped its head out, speaking with righteous indignation. In truth, it knew his thoughts. It knew everything. To put it bluntly, it was a conflict between humans and demons, and he, as a demon hunter, was the natural enemy of demons. And he wasn't very familiar with it yet, knew very little about it, and couldn't fully trust it, which was why he couldn't help it. Putting himself in his shoes, it was easy to understand. Don't use alcohol, it quickly added, remembering its own embarrassing moment. Okay. The little fox's carefree demeanor dispelled his troubled thoughts. He went to the shop ahead, bought a roast chicken for it, and poured himself a jug of wine. The young man leaning against the tree, drinking, looked carefree and dashing young man still full of passion and ambition. The little fox ate its chicken leg, its eyes fixed on it, full of amazement. After finishing, it trotted over to the young man, tilting its head to look at him. Li hesitated for a moment, then silently took out a handkerchief and wiped the oil off its face. Woo, the little fox was very satisfied. Clean and tidy, it was a pretty little fox again. Taking care of a little fox, he had to start learning now. Just then, it twitched its nose, as if sensing something, and turned to look at the beautiful woman in disheveled clothes in front of it. Ah, it's a spider demon sister. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Li paused and turned her head in the direction of its gaze. The spider demon, looking utterly pitiful, froze instantly upon seeing the demon-locking bag Li was carrying and immediately tried to run. But before she could take even half a step, Li Yan had already trapped her with his demon-locking net and pulled her directly into the bag. Damn Taoist priest, how can you treat a female demon so rudely? Just before she was put into the bag, the giant spider's angry roar, after being forced back into its original form, could still be heard. Its breath reeked of blood and stench, clearly indicating it had recently killed someone. Li Yan, his face expressionless, locked the demon-locking bag tightly. "Oh dear, Taoist brother, you're so rude." The childish voice of his grandmother reached his ears, making him stiffen. He turned and gave the little fox a helpless look. He reached out and picked up the little fox, holding it in one arm, and strode back to the city gate, where he tore down a wanted poster for an evil demon from the demon-catching notice board. Before long, he handed over the demon-locking pouch containing the spider demon, receiving a bag of bounty in return. Wow, so the Taoist brother already discovered it. Considering I recognized her first, 3 roast chickens aren't too much to ask, are they? Looking at the little fox's expectant eyes, Li Yan nodded. Woo-woo. Receiving the answer, the little fox cried out happily, its fox eyes shining. In front of strangers, it only whimpered, but its voice was clear enough to convey its thoughts to him. The two walked for a while, then saw a trembling child in the crowd, and Li Yan paused. But the next moment, he didn't linger and continued walking, the child quickly running away. The little fox looked back, its nose twitching. "That's a rat demon, Taoist brother. Aren't you going to catch it?" Its voice carried a mischievous, wicked quality. Li Yan helplessly pressed down its fidgeting tail. "A child, no killing. How did you know?" The little fox's voice held a hint of surprise. His eyes were even more sensitive than its nose. He could even tell if someone had killed anyone. "I've seen enough, so I recognize them. The eyes of someone who is killed, someone who wants to harm, are different. The aura they exude is different too." He responded softly, which to onlookers seemed like he was gently coaxing his little fox. The little fox paused, looked up at him, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. It simply turned its back on him, as if throwing a tantrum. Li Yan. The following journey was busy and fulfilling. For 6 months, they spent time together. It watched him help everyone he met, to the best of his ability. Time and again, he eliminated harmful monsters, saved the people from calamity, and brought justice to the innocent. Time and again, he pretended not to see them, letting those demons who had blended into the human world and lived ordinary lives go. His rules were clear and simple, with a clear distinction between good and evil. But the more straightforward he was, the more frustrated the little fox became. "You're so slow. What if you were any slower and another demon took him away?" They had just dealt with a snake demon that specialized in stealing children. After 6 months, it had become very cooperative with him. He went to fight the snake demon, while it protected the little child. Holding the swaddling clothes and looking at the baby inside, it deliberately spoke to Li Yan in a harsh tone. "It's my fault," Li Yan said, clutching the demon-locking pouch and bowing his head in apology. The little fox was even more annoyed, hesitating to speak, but finally turned away and sat on the ground, unhappy. Then she felt a pair of hands lift her up, and in the next instant, she was back in a familiar embrace. Turning her head, she saw the baby, also being held in her arms, staring at her with wide, curious eyes. "Little brat." The tone sounded disdainful, but Li Yan could still detect an awkward smile in it. He smiled slightly. The baby was taken back to the village and returned to his parents. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Seeing their child returned, the family wept uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. "I was merely doing my duty." After trying and realizing he couldn't stop them, Li Yan could only leave with those words and quickly depart. When the family looked up again, the man and fox were long gone. Li Yan left with the little fox, handing the snake demon's head to the city officials. Another notice on the demon hunting list was taken down, but not as quickly as the new one. This list contained all demon-related incidents that had occurred within a radius of several hundred miles. Seeing the old notices removed and new ones added so soon after, Luo Li frowned. This list, it seemed endless, disappearing and being added again. Although it didn't finish its sentence, he understood its meaning. Such is the nature of chaotic times. Though the words seemed calm, Luo Li sensed an undercurrent of turmoil. It is precisely because it is a chaotic world that people like them exist, resisting powerful demons and protecting the vulnerable humankind. It is precisely because it is a chaotic world that what they see is 1,000 times more cruel and terrifying than what ordinary people see. It is precisely for this reason that they must uphold their principles, refrain from indiscriminate sympathy, strictly adhere to their moral compass, and safeguard the righteous path. Thinking this, the little fox suddenly drooped its ears and sullenly nestled in his arms. Li Yan looked down at it. Unusually, he had bought it 3 roast chickens today. Are you trying to comfort me? Looking at the greedy fox's roast chickens, then at Li Yan, the little fox tilted its head back. Do you know why I'm unhappy? It asked again before he could answer. Li Yan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Humph. This time the little fox was more direct, humphing at him and crossing its paws in a very human-like manner. Li Yan silently watched it, without moving. But the little fox's angry expression was undeniably adorable, melting one's heart. It only maintained this for a short while, soon succumbing to the aroma of the roast chicken. Its little body obediently got up and started gnawing on a chicken leg. First of all, I haven't been appeased. You trust and let other unfamiliar demons go. Why can't you trust me? We spirit foxes are the most trustworthy and reliable. Even our clan rules forbid bullying the weak. Its mouth was full, its tone muffled, but its resentment was still clearly visible. Li Yan silently touched her nose, knowing she was in the wrong, and didn't dare reply. If I ask you now, can you answer? Seeing his silence, the little fox tilted its head again, looking at him earnestly. Meeting its gaze, Li Yan paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Then what do I look like to you? The little fox's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth, but then suddenly stopped. If I ask, will I not be able to walk with you anymore? Looking at the taller boy before it, it frowned and asked. Yes. Hearing its words, Li Yan stiffened, but ultimately nodded. Humans and demons are different. If that were the case, they indeed could no longer continue as they were now. Moreover, it would be a little girl then, completely different from the little fox it was now. The difference between men and women would make things even more inconvenient. In short, it really couldn't. Hearing his answer, the little fox unceremoniously turned and bit his finger, grinding its teeth. Li Yan didn't dodge it, letting it do as it pleased. You wicked Taoist priest. You promised you wouldn't abandon me. You swore an oath. You lied to the fox again. The little fox was clever and cunning, a master at bringing up old grievances. Hearing this, Li Yan choked, remaining silent. He truly had no words to refute it. You wicked Taoist priest, you'll never find a companion if you're so stubborn. Li Yan's expression flickered slightly at this, but he quickly regained his composure. He had never considered marriage and children. He didn't care about them, leaving it to fate. Young Taoist priest, why do you have to act like an old monk? Biting his finger, the little fox's ears twitched, and suddenly, as if remembering something, its eyes lit up. It knew that 100 years was like a day for demons, but 100 years in the human world was an extremely long time. There might still be spirit foxes mentioned in ancient texts, but their details would be extremely limited. Its childlike voice might be able to help it playing the innocent, feigning pitifulness. He definitely couldn't handle it. Thinking this, it looked up again, and tears were streaming down its face. But I'm still so young. I can't do anything. Besides you, I don't know anyone else. Can you bear to abandon me? And you demon hunters are all so fierce. What if they're different from you, and arrest me without asking questions and kill me? Grandma's childlike voice choked with sobs, tears falling like rain. Wah. The little fox's body trembled, filled with fear of the future. It was a vulnerability it had never shown him before. The little fox of the past was mischievous and strong-willed. Now, afraid of being abandoned, It finally revealed its vulnerability. Warm tears fell onto the back of his hand, and Li Yan felt a pang of sadness. He truly took its words to heart, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought, his eyes filled with undisguised worry. I don't want to cling to you. Can you wait until I'm a little older? Once I can live on my own, I'll leave. Don't worry, I won't bother you. We spirit foxes are masters at concealing our presence. They won't recognize me. Besides, I'm very obedient and easy to care for. 1 roast chicken a day. No, 1 every 3 days is enough. The little fox secretly observed his expression, then raised its head at the opportune moment, its face streaked with tears, its helpless expression catching his eye. It obediently wiped its tears with its paw, a hint of barely suppressed heartache in its eyes. Seeing this, Li Yan couldn't help but smile, stroking its little head. Okay. After a moment's hesitation, he finally agreed. Hearing this, the little fox stopped crying and smiled, then sat up straight and looked at him earnestly. After confirming that the mountain range was deserted, it cleared its throat and spoke earnestly. Brother Taoist, do I look more like a human or an immortal? It tilted its head, looking at him earnestly, its eyes filled with expectation. Li Yan looked down at it, also looking intently for a long time before speaking. Like an immortal. Undeniably, in the past 6 months, although it had been mischievous, everything it did was done with good intentions. He believed it would be a good demon. If not, he would accept it. If it truly changed in the future, he would take full responsibility. From then on, he would properly guide it. Unconsciously, he had followed its words, casting aside the notion of the difference between humans and demons. Sigh. As he finished speaking, the little fox suddenly let out a soft cry, looking at its own body. A white light flashed, and within the light, a slender, beautiful figure flashed by, gazing at him from afar, its beautiful eyes smiling, seemingly filled with affection. But upon closer inspection, it vanished like a phantom, as if it were an illusion. When the light faded, only a little girl of about 4 years old stood at his feet. She wore a white animal skin dress, with 2 small buns on her head. Her chubby, fair face looked adorable and endearing. Her bright, lively eyes were exactly like the little fox's, but a small red beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. Taoist brother, hug me. Before he could react, the little girl opened her arms to him, her eyes crinkling with delight. He smiled back and picked her up. She was a bit heavier than when she was a little fox. Looking at her close-set face, a fleeting image flashed through his mind. Knew it must be what she looked like grown up. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Ding. Affection +5. Current affection level 50%. Roast chicken, roast chicken. Give me the roast chicken, I want to eat. The little girl reached for the roast chicken beside her, and when she couldn't reach it, she hurriedly spoke up. Li Yan turned and picked up the chicken for her, placing it in her arms, watching her eat happily with narrowed eyes. This is what you gave me today. It doesn't count. Suddenly, she remembered her earlier promise to only eat 1 roast chicken every 3 days and quickly spoke up, her soft little hands gripping the chicken tightly. Li Yan chuckled. Okay. He hadn't intended to mistreat her. 6 months later, the taller young man no longer carried the little fox on his shoulder, but now held a beautiful, fair-skinned little girl in his arms. 6 months. 6 months. Finally 50% done. It wasn't easy. The little cabbage flying beside him couldn't help but sigh and mutter to its host. Luo Li remained silent, filled with regret. Damn it, looking at it this way, it seems like it would be better if I just became an adult. The little cabbage scratched its head. But then, wouldn't he just abandon you? Just like all the female demons they'd encountered along the way. This demon-hunting Taoist master is like a heartless monster, cold-blooded and ruthless, truly devoid of any compassion. Luo Li, that's true. Then her decision was sound. After walking for a while, Li Yan seemed to remember something and looked down at her. Have you thought of a name for yourself? The little fox seemed to have no name. It hadn't mentioned one since they met. However, generally, demons only give themselves names after cultivating into human form. Luo Li. The little dumpling nodded, offering him a chicken leg, but Li Yan shook his head in refusal. Luo Li? Saying the name, Li Yan nodded. It sounds very nice. Seemingly feeling his reaction was too lukewarm, he silently added. Luo Li returned his smile with a sweet smile and waved the chicken leg in her hand. Aren't you going to eat any? There's none left. The little fox ate the roast chicken very quickly. Once it was gone, it was truly gone. The little fox's outfit was rather inconvenient. Though beautiful, it made her look like a demon. They walked on for a while and arrived at a small town they'd never been to before. After settling her in, Li Yan went into town and got her some children's clothes. Soon, he had a beautifully sculpted little girl by his side, their hands clasped as they walked through town. Suddenly, they spotted a small stall. The little girl stopped, tilting her head up and looking at the young man expectantly. Li Yan silently pulled her over and bought her 2 cans of fruit. Sir, if you like it, come again next time. The stall owner's cheerful call made the little girl squint her eyes. Here you go. Taking the small wooden spoon the stall owner had given her, she gave him one as well. Li Yan silently shook his head. I don't like sweets. Okay. After finding an inn in the city and washing up, she eagerly asked him to call the waiter to order. Shrimp. Shrimp. Remembering the delicious aroma she'd smelled while passing other tables, she quickly spoke up, afraid he'd forgotten. Another order of crispy shrimp and a pot of wine. After the food arrived and he closed the door, Li Yan turned and froze when he saw the little girl. The tables and chairs were a bit too high for her. The little girl sat on the chair, her little feet dangling in the air, one hand holding shrimp, the other meat, eating with great relish. Her 2 fox ears on her head swayed back and forth, and behind her, a fluffy fox tail swished back and forth, clearly showing her delight. Hide well. Making sure the doors and windows were closed, he raised a hand to his forehead. The words had barely left her lips when the little girl looked up blankly, her face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with confusion. What did you say? Before she could finish, the little girl slumped to the side. Li Yan quickly caught her and placed her on the soft couch beside him. He picked up a shrimp, smelled it carefully, then carefully smelled the other dishes, finally stopping at the stir-fried duck. Looking at the little girl, now completely drunk, he rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. Really not a moment's slack. The next day, looking at the little girl, hands clasped behind her back, looking obedient and guilty, he sighed helplessly. Next time, let me try it first. Don't rush. Okay, I remember. The little girl lowered her head, her attitude of admitting her mistake was good. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose as if sensing something, her clear eyes instantly turning cold, and she transformed back into a little fox, leaping onto him. A wolf demon. Upon hearing this, Li Yan quickly grabbed his sword, left some silver on the table, grabbed the little fox, leaped out of the window, and ran rapidly across the rooftops. This way. Following the direction the little fox pointed, they headed straight for it. The distinctive stench of the man-eating wolf demon gradually intensified. When they arrived at a secluded alleyway in the city, near a low-rise house, the smell of blood already permeated the air. It was an ordinary family's home. When Luo Li and the others arrived, 2 people lay collapsed at the courtyard, an old man and a middle-aged man. Fortunately, both were still alive and could be saved. The blood was emanating from them. Li Yan immediately fed each of them a pill. Don't come any closer. Wah, Daddy, I'm scared. Inside the house, a man's terrified shout echoed, followed by the sobs of a woman and a child. They never imagined that their act of kindness in rescuing an injured young master on the road would result in bringing back a treacherous, man-eating wolf demon. Ha ha ha. But the wolf demon before them ignored a shout, its fingers sprouting sharp nails as it clawed straight for the man's heart. A human heart is the most delicious part, the younger and more tender it is. He didn't care for the 2 older ones outside. These young ones inside were quite appealing. The man's eyes widened at the sight, but he was held firmly in place by a force, unable to move. Clang. Just as the wolf demon was about to touch the man's chest, a long sword struck. The wolf demon narrowly dodged, turning to defend itself with its sharp, hard nails. The man and the demon were instantly entangled, and with Li Yan's strength, the wolf demon was surprisingly evenly matched with him for the time being. Luo Li's nose twitched, and suddenly, amidst the pungent stench, she detected a familiar scent. Realizing what it was, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she looked at the wolf demon. With a flick of her fox paw, a flash of white light struck, and several people nearby instantly collapsed unconscious. Lure him out of the city. At the same time, a familiar voice reached Li Yan's ears. Glancing at the surrounding scene, he drew his sword and forced the wolf demon towards the corner of the wall. Seeing the man's attack intensify, the wolf demon knew it was no match for him and immediately turned back into its original form, leaping onto the wall to escape. And it was a rare black wolf, entirely black. Luo Li and the others immediately gave chase. She recognized it. It was the scent of her mother's heart. This wolf demon had consumed the heart of the original owner of this body's mother. Years ago, the original owner's mother was attacked and her heart was stolen, leaving her severely injured. The powerful spirit fox already possessed a demon core, so losing her heart wouldn't kill her. However, to protect the child in her womb, the original owner's mother exerted all her strength, using the last of her demon core's power to escape the horde of demons. This allowed her to give birth to the original owner and entrust her to the remaining members of her clan. But she lost her life in the process. A powerful member of the Spirit Fox clan had perished. Damn it! Looking at the human and fox relentlessly pursuing them, the wolf demon cursed under his breath. A wolf howl erupted from his mouth, echoing through the sky. Li Yan paused his pursuit, signaling Luo Li to stop. He knew this was the wolf demon summoning its companions. Wolves always hunted in packs. They were alone, and if they were outnumbered, they would likely be no match.
It was no longer wise to pursue them.
Shaoli, stop. Seeing the disobedient little fox, he quickly shouted to stop her. By this time, they had already left the city gate and entered a forest. The moment they stepped into the forest, the petite white fox suddenly grew much larger, and two more tails appeared behind her. In a flash, she had already leaped in front of the wolf demon, her figure flashing, and a splash of crimson bloomed before its eyes. The wolf demon's eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at its heart, where a bloody hole had been formed. The next instant, its demon core was forcibly ripped out and crushed before its eyes along with its heart. And it was utterly powerless to resist. How is this possible? Even in his final moments, disbelief lingered in his eyes, and what shocked him even more was its fox tail. A naturally born three-tailed spirit fox, the most likely to become a Xianling nine-tailed spirit fox, only one in the world. But it had been killed and perished by his father 100 years ago. His thoughts ended there, and his life force ceased completely. His indifferent heterochromatic eyes met the wolf demon's unseeing, dying gaze, its face still stained with warm blood. Lonely, powerful, bloodthirsty, and alluring. The next instant, the wolf demon's corpse was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. It vanished completely, along with the blood on the ground, leaving no trace. Little Li Yan landed before it, looking at the little fox. It turned to look at him, its gaze filled with an utterly unfamiliar indifference, but it melted away in an instant. At the same time, the auras of several wolf demons appeared in the forest. Li Yan turned around, gripping his long sword tightly behind him. Damn demon hunters, hand over our young master. Hearing the wolf demon shouts, Li Yan had only just learned the wolf demon's identity. Looking at the spot where the wolf demon had turned to ashes, Taoist brother, I've gotten into trouble. His grandmother's childlike voice reached his ears again. To spare Taoist brother's anger, I have no choice but to atone for my sins. As soon as she finished speaking, a white figure rushed into the wolf pack. All Li Yan could see was a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, it was like a heartless, murderous demon, leaving deathly silence in its wake. Even its prey had no chance to catch its breath. When it returned to him, all that remained was a deathly silence, devoid of any life. It had returned to its usual size, its fox tail drooping, sitting obediently on the ground, its heterochromatic eyes looking up at him silently. Perhaps sensing his lack of response, it seemed to notice and lowered its head to clean itself. The next instant, its paw was grasped by a cool hand.
Bloodstained.
Though he said this, he still held it close to his chest as usual, letting the blood stain it without complaint. But normally, the little Taoist priest was extremely clean. He would carefully wipe the dust off his shoes, and he would also wipe the little fox's little feet again and again. When sitting on the ground, he would always clean himself thoroughly first. After each battle, he would always find a place to wash and groom himself for a long time. Now stained with the most detestable wolf demon blood, he didn't even flinch. "All right," the little fox replied softly, looking at him. He didn't ask further, for he had just seen hatred in Luo Li's eyes, the same intense hatred he once felt. A three-tailed spirit fox, the young master of the wolf clan had probably already guessed. The story, known to all 100 years ago, was also recorded in his grandmaster's ancient texts. For the fox clan, each additional tail represents a life, and also an immeasurable layer of power. The spirit fox clan, favored by heaven, possesses exceptional talent, born with 3 tails. These spirit foxes are incredibly powerful, the easiest among foxes to cultivate into a 9-tailed divine fox. Born to lead the spirit fox clan, but the spirit fox's reproduction is difficult, and they are gradually declining. In the past 1,000 years, only one naturally born 3-tailed spirit fox has been documented. Ancient texts record that this spirit fox, after its birth, guarded the spirit fox clan for 300 years, possessing formidable strength, reaching its peak with nearly 4 tails. It single-handedly revived the declining spirit fox clan, sacrificing 2 tails in the process, but the effect was remarkable. However, fate was cruel. 100 years ago, just as its 4th tail was about to fully form, a civil war broke out among the demons. It was seized by the combined forces of the demons and perished. Ancient texts say that its unfinished 4th tail, considered half a tail, was left to prolong the life of its child. However, others say that its child may have already died along with it, a double tragedy. But since then, the spirit fox clan has vanished without a trace, making the truth impossible to verify. Now it seems the first theory is correct. The little fox's 3 tails may be related to that spirit fox. And the current patriarch of the wolf demon clan, the Wolf King, was the one who instigated the conflict and proposed a united front against the spirit fox. Thus, the little fox's hatred was explained. "His body carries the essence of my mother's heart. It ate my mother's heart." The little fox's words confirmed his suspicions. She wasn't one to remain silent. Given the opportunity, she naturally explained. This wolf demon looked to be about 200 years old. Back then, he truly had the right to share in the spoils. Thinking of this, the little fox couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent again. Li Yan lowered his head, gently stroking the little fox's head, seemingly offering silent comfort. The little fox, as if remembering something, suddenly twitched its ears. "It's over. Close relatives of the demon race can sense each other. Brother Taoist, I might be in real trouble. Aren't you scared?" Suddenly, she remembered that since she could sense her mother's aura, then her father, the Wolf King, must also have sensed the wolf demon's death and could definitely find the killer. And her attempt to destroy evidence by killing the other wolf demons was useless. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you," it quickly said before Li Yan could answer. It hadn't just been killing time in the Fox clan for so many years. In the 50 years since arriving in this world, it had learned everything it could in the clan. And it had already mastered the cultivation techniques left by its mother to the extreme. Even before transforming into human form, its strength was already enough to defeat everyone in the clan. They said it had its mother's shadow, and if it transformed, it would definitely be stronger than its mother. If its mother could see this, she would be overjoyed. The original owner's wish had reached 80% completion, meaning their words were true. Now only revenge remained. It was confident it could kill the Wolf King. Since that's the case, why don't we strike first? Taoist brother, instead of waiting for the Wolf King to come after us and being hunted by the Wolf Clan, why don't we strike first and destroy it? She really had wanted to destroy them for a long time. As it spoke, it raised its face slightly. Luckily, I still have blood on my face. Taoist brother, quickly, let's use our tracking technique. By tracking close relatives, we can definitely find it. The Demon Hunter clan possesses unique tracking techniques for tracking evil demons. They can locate their targets based on lingering auras and can also use bloodlines to find close relatives.
All right.
Hearing this, Li Yan didn't hesitate and used the remaining wolf demon blood on its face to activate its tracking technique. The Wolf King was already a demon king, making it difficult to locate. Even using tracking techniques required considerable effort. Fortunately, although the process was arduous, he eventually pinpointed its approximate location. The direction of the Northern Plains' ancient forest. That should be their true territory. We are outnumbered and outmatched. I will spread the word. The wolf demons are rampant, having killed countless innocent people over the years. Slaying them is our mission as demon hunters. Agreed. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded, noticing Li Yan's slightly pale face from using magic. However, she had to kill the Wolf King herself. It was fate. They, the demon hunters, had been searching for the Wolf King for years, but had repeatedly failed to find it. But today, they had stumbled upon this wolf demon. Perhaps this was their destiny. The law of cause and effect, so prevalent in this world, was indeed true. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. They should have repaid what they owed 100 years ago. Kill the Wolf King first, and then it won't leave out the rest. When Li Yan rejoined the other demon hunters, the little fox's figure vanished without a trace. A warm feeling washed over him, instantly dispelling the discomfort he had felt from using the tracking spell. Brother Taoist, I'm going now. Wait for me, I'll be back. She knew they were no match for those demon kings, and humans and demons were different. She couldn't reveal her identity to the demon hunters and implicate him. So, she left first. Xiao Li, hearing the voice in his ear, Li Yan searched his surroundings but found no trace, not even a trace of its aura. Upon closer inspection, even its belongings were gone. It came without a trace, and left without a trace. It always said it was afraid he would abandon it. And that voice, as the childish voice faded at the end, he clearly heard a woman's soft laughter. Thinking this, the image of the woman who had flashed by on the day it transformed suddenly appeared before his eyes. A moment of stunned silence followed, and he seemed to understand something. The tips of his ears subtly turned red. Little liar. Turning his head to look at the spot where it had just stood, his fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the cold sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword felt unusually cold, unlike before. Ding! Affection plus 15, current affection value 65%. Night, in the ancient forest of the Northern Plains. The black wolf, which had been in seclusion in an ancient cave, suddenly awoke, recalling the scene it had just dreamed of, and cried out in pain.
No.
A wolf howl echoed throughout the entire ancient forest. Countless wolves surged out of the forest, all prostrating themselves at its feet. Where is the young master? Where has the young master gone? The wolf's night vision was excellent, but looking down at the pack, he couldn't find a single familiar figure beside his son. He was now 1,000 years old, and for some reason over the years, many children had been born but only one had survived. He doted on his only child, protecting him to the core. The entire wolf pack felt the same way, granting his every wish. Before his seclusion, the Wolf King had clearly instructed his people to take good care of his son, but now the son was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't sense his son's presence at all. Recalling his recent dream, a sense of panic rose within him. Your Majesty, the young master wanted to prepare a surprise for you when you emerged from seclusion. A month ago, he and his people left the pack to search for treasure. The wolves below didn't know the situation, but seeing the Wolf King's reaction instilled fear in them. One of the wolf demons, aware of the situation, quickly reported. Perhaps the Wolf King felt guilty about his past actions and feared retribution. Therefore, since his son's birth, the Wolf King had kept him confined within the clan, refusing to let him out. He feared that if he were released, he would face retaliation. Little did he know, the more he did this, the more rebellious his son became. Preparing gifts was merely an excuse to allow his son to sneak out while he was in seclusion and unsupervised. Why didn't you stop him? Having realized this, the Wolf King roared. The wolf demons below lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They didn't want to stop him, but they dared not. No one in the clan who dared disobey their young master had a good end. They were either cruelly killed by the young master or personally annihilated by the Wolf King. Such a deterrent meant they naturally dared not disobey the young master's will again. Damn it! Seeing their reaction, the Wolf King roared, and the group of wolf demons in the front row were sent flying by a force, landing and spitting blood. Seemingly remembering something, the Wolf King hurriedly rushed towards the clan's forbidden area. My child, who is it? I will kill him. When they saw that the life lamp had been extinguished, a painful, mournful howl echoed throughout the entire mountain range. What a beautiful sound! Atop the mountain peak, a snow-white three-tailed spirit fox stood atop. Hearing the howls below, it swayed its tail lightly, looking down lazily, and chuckled softly. At that very moment, the Wolf King abruptly turned and looked up. Upon seeing the solitary, snow-white spirit fox atop the mountain peak, his eyes filled with terror. Luo Li. He called out instinctively, but upon realizing there wasn't a fourth phantom tail forming behind it, he quickly shook his head. No, it's not. But the next instant, when he smelled his son's familiar scent on it, his pupils constricted sharply, filled with murderous intent. It was you. It had killed his son. Luo Li smiled faintly, glancing at him, her captivating heterochromatic eyes gleaming with provocation, utterly cold. It was indeed me. Each word was uttered calmly from its mouth. The next instant, the black wolf below transformed into a streak of black light, attacking it directly. The spirit fox showed no fear, meeting the attack head-on. Looking up, all that could be seen were two figures, one black and one white, constantly shifting. The battle was evenly matched. That's a three-tailed spirit fox. Below, several wolf clan elders who had come out to investigate after hearing the commotion also sensed a familiar aura and realized what it was. They too transformed into phantoms and attacked the white figure. A three-tailed spirit fox was something that should never be allowed to grow. Moreover, this spirit fox carried an aura they recognized. Clearly, it was Luo Li's offspring. Thinking of this, they secretly regretted not having directly removed Luo Li's unborn child back then, leaving such a scourge alive. In that case, they couldn't let her live. However, they miscalculated. The spirit fox before them was not the one that was pregnant and unable to exert its full power back then, and these individuals themselves no longer possessed the strength of the combined demons they once had. 3 days later, a solitary, snow-white figure emerged from the forest. Behind it, the wolf clan had crumbled into a desolate wasteland, countless wolf demons fleeing in panic. And within their forbidden area, the life lamps of all the powerful beings enshrined had been extinguished. Cough. Host. A soft cough escaped its lips, blood trickling from the corner. Looking at its 3 slightly blurred foxtails, Little Cabbage's eyes were filled with worry. I'm all right. Luo Li shook her head at it, gently reassuring it. Turning her head to look at the foxtails, she gave a gentle shake, and they returned to normal. Yes, the original owner wasn't born with 3 tails. Her fate was to die alongside her mother. It was her mother's half-tail that granted her 50 years of life. Born with deficiencies, simply surviving was a feat, let alone having 3 tails and 3 lives. The 3 tails she now possessed were obtained through merit points exchanged by Luo Li. The original owner's natural tail had been severed on the day she died. These 3 tails are all illusions, manifestations of merit. Of course, Luo Li wasn't entirely selfless. The merit she earned could have been used in the smaller world, and it would return to her after she left. Moreover, the merit in this world is doubled, because it represents a shared wish of the original owner and her mother. All the hardship and sweat now are worthwhile. It hadn't gone far when the sounds of fierce fighting erupted from the ancient forest below. The demon hunters had arrived. It stopped involuntarily, turning to look down into the forest, seemingly searching for something. But the result disappointed it. The person it sought wasn't there. Woo! A soft woof masked its sigh of disappointment. Soon, its figure disappeared into the forest. As if hearing its woof, a familiar figure in black appeared, a low, pleased chuckle escaping its throat, and slowly walked in the direction it had gone. Though it was only a small step, the distance he covered was immense, shrinking the earth to an inch. After a long while, seeing the little fox resting in a cave, he reached out and stroked its head, his eyes filled with undisguised tenderness. A surge of spiritual energy gathered in his palm and flowed into the little fox's body, rapidly healing it. After withdrawing his hand, he gazed at its sleeping form and absent-mindedly reached out to gently stroke its eyebrows and eyes. At the same time, the system's values were wildly fluctuating, leaping from 65 to the maximum in an instant, even threatening to exceed the limit. But the next moment, it plummeted back to 65, the value oscillating wildly between these two values. His gaze towards her was filled with tenderness and affection. Through the little fox's body, he seemed to see her curled up in a ball, gazing at her quietly for a long time. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the frozen little system beside her, its fluctuating values finally stabilized, settling at 65. He looked at her deeply one last time, then quietly turned and left. His back view was like him, yet not like him, as if carrying an unreal, illusory shadow behind him. The instant he stepped out of the cave, little Cabbage instantly returned to normal, glancing at its host, finding nothing amiss. Grandma yawned, then snuggled up to the little fox and lay down beside her, the fox casting a protective barrier around the cave entrance. The next day, Luo Li woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy. She couldn't help but bounce around comfortably in the cave a couple of times, her voice cheerful. Kai, the pills from the system are really effective. My body was completely healed in just one night. So comfortable. Hearing her host's words, little Cabbage was filled with pride. Of course. These were exchanged for with the points we worked so hard for. They have to work. That makes sense. Let's go. Rest well, time to fight. Those who ate its mother's heart, those who ate the hearts of its clan, none can be spared. Since they chose to grow by relying on the Spirit Fox clan, they must pay the price. All right. Based on the clues extracted from the Wolf King's memories, the closest villain should be in this direction. After the Wolf King's death, little Cabbage extracted all its memories from its body and, coincidentally, found some clues to the lair of their enemies. The world was thrown into turmoil, and the demon race was thrown into chaos. In a short period of time, various powerful demons died one after another in their own mansions, their deaths gruesome, yet no trace of others was left at the scene. For a time, all the demons in the world were filled with fear. However, after analysis, it was discovered that the deceased powerful demons were all demon queens who had participated in the massacre of the Spirit Fox clan. Most of the lesser demons felt relieved. The remaining demons, however, were filled with increasing fear. Realizing that this might be retaliation from the Spirit Fox clan, and understanding the terrifying power of the person lurking in the shadows, they all announced they would go into seclusion and seek refuge. But it was no use. The damned demons were destined to die sooner or later. This revenge wasn't just Luo Li's affair. Spirit foxes hidden throughout the mortal realm emerged to lend her a hand. Behind her unseen presence, Li Yan was also doing his utmost, leading the demon hunters in the attack. Because if this succeeded, not only would the Spirit Fox clan benefit, but they too should have participated. For 6 whole months, Luo Li led her people, traveling north and south. Dealing with them one by one, they finally killed their last enemy. the powerful demons had almost all vanished. The long-hidden Spirit Fox clan has finally seen the light of day again. This upheaval has plunged the demon race into complete despair, allowing the human race a much-needed respite. Until a new generation of powerful demons rises, the human and demon races can maintain a balance for at least 200 years. No longer will humans be suppressed by demons, innocent humans slaughtered as food by evil demons. But similarly, during this time, humans will also grow stronger. The balance between the two races may last even longer. This outcome is wonderful, but Luo Li, as the main force, has paid a price. After withdrawing, exhausted, she was taken back to her clan by the Spirit Foxes. When she awoke from her slumber again, another 6 months had passed, and one of her 3 tails had completely dissipated. How annoying! 3 tails are so much prettier. 2 tails are so ugly. A mournful cry echoed from the Spirit Fox clan as they looked at their tails. The tribespeople looked at her helplessly. Only Grandma smiled indulgently and patted her head. All right. Our Ailey will definitely grow another tail. The little fox responded vigorously, a smile on her face, but only she knew that the tail would never grow back. After resting, ignoring the tribespeople's objections, Luo Li went to the human world again, because she remembered there was someone waiting for her there. But, young clan leader, if you leave, what will we do? Before the tribespeople could finish speaking, Grandma interrupted them. Grandma, who had raised Luo Li since childhood, looked at her with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with encouragement. Go, do what you want to do. Grandma is here in the tribe, don't worry. Luo Li looked deeply at Grandma, finally nodded, returned a smile, and turned to leave. Young clan leader, Grandma. She and Aji have already done enough for the clan. Being born strong isn't a responsibility they need to bear. They risked their lives to protect us, not to make us a burden. No one is born to bear responsibility. Xiaoli and Away have done more than enough for us. We should repay them, not become their burden. The powerful words struck a heavy blow to everyone. After a moment of stunned silence, they all lowered their heads in shame. They felt ashamed of themselves. Xiaoli said, "The strength of a clan doesn't come from one person, but from the entire clan. We should become strong, not depend on the strong, merely be under their umbrella." Even with the strongest umbrella holder, she is still alone, and her protection is limited. But if everyone is an umbrella holder, then we can be safe everywhere. Host, news from headquarters. They say the Demon Lord's true form has begun to show signs of consciousness. Little Cabbage exclaimed excitedly, because it meant their efforts had paid off. That's great. Upon hearing this, Luo Li paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Miss Flower City. In the mountains and forests, a young man in black robes leaned against a peach tree, petals falling in the wind onto his hair. Luo Li was once again captivated by this scene. The same peach tree, but not the same place. Since the winds of the world ceased half a year ago, Li Yan had returned to the city, where he had parted ways with the little fox, waiting. Every day, he would come to this forest to wait. Day after day, the leaves in the mountains turned from green to yellow, then withered and fell, buried by snow. Then spring returned, and he waited here. He had made a promise with the little fox. He would wait for it here. He was afraid that when it finally returned, it wouldn't be able to find him. But after waiting so long, it still hadn't appeared. He'd heard that she'd returned to the Spirit Fox clan a long time ago. He wanted to go find her, but he was afraid of missing her. Young master, do I look more like a human or a fairy? Suddenly, a ripple came from the tree, and many petals drifted down. The familiar little fox landed in his arms with the blossoms. Hearing her smiling question, he smiled. Miss, more like a fairy. His voice was extremely soft, so soft that even she, so close to him, couldn't hear it clearly. She sat up straight from his embrace, tilting her head back, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes filled with confusion. What did you say in the first half of your sentence? I didn't hear you clearly. She frowned in confusion. Nothing. He shook his head as if to hide something, taking the food box from the side, avoiding its gaze, and concealing his slightly reddened ears. Roast chicken, no wine. He prepared it every day when he came, because it was its favorite. If it didn't return, he would replace it with a new one and continue waiting. Wow, Taoist brother, you're so kind. I've been wanting to eat this for so long. The little fox jumped over immediately, hugging the roast chicken and eating until its eyes crinkled. The next moment, it handed him a chicken leg. You eat too. Li Yan smiled helplessly, took the chicken leg, and watched it eat as well. What the little fox liked was indeed delicious. After this day, the figure of the black-clad youth was no longer lonely. The familiar white fox returned to his side. Sometimes, he would hold a little fox in his arms. Sometimes, a little girl would be by his side. They traveled to different places, witnessing different human landscapes, upholding justice. The little girl was growing rapidly, as if she were secretly testing him. Hey, Taoist brother, look, my clothes are too short again. She raised her little arm, her tone suggestive. Li Yan coughed lightly. I'll take you to get new ones when we go into town later. The little girl frowned, looking up at him, one hand supporting her chin. He was very tall. She hadn't even reached his waist yet. Taoist brother, did you see something? The girl's childish voice came from below, and Li Yan looked away again. What does Xiaoli want to eat today? Seeing his reaction, Luo Li stroked her chin, silently muttering to herself. Kai, why is he acting so strangely? Did I reveal my age? I feel like his reactions are all a bit shy. Thinking about how her affection for him had skyrocketed to 80 recently, Sha Bai Kai mimicked her gesture, stroking her chin. I think we've been exposed, he's found out. But when were we exposed? He didn't run away after finding out. Looks like his acceptance level has improved. Well then, let's increase it a bit more.
Hug.
Thinking this, she opened her arms to him. She looked about 6 years old now, taller, but still with the same chubby, innocent look as when she was little. Li Yan bent down and picked her up, just as he gently placed her in his arms. The little girl in his arms transformed into a woman in red. Brother Taoist, when did you find out? She casually hooked her arm around his neck, her breath sweet as orchids. She wore a striking red dress, exuding a flamboyant and alluring charm. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were captivating at first glance, and the crimson beauty mark at the corner of her eye was alluring and captivating. With just one glance, Li Yan abruptly turned his head, his entire body stiffening. He felt a tingling sensation spread from his ear throughout his body. So stiff he dared not move, hastily trying to put her down. But then he heard her soft moan. His movements froze. He dared not move again. Am I not beautiful? An extremely soft, jade-like hand gently lifted his chin, forcing him to turn his head and meet her gaze. She frowned slightly, her eyes seemingly filled with sorrow, evoking pity. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he answered honestly, beautiful. Only then did he realize his voice had become somewhat hoarse. Then why don't you dare look at me? What are you afraid of? He, as expected, fell silent again, but Luo Li wasn't about to let him go. She raised her jade-like hand, a flash of red light appearing. Then, they found themselves in a secluded courtyard deep in the forest. The man collapsed onto the bed. She gently pressed herself against him, her fingertips tracing his neck, lingering down to his heart. Taoist brother, your heart is beating so fast. Her voice was incredibly soft, like a tender whisper between lovers, every movement captivating. Li Yan's throat tightened again, finally managing to hold down her unruly little hand. Stop it. Luo Li paused, finally knowing when to stop teasing him. But she lazily found a comfortable spot, nestling in his arms as usual. All right. Now you can tell me. When did you find out? Just now there wasn't much shock in your eyes. Don't lie. Pressing down the hand that was lightly sliding on his clothes, Li Yan sighed helplessly and answered truthfully. The day you left, I heard your laughter. A very pleasant chuckle. The day I transformed, I also saw what you looked like grown up. After hearing his words, Luo Li suddenly understood. So you found out so early. All this time I had to pretend. It's your fault. It's my fault. She frowned, and he accepted her reproach. She raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly. Suddenly, she remembered something, looked down at herself, then turned to look at him. You've always seen me in plain clothes, so demure and well-behaved. What do you think of me like this now? The fiery red was vibrant, a stark contrast to her usual clean white. But compared to the simple white, she preferred the passionate red. He nodded gently. It suits you very well. Then you have good taste. Luo Li replied with satisfaction, then comfortably closed her eyes, nestled in his arms to rest. The warm, fragrant touch in his arms made his body stiffen, but he didn't disturb her, gently setting her down. He simply let her lean against him, drifting off to sleep. When Luo Li awoke again, it was already night. It was the 15th of the month. The moon was full and bright, a time when spiritual energy was at its peak. The spirit fox's body basked comfortably in the moonlight. Not finding the familiar figure ahead, she turned and walked towards the backyard. Sure enough, she found him there. Because they had met under the peach blossom tree, she had filled the courtyard with peach blossoms. The familiar figure in black robes was wielding a sword under the moonlight, every movement a pleasing sight. Luo Li leaned against the door, seemingly boneless, watching with great interest. In the moonlight, his features appeared even more aloof, his thin lips slightly pursed. Though not alluring, he resembled a male demon, especially his slender waist, which was particularly striking. A feast for the eyes. So this is what it feels like, she murmured softly. Her voice was already quite soft, but she hadn't expected to disturb him. He paused slightly, withdrew his hand, and turned to look at Luo Li, a faint blush rising on his face at her words. You're awake. Eat something first. A campfire burned beside him, the roast chicken emitting a rich aroma. Luo Li nodded and stepped out from the shadows beneath the roof. She wore a red dress, her slender white legs peeking out from beneath the hem. Her jade-like feet rested on the fallen peach blossoms, a red silk thread tied around her ankle alluring and captivating, impossible to look away from. With just one glance, the blush on his face deepened, and he frowned. Then he looked again, and Luo Li was already in his arms, placed beside the fire, her exposed legs covered by his clothes. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Hearing his words, the little fox looked completely innocent and moved her legs. It feels comfortable walking like this. The mountain foxes grew up walking barefoot like this. Wearing shoes before had actually made her more uncomfortable. You'll catch a cold. He instinctively began to speak, but before he could finish, he saw her expression and froze. Never mind. He quickly realized she was a fox, not an ordinary person, so he didn't say anything more. But she suddenly moved much closer, her breath touching his, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of laughter. Yes, Taoist brother is worried about me. I'm very happy. Unsurprisingly, he blushed again. He awkwardly turned his head and took the roasted chicken from the fire. Eat quickly, you haven't eaten anything today. Okay. This was a real courtyard, outside of which stretched a mountain range, mountains and water intertwined. The man was tending the campfire, preparing food, while the woman beside him ate quietly. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of peach blossoms, creating a scene of serene beauty. Seeing this, Luo Li's heart stirred, her gaze locking onto him. Brother Taoist, from now on, shall we live here? Just like a married couple, just the two of us living here alone? Her soft words were deafening to him, his heart pounding sharply. Don't be silly. But turning to look at her, he finally smiled and spoke. I'm not silly, I'm serious. The next moment, she nestled against him, habitually wrapping her arms around his neck with dependence, looking at him earnestly. I'm perfectly clear-headed. I know I love you. That's why I came back to find you, and now I want to be your husband. I'm perfectly clear-headed. I know what I'm doing. She could clearly hear his heartbeat with that gesture, steady and strong, yet pounding uncontrollably for her. The woman's sincere confession made his heart race. Li Yan met her eyes, completely captivated by her words. I'm human. I'm different from you. The time I can spend with you is short. But he remained clear-headed. This was the little fox's first time out. She knew too little. Demons have long lifespans, while humans only live for 100 years. To a demon, that's just a few short years. She's safe and sound now, but if she agrees, what'll happen to her if he passes away first? Just imagining the endless loneliness she would have to endure made him feel excruciating pain. Before his thoughts could settle, his lips were suddenly covered by a soft, warm touch, her delicate fragrance wafting over him. Realizing what it was, his pupils contracted sharply. Hiss! After the kiss, Luo Li bit his lip as if punishing him. Bad Taoist. I told you, being too stubborn will make you lose your partner. How can a grown man hesitate like this? I don't like it. Listen to me on this. And even if what you say is true, it's enough that I can spend my whole life with you. Besides, you don't need to worry about this. His thin lips glistened with the bite mark she left, his gaze fixed on her angry, incessantly chattering lips. He tried to control himself, but finally lost control. Before she could finish speaking, her voice was completely drowned out by him. His return kiss was gentle and awkward, yet so lingering that it made her weak. Okay, he listened to her. What she said did make sense. He was wrong, and he needed to correct it. Ugh. Huff. After a long while, her lips swollen, her face flushed, she slumped in his arms, panting, her eyes filled with a thin mist of tears. I know I was wrong, he said hoarsely. Looking at her now, his eyes darkened further, but he restrained himself and turned his head away, not daring to go too far. Humph. Luo Li leaned on his shoulder, responding sullenly. Li Yan heard her voice, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Still laughing. The next moment, she caught him red-handed. He paused, sitting up obediently, waiting to be scolded. Hungry, but she didn't say anything more, giving him a teachable look, then clutched her stomach and mumbled. Finally, his ears turning red, he pulled her close and resignedly fed her with small bites. His movements weren't clumsy, but this was completely different from when she was the little fox. Yes, I declare it. You will definitely be the most qualified husband from now on. The little fox squinted comfortably and spoke in a sweet voice. Once again, her words made his ears turn red, the blush spreading all the way to his neck. The next instant, a soft, delicate hand pinched his earlobe, gently teasing it, sending a shiver down his spine, a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Even his eyes welled up with tears. I like it so much. Accompanied by her soft, smiling murmur, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. For a moment, he couldn't resist pulling away, his cheeks only growing redder. Are you full? His voice trembled slightly. Before she nodded, a more intense kiss followed. This little fox is too much. She needs to be punished. His ears turn red easily because they are exceptionally sensitive. Just as she was dazed from his kisses, being carried back by him, tumbling back onto the bed, thinking she was truly doomed to be devoured, he abruptly stopped, his eyes bloodshot. A sigh, seemingly helpless yet restrained, escaped his lips. Next time, don't be naughty. His voice was incredibly hoarse, the flush on his face still lingering, his watery eyes exceptionally alluring. Luo Li nodded blankly, watching him walk out. Soon, the sound of cold water being splashed echoed outside. Her small face flushed crimson, her fox ears peeking out, and she buried herself in the covers.
Who understands?
He's so captivating like this. Outside the door. After the cold water, Li Yan was much more awake, and he remembered her words.
What she said made sense.
She had been so open. What did he have to hesitate about? Thinking about it, a hint of self-loathing flashed in his eyes. Besides, since demons could cultivate, humans should be able to too. He remembered seeing it recorded in his master's ancient texts. After that day, Luo Li noticed he had become increasingly busy. He left early and returned late every day, bringing back huge piles of things, always secretly hiding them from her. Taoist brother. Just let me see them. Brother Li Yan. Wait 2 more days. Even with all her efforts, his cheeks and neck turning red from her nagging, he still wouldn't budge.
Until this day.
Seeing the extra red silk wedding invitations in the courtyard, a festive sight, she finally understood what he had been secretly busy with lately. This huge courtyard had changed completely overnight. Everything in sight was red. Noticing Luo Li's expression, Li Yan blushed slightly and presented her with the gifts he had prepared, several large chests filling the courtyard. These are the money I've saved over the years, for the betrothal gifts. As he spoke, he handed her something resembling a qianquan bag. This is a qianquan bag left to me by my grandmaster. It contains all the demon cores and precious artifacts I've stored up, also included as betrothal gifts. And these are the rest of my private treasury. You will manage them from now on. Finally, he carefully took a jade hairpin from his robes and placed it in her hair. I am willing to give myself to you, willing to spend my life with you, my lady. His gaze was fixed on her, his handsome face already flushed, yet every word was precious. Luo Li met his gaze, her smile blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. I wish to be with you forever, to grow old together in red robes. Hearing her words, Li Yan smiled as well, and the two embraced tightly. In this small courtyard that belonged only to the two of them, they changed into their wedding robes, joined hands, and bowed to heaven and earth, becoming husband and wife. To be with my husband/wife, to live this life without regret. When it came time for the nuptial wine ceremony back in their room, Li Yan, knowing her alcohol tolerance, had specially prepared tea for her. Luo Li drank it, but the nuptial wine symbolizes a happy and fulfilling future, so naturally, a little wine is best. Don't worry, I won't drink too much, just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. She waved her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the tiny stain on his lips, and in his stunned gaze, she tilted her head and kissed him. Heh? He let out a helpless chuckle, and in the next instant, he held her tightly, taking the initiative. The alcohol made her body even more limp, her face flushed, and her eyes welled up with tears. Be gentle, she murmured, a soft sob escaping her lips. Okay. He responded with an even deeper kiss, his breath hoarse as he gave her a low, husky reply. Luo Li didn't know how she finally fell asleep, but before she drifted off, her voice was hoarse from crying. His gentle coaxing words were ineffective. The next day, Xiao Li, seeing the culprit who had misbehaved, she immediately turned over, leaving him with the back of her head.
Hiss.
With the movement, the soreness in her waist and legs made her involuntarily let out a soft cry. Li Yan guiltily touched his nose, sat on the edge of the bed, and carefully massaged her lower back. Next time, it definitely won't happen again. I'll apply some more medicine later. You said the same thing to me last night. Every time it's the last time. The very last time. Liar. Li Yan felt terribly guilty and carefully coaxed her. I made some food, shrimp, fish, and chicken porridge. Would you like to eat some first? Upon hearing his words, Luo Li's stomach growled loudly, much to her dismay. She froze. Ahem, look. I'm hungry, madam. Would you please have some with me first? Li Yan quickly said. Humph.
Fine.
He knew his little fox's temperament best, and hearing her words, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Luo Li's face flushed red, and she glared at him angrily. Li Yan immediately sat up straight and cleared his throat. He picked her up and took her to the outer room. After enjoying the delicious food, Luo Li's emotions calmed down. She sat on his lap, swinging her legs freely as she had when she was a child. Looking down at her, his eyes were full of doting smiles. Their life secluded in the mountains was indeed like that of a divine couple. Occasionally, they would venture out together to witness the joys and sorrows of the human world. After living there for a while, they set off again to wander the world. Freedom and unrestrained spirit were their nature. Later, people discovered that whenever the people suffered, a man in black robes would appear with a woman in red, rescuing them from their plight. They came and went quickly, wearing identical mysterious gold masks. No one had ever seen their true appearance. but from their aura, it was clear they were an exceptionally beautiful couple. Li Yan's attempt to cultivate was not hidden from Luo Li, seeing him become dejected and sullen upon discovering that his efforts were yielding no results. Luo Li embraced him. "It's all right, I'm happy right now, and my body won't live much longer anyway. Let's just live like ordinary people for the rest of our lives." In the world's design, humans are at a disadvantage. They have the ability to resist demons, but their lifespan is short. This is the rule of this world. Humans are different from demons. Can't live long? What do you mean? Is there something wrong with your body? Shall we go find some medicine? Li Yan stiffened upon hearing her words, grasping the key point, his face filled with worry. Demons have long lifespans, and the Spirit Fox clan, as favored by heaven, is naturally no exception. But why would she say that? His first reaction was worry, fearing something had happened to her, even more fearing she was suffering. "No, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with my body, just a short lifespan. I'm very healthy." Okay, her explanation is contradictory. It seems to be getting more and more confusing. His expression became even more tense. "You must have heard about my mother, right? My life was supposed to end long ago, but her half-tail kept me alive, giving me 200 years of life. Now, I'm over 100 years old, and the remaining time is just enough for me to spend my whole life with you." After thinking for a moment, Luo Li organized her thoughts and said, "Actually, that wasn't the truth. It was just that they could only extend this body's life for this long at most." The three tails, formed from merit, each represented 50 years. The previous tail wasn't actually lost in the fight. It was just that those 50 years had already passed, so it dissipated. But to avoid suspicion, losing a tail in the fight was a good excuse. Of course, she couldn't tell him this directly. She could only bring up the old story as a shield. He should believe her, right? It sounded reasonable enough, didn't it? She didn't know if he believed her, but he didn't ask any further questions. He just looked at her, somewhat like he was taking care of a porcelain doll. "Why don't we go back? We can buy some interesting things near the courtyard, so we won't get bored." Hearing his suggestion, Luo Li sighed helplessly. "It's all right. You don't need to be so careful. You'll see." That very day, Luo Li went to find several evil demons and easily defeated them, proving her strength. But Li Yan became even more nervous. "Don't use too much power, I'll handle it." He believed her, and was even more afraid that she would use too much power and further damage her life. Luo Li, "Fine, I'm numb. Let it be." And so, he carefully protected her for a lifetime. Even when his hair was completely white, he still treated her like a child. Looking at her white hair, his brows furrowed again. "I told you to listen, but you didn't. Look how little black hair you have today." Luo Li, "Thank you. Okay, I know I was wrong.
Sit down and eat something.
See if my cooking has improved." "What cooking?" It was just a bowl of plain porridge with some side dishes. But even that was enough for him to praise for ages. "Delicious. Much better than anything I've ever had before." When he was young, he was incredibly clumsy and awkward with words, but as he reached the age where he should have been mature and steady, his words became increasingly eloquent. However, she loved hearing it, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Seeing this, he happily helped her fix her hair. But by day, the white-haired couple had been playfully teasing each other. By night, however, they lay nestled together in bed, both lifeless. They had supported each other throughout their lives, their hands still clasped tightly in death. A sliver of light appeared in the courtyard, and the old peach trees surrounding the small courtyard sprang up from the ground, quickly growing into towering trees that completely covered the courtyard below. It wasn't the season for peach blossoms, yet the blossoms on the branches bloomed profusely. They fell without wind, drifting and landing in the courtyard. One blossom withered, another bloomed, then fell. Gradually, like a heavy snowfall, the courtyard was buried. They met under the peach trees, and they were buried under the peach trees. This was the last time she used her spiritual magic. When the Spirit Fox clan sensed something was wrong and rushed to the scene, all that met her was this scene, towering ancient trees and endless peach blossoms. A scene of poignant beauty. Sensing her defeated aura, thousands of spirit foxes sat down on the ground, heads bowed, eyes reddening. They had not disappointed the mother and daughter. In 100 years, the Spirit Fox clan had finally grown strong once more, becoming a powerful race among demons. And the human world and the demon race had indeed achieved a stable state for hundreds of years, just as the couple had once envisioned. World 8, the end. System space. Host. Long time no see. As soon as Luo Li returned, Little White Cabbage immediately rushed over to her, nuzzling her. Luo Li hugged it back, ruffling its head. Long time no see. Since their marriage, Little White Cabbage had run back to its space, leaving them alone. Looking at it now, it really had been a long time. She missed it terribly. We didn't have any statistics from the last world, so now we'll report from both worlds together. In the Educated Youth Era world, because the original owner's mission was very difficult, the merit points were 60 and the luck points were 30, for a total of 1,000 points. And in the Spirit Fox world, there was double merit, so it was also 60 merit points. And the luck in this world? Well, luck also has a bonus point, 30 plus 20, 50 points, for a total of 1,000 points. This is the host's current data table. Points: 14,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000, 16,000. Luck value: 200 plus 30 plus 50, 280. Merit value: 160 plus 60 plus 60, 280. Looking at the value table, Luo Li's eyes were full of hearts. Kai, with my current luck and merit, I should be able to easily dominate in those small worlds, right? This is so tempting. And her 1 to 1,000 points ratio. Wow. That's all money. So tempting. Yes, except for the cultivation world. In other worlds, the host is already a top-tier powerhouse. In the cultivation world, because it's possible to truly ascend to immortality and become a god, the required luck is extremely high. Many people there have very high luck. Hearing Xiao bite-sized words, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly, taking them to heart. Ding! System reward 2,000 points. A pleasant notification sound rang out, and Little Cabbage instantly jumped up. Host, our reward has arrived. I knew the good news about the Demon Lord's consciousness that we'd transmigrated here would be rewarded by the main god. Sure enough, it's here. Seeing its happy expression, Luo Li smiled along, her gaze unconsciously drifting to the screen beside her, as if trying to see something through it. Host points are now 18,000. Little Cabbage was still excitedly talking, its little hand scrolling through its small screen, finding a body shop, and staring at it longingly. So cute. When I save up a few more points, I'll buy you. It spoke earnestly to the little girl wearing a red bib on the screen. This was the body it was saving up to buy for itself. The little girl was priced at 20,000 points. Little Cabbage's points were about the same as Luo Li's. With a little more saving, it could buy her. Thinking about it, its eyes sparkled. It absolutely adored this body. Luo Li, amused by its reaction, waved to it. All right, let's hurry and set off now so we can buy it for Kai as soon as possible. Aren't you going to rest, host?
No.
Okay, let's go then. Tianwu Kingdom. Inside the minister's residence. Wah! With a baby's cry, the new mother wept, while the crowd outside beamed with joy. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, madam, on the birth of a daughter. As the midwife brought out the good news, the commotion outside seemed to subside, the disappointment of those outside clearly visible. Only a little boy's voice remained, still filled with surprise. Really? That's wonderful. I'll have a little sister now. Where's my mother? How is she? The little boy, while happy, didn't forget his mother's safety. Seeing the reactions of the master and madam, the midwife who had come out to announce the good news lowered her head, holding her breath, not daring to utter a sound. Only upon hearing the little boy's voice did she manage a smile again. Young master, mother, and daughter are safe. Master, something terrible has happened. Concubine Lian also suffered a miscarriage injury in the courtyard today. She felt unwell as soon as she returned, and now it seems she's about to give birth. You must go and see her.
What?
With a servant's hurried exclamation, the man standing in the center of the room was shocked and quickly led his men away. The old madam, seeing this, glanced back at the young maidservant guarding the delivery room door. Take good care of your mistress. It's windy outside, and I'm not feeling well, so I won't stay any longer. With that, she turned and left with her maids and servants. Shortly afterward, the courtyard, which had been crowded, was now empty except for the little boy. Seeing his father's reaction, he clearly understood what had happened, his little hands clenching tightly. Granny, can I go in and see my mother? He finally composed himself and spoke to the midwife. Seeing this, the midwife sighed and nodded. The first wife had just given birth, and the master and mistress had both hurriedly left for a concubine, leaving not a single servant behind. Not to mention, the reason the lady was going into premature labor was because the concubine had deliberately tripped her. If the lady hadn't been so robust, she would have suffered greatly. This, alas, the lady's life is so hard. Lin Sherlon, inside the delivery room, heard the commotion outside. Tears streamed down her face as she quietly closed her eyes. This time, her heart was finally broken. Mother. Hearing the little boy's voice, a gentle smile touched her pale face as she beckoned to him. Luo Li felt herself fall into a warm embrace. This is your younger sister. Yuna must take good care of her from now on. Okay. Yuna remembers. Hearing the conversation, the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes stirred. Wah. It made a sound like crying, as if responding to them. Seeing this, Lin Sherlon and her son were stunned for a moment, then they all laughed. Is your little sister responding to us? She's so clever.
Yes.
Amidst this, a warm atmosphere prevailed among the three of them, but a dangerous scheme was quietly unfolding in the shadows. The original owner of this body should have been the legitimate daughter of the minister's family. However, because her mother was deliberately tricked by a concubine when she was about to give birth, she suffered a premature birth. After a difficult childbirth, the original owner suffered severe postpartum hemorrhage and ultimately died. Due to the servant's negligence, the original owner was abducted and disappeared. With her mother dead and her sister missing, only her twin brother, Luo Yun, remained, struggling within the terrifying confines of the mansion. However, their father, their mother's husband, did not pursue the culprit in the slightest, and instead elevated her to the status of his principal wife, showering her with affection. Finally, Luo Yun, not yet 8 years old, was also schemed against and killed to pave the way for his own son. The missing original owner had actually been sent to a brothel. Because of her striking beauty, she was groomed as a promising talent from a young age. But under orders, she was ultimately tortured to death, her death gruesome. Before the original owner's death, the child born to the concubine, the so-called only eldest daughter of the minister's mansion, perhaps wanting to provoke her, or perhaps wanting to inflict even deeper pain on the original owner. She went to the brothel to tell the original owner the whole truth. Upon learning the truth, she discovered that all three mother and children had met tragic ends. The culprit, however, was enjoying wealth and luxury, living a life of blissful happiness, stepping over their corpses. The original owner was consumed by hatred and resentment. Her wish was to reverse her life and send those who deserve to die to hell. Therefore, Luo Li and her companions arrived in this world very early. While Lin Sherlon was giving birth, they secretly gave her a fertility pill to ensure a smooth delivery. The fertility pill could protect the mother during childbirth, reduce the pain of labor, and make delivery easier. Luo Li then experienced being born. However, even though they had now ensured Lin Sherlon's safety, the hidden danger was not completely eliminated. That concubine, who had originally intended to kill Lin Sherlon, would certainly not let the matter rest after learning this news. Moreover, they also needed to be wary of those secretly plotting to steal Luo Li. The original owner had no memories of what happened back then and knew nothing of the details, so they were truly in the dark.
Everyone seemed like a bad guy.
Thinking this, The little baby cried out a few more times, trying to rouse herself. But to be honest, the little baby didn't have much energy. She felt so sleepy. The little baby couldn't do anything conveniently, or rather, couldn't do anything at all. All she could do now was woof woof.
Sigh, such limitations.
Thinking this through, a sudden inspiration struck her. By the way, Kai, can you create a virtual scene and project it?
Yes.
Little Kai nodded obediently. Then, could you, as the original owner described, create a virtual perspective of my mother and brother so they can see it alone? The little baby's abilities were truly limited, but adults were different. Hearing Luo Li's words, Xiao Bite-Size eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Okay. Lin Sherlon had just given birth and needed to rest, so Luo Yun didn't stay inside long. After watching his little sister for a while, he obediently left. Little Tuan, so well-behaved. Looking at Luo Li's obedient appearance, Lin Sherlon said with a smile, then she suddenly froze, as if she had seen something. Luo Yun, who had just stepped out the door, abruptly stopped. A moment later, his expression turned cold. He clenched his fist and abruptly turned back. This time, he would definitely protect his mother and sister. Inside the room, Lin Sherlon shared the same thought. A sarcastic chuckle escaped her lips as she looked down at Luo Li, her eyes reddening. Host, it's done. I directly implanted the fabricated memories into their minds, their own perspectives, and the original owner's experience of hearing the truth. Then I added a line of golden text and a Buddha image, saying only one chance to turn the tide. It provides an explanation for the changes in production we've caused this time. They should all believe they've been reborn, helped by Buddha, because they're all thanking me in their hearts, saying they'll cherish this opportunity. Good. Hearing Xiao Baikai's words, Luo Li repeatedly agreed. Little Kai is getting more and more amazing. Fantastic. Incredibly powerful. The most amazing leader in the universe. As she spoke, her voice grew heavy with sleepiness. This time, all three of the mother and children were Neo-Huru clan members, which would definitely be more effective than having only her as the Neo-Huru milk bunny. Let her sleep peacefully for a while. Hosts, sleep well. Kai is here too. Seeing Luo Li's state, Little Cabbage flew to her and gently touched her cheek. With a soft response, Luo Li fell into a deep sleep. Lin Sherlon held her tightly, not daring to put her down. Seeing that the little dumpling was asleep, she lowered her voice. She summoned her trusted confidant from her dowry and whispered instructions, ordering the courtyard to be sealed off and thoroughly searched. At the same time, she ordered paper and pen to be brought and secretly sent a letter to her father and brothers on the battlefield. In her previous life, it was because her father and brothers both died on the battlefield half a month later that no one was left to support them. That's why Yun'er and her daughter suffered such a tragic fate after her death. And the fact that news of her death was deliberately leaked to the army was also the reason they were thrown into disarray and died on the battlefield. This time, she must not only save herself, but also save her father and brothers' lives. Su Chunlian, that heartless man. They all deserve to die. Rushing back, Luo Yun was startled to see his mother's actions. Mother and son exchanged a glance, their eyes both reddening. She held her daughter in one arm and tightly embraced him with the other. It's my fault for not protecting you, Lin Sherlon said, her voice choked with sobs as she touched Luo Yun's face. No, it's not Mother's fault. It's not Mother's fault. We should blame the people in Chunyang Courtyard. Son, we will make them pay. At this moment, the little 6-year-old child seemed to have grown up in an instant, becoming a reliable man. Sure enough, after a thorough investigation, they caught the culprit. They even found something that could cause postpartum hemorrhage. When they found it, the medicine was already in the delivery room, just a hair's breadth away from being used on Lin Sherlon. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground and the filth, Lin Sherlon's back was already covered in a cold sweat. She truly hadn't expected that her accomplices would be people she trusted. One was her childhood maid who had accompanied her in her dowry, and the other was a servant boy who had been intimate with the maid. Haha. Drag them out and beat them to death in front of Chunyang Courtyard. How dare they do this to two servants she held by death pacts? She had never wronged them. Perhaps she had been blinded for too long, always feigning gentleness and grace because of Luo's favor. Now they had truly forgotten her true nature. She, Lin Sherlon, had also fought on the battlefield with her father and brothers and had tasted blood. Though she had a gentle name, who in the entire capital didn't know that she, the daughter of the Lin family, was a courageous and valiant woman? Madam, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, madam. Madam, I grew up with you since I was little. I was just confused for a moment. You can't treat me like this, madam. Madam, please forgive me. I'll never dare to do it again. Madam. Hearing Lin Sherlon's words, they finally panicked. They kept begging for mercy, but Lin Sherlon just closed her eyes, unwilling to watch any longer. Luo Yun followed them out, hiding by the wall, watching the two servants die in front of Chunyang courtyard. Hearing the commotion coming from the courtyard, a sarcastic smile curved his lips, a surge of pleasure rising within him. Just you wait, this is just the appetizer. Soon, news spread that Consort Lien had nearly suffered a difficult labor due to excessive shock. Lin Sherlon smiled faintly, holding her daughter tightly in her arms. As expected, that very evening, Minister Luo came to interrogate her. Lin Sherlon, how vicious you are. You knew Chun Lien was in labor. Are you trying to kill them, mother and daughter? Hearing Luo Mingzhi's words, Lin Sherlon remained indifferent. Until Luo Li was also awakened by the sound, her body uncontrollably bursting into tears. Seeing this, Lin Sherlon finally frowned, gently rocking her daughter in her arms. Don't cry, mother's here, mother's here. Seeing that she completely ignored him, Luo Mingzhi was even more furious. Lin Sherlon. The next moment he suddenly stopped. Lin Sherlon, holding a child in one arm, raised a long spear from beside the bed with the other, pointing it straight at his throat. Say it again and I won't mind becoming a widow. What exactly happened? You really don't know anything? You insist I explain everything, don't you? The spear tip thrust forward, and Luo Mingzhi felt a sharp pain in his neck. He raised his hand to touch it and saw blood. Seeing this, his legs instantly went weak, trembling uncontrollably. Looking at Lin Sherlon's eyes, filled with disbelief and fear, he couldn't believe that the woman who had always been devoted to him, who had always obeyed him, dared to treat him like this. At this moment, holding the red spear, without makeup, her face pale and her hair slightly disheveled, she possessed a unique beauty, a striking, broken beauty. It left him momentarily stunned. Lin Sherlon frowned deeply, feeling nauseous at his gaze. Get out. With a cold shout, she swung her spear, sending the man flying. Even after being driven out, Luo Mingzhi couldn't shake the image of her breathtaking beauty from just moments before. Inside the room, Lin Sherlon's spear had fallen from her hand, her face pale, her eyes red-rimmed. It's because mother is blind. It's because mother is sorry. Her choice had brought her misfortune, and it had also brought misfortune to her two children. Wah! The little baby struggled to open her eyes, blowing bubbles as she looked at her mother, as if trying to comfort her. Seeing her reaction, Lin Sherlon smiled through her tears, hugging her even tighter. Don't worry. Once mother is better, once grandfather and uncle return, we'll send your father down. He's no use, he's just a thing, right? The little baby listened to her words, blowing bubbles. Wow, her mother is so cool. So decisive. She agrees. She likes it. However, this might be a bit difficult. The emperor is currently heavily relying on this Minister Luo. It won't be so easy to kill him. Besides, killing someone the emperor needs would probably bring repercussions. This dirty cucumber, it seems, will have to be kept for now. I'm sleepy and hungry again. Yes, her mother understands what she means. Eat your fill, then go to sleep. Lin Sherlon fed both of her children herself. Watching the little ones fall asleep soundly after eating their fill, she couldn't help but smile, lowering her head to gently nuzzle the infants in her arms. Chunyang courtyard. Master? Seeing Luo Mingzhi return, Su Chunlian didn't say much, weakly lying on the bed, bursting into tears upon seeing him. Looking at the frail, sickly beauty, as if a gust of wind could blow her away, a secret smugness lurked in her eyes. Because she knew what Luo Mingzhi had just done. That bitch dared to treat her like that. She naturally knew the consequences. Normally, Luo Mingzhi loved this act from her, but for some reason, looking at the gentle, tearful Su Chunlian today, he felt it was too bland. He felt something was missing, not as stunning as what he had just witnessed. Thinking for a moment, he paused, then turned away from Su Chunlian, his brow furrowing where she couldn't see, a strange disdain creeping into his eyes. Don't blame my sister. She didn't mean it. She's probably angry. It's all my fault for hurting her. Is my sister all right now? Su Chunlian didn't notice anything amiss. Her voice trembled. She was still acting. Judging from her tone, anyone who didn't know better would think she was genuinely worried. The culprit, and so hypocritical. She. Hearing Su Chunlian's words, he recalled the image he had just seen, that broken and angry face, and his heart trembled.
She's really not well.
Her face was pale. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at Su Chunlian, his tone unusually warning. Chunlian, there won't be a next time. Hearing his words, realizing his meaning, the woman on the bed, her face streaked with tears, froze, her eyes widening as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. However, when she looked up, she only met Luo Mingzhi's icy gaze. She is my legal wife, he continued, his tone carrying a warning. Before, when he didn't like her, he said nothing, letting Su Chunlian do as she pleased. Now, she knows she's his legal wife? Cousin Ming. Su Chunlian's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm, calling out softly. Yes, she and Luo Mingzhi were cousins and had been close since childhood. Whenever she called him that, it always made him forget everything and obey her in everything. But the tricks that used to work wouldn't work today. You're not feeling well now, so it's good to calm down and clear your head. Remember what I said, this is a one-time thing, and there won't be a next time. When Luo Mingzhi heard her voice, his heart did soften for a moment, but thinking of Su Chunlian's actions, his face turned cold again. He left those two cold words and turned to leave. Yes, he knew everything. He knew that Su Chunlian had arranged for the two slaves to be beaten to death, and he knew what they were going to do. He also knew that Su Chunlian was responsible for Lin Sherlan's premature birth. But even though he knew all this, even though he was now experiencing a rare moment of conscience, he simply let it go so calmly. He truly deserved to die.
Why?
Investigate. Investigate. What did that bitch do to make him treat me like this? After he left, a series of frantic shouts erupted from the room, a testament to Su Chunlian's fury. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe Luo Mingzhi would treat her like this. It must be that bitch. That bitch must have done something. I knew that bitch was just pretending before. She's never been that magnanimous. She stole the position of my cousin Mingzhi promised me as his wife, and now she wants to take Mingzhi from me. No, I won't allow it. I absolutely won't let her have her way. I absolutely won't allow it. Go tell Auntie quickly. Tell her that that bitch has injured me. Hearing Su Chunlian's words, the little maid in the room trembled with fear, timidly responding. Reporting to Auntie. The old lady just came by, but when Master went out, he took her with him.
What?
What did he mean? Was he determined not to let her find anyone to back her up? Was he going to protect that bitch? Impossible. How could he do this to me? This time, her eyes were truly red with tears, and she choked back sobs before fainting. Auntie, blood. Quick, get a doctor. The maids were shocked and panicked. When the news reached Luo Mingzhi, he surprisingly didn't believe it. After all, he had just left there. By the time he arrived, it was too late. Yesterday, Su Chunlian had deliberately induced labor to lure them all over, then target Lin Sherlan and her daughter. She wasn't stupid. She was already due. A day or two earlier wouldn't have been a problem, and she had used extremely mild medicine. But she hadn't expected that Lin Sherlan, whom she had deliberately caused to go into premature labor, would give birth so smoothly and quickly. Even the people she had arranged were discovered by Lin Sherlan, who immediately retaliated. She had been holding in her anger since yesterday, and the abortion-inducing drug was inherently toxic. Even the mildest medicine wasn't a good one. Now, she had suffered another blow. In an instant, her body gave way. She suffered severe bleeding. Although she survived, she would never be able to have children again.
Ah.
Upon hearing the doctor's words, she cried bitterly again and fainted. She deserved it. When the news reached Lin Sherlan and the others, she only uttered this with a cold smile. Luo Yun, who was nearby, was playing with his infant sister on a rattledrum. "Mother, you're right." Hearing Lin Sherlan's words, he also spoke indifferently, his eyes cold. But when he looked down and saw his sister's smiling face in response, his expression melted away like ice, and he smiled warmly again. "Does your little sister want it? When you're a bit older, you can take it yourself." "Iya. No, let's celebrate." Serves her right. She doesn't need to dirty her mother's hands. Little clever one. Seeing that she responded to Luo Yun's words, Lin Sherlan also smiled and praised her. Grandma's little bundle of joy laughed even more happily. Her sweet, toothless smile was heartwarming. After this incident, things calmed down at Chunyang Courtyard, and Lin Sherlan could finally rest and recuperate in peace. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Sherlan received letters from her father and brothers. She learned that they were all safe and sound, and as she had suspected, they had indeed caught several people who had tried to spread rumors of her death. After their immediate capture, they had dealt with them, and they should be returning victorious soon. Seeing this, Lin Sherlan breathed a sigh of relief. But her gaze grew increasingly somber as she stared in the direction of Chunyang Courtyard, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If she remembered correctly, that person's family now held minor official positions in the army. Therefore, the news could only have been spread by that person. Trying to disrupt morale and influence the army's key generals, she truly deserved to die. During this time, Luo Mingzhi had repeatedly tried to come over, which was incredibly annoying. However, Lin Sherlan had always had her men stop him outside. She wondered if he was ill. The more he was treated this way, the more frequently he came. Truly, this is a serious illness. But seeing that the one from Chunyang Courtyard becoming increasingly frantic and irritable as a result, they were still pleased. They were happy to see the enemy suffer. Not long after, Lin Sherlan finally finished her postpartum confinement. On this day, she unusually took Luo Li out of the courtyard because her father and brothers had come. She was very happy because her father and brothers had returned safely. Moreover, both father and son had performed meritorious service in the military and had been promoted. Their household, originally a third-rank general's mansion, was now a second-rank grand general's mansion. Their rise in status was a source of great joy for the entire household. Meanwhile, the Su family, due to a report, was found guilty of corruption, using their official positions to embezzle funds within the military camp. Having finally obtained their positions, they made a commanding error, almost ruining a major operation. The matter was discovered by His Majesty's personal investigation team, and they were now imprisoned. Upon hearing this news, the old madam and Su Chunlian were extremely anxious, and Luo Mingzhi was also making efforts to get them released. But being caught red-handed by the emperor's men, getting them released would likely require considerable effort. This was the first time Luo Li had seen the outside world since arriving in this world. Lin Sherlan had protected her well. Aside from the occasional trip to the courtyard for some fresh air, she spent most of her time in the room with Lin Sherlan. Now, finally seeing the new outside world, her eyes darted around, craning her neck to look. Luo Yun, noticing her gaze, grinned foolishly, his eyes filled with longing for his sister. Father, brother. Seeing the father and son waiting in the front hall, Lin Sherlan's eyes immediately reddened, and Luo Yun's eyes also stung. Grandfather, uncle. Oh, dear, why are you both crying? Did that Luo guy bully you? Wait, I'll go teach him a lesson. The sight of the two, one big and one small, startled the father and son, who quickly tried to comfort him. Uncle Lin, speaking, turned to walk outside. Lin Sherlon quickly grabbed him, shaking her head with a choked smile. No rush, we haven't even had a proper chat yet. Ithia? Luo Li waved her little hand at the opportune moment. Grandma's exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention in the hall. Luo Yun naturally reached out and let Luo Li grab his hand, his tears turning to laughter. Haha, these two siblings are quite close. Lin Sherlon nodded, her eyes full of tenderness as she looked at the two children. Yes, Tuanchuan really likes her brother. Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan is so nice. General Lin smiled at the scene, letting out a soft sigh. He was instantly charmed by the little baby. Come here, Tuanchuan, let Grandpa hold you. General Lin took the little one into his arms, and Luo Li gave him a toothless smile, which made the adult swoon. This little one is so adorable. She looks just like her little sister. Uncle Lin also smiled and placed a golden peace lock in front of Luo Li. Come here, Tuanchuan. This is a gift your uncle prepared for you. Do you like it? Yeah, gold. She loved it. The little girl babbled, her little hands trying to reach up. Ha 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 ha. This made the father and son burst into laughter. Okay, it's for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, keep it safe. And these are all for Tuanchuan too. Come here, these are for you. Loner has some too. The father and son had brought quite a few things this time, several boxes, all for the mother and her two children. By the way, Loner, what exactly happened? Lin Sherlon hadn't explicitly stated it in the letter, but both her father and son, who knew her well, sensed something was amiss. Their behavior just now also aroused their suspicion. Seeing their worried expressions, Lin Sherlon didn't hide anything and told them the truth. The father and son were furious, wishing they could grab that beast and tear him apart alive. He really dares to do this, favoring a concubine over his wife. Uncle Lin gritted his teeth. Yes, I was blind. I followed the wrong person. Lin Sherlon nodded with tears in her eyes, finally revealing her vulnerability in front of her family, whom she could rely on. Bang. Damn it. How dare Luo Mingzhi? Uncle Lin slammed his hand heavily on the table, startling the servants outside who were unaware of the situation. Luo Mingzhi, who had rushed over, also paused. Father-in-law, elder brother. He was confused and quickly called out. But he was met with a slap from General Lin and a punch from his uncle. We don't deserve such titles. Come on, Laner, come home with your father. This filthy place is better left untouched. If they didn't know the situation, they wouldn't have cared. Now that they did, they didn't want Lin Sherlon and the others to stay even a moment longer. Lin Sherlon didn't refuse, pulling Luo Yun along and following behind her uncle and the others. Luo Li, however, remained in General Lin's arms. Lan's mother. Luo Mingzhi snapped out of his daze and, despite the pain, stepped forward to stop them, but was pushed aside by his uncle. And so, ignoring Luo Mingzhi's protests, the mother and her two children returned to her parents' home. The entire Luo family was filthy, deserving of death. Even staying a day longer felt like an unbearable stench. Besides, the Luo family was bound to suffer trouble sooner or later. Getting rid of them as quickly as possible was the best course of action. Without waiting for Luo Mingzhi and the others to do anything, Lin Sherlon ordered the news to be spread as soon as she left the manor. Soon, the news that Minister Luo favors his concubine over his wife, forcing his legal wife to take their child back to her maternal home, spread throughout the capital. Luo Mingzhi had no time to deal with these matters, as he was already overwhelmed by the Su family's affairs. Su Chunlian was also arguing fiercely with the old lady. Master, how dare she slander you like this? She's trying to ruin your reputation. Actually, she was secretly pleased to know that Lin Sherlon had left, but that didn't stop her from adding fuel to the fire, making Luo Mingzhi even more disgusted with Lin Sherlon. Shut up. It's all your fault. Hearing Su Chunlian's words, Luo Mingzhi shouted angrily and stormed off. Meanwhile, inside the Lin Manor, however, there was a joyous atmosphere. In the backyard, Grandma's little dumpling was being held by Lin Sherlon, its eyes fixed intently on its older brother practicing martial arts with another boy. Yunner is doing very well. Little prince, why don't you take a break? The 3-year-old's face was more mature and serious than an adult's, stubbornly shaking its head and gripping its wooden sword tightly. Seeing this, Uncle Lin sighed. The little dumpling bit its own hand, then its mother pulled it away. "Don't eat it, it's dirty," Lin Sherlon said gently, looking into the little dumpling's bright eyes. "Iya." The little dumpling obediently stopped biting, but her drool-covered little hands kept reaching towards her uncle and the others. "Brothers are learning martial arts from Uncle. We can't make noise," Lin Sherlon said gently, patting her daughter's chubby cheek. "If Tuanchuan wants to learn, Mother will teach you when you're a little older." They say loving someone is like nurturing a flower, and that's certainly true. Although Lin Sherlon had come to terms with things at the Luo residence, the oppressive, cage-like feeling still deeply troubled her. Now, only a few days after returning to the Lin family, her condition had improved considerably, and she often wore a smile. In front of General Lin and the others, she showed many of the qualities of a little girl before her marriage. "Iya," the little dumpling responded, seemingly understanding, her eyes still fixed in that direction. Hearing the commotion, the little boy turned to look, but quickly looked away. He stubbornly continued practicing with his small wooden sword. Sigh. Uncle Lin sighed helplessly. This young prince's experiences were quite similar to Luo Li's. He was the emperor's only younger brother, the son of Prince Qing. However, Prince Qing, as a prince, was clearly even more dissolute than Luo Mingzhi. From a young age, he was a frequent visitor to brothels. After marriage, he took countless concubines. The young prince was the legitimate son of Prince Qing's wife, but shortly after giving birth to him, she died young, leaving only the young prince. Prince Qing was a philanderer who neglected his duties, with countless concubines in his harem, so why would he care about the young prince? With his wife dead, many women in Prince Qing's household wanted to seize the opportunity to rise in status. How could they tolerate the young prince, who held the position of legitimate heir and had been granted the title of prince at a young age, standing in their way? Having grown up amidst the filth and scheming of the entire courtyard, the young prince had developed this cold and stubborn nature early on. This was his protective layer. Only in this way could he protect himself. Uncle Lin was one of the top martial arts masters in the capital. Upon learning of Uncle Lin's victorious return, the young prince came alone with his entourage to seek Uncle Lin's apprenticeship. Knowing his situation, Uncle Lin softened and agreed. Today was the first day and he trained with him and Luo Yun. At such a young age, he couldn't even maintain a proper stance, yet he was more stubborn than anyone else. They had been practicing for a long time, but it was too much of a strain. Iya. Seeing what was happening, the little boy also started calling out. Luo Yun, thinking his sister was looking for him, immediately put down his things and came to greet her. "Brother's here. Tuanchuan, be good." But the little one wasn't soothed. Instead, her lips trembled, and she burst into tears. She was so soft and pitiful. "What's wrong, Tuanchuan? Is she hungry?" Seeing this, the two adults were also very anxious. Lin Sherlon quickly took her back inside, but no matter how she tried to soothe her, it was no use. She wouldn't eat milk, clearly not hungry. Recalling the little one's gaze just now, she paused for a moment, then tentatively carried the little one outside. She moved closer towards the young master. Then, as expected, the little girl calmed down and stared longingly at the older boy in front of her. Emo Sun turned to look at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, the little girl's eyes reddened, her lips trembled, and she cried again. But it wasn't the kind of crying that annoyed or made one feel irritated. It was just a soft, childlike whimper that made everyone's heart soften. "Tuanchuan, do you want an older brother?" Uncle Lin seemed to understand as well, glancing at little Emo Sun, and asked tentatively. The little girl couldn't respond, of course, but her little hands were outstretched, as if she wanted someone to hold her. Luo Yun clutched his heart, feeling a pang of pain. He understood. His sister hadn't wanted him, but another older brother. Seeing the reactions of those around them, Emo Sun hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked forward and reached out his hand to the little girl. His fingertips were instantly grasped by the little bundle of milk. The unfamiliar touch made him pause, and when he looked up, he was greeted by a sweet, toothless smile. Damn, it was so heartwarming. Emo-sun didn't say anything, but he was momentarily stunned by the smile, and his serious little face became slightly unnatural. Ding. Affection +5. It seems Tianchuan really likes the little prince. Lin Sherlon chuckled at the sight. Iya. The little bundle of milk grinned, blinking her bright black eyes and staring intently at him, her little hands gripping him tightly. They say children don't remember things after 3, but this scene was one Emo-sun would remember for a lifetime. And the little bundle of milk was quite clingy, pestering Lin Sherlon to bring her to see her brothers almost every day afterward. Each time, she would greet them with a sweet, childlike smile, holding their hands. That little face was truly adorable. That damned grandson has sent the divorce papers back again. But Uncle Lin's expression wasn't good. On the first day, they brought the mother and her 2 daughters back. After confirming Lin Sherlon's wishes, they sent the divorce papers. Since that's the case, it's better to cut ties cleanly than to remain a miserable, resentful couple. Unexpectedly, Luo Mingzhi still had the nerve to refuse. But then again, their Luo family's only precious grandson is still in the Lin family. I heard that his favored concubine even damaged her health and can no longer conceive. That's truly deserved. It's all right, he'll agree sooner or later. Lin Sherlon wasn't angry. With her family's support, she felt confident. She could afford to wait. But brother, shouldn't you hurry up with your marriage? Father's been mentioning it several times. I'm not in a rush. Uncle Lin was unusually embarrassed, his face turning red. How can you not be anxious? You're 2 years older than me, already 25. Look at me. Yunar is already this big, and look at you. If you don't hurry, I'll be too late, Lin Sherlon said, holding her little daughter. Their mother died early, and their father was away fighting for many years. The 2 siblings practically grew up on the battlefield. Later, when they reached marriageable age, they returned to the capital to consider marriage. She fell in love at first sight with the handsome and refined Luo Mingzhi and plunged headlong into his life. Her brother, however, went to the battlefield with their father because of the war, and that delayed them for so many years. Thinking of this, Lin Sherlon suddenly paused, as if remembering something. What's wrong? Uncle Lin sensed something was amiss and asked. Nothing. Lin Sherlon shook her head slightly. Actually, before her marriage, she had believed that she and Luo Mingzhi were mutually in love. Things had gone smoothly from the start. Both families had considered each other, and he had readily agreed, saying he loved her. It wasn't until after the marriage that she discovered Luo Mingzhi had a cousin he was in love with, and that their families had even been engaged long ago, but for some reason, the engagement had been suddenly called off. But at the time, Luo Mingzhi was very good at playing the part, always pretending to be deeply in love, saying that he truly loved her, and that the cousin was just his mother, old Madame Luo's idea. For this, they enjoyed 3 years of loving married life. But later, everything came to an abrupt end after the old madam decided to bring Su Chunlian into the mansion as a concubine. From that moment on, his attitude changed. He always said he owed his cousin something and asked her to be more tolerant and obedient. Blinded by love, she actually believed him, only to find that they became increasingly demanding. The once carefree and spirited girl was transformed into a resentful, secluded woman, listening to his doting on others, weeping every day. She even kept it a secret from her father and brothers, hiding her suffering in solitude. Hiss. Thinking back now, Lin Sherlon felt as if she had been bewitched, her mind truly clouded. Now it all made sense. Luo Mingzhi agreed so readily back then, probably because he was after the Lin family's power from the start. After all, when she first married into the family, Luo Mingzhi was just a minor 5th-rank official, not the high-ranking Minister Luo he was now. Over the years, the Lin family had indeed provided Luo Mingzhi with many conveniences. Looking back now, Wasn't it precisely when Luo Mingzhi began his audacious change of heart that his career had taken off and he no longer needed to rely on the Lin family's descendants? In retrospect, it was all a scheme from beginning to end. She truly hated her own blindness and naivety back then, and hated Luo Mingzhi's scheming and betrayal even more. Recalling the tragic lives of herself and her 2 children in her past life, her eyes welled up with tears of hatred. She would make them all pay the price. Ah. Sensing her mother's unease, the little one in her arms cried out a few times, looking up at Lin Sherlan. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Sherlan lowered her head and smiled gently. Sweetie, Mommy's putting Tuanchuan to sleep. With Lin Sherlan's gentle coaxing, the little one quickly fell asleep. She was a woman of action. Once she made up her mind, she immediately put it into practice. Because of her initial concession, Su Chunlian and the others became increasingly arrogant and demanding. Now, a quick search revealed evidence of Luo Mingzhi's favoritism towards his concubine over his wife. Su Chunlian was very pleased with herself for being favored, even comparing herself to Lin Sherlan at banquets and other events, always striving to outshine her. These incidents were observed by others, and gossip had already begun to circulate, but Lin Sherlan, without arguing or making a fuss, hadn't caused any major disturbance. Now that the matter has been brought up again, and with the Lin family's influence, news quickly spread throughout the capital. The censors submitted numerous memorials impeaching Luo Mingzhi, causing the emperor considerable headaches. Su Chunlian's past arrogance and boastfulness have now become evidence, sharp blades that have severely wounded them. Meanwhile, General Lin, with tears streaming down his face, brought Lin Sherlan to the palace, pleading with the emperor to intervene and retrieve a divorce decree. Your Majesty, my heart is breaking. This old minister has only one daughter in his life. Her mother passed away early, and I raised her single-handedly as both father and mother. It was no easy feat. How can this old minister bear to see her suffer such injustice? How can I face my deceased wife in the afterlife? Your Majesty, you must do us justice. Your Majesty? Hearing General Lin's wailing outside, the emperor rubbed his forehead in exasperation, coldly glancing at Luo Mingzhi beside him. Luo Mingzhi quickly lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists beneath his sleeves. Was she truly determined to divorce him? You can leave now. Next time, make sure your clothes are clean. Don't always make him clean up your messes. Looking at his expression, the emperor frowned, speaking coldly. Upon hearing this, Luo Mingzhi glanced at the outer hall, hesitant to speak, but understanding the emperor's unspoken meaning, he dared not disobey the decree.
Yes.
After Luo Mingzhi left through the side door, the emperor walked outside. Your Majesty? Seeing no response, General Lin cried out again from outside. His appearance almost made Lin Sherlan unable to hold back her tears. Noticing her gaze, General Lin glared at her. He was genuinely expressing his emotions. What did this brat mean by wanting to laugh but not daring to? Cough, cough. Lin Sherlan quickly cleared her throat, her eyes reddening. Minister Lin, rise quickly. The emperor also came out at this moment and hurriedly helped General Lin up. Greetings, Your Majesty. The father and daughter bowed, their eyes filled with sorrow. No need for formalities. The Lin family had just one military merit. The emperor naturally could not allow such a subject to feel disheartened. With just that one helping hand, the purpose of their visit today was almost entirely clear. Your Majesty, this old minister's heart is filled with bitterness. Upon seeing the emperor, General Lin poured out his grievances like beans spilling from a well, repeating every word as if it were the most miserable. Lin Sherlan remained silent, but tears silently streamed down her face. They had discussed this beforehand. General Lin would handle the performance, while she would play the victim. Women in ancient times faced hardship. If she were to speak, and word got out, and people deliberately misled her, she could easily gain a bad reputation. Therefore, having the support of her elders was best. After the father and daughter's coordinated efforts, the emperor's expression softened considerably. This matter is indeed Luo Iching's fault, but Luo Yun is, after all, the eldest grandson of the Luo family. If he were to return to the Lin family, the emperor didn't finish his sentence, but General Lin and the others understood. The implication was that a divorce was possible, but taking Luo Yun and his 2 children with him would be difficult. After all, Luo Yun was still the only male heir of the Luo family, the eldest grandson. The Lin family had already considered this, and upon hearing this, General Lin immediately began to wail. "Your Majesty, Luo Mingzhi is only 20, not yet 30. His future offspring are certainly not a concern. He already has other children. But our Lin family truly only has this one heir. You know my rebellious son. He's still unmarried. If he were to die on the battlefield one day, the Lin family line would truly end. If we had Yun'er, at least we'd have an heir. And my daughter, she's truly met the wrong person this time, and her future will be even more difficult. If we had Yun'er and her siblings, even if things go badly, at least we'd have someone to care for us in our old age and see us off in our final days. Your Majesty, I've worked diligently for so many years without ever asking for anything. This time, I truly have no other choice. Your Majesty, you must do us justice." Luckily, Uncle Lin is still a bachelor, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a convincing excuse. The emperor, it felt a bit like twisted logic, but thinking about it that way, it did seem to make sense. It was undeniably true. Luo Mingzhi was still young, so there was no need to worry about his offspring. And the Lin family had indeed served the Tianwu kingdom faithfully for many years. As emperor, he couldn't allow his old ministers to feel disheartened. Thinking this through, the emperor hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "Very well, I will make the decision for you, General Lin." Patting General Lin on the shoulder, the emperor granted his request. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your wisdom, Your Majesty." The emperor acted swiftly. General Lin and his daughter had barely returned home when the imperial decree arrived. Seeing that the emperor had actually granted the divorce and even given both children to the Lin family, it would be impossible for Luo Mingzhi and his family not to be shocked. Luo Mingzhi even made a special trip to the palace because of this. Previously, His Majesty hadn't agreed to this. The children were at least a bond between him and Lan'er. If the children could stay in the Luo residence, even if the divorce was finalized, he could still find an opportunity to reconcile with Lan'er through the children. But now, why was it like this? "Your Majesty, that's my legitimate son." Hearing his words, the emperor gave him a displeased look. That look seemed to say, "You knew that was your legitimate son? You knew that was your legal wife and legitimate daughter? Where were you before? You're still young, you can have more children. The matter is settled, you may leave." Thinking this, he simply returned General Lin's words. Because of recent events, he had developed some dislike for Luo Mingzhi, but considering Luo Mingzhi's current usefulness, he refrained from saying much. "Your Majesty." Luo Mingzhi's face was full of pain, and he wanted to say more, but the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. "The bloodline will not be severed. Even if they are in the Lin family, if you can be a good father, then you are still their father. All right, I'm tired. You may leave." Having said this, the emperor rested his hand on his forehead, closed his eyes, and ignored him. Seeing this, Luo Mingzhi clenched his fists and could only retreat with resentment. But the emperor's words still resonated in his heart. Yes, the bloodline cannot be severed. As long as he tried and put his heart into it, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Thinking this, hope ignited in his eyes. These, take them all away. Uncle Lin and his men were even faster. The message had barely been delivered when Uncle Lin arrived with his men to move the things. "What are you doing?" "These are the Luo family's things." The old lady usually didn't care about anything, but today she was furious. Seeing Uncle Lin's actions, she felt a pang of heartache. "The Luo family's things? Ha, have some shame." Saying this, he pointed to several broken boxes not far away, throwing a gift list on the ground. "See that? That's what your Luo family's things are, the betrothal gifts you sent back then." Lin Sherlan had truly married down. Compared to her dowry, the Luo family's meager betrothal gifts were nothing. Back then, Luo Mingzhi even had the nerve to say that it was the best he could muster.
Pa.
He was truly blind back then. As for the dowry you've borrowed from my sister over the years, I won't go into details. We'll just use this as compensation. Don't worry, we're not short of a few measly coins. We won't take anything from you. Uncle Lin was truly daring. Without the storeroom key, he simply smashed it open. His Majesty has decreed that our two families are now estranged. Your things are being returned to you. What belongs to my sister is still my sister's. We don't want anything else. Having said that, he removed the last item and waved to the others. Come on, let's go back and have some drinks with the brothers. Okay. Today, Uncle Lin had invited brothers from the military camp. Drinking was forbidden in the camp, but it was fine at the Lin family's house. Watching their retreating figures, Su Chunlian nearly tore the handkerchief in her hand to shreds. Wah! Perhaps sensing something was wrong, the baby girl beside her also kept crying. The sound was loud and shrill, enough to give anyone a headache.
Oh.
Madam, the old lady, overwhelmed with anger, fainted.
Aunt.
When Luo Mingzhi returned, he was met with utter chaos. The old lady was unconscious, the storeroom was half-emptied, and Su Chunlian was crying and pleading. The child, whether hungry or something else, cried incessantly. Everything irritated him, and he clutched his head in his hands. Master, how can they be so unreasonable? You two have been husband and wife for so many years. Isn't she deliberately humiliating you? Enough. Shut up. Take her away. Can't you see she's crying? Can't you do anything about it? Get out. All of you, get out. Already incredibly annoyed, Su Chunlian's continued behavior made Luo Mingzhi lose control. But he forgot that he used to love Su Chunlian like this. What changed him? Unlike the chaos at the Luo family's residence, the Lin family was filled with joy. To celebrate, they had prepared a proper meal. Of course, it wasn't too ostentatious. They simply enjoyed a drink with the brothers who had visited the Luo family earlier that day. Separated by a screen, Lin Shirlan was also eating with her 3 children. Emo Sun wasn't in a hurry to go back today. His uncle, Lin, had called him to stay.
Ah.
The little girl was holding his hand tightly, grinning without a tooth. Mother, why does my little sister like the young prince so much? Luo Yin asked, distressed. Even with his one lifetime's memories, he was still a novice older brother who had never spent time with his sister. Seeing her so fond of someone else made him envious. Wah! Luo Li, hearing this, turned her little head and grabbed her brother's hand with her other hand. Iya? Another sweet, toothless laugh, melting hearts. No, little sister likes Yuner brother too, Lin Shirlan said softly, watching the scene. Her daughter was such a clever little devil. At such a young age, she already knew how to treat everyone equally. Iya. As if agreeing with her mother, the little girl giggled happily. This heartwarming scene caught Emo Sun's eye, a barely perceptible hint of envy flashing in his eyes. The next instant, he froze, a warm sensation on his head as the woman before him gently rubbed it. Young master, is this food to your liking? Your sister is clingy, so eat some first, don't go hungry. Ignoring Emo Sun's status, Lin Shirlan treated him like any other child. Her voice held a gentle, coaxing tone as she softly instructed him. Emo Sun nodded, startled, and began to eat, but his hand didn't pull away from the little boy's. He lowered his head, his eyes secretly reddening, which he quickly concealed. Today was actually his birthday, but no one knew, not even his father. He didn't want to return to that terrifying cannibalistic royal palace, nor did he want to spend his birthday alone. So when his Uncle Lin invited him, he didn't refuse. Although no one knew, he was very happy today. Unbeknownst to him, the little bundle of joy was watching him obediently. Who said no one knew? She knew, she just couldn't say.
Yeah.
As they parted, the little bundle of joy tugged at him again, babbling yeah, and produced a small jade clasp from somewhere, placing it in his hand. He thought she had misplaced it, so he helped her put it back, but she stubbornly insisted on giving it to him. He understood she wanted to give him something. A tiny, white bundle, Her grandmother's smile was still as sweet as ever. "Thank you." Looking at her, he whispered his thanks softly, clutching the jade clasp tightly in his hand. He locked her smile into his memory. He remembered it was the first gift he had ever received on his birthday. Thus, the matter of the divorce was settled. And Luo Mingzhi's long-sought-after dealings with the Su family were also concluded. Through Luo Mingzhi's mediation, the person survived, but the entire family was exiled thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, the journey was arduous, and they were unlucky enough to encounter bandits, resulting in their deaths. Alas, truly tragic. But in the previous life, General Lin and his uncle were even more tragically framed and killed. If, in this life, General Lin and his men hadn't received news from Lin Shirlan and paid attention to the Su family and hadn't been able to avert the enormous mistake made by the Su family, the deaths of those innocent soldiers would have been even more tragic. In the previous life, General Lin, his uncle, and several soldiers died because of this. The battlefield is not a game. Those who disregard human life and use it to amass wealth deserve no regrets. At this point, Su Chunlian truly had no one to rely on. Lin Shirlan and her group were serious about getting revenge on Luo Mingzhi. The Su family was nothing compared to them. After successfully getting rid of the Luo family, Lin Shirlan began to take action. Even young Luo Yun was trying to find ways to help. Lin Shirlan and Luo Mingzhi had been married for 7 years. Although they hadn't had any real feelings for each other, she had still come to know Luo Mingzhi to some extent over that time. Luo Mingzhi now worked in the Ministry of Revenue, and those in charge of the ministry's finances were almost always corrupt, with some degree of shady dealings. After all, who could resist the temptation of money? Similarly, Luo Mingzhi also had his share of shady dealings. Using the Lin family's connections, they quickly began a thorough investigation. Sensing Lin Shirlan's intentions, Luo Li also had Xiao Baikai, Luo Mingzhi's nickname, intervene, providing them with clues and assistance. After many days of hard work, they finally found a crucial clue about Luo Mingzhi's embezzlement. Embezzling 10,000 taels of silver in 6 months was quite a sum. To be honest, Luo Mingzhi was quite cunning. Perhaps the Su family incident had made him more cautious and meticulous, leaving no trace of his actions. However, every deed leaves a trace, and ultimately, even the most careful plans can have flaws. Secretly slipped the information to His Majesty's desk. The collected evidence was secretly presented, and the Lin family awaited the outcome. But the result was unexpected. Although the emperor was furious, he suppressed the news. Because Luo Mingzhi had been secretly working for the emperor all along. The late emperor's achievements were mediocre. The throne he inherited was merely a superficially impressive but internally chaotic mess, plagued by constant foreign wars and rampant corruption within the government. The Ministry of Revenue controlled crucial financial matters, and its various personnel were intricately intertwined. Naturally, the emperor needed to place his own people there. And Luo Mingzhi was that person. Although the emperor was furious about Luo Mingzhi's embezzlement, it was still a handle against him. Having a pawn with leverage provides peace of mind. The Lin family was also surprised by this outcome. "I never knew that bastard Luo Mingzhi was actually of any use," Uncle Lin said coldly. He almost directly labeled Luo Mingzhi a useless piece of trash. "Fortunately, we were cautious and didn't escalate the matter," General Lin said with a frown and a sigh of relief. "Give the order to clean up the mess completely. Don't let anyone find out that the evidence originated from my Lin family." Although each aristocratic family possessed its own network of connections, these were all kept secret, things that couldn't be brought to light. While they didn't harbor any ill intentions, if they were to openly display them and let the emperor see and discover them, they would inevitably incur the emperor's suspicion. It seems that for now, this matter can only be left unresolved for the time being. With that, General Lin sighed, looking at his daughter with heartache. With the emperor's intervention, Luo Mingzhi couldn't handle the situation anytime soon. That person has already secretly ordered someone to warn Luo Mingzhi. We'll see how smart he is. If he's still blinded by greed, then we won't have to get our hands dirty. Hearing General Lin's words, Lin Shirlan frowned, but finally nodded. A useless pawn is discarded. If it disobeys, its master will deal with it personally. However, even so, they wouldn't let Luo Mingzhi have an easy time. Yeah. This time, the outcome was exactly as Luo Li had expected. After confirming with Xiao Baikai that all traces of the Lin family had been cleaned up, she lazily yawned and nestled into her mother's arms, falling into a deep sleep. Time flies. Knowing that Luo Li loved sunbathing in the courtyard and watching her brothers practice martial arts, Lin Sherlan would take her there every day. Days passed by like this. The little baby successfully rolled over for the first time and started teething. She sat up steadily for the first time and slowly learned to crawl. Her brothers and family witnessed every step of her growth. Cool. Mother. She hadn't yet recovered from the surprise of the little one standing up and taking his first steps. When Lin Sherlan heard that tender little voice, "Hey, hey." Catching the toddler who stumbled towards her, Lin Sherlan burst into tears of joy. Mother's here. Mother's here. The others nearby also snapped out of their shock. My little sister can walk. My little sister can call me Mama. Wow, my little sister is so amazing. 7-year-old Luo Yun, still so childlike in front of her family, was so happy she almost jumped onto Mo Sun beside her. Mo Sun subtly avoided her, a quiet smile playing on his lips as he looked at the soft little bundle of joy. Oh. Tuanchuan, come here, call me Uncle, and I'll give you this big bracelet. Uncle Lin was also pleasantly surprised, holding a large gold bracelet close to Luo Li. He had figured it out long ago. His niece loved anything golden. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl's eyes lit up. Yeah? Her little hand reached for the bracelet. Brother, why are you teasing her? How can she learn so quickly? Tuanchuan, come here, call out Mama again, and Mama will give Tuanchuan a gold nugget too. The little girl tucked her hands in, her bright black eyes widening as she looked up expectantly at her mother. Liang. A soft, childish voice escaped her lips.
Yes.
Lin Sherlan responded happily, immediately taking out a gold nugget and placing it in the little girl's hand. It was quite heavy, and the little girl struggled to hold it with both hands, but Lin Sherlan smiled and took it from her. Mommy will help Tuanchuan get it and put it in Tuanchuan's little storeroom. Hearing this, the little dumpling's eyes crinkled with satisfaction. Tuanchuan, just one word. You learn from your uncle. Come on, say Uncle. Uncle. Watching this scene, Uncle Lin was quite envious, but he wasn't discouraged and continued to teach diligently. The two older brothers, hearing the commotion, also came over. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the little girl looked at Uncle Lino, more accurately, at the large bracelet in his hand. 9. Still childish and awkward, it immediately made Uncle Lin jump for joy. Hey, Uncle's here. Uncle heard you. He hugged the little girl, showering her with affection. The big gold bracelet was in her hands. Little sister, call your brother. You haven't called your brother yet, so brother has something for you too. Luo Yan imitated her, rummaging around for a while before finding his little purse and stuffing it all into her hand. Mo Sun watched and quietly placed his jade pendant next to the little girl, saying nothing, but the anticipation in his eyes was impossible to hide. Luo Li looked at them, grinning, revealing her few baby teeth. She stretched out her hands, taking one brother's hand in each. Giggle. She picked up that brother so quickly, it was obvious she'd been preparing for it. Tuanchuan learns so fast. Looks like she really does prefer her brothers. Lin Sherlan chuckled. The little dumpling looked at her at the sound of her voice and grinned sweetly. Liang. Came another soft voice, instantly melting her heart. But she wasn't the only one melted. The others nearby were all beaming with pride. It all started with that brother. From then on, whenever she called him brother, they would always grant her every wish. Grandma, that guy from the Luo family is here again. Hearing the maid's announcement, everyone present turned cold. Send him away immediately. In just 1 year, one rotten cucumber after another in his concubines. What kind of devoted lover is he pretending to be?
Disgusting.
Sherlan, isn't this scoundrel deliberately trying to ruin your reputation in his old age? The divorce papers clearly state that you will have no further involvement in each other's marriages. His constant harassment, what else could it be but intentional? With him harassing you like this, even if Lin Sherlon eventually remarries, she'll likely be ruined by him. Hearing this, Lin Sherlon's face darkened. Minister Luo says he wants to see the young master and young lady. Soon, the maid returned, her face stiff and unpleasant.
No.
Luo Yun's attitude was clear. They were only on their mother's side. Yunner, watch over your sister. Mother will be right back. That day, news of Minister Luo harassing the Lin family's young lady, being splashed with excrement in the street, and returning home in a sorry state spread throughout the capital. Luo Mingzhi, subjected to the strange looks of the entire city, was extremely embarrassed. In the end, he didn't dare go to the Lin family again. Master, how dare she betray you like this? Now the whole city knows. She's deliberately trying to humiliate you, to trample you into the mud. Master, please don't go anymore. It hurts me to see you like this. A year later, Su Chunlian's instigation had finally worked again. The guilt and attraction that Luo Mingzhi had felt for Lin Sherlon earlier had now turned into resentment once more. It's terrible, Master. Madam. The old madam fainted from anger after hearing today's news. The doctor said. What did the doctor say? Hearing the maid's words, Luo Mingzhi pressed her for an answer. The doctor said that the old lady's condition is a sign of a stroke. The maidservant immediately knelt down, had bowed, fearing the wrath of the family. The Lin family's divorce had taken 2 children and half the storeroom's contensa humiliation that had already weakened the old lady. And Luo Mingzhi's lack of repercussions, coupled with his constant attempts to appease the Lin family, only exacerbated her resentment. For the past year, she and Su Chunlian had been trying to sow discord between him, but to no avail. Furthermore, her efforts to persuade Luo Mingzhi to take a concubine and conceive a child had yielded no results, causing her immense worry. All these events had accumulated into the old lady's long-simmering resentment, and today, it finally erupted. She suffered a stroke and became paralyzed from the shock. Damn it! Damn the Lin family! Luo Mingzhi roared in fury, blaming everything on the Lin family, ignoring his own situation. He failed to notice the fleeting pleasure in Su Chunlian's eyes. Her own aunt, had never treated her well. She had deprived her of her status as the principal wife, relegating her to the position of concubine. Later, because she had injured her health and could no longer bear children, she had abandoned her, taking in several concubines to compete with her for her husband. Of course, she resented this aunt. From the moment that look appeared, the old woman, unable to care for herself, was destined to suffer. For the next 5 years, shocking events kept spreading throughout the Luo family, reaching the capital. Since the old lady suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, the concubines of the Luo family had been constantly plotting and scheming, vying for her affections. With a multitude of concubines, Luo Mingzhi hadn't had a single child for 5 years. Was he infertile? His own niece actually wanted to kill his paralyzed aunt? An unfilial son actually shielded her? And even wanted to elevate her to the status of his legal wife, just because she was the mother of his only child in the Luo household? Ultimately, the old lady was driven to her death by anger. Because of the old lady's situation, Luo Mingzhi, fearing public condemnation, ultimately didn't dare elevate the concubine to the status of wife. But he disregarded the rules in the household, allowing the concubine to call herself wife. For 5 consecutive years, one shocking incident after another occurred in the Luo family. It was quite entertaining. Of course, the Lin family helped leak all of this. They were just kindly providing entertainment for the people. Until recently, the last incident was exposed, and the Lin family directly turned their backs. For 5 years, they ignored him, and now that he seems unable to have children, Luo Mingzhi only remembers his 2 children in the Lin family, and they even want to bring them back to the Luo household? He's really dreaming. In front of the Lin residence, Uncle Lin, accompanied by a group of servants, ruthlessly drove Luo Mingzhi away. I think from now on, no city needs to build walls anymore. Just use your face. Minister Luo. For 5 whole years, you've ignored the children. Now that you know you're incapable, you finally remember them? Where were you all this time? You're shameless. If you truly cared for the children, you wouldn't have acted this way for the past 5 years. A person like you doesn't deserve to be a father. Get out of the way. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Lin was furious and finally spat at Luo Mingzhi. After this outburst, Luo Mingzhi's face looked like he'd eaten shit. Well, he really had eaten it before. I've come today to inform you that Luo Yun is of the Luo family bloodline, and he will eventually have to acknowledge his ancestors. With Uncle Lin's face growing increasingly grim, he forced out the sentence and hurriedly left. Cowardly wretch, Uncle Lin said, watching his retreating figure with utter disgust. Back at the mansion, after everyone returned that evening, Uncle Lin immediately recounted the day's events, and the whole family began discussing countermeasures. I wonder if Luo Mingzhi is getting his comeuppance. He's suddenly so weak. Judging from his expression, he won't let this go easily. Uncle Lin added with a sarcastic remark. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, as long as we send him on his way sooner rather than later. Lin Shirlon, who had just returned from a busy day of business, frowned upon hearing the news. Looking at her 2 children, she finally spoke coldly. No matter what, she would never send the children back. Okay. The others all gave her approving looks and began to speed up their actions. A few days later, the royal family held a flower viewing party, including members of the royal family, officials' families from various prefectures in the capital, and scions of noble families all gathered there. 5 years had passed. The little boy had grown into a young teenager, and the little dumpling that was once her grandmother had become a beautiful little girl. Brother, do you know where Brother Emosun is? Luo Yun, holding his younger sister's hand, was not surprised by her question. Anyway, whenever his sister knew where Emosun was, the first thing she would do is look for him. I know, brother will take you there. Luo Yun felt a pang of sadness, but it was all right. He was used to it. Over the years, Emosun had often gone to the Lin family to practice martial arts, and had practically grown up there, making him almost like a younger brother to him. He would reluctantly give way.
Stop.
However, the siblings hadn't gone far when Luo Li was stopped by a chubby girl dressed in a light red dress, who looked to be about her age. The brother and sister exchanged glances, confirming they didn't recognize the person before them. She was a complete stranger. But the other person inexplicably harbored intense hostility towards them. You're from General Lin's mansion? The girl, though young, already possessed an air of arrogance, her chin held high as she spoke, completely disregarding everyone. So what if we are? Even though they didn't know her, this attitude.
Ha!
I'm warning you, I am the only legitimate daughter of the minister's mansion, and you can't forget about taking my place. Looking at Luo Li, her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. Then she turned to Luo Yun. And you, my mother said that even if I find a husband to marry into the family, I will never hand over the Luo family's business to you. In short, neither of you will ever return to the Luo family. Hearing this, the other person's identity instantly became clear, the only legitimate daughter of the Luo family.
Ha!
The brother and sister laughed after hearing her arrogant words. Looking at her haughty demeanor, anyone who didn't know better would think she was some royal princess. A legitimate daughter? I remembered that Minister Luo doesn't have a legal wife now, right? He should only have a group of concubines in his household.
Oh, I see.
So, the children born to concubines in your household can actually be considered legitimate daughters? This is truly a rare and unusual thing for me to hear. Luo Yun pulled Luo Li back, shielding her behind him, and coldly laughed, feigning surprise. When they left the Luo family, his younger sister was too young to know about their affairs with the Luo family, but he would protect her. Hearing his words, Luo Li silently closed her open mouth. Okay, she almost forgot that her brother's sharp tongue was top-notch. She didn't even need to use it. Children at this age are precocious. She immediately understood his sarcasm, and her chubby little face was filled with anger. Before she could say anything more, Luo Yun interrupted her coldly. Don't worry, with you being so possessive of your food, No one will fight you for it. We don't want that stinking stuff. Only you would have such a taste. Having said that, he was about to leave with Luo Li, but after thinking for a moment, he turned his head as they passed by and sneered. Teske, born of a concubine, she certainly doesn't have much manners. The Luo family's fortune? A pile of dirty money, a sword hanging over their heads, let them keep it for themselves. Everyone loves a good show, and the commotion quickly attracted attention, but before anyone could look any further, the brother and sister left. All that was left was the unfamiliar, chubby child standing there, seething with anger. Who's that? Someone asked curiously. Oh, it's the Luo family's eldest daughter. Hearing this deliberate introduction, everyone suddenly understood. But upon closer inspection, their faces instantly filled with disdain. They had heard plenty about the Luo family. It was all truly horrifying. Having such an official in the court was a disgrace. These days, the censors were practically submitting impeachments against Luo Mingju every few days. They were either dredging up old grievances, accusing him of favoring his concubine over his wife, or of being unfilial and immoral, even causing his mother's death over a concubine. Furthermore, he was also accused of misbehaving, with no discipline whatsoever in his household. They actually allow concubines and illegitimate daughters to call themselves madam or legitimate daughter, completely disregarding the rules established by their ancestors. In short, every single one of these facts is utterly despicable. Many of the respected and influential families present today are extremely reluctant to associate with the Luo family. I don't know what's wrong with the Luo family. How dare a concubine teach her child to call her mother? How can an illegitimate daughter be so impolite? Truly, like father, like son. And that Minister Luo? TSK, what a strange person. Having such an official in the court is truly corrupting the morals of the court. Why, given all this, hasn't His Majesty demoted him? Hearing this, the others nearby immediately fell silent and quickly looked around. Seeing nothing amiss, they relaxed and lowered their voices. His Majesty's intentions are not something we can discuss. Let's keep quiet. Walls have ears. However, according to my master, it seems it's coming soon. That person has already been angry about it several times, and the person suddenly stopped, deliberately keeping them in suspense. And what? Tell us quickly. Sure. It's a secret, not to be revealed. Ultimately, the Luo family, its future isn't long. With that, the person quietly left, leaving the group looking at each other in bewilderment.
But they all understood what was said.
After hearing this, they dared not have any more contact with the Luo family. This led to Su Chunlian, who had finally managed to persuade Luo Mingju to agree and had meticulously prepared to bring her daughter along, being met with a cold shoulder the entire way. No matter how proactive she was, no one paid her any attention. She was constantly ostracized. In contrast, Lin Sherlan was thriving in high society, inspiring envy and resentment. Mother, why are they ignoring us? Did the Lin family say bad things about us? Her daughter was also embarrassed by the scene, but more than that, she was furious. Su Chunlian didn't respond immediately, instead fixing her gaze on something not far away, her eyes filled with resentment. On the other side, a group of noble women gathered in the flower garden, with Lin Sherlan surrounded by them. Sherlan, that hairpin you're wearing today is so beautiful. Have you got any new pieces in the shop? Yes, it's just come out. You can come and take a look when you have time. Great. I'll be free tomorrow. Remember to save me one just like yours. Me too, Sherlan. Save one for me too. Okay. Lin Sherlan smiled and agreed. Although her father and brothers doted on her, she didn't want to rely on them for support. Over the years, she had used her dowry to buy several shops, and now business was booming, bringing in a considerable income. Having said that, she noticed the envious gazes around her and glanced back indifferently, a smile in her eyes. What was clearly a gentle and calm demeanor became, in Su Chunlian's eyes, a silent provocation. Fine, of course. It's fine if she thinks that way. It'd be better if it infuriated her. Bitch. Just a discarded woman, yet she spends her days doing things in public. utterly unchaste. Aunt Lin had just arrived with her twin sons to visit her sister-in-law when she overheard this, and her face immediately darkened. "Are you talking about yourself? Dressed like a prostitute? How come you're old and faded, needing to come here to beg for business? But aren't your eyes failing you? The men are piled on the other side." Having said that, she rolled her eyes at the furious Su Chunlian and walked past her towards Lin Sherlon, who was approaching. "Madam Lin, what did she just say?" "Nothing much, just jealousy, because she's not as good as my sister." Hearing Aunt Lin's words, everyone's gaze towards Su Chunlian became even more disdainful and contemptuous. "Mother, let's go." The constant stares made the mother and daughter extremely embarrassed, and finally, unable to stay any longer, they left. Bad luck. Watching their retreating figures, Aunt Lin couldn't help but add,
"Aunt."
Lin Sherlon skillfully picked up her little nephew, glanced at her sister-in-law, and spoke softly with a gentle smile. "Don't be angry. They won't be dancing for many more days." Hearing this, Aunt Lin didn't say anything more, but turning around to look, she couldn't find her little niece, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "Where are Yunner and Leah? They should have gone to find the young master."
"Oh."
Well, she couldn't hold her soft, fragrant little niece now, so she'd have to make do with holding her own rascal. The twin brothers, one sitting in their mother's lap and the other in their aunt's lap, stared at each other. Uncle Lin married when Luo Li was 2 years old, and they've been married for 4 years now with twins. The couple is very loving. Aunt Lin is also from a military family. Because she loves martial arts, she was considered too rough, which delayed her marriage for several years. But one day, she met Uncle Lin by chance, and they instantly fell in love. In their words, it was just that the time wasn't right. Their destined match hadn't arrived yet. They'd been waiting for each other. Quite shameless. On the other side, following the route they'd been given, the brother and sister finally found Emo Sun's trail. Turning the corner, Luo Yun glanced at Luo Li and immediately covered her eyes. But a faint smell of blood still wafted over, which Luo Li keenly noticed. "Brother, what's wrong?" But her voice remained blank and unresponsive, as if she hadn't noticed anything. In the empty corridor ahead, 2 assassins lay dead on the ground, each with a bloody gash on their neck, eyes wide open, lifeless. A young boy in white stood in the middle, gripping a blood-stained blade, the crimson tip contrasting sharply with his pristine white clothes. His dark eyes were expressionless, as if he had merely crushed 2 ants. He should have been a carefree youth, but his haunted upbringing had made him a ruthless killer. Hearing the sound and seeing Luo Yun's actions, Emo Sun sheathed his blood-stained blade. Several figures swooped down from the shadows, quickly cleaning up the still warm blood from the assassin's wounds. "Xiao Li, wait a moment." Hearing Luo Li's voice, Luo Yun spoke. After confirming there were no traces, Emo Sun turned and walked towards the brother and sister. His dark eyes met Luo Yun's gaze, and he nodded slightly, his expression still as calm and composed as ever. But when he looked at the little girl, who was half a head shorter than them, his demeanor transformed into that of a gentle young man melting away spring snow. "Xiao Li, you can open your eyes now." With his voice, Luo Yun released his hand. "Wow, is that me?" Seeing what was before her, the little girl exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with joy. The young man's eyes held a gentle smile as he held up a delicate little clay figure. It was a little girl wearing a yellow dress, with 2 small buns on her hiata, perfect replica of Luo Li. "Yes, do you like it? I love it." Holding the little doll in her hands, her eyes sparkled. Emo Sun looked at her with a smile in his eyes, and as she rejoiced, the smile deepened. "All right, Emo Sun has been found. Let's go back." Luo Yun was truly jealous, but considering how pitiful Emo Sun was, he reluctantly held back. "Yes, brother Emo Sun, let's go find mother and aunt." "Okay." The boy responded gently, leading the little girl back. Luo Yun, itching to kick him a few times from behind, quickly pretended to be normal when Emo Sun turned around. "Ahem. Mother, aunt, we're back. Look at this." When they returned to the flower garden, Lin Sherlon and Aunt Lin were admiring the flowers with the 2 twins. Upon seeing them, Luo Li couldn't resist showing off her little clay figurine. "Isn't she pretty?" Doesn't she look just like me? The two women were absolutely delighted with her appearance. Pretty. Our Lear is the cutest. Hearing their praise, the little girl blushed slightly, but her smile remained wide. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of women, surrounding a noblewoman of elegant bearing, entered the flower hall. When the noblewoman saw Mo Sun, she visibly paused, a fleeting look of disappointment and surprise crossing her face. A similar scene was unfolding elsewhere, where the young masters from various families had gathered. A group of children surrounded a richly dressed boy, fawning over him. Princess Consort, Young Master. These titles reached their ears as they approached. That was the new princess consort of the Qing prince's mansion and her legitimate son. It was said that the Qing prince greatly favored this mother and son. Compared to the situation there, Mo Sun, as the heir apparent of the Qing prince's mansion, received significantly worse treatment. Are you alright? Seeing Mo Sun's silence, Luo Yun couldn't help but feel worried. Mo Sun shook his head slightly. I'm fine. He was already used to it. Everyone knew that he was merely an heir apparent with a hollow title and no real affection. Given the current favor shown to Princess Consort and the others, it wouldn't be long before this heir apparent would be replaced. In the Qing prince's mansion, the servants' attitudes towards their superiors were far more direct than this scene.
He was used to it.
Was it her again today? Recalling the scene just now, Luo Yun lowered his voice. The late emperor had few children. Both princesses had been sent away for political marriages, leaving only the emperor and Prince Qing among the three princes. Currently, the imperial relatives in the capital were mostly descendants of old feudal princes with low ranks. Only Prince Qing's family held the title of a legitimate prince. It could be said that in the capital, besides the one in the palace, Prince Qing, as the emperor's younger brother, was the second highest-ranking person. Climbing the social ladder and currying favor with the powerful was common practice since ancient times. From the current scene, it was clear that this Princess Qing thoroughly enjoyed being fawned over. To enjoy this for longer and wield more power and wealth, she wouldn't tolerate the existence of a son born to the late princess. I don't know. This woman wasn't the only one who wanted to kill him. Prince Qing had numerous wives and concubines and a household full of illegitimate children. Even Prince Qing himself couldn't remember how many he had. Mo Sun stands alone in the position of heir, and there are countless others who want to bring him down. Even the inner quarters of ordinary wealthy families are rife with infighting and scheming. How could the residence of a member of the royal family be anything but simple? Of course, he also hoped they would all die soon. Brother Mo Sun. A shadow of gloom flashed in his clear black eyes, but quickly dissipated at the sound of her voice. In front of his little ray of sunshine, he was always a pure and gentle boy. What's wrong? We're going home. Does Brother Mo Sun want to come with us? The little bunnies you gave me last time have babies. Do you want to go see them? Holding the little clay figure, she looked up and earnestly invited him.
Okay.
Little sister, why do you only call him and not me? Luo Yun couldn't help but ask. His own little sister. How could she have been so biased towards her other brother since childhood? Brother, let's go home. All right. Grabbing his sister's hand, Luo Yun strode off with an air of triumph, like a fool. The others nearby. A familiar figure, unseen by others, flew back onto Luo Li's shoulder from outside. Host, all the evidence has been delivered to the Dali Temple. The minister of Dali Temple sent it to the palace early this morning, and it's confirmed the emperor has reviewed it. Little Cabbage returned triumphantly, her little chest puffed out with pride. Excellent. How did he react? Furious. He's already issued an edict. Hearing this, Luo Li's eyes lit up with a smile. 5 years have passed. Luo Mingzhi's usefulness has been completely exploited by the emperor, who now has complete control over the country. And Luo Mingzhi's recent antics have only added fuel to the fire. Now is the perfect time to ignite it. So without hesitation, Luo Li decisively set the stage. Why not let the Lin family intervene? Because actions leave traces, and the emperor's abilities are different now. She wanted her family to be safe, happy, and free from disaster. Moreover, since Uncle Lin and his group secretly delivered the evidence 5 years ago, Luo Mingzhi's every move has been under the emperor's control. The emperor had secretly warned him, but he ignored it. He used his position serving the emperor to enrich himself, thinking himself clever and able to deceive everyone, but in reality, he had already displeased the emperor. It could be said that the emperor knew all the evidence against him better than anyone else. Have you heard? The Luo family has been reported, and His Majesty has issued an imperial decree. Really, the imperial decree has been issued, ordering General Lin and his men to arrest the entire Luo family and imprison them. The soldiers have already gone. There's no doubt about it. What happened? The group had just returned halfway when the news reached their ears. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were exchanging glances. Lin Sherlon, father and the others have taken action? Aunt Lin, I didn't know? Both. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Change course. Go to the Luo residence. Although they had doubts, it didn't stop them from going to see the Luo family's miserable state firsthand. Just as Su Chunlian and her daughter returned to the manor, they ran right into the soldiers. Uncle Lin chuckled. You've come back at just the right time. Saves us the trouble of searching. Guards, seize them. Su Chunlian struggled frantically, but the others were already kneeling on the ground in fear of the scene. Her struggles were like moths drawn to a flame, utterly futile. What are you doing? What right do you have to arrest people? Is there no law anymore?
Law? Ha!
You're the ones who have no regard for the law. Embezzling public funds, abusing your power for personal gain, corrupt and breaking the law. His Majesty has ordered your immediate arrest and confiscation of your property. Hearing this, Su Chunlian was stunned, filled with disbelief. But the sight of everyone arrested in the courtyard left her no choice but to believe it. Injustice. We're definitely innocent. It must be you settling a personal score. You resent us for making Lin Sherlon a discarded wife. That's why you're slandering us. Where is Master? I want to see Master. After regaining her senses, she couldn't accept this fact no matter what, trying to pin everything on the Lin family. And she began searching for Luo Mingzhi's whereabouts. Father. I want father. Hearing her words, her daughter also began to cry out, her eyes filled with panic. The jewelry adorning her head scattered during the struggle. Each piece was of considerable value, further confirming their embezzlement. Otherwise, how could Luo Mingzhi, a meager official, afford to support such a precious daughter and a household full of concubines? So young, yet adorned with so much jewelry, and those concubines, all dressed so extravagantly it must have cost a fortune. Hey, that's fine satin, isn't it? There's even brocade, cloud brocade. Several concubines are wearing it. This family is truly wealthy. Among the onlookers, some discerning individuals noticed these details and pointed them out directly. They still say they haven't embezzled? Isn't it obvious? I remember the proper ladies and young ladies in other mansions never dressed so extravagantly. Hearing the crowd's discussions, General Lin said nothing, coldly tossing the evidence in front of Su Chunlian. Along with the stolen goods, hidden in Luo Mingzhi's secret treasury, all were brought out and displayed in front of the Luo residence. This is the evidence. This is the stolen money just recovered from this residence. This is Luo Mingzhi's confession. He has confessed to everything and is already waiting for you in jail. What I hold in my hand is an imperial edict personally drafted by His Majesty. Or are you questioning His Majesty's decision, questioning His Majesty's wisdom? Each word left Su Chunlian speechless, yet she still couldn't believe she had fallen from heaven to hell so suddenly. Take them away. A cold shout rang out, and the entire Luo family was escorted away. In a small alley not far from the Luo residence, 2 carriages were hidden among the crowds, inconspicuous. But Su Chunlian recognized the people in those carriages at a glance. Meeting Lin Sherlon's indifferent gaze, her eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy. She didn't understand. She had clearly won long ago. While Lin Sherlon was still in the Luo household, she had already won Luo Mingzhi's favor, leaving Lin Sherlon alone in her room every day. Later, she even successfully ousted Lin Sherlon from her position as the principal wife, rising to become the highest-ranking woman in the Luo household, making Lin Sherlan a discarded wife. But why did she end up with nothing? To this day, she can't shake off the stigma of being a concubine. Now, even the wealth and luxury she once possessed have been taken away. Why? She was unwilling. Because you deserve it. Perhaps understanding the resentment in Su Chunlian's eyes, Lin Sherlan laughed, a carefree and unrestrained laugh. The silent words fell into Su Chunlian's eyes, and she understood. But before she could feel resentment, she was shoved by the officials. Get out of here. Just like that, the Luo family was completely ransacked, and all the family members were imprisoned. That very night, the verdict was handed down. Because of the enormous amount of embezzlement, Luo Mingzhi was sentenced to be executed 3 days later at noon, and his family members were reduced to prostitutes. Before Luo Mingzhi was taken to the execution platform, Lin Sherlan specially took her 2 children to see him off. What are you doing here? To humiliate us. Luo Mingzhi instantly became agitated upon seeing the group. In just 3 days, life in prison had already tormented them into a wretched state. Su Chunlian and her daughter had large characters for despicable branded on their faces, their tongues had been pulled out, and their former wealth and dignity were nowhere to be seen. A group of prisoners. We've come to bring you a bowl of last food before your execution. What else could we do? Yes, it is indeed humiliation. Seeing you like this, we are very happy. Rarely, today, the usually gentle and warm Lin Sherlan and Luo Yun revealed their deep-seated hatred to Luo Li for the first time. Looking at the people inside, they laughed, their eyes reddening as they laughed. Madmen. You are all madmen. For some reason, this smile filled the Luo family of 3 in the prison with fear, a mixture of hatred and dread. Luo Li, led by Lin Sherlan, gazed at the pale-faced girl in the corner, her face disfigured and tongue removed. Watching Xiao Bite-Size figure fly past, the 3 inside quickly paled. From lifeless expressions, they went to shock, then disbelief, and finally collapse. Xiao Baikai had returned all the good things they had enjoyed in their past lives to them. Without comparison, how could there be sufficient hurt? In their past lives, how carefree they had been, living a prosperous life, stepping over the corpses of their entire family.
But now?
They were just a few dying criminals. The difference between heaven and hell they should carefully consider.
Why?
Why did this happen?
Why?
I am a high-ranking official. I am the future emperor's brother-in-law. Why did this happen? What did you do? It was you, wasn't it?
Ah.
The mother and daughter, even though their tongues had been cut out, still cried out in agony, with all their might. The sounds of collapse rose and fell, each displaying their madness. The last meal had been eaten, and soon the men escorting him to the execution ground arrived. The time has come, on your way. Watching the insane group being shackled, their heads and hands locked, the feeling of them struggling, yet unable to break free, was truly exhilarating. It was you, wasn't it? Suddenly, the so-called eldest daughter of the Luo family fixed her gaze on Luo Li, her crazed eyes filled with certainty, as if she wanted to say something. Luo Li smiled faintly, remaining silent. But the more they acted this way, the more devastated the other party became. It must be her. They were all dead in their past lives. They were all dead. Lin Sherlan, who died young, knew nothing at all, nor did Luo Yun, who was murdered at a young age. The only one who knew everything was Luo Li. Only Luo Li heard everything from her before she died in the brothel. Shut up. What's wrong with you? The officer shouted sharply, and a whip struck her mercilessly, leaving another streak of blood. Turning to look at Lin Sherlan and the others, the officer's expression changed again, and he nodded very kindly. Seeing the strange look in Su Chunlian's daughter's eyes, Luo Mingzhi and the other man seemed to understand something and suddenly looked at Luo Li. Until the moment the head hit the ground, Luo Mingzhi's eyes were still filled with hatred and resentment. The remaining Su Chunlian and her daughter, along with their families, were sent to the Jiafangxi, a brothel for courtesans. No matter how much they struggled, it was to no avail. Those sent to the Jiafangxi were all convicted of serious crimes, born into wealthy and powerful families, reduced to the lowest of the low, worse off than even the most ordinary brothel. Why would they willingly accept this fate? Brothel women could at least earn a living through their skills and had the chance to redeem themselves. But they were merely the lowest of the low, slaves, at the mercy of others, forever unable to escape their fate. They could never escape their lowly status, and even their offspring would suffer the same fate, repeating their parents' destiny. Sure enough, news of Su Chunlian and her daughter's deaths soon followed. It was said that when they died, they were barely clothed, their deaths gruesome. This was the state of the lowest-ranking official prostitutes. They had no human rights. If a client with a particular taste wanted to have his way with them, even a young girl would not be spared. The Lin family and Mo Sun were present at the moment Luo Mingzhi carried out the execution. Looking at the pool of crimson blood on the ground and Luo Mingzhi's resentful, unseeing eyes, Mo Sun's eyes flickered as if he had realized something. The faint aura of bloodlust emanating from him intensified. Perhaps this way, his pain could be shared evenly with those evil spirits? Yes. Why must he alone bear all this? They too should lose all their smiles, becoming terrified, cowardly, resentful, and in pain that would be fair. In the Lin residence, a mother and her 2 children gathered together. Xiao Li, Lin Sherlon, and the others weren't stupid. Seeing the changes in the 3 people that day, they guessed that they too had regained their past life memories. But what puzzled them was the look of sudden realization in their eyes when they looked at Luo Li mother. What's wrong? Luo Li tilted her head back, her eyes clear and unfathomable, reflecting the images of her 2 closest relatives. Nothing. Meeting her gaze, Lin Sherlon paused, then hugged her tightly, suddenly not wanting to ask anything more. It didn't matter, nothing mattered. She only needed to know that her children were safe, healthy, and happy. Luo Yun stood up, his not-so-broad arms encircling his mother and sister. Yes, they only needed to know that these were their beloved family members. Nothing else mattered. The bad guys are dead.
We can live easily now.
The child's voice was soft and gentle, but it instantly brought tears to the eyes of both mother and son. She knew. She truly knew everything. If that was the case, they couldn't even imagine the immense pain that this small body had endured. In their past life, they had witnessed her breakdown after learning everything. In this life, mother and child knew each other's secrets from a young age. Everything could be confided in someone, but for Xiao Li, they feared she would grow up filled with hatred, so they hadn't discussed anything with her. Thinking about it, how much emotion must she be suppressing inside all by herself? Luo Li remained silent, letting them hold her, her gaze fixed on the dim, indistinct figure in the shadows not far away. Although it merely watched silently, Luo Li could sense its envy. Sigh. She sighed softly to herself. After a long pause, she looked at Lin Sherlon, whose emotions had finally calmed, and said something somewhat out of place in the current somber atmosphere. Mother, I actually quite like Uncle Zhou next to our shop. Lin Sherlon was momentarily stunned. When she finally reacted, her cheeks flushed crimson, tears still streaming down her face. Luo Yun, realizing what was happening, glanced at his sister first, then looked at their mother along with Luo Li mother. I also think Uncle Zhou is quite nice. Uncle Zhou was the owner of the restaurant next to their mother's shop, a man of upright character and handsome appearance. When their mother first started her business, she had received help from Uncle Zhou. They could all see that the two were interested in each other, but perhaps out of consideration for them, or perhaps out of hatred, their mother had hesitated to take the next step. Uncle Zhou had also waited patiently for her for 3 whole years. Now that everything was settled, it was time to give them a proper status. You're serious? Judging from Lin Sherlon's reaction, they had initially thought she was going to brush it off. After all, she was blushing from head to toe, and she usually preferred to be vague when her aunt asked her privately. Unexpectedly, she quickly patted her face and calmed down, turning to ask them.
Yes.
The siblings nodded sincerely. Then,
I...
I'll have him come over another day. I just agreed yesterday, and I was planning to tell you about it. I didn't expect you to speak first. Lin Sherlon said, still feeling a little awkward. The siblings, okay. Alright, mother is still mother, decisive. Evening. Today is a day worth celebrating. The entire Lin family gathered together, and unusually, wine was laid out on the table. Father, why were you so quick? I thought you were going to wait 2 more days as planned. Uncle Lin poured himself a glass of wine, then poured one for General Lin, muttering to himself. They had prepared to bring the Luo family down long ago, but the original plan was to act a little later. But who knew that General Lin would be stunned by this, his eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you do it? I was wondering why you didn't tell me. Back in the military camp, he was completely unprepared, hastily receiving the imperial decree to raid the Luo residence. He was quite puzzled as to why Uncle Lin hadn't informed him before acting so quickly. Uncle Lin was even more bewildered. I didn't. He shook his head blankly, regaining his senses. You didn't lay a hand on them either?
No.
The father and son answered in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. For the past few days, they had both assumed the other had struck first, leading to the Luo family's downfall. Then who is it? Hearing this, the rest of the group also looked at each other in confusion. Lin Sherlon and her aunt both shook their heads, as did Luo Yun. The 2 twins, still not understanding, silently ate their meal in bewilderment. Only Luo Li remained calm and composed, happily munching on a chicken leg. Perhaps it's that person? Didn't that person warn Luo Mingzhi before? But Luo Mingzhi probably only stayed for a short time. Seeing that things hadn't been exposed and having tasted success, he became increasingly uncontrollable. That person has long harbored resentment over this. Now that the country is stable and the Luo family is no longer of value, it's indeed time to remove this cancerous growth. After much thought, Uncle Lin could only think of this one person. Besides them, the one who most wanted to get rid of Luo Mingzhi was undoubtedly the emperor. Hearing this, General Lin and the others also felt it made sense. It must be the emperor. In any case, the matter is now settled, and the result is satisfactory. Without much thought, they simply silently cleaned up the things they had collected once again. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day arrived for their formal meeting with Uncle Zhou. Although Uncle Zhou was ostensibly just a restaurant owner, his family's restaurants actually spanned 3 to 5 neighboring countries, making him incredibly wealthy. However, his parents were deceased and he had no siblings. He was essentially a one-man household, only waiting to find a wife. After the Lin and Zhou families met and discussed the matter, both were very satisfied, and everything went smoothly. Uncle Zhou was 25, 3 years younger than his mother, and this was his first marriage. His residence was clean and free of concubines or mistresses. But since returning to the Lin family, Lin Sherlon's condition had been steadily improving. She could easily pass for someone in their early 20s. The two looked very well matched together, and from the moment they met, Uncle Zhou's gaze was fixed on Lin Sherlon. The onlookers found this amusing and secretly happy for them. Their married life was blissful, their love was like a beautiful flower, and their mother's condition was even better than before. Seeing this, the siblings could finally rest easy. The year after Lin Sherlon's marriage, she became pregnant again. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Luo Li and Luo Yun were overjoyed to have a little sister. Watching Lin Sherlon and Grandpa Zhou playfully teasing the baby, Luo Li smiled and gently tapped her little sister's cheek. Little Li really likes her little sister.
Xiaomian.
This is your older sister. The little one didn't seem to understand, but she held Luo Li tightly, grinning adorably. Seeing this, Luo Li couldn't help but smile and bent down to kiss her cheek. Watching the two sisters' affectionate interaction, Lin Sherlon and her husband smiled broadly, while Luo Yun beside them grinned foolishly. The family was filled with joy. Hearing their laughter, Luo Li gently stroked Xiaomian's head. Yeah. The little one couldn't speak, but she responded to every movement Luo Li made. It was clear she liked Luo Li very much, and Luo Li's gaze towards her was full of doting affection. Little sister, be good. The original owner returned when the Luo family collapsed. She quietly hid in a corner, observing her family's happy life, yet without disturbing them. She simply watched silently, rejoicing in her family's happiness and grieving their disappointment. Whenever Luo Li looked at her, she would always give Luo Li a grateful smile before retreating into the shadows. Her sensible demeanor truly touched Luo Li's heart. So, she finally reluctantly spent 200 points to buy a special reincarnation talisman for the original owner, successfully allowing her to be reincarnated ahead of schedule. Once again, she became her mother's daughter. This time, however, besides her mother and brother, she also had a loving father, a doting sister, and a warm maternal grandparents' family. The original owner, who single-handedly fought for a chance to turn her life around, deserved so much happiness. Having witnessed the original owner's suffering, Luo Li also hoped that she could live a carefree and simple life of joy. Brother, do you know where Brother Emo-sun is? After the siblings left the courtyard together, Luo Li suddenly asked. In the past 2 years, Emo-sun had suddenly become very busy, visiting the Lin family much less often and rarely coming to play with them anymore. I don't know. Unusually, Luo Yun didn't answer, I know, as he usually would, and then lead her to look for him. Hearing his words, Luo Li visibly lowered her head. Luo Yun couldn't bear to see his sister like this, and his heart softened. He ruffled her hair. Next time I see him, I'll definitely give him a message. Then we'll take you out to play together, okay? Okay. Hearing him say that, her expression softened, filled with anticipation. Then, brother, you should ask me to go early. We'll go to the flower farm on the outskirts of the capital. They say it's very beautiful there, and the flowers will be past their season if we wait any longer.
Okay.
Only after seeing Luo Li off did Luo Yun turn to look up at the roof. The next instant, a familiar figure leaped down from above. Clad in black, still reeking of blood, his gaze fell on the spot where Luo Li had left. Smelling blood again, Luo Yun frowned. Did you hear that just now? Emo-sun nodded faintly. Yes. When will you ever finish dealing with those things at home? Seeing his attitude, Luo Yun couldn't help but mutter, then stopped abruptly when he saw a bloodstain on Emo-sun's clothes. After a moment of silence, he frowned and continued. And can you think of yourself for once? Otherwise, what if my sister can't find you next time and cries again? The little girl had always loved looking for her Emo-sun brother since she was little, and she would cry if she couldn't find him. The older she got, the harder it was to comfort her. She cried less now that she was older, but her sullen appearance was even more heartbreaking to see. One would almost rather she cried out loud. Looking down at himself, Emo-sun responded softly. You're becoming less and less like you used to be. Seeing his expression, Luo Yun remained silent for a moment, then muttered something, tossing Emo-sun a few bottles of medicine. Use them sparingly. Who uses medicine like it's food? Sigh. Watching Emo-sun remain silent for a long time before turning and leaving, Luo Yun was truly exasperated. Every day, I'm like a mother hen, worrying about this and that. So tiring. After muttering to himself, Luo Yun returned to his courtyard. What no one noticed was that in the corner of the courtyard, Luo Li returned, watching the figure in black leave before getting up and leaving herself. Host, why is he avoiding you? Little White Cabbage asked, confused. Because they all love and cherish me. They treat me like a delicate little flower, afraid I'll be scared and worried. Luo Li said, then began to wonder if she had made a mistake in portraying herself. Could she have made herself a little more courageous? Really? Host isn't delicate at all, is she? We can fight Luo Yun to a standstill, right? I think so too. The Lin family treats all children equally. When Lin Sherlon saw her interest in martial arts, she let her learn as well. Although she's only 8 years old, her martial arts skills are quite impressive. Oh, maybe it's because you're lazy, Host. You always skip lessons, so they think you're not strong. If you know it, you don't need to learn it anymore. Isn't that normal? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. A few days later, Luo Yun indeed brought news that he was taking Luo Li to the manor. At the Flower Manor, Luo Li indeed saw Mo Sun, who had disappeared for a long time. Upon seeing Luo Li, he transformed back into that clean-cut white-clad youth, concealing all his unpleasant and dark sides, leaving only his best self. Brother Mo Sun. Seeing the small figure running towards her, the coldness on his face vanished, replaced by a smile. Before Luo Li could even stand still, the small gifts he had prepared were already presented, a plate of pear syrup and a delicate little clay figurine, his attitude of remorse quite good. Is this me now? Looking at the clay figurine, Luo Li's eyes lit up. Ever since he discovered that she truly liked it, he had made up for the past few years. Including this one, he had captured her appearance for the past 8 years. I really like it. Brother Mo Sun, where did you have it made? I want to have a sculpted version of Brother Mo Sun and also brother, mother, sister, father Zhou, grandfather, uncle. She truly named every single relative. I'll take you there another day. Mo Sun listened patiently, responding as soon as she finished speaking. Okay, me too. I'm going too. The forgotten Luo Yun silently tried to make his presence known. However, Mo Sun was always very brief when speaking to him. The group walked towards the estate. This was an imperial estate, built by the late emperor for his favorite concubine. The entire estate was filled with various flowers and trees, exquisitely crafted everywhere. From the pavilions and residences to the landscaping of the courtyards, everything was meticulously designed, and there was something to see in every season. In spring, one could admire the flowers. In summer, one could hunt in the forest and enjoy the clear streams and mountains. In autumn, there are orchards and maple forests to admire the colors, and in winter, one can enjoy snow-covered mountains. Truly a rare and wonderful place. Let's go see the flowers first. I heard there's a big swing there. It's really beautiful. It's said to be the favorite spot of that favored concubine. Okay. There were quite a few noble young masters and ladies in the Flower Manor today. But unlike before, this time, upon seeing Mo Sun, no one dared to underestimate him. On the contrary, they were all terrified of him. Because the current Mo Sun is a vengeful person, a complete madman. Everyone who has offended him, or Luo Li, has met a bad end. They know it's Mo Sun's revenge, but they can't find any evidence. Over time, their fear of Mo Sun has grown stronger. Go, hurry, they're coming. Seeing the group approaching, everyone quickly scattered. They reacted as if they'd seen a ferocious beast, filled with fear and unable to move. Seeing this reaction, Luo Li visibly paused. Noticing her expression, Mo Sun stopped, glancing at the others with a slightly cold expression. But the next moment, he heard her cheer. Hey, great. They're not playing, so we can have this place all to ourselves. Brother, come help me push it. I want it to swing high. Seeing Luo Li already having a great time, Mo Sun's mood softened somewhat. Okay, I'll always call you Brother Mo Sun. You're my brother no matter what. Luo Yun muttered, but her body language betrayed her, pushing the swing forward. Hold on tight, she added, not forgetting to remind him. I know I didn't. You didn't say that yesterday when you ate the pastries I made. You even said I was your best little sister. Now you say that? It'll be hard to get me to make you pastries again next time. Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yun was startled and quickly tried to stop her, but it was too late. Brother Mo Sun, I can make pastries now. Were yesterday's pastries delicious? Yesterday, Luo Yun came to her with news, and she had just finished making her first batch of pastries. Hearing that Mo Sun had returned, she originally planned to set aside a portion and have it sent to the prince's residence. But Luo Yun said he was going to see Mo Sun, so she gave him the portion to take with him. Pastries? Mo Sun paused, then seemed to understand, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he looked at Luo Yun. Luo Yun looked up at the sky, then at the ground, then at his sister, avoiding Mo Sun's gaze with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Those were his sister's first time making pastries. And he only ate a little bit more. Wasn't it good? With her back to Luo Yun, Luo Li didn't know his appearance or his guilty conscience, and asked again, puzzled by Emo Sun's words. Emo Sun's gaze swept over the extremely guilty-looking guy behind him, who was constantly clasping his hands together for help, then shaking his head and begging for assistance in concealing the truth. Only then did he nod at Luo Li. It was very delicious. Despite the gentle tone, Luo Yun felt a chill run down his spine. That's good. The unsuspecting Luo Li sounded delighted. The more she acted this way, the colder Luo Yun felt. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I saved one piece. There's still one more. Seeing Luo Li's attention drawn away and facing the sullen-faced Emo Sun, Luo Yun quickly spoke up. He timidly reached into his pocket, pulled out a small, meticulously wrapped oil paper packet, and reluctantly handed it to Emo Sun. This is the only piece left. Eat slowly. Luckily, he hadn't wanted to finish it yesterday and had saved a piece. Emo Sun's gaze swept coldly over him. Luo Yun froze, then turned to find his sister. Little Li, come on, brother will take you to the stream to see the fish. Yes, he meant it. But what no one saw was that Emo Sun's movements as he put away the oil paper packet were far more careful than Luo Yun's. Okay, I want to go fishing. If we catch something, we'll take it home and eat it there. Brother Emo Sun, will you come back with us today? Hearing Luo Li's words, Emo Sun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Little sister, he really listens to you. Luo Yun muttered silently. From childhood to adulthood, Emo Sun had never refused his sister's requests, and he was always ignored. That's because he loves me. Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yun realized something. Could this be why his sister liked Emo Sun more? But I love you too. He couldn't understand. That's different. How is it different? The siblings quickened their pace, their voices growing softer. But the little girl's words, it's different, clearly reached his ears. A beautiful smile gently curved upwards, cool and alluring. The group of several people had enjoyed half a day at the flower farm before preparing to go home. On the way back, they even brought back the fish they had caught, intending to bring them home for their families to try. Xiaoli, do you think this fish should be braised or steamed?
Both.
As Luo Li finished speaking, her two older brothers in the carriage were about to laugh out loud, but then suddenly stopped as if sensing something. Luo Li was quickly pulled over by Emo Sun, who shielded her with his body.
Whoosh.
Whoosh, several whooshing sounds pierced the air as arrows pierced the carriage and embedded themselves in its body. Seeing the assassins outside the carriage, Emo Sun's expression darkened. He looked up and met Luo Yun's gaze, handing Luo Li to him. They're after me. You guys go first. With that, he turned and leaped out of the carriage. Emo Sun. Luo Li reached out, but grasped at empty air. Soon, his figure was swallowed up by the chaotic battle outside. Luo Yun glanced outside, then looked at Luo Li, decisively stood up, grabbed the carriage rope, turned the carriage around, and took advantage of the chaos to pull Luo Li away from the scene. Brother, Emo Sun is still inside. Don't worry, he'll be all right. Seeing the carriage disappear, Emo Sun felt relieved, his expression darkening as he unleashed his full power. In just a few moments, only a corpse remained. Blood splattered on his face, warm, with a pungent, rusty smell. This feeling was like triggering a switch. Soon, his eyes turned bloodshot, like a demon from hell. The sounds of fighting in the alley turned into screams of agony, chilling to the bone. Not long after, the alley fell silent. When Luo Li and the others turned around, the young man emerged from the alley, covered in blood, his eyes still gleaming with a fierce intensity that sent chills down their spines. Meeting her gaze, he hesitated for a moment, instinctively trying to clean himself, but the blood on his hands wouldn't budge. Does it hurt? She looked at him with concern, her eyes almost reddening as she gazed at his injured hand. There was no dislike, rejection, or disgust, only worry and heartache for him. Seeing her reaction, he paused, momentarily stunned. Come on, let's go to the clinic. When he came to his senses again, he was already sitting obediently in a chair, letting the doctor treat his wounds. Young master, young miss, this young master's injuries are not serious. I have already applied medicine which needs to be changed every other day. During this time, keep the wound dry, and it will heal quickly.
Okay.
Luo Li carefully noted the doctor's instructions. Aren't you scared? It was at this moment that Emo-sun finally spoke. Looking at Luo Li's eyes widened slightly, and she nodded. Of course I'm scared. Scared that you'll get hurt. I know they are bad people. This looks so painful. Let's be more careful next time, okay? Don't get hurt again. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. Hearing her words, his heart skipped a beat, as if touched by something. He stiffly raised his other, uninjured hand and wiped away her tears. It doesn't hurt, don't cry, he whispered, offering comfort, but without directly answering her question. He was pathologically somewhat greedy for this concern. You said it didn't hurt. Look at the state you've become. Even more, he hadn't even frowned at his more serious injuries. This was nothing compared to this. Luo Yun stood beside her, watching his sobbing sister, hesitating to say something, but seeing Emo-sun's warning look, he didn't dare speak. But he had a feeling this was going wrong. There was something wrong with the way Emo-sun looked at his sister. But what was wrong? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ugh. He scratched his head in frustration. From that moment on, Emo-sun changed. In the past, he always carefully hid all his flaws, afraid that his pure, warm light would discover them and cause her to dislike or despise him. He only dared to show her his most beautiful, warm, and harmless self, afraid of losing his radiance. However, since discovering that she could accept his flaws, he became increasingly demanding. Time and again, he laid bare his darkness, hoping for her acceptance. And the result brought him joy. It turned out that he too could be unconditionally accepted and loved. This time, the culprit was clear: Princess Qing. In just 2 short years, Emo-sun had grown rapidly, becoming increasingly uncontrollable and increasingly disadvantageous to her. She couldn't wait any longer. Emo-sun knew all this. He was also waiting for his chance to turn the tables. But her biggest mistake was dragging Luo Li and her siblings into it. A few days later, news spread through the capital that Princess Qing's son, while playing in the outskirts of the capital, had been caught by a wild beast and had his leg bitten off, leaving him crippled. An accident? Ha ha ha. An accident. Hearing the news from the city, Princess Qing, who had been by her son's bedside every day, was almost driven mad. Only she knew that if she had been a moment later, her son would have certainly died. After this experience, she was finally afraid. What do you want? Looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared, she suppressed her hatred and spoke in a trembling voice. She knew he did it on purpose. He could have killed her outright, but he gave her the chance, sparing her son's life. He must have had an ulterior motive. Emo-sun scoffed. I want it? Huh. I just wanted to remind the princess consort to keep a close eye on your household. I think you should know very well that you're not the only one in this manor who covets the position of heir. With them around, even if I die, that position might not go to him or the one in your womb. Emo-sun's indifferent gaze fell on the young master on the bed, his cold words sending a chill down her spine. Princess Consort Qing's eyes widened, instinctively clutching her stomach. She hadn't expected that Emo-sun already knew what she had tried so hard to conceal, something even Prince Qing didn't know. And it was precisely because of this that she clearly realized how terrifying this young man was. Fine. I understand. Finally, looking at him, she clenched her fist and coldly replied. He was right. There were too many people in this manor. It needed to be cleared out to truly pave the way for her child. But the hatred hidden deep in her eyes hadn't faded, and Emo-sun clearly saw it. He said nothing more, turned, and left. In this vast manor, besides the princess consort, there were concubines, noblewomen, ladies, and many more. Countless people wanted to climb the ranks. They were all the same. He was someone everyone wanted to get rid of, as were the princess consort and the others. Even if the princess consort was gone, others would take her place, and the trouble would continue. Therefore, he needed a shield, and someone to help him clean up the mess. That's why he spared her son's life.
Of course, it was all the same.
Enemy alliances never meant the end. no forgiveness. They simply saw each other as their final prey, waiting for the final, decisive blow. Leaving this place, Emo-sun arrived at a desolate and dilapidated courtyard. This was where his birth mother had rested, yet his gaze swept over everything without a ripple. In this hellish royal palace, he had long since extinguished all emotions, leaving only a numb and icy killing intent. Time passed quickly. 6 years flew by in the blink of an eye. In those 6 years, Princess Qing had not disappointed anyone. During this time, the number of people in Prince Qing's mansion gradually dwindled and no more children were born. Now, in the end, only a few concubines' daughters with no powerful backing and a concubine's son born mentally challenged remained in the entire inner quarters. Princess Qing truly didn't let anyone who might stand in the way of her children escape. She had long since abandoned her crippled eldest son, turning instead to carefully raise her younger son. The Prince Qing, who had only cared about his philandering, finally collapsed one day, becoming a paralyzed cripple. It could be said that Princess Qing was now almost in her element, having completely controlled the entire mansion. Good child, the time has finally come. Today, your mother will avenge you. Stroking her eldest son's hair, looking at his broken leg, her tone no longer held the fear of the past, but rather carried a hint of amusement. Heh, a barely audible chuckle came from outside. Yes, the time had indeed come. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot, and within moments, he had quietly returned to the carriage outside the mansion. Let's go. A calm voice came from the carriage, and a furtive figure retreated from the mansion gate, heading towards the direction of Princess Qing. Reporting to your highness, the heir apparent. Before the person could finish speaking, Princess Qing's gaze swept over him coldly, and she ordered him to change his address. So that person has indeed already received the order and set off. Go down. Proceed according to the plan. If it fails, you don't need to come back. Satisfied to hear the change in address, a smile played on her lips, but her eyes held a sinister threat. Yes. A chill ran down her spine, and the subordinate immediately obeyed and withdrew. After the person left, Princess Qing pulled her 5-year-old son aside, a smile on her face. Isn't our young prince right here? Ha ha. Undeniably, that bastard's abilities are indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he has already carved out a niche for himself in the court and is deeply favored by the emperor. However, those destined to die will die sooner or later, and today is his death day. Recently, she deliberately had her father find an opportunity in court to have the emperor order him to go out on official business. This was all to ensure that the bastard died out there, eliminating any future trouble. She wanted everyone to understand that only her son was worthy of being the heir, and this royal palace would ultimately belong to her son. Back then, she had been careless, but she was no longer the same person. At this moment, outside the capital, Emo-sun's carriage was traveling on the road when suddenly a panicked neighing of a horse rang out, and the carriage bolted uncontrollably into the mountains. Protect the prince. The entourage was thrown into chaos, rushing to protect their master, but were blocked by a group of men in black who suddenly appeared. A quick glance revealed hundreds of truly impressive force. Just as the carriage was about to plunge off the cliff, a figure inside finally broke through the window. But the out-of-control carriage continued its descent, shattering into pieces. The men in black were clearly prepared, seeing Emo-sun escape. They immediately charged at him, their attacks aimed directly at his vital points, with a murderous intent. Several assassins quickly fell to the ground, lifeless, but Emo-sun, too, was wounded under the relentless assault. At the same time, several figures in gray robes rushed out of the forest, blending in with Emo-sun to eliminate the assassins. The assassins were startled upon seeing this. Only then did they realize they had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. Can't you be more careful? Luo Li, who had brought reinforcements, was furious, seeing the wounds on Emo-sun's body. Wasn't he supposed to stall for time until the others arrived? This guy, what if he gets injured again and makes his sister cry? Sun didn't say a word, his killing moves continuing unabated. If you're not careful, I'll go back and tell my sister. Only after Luo Yun said this did Sun glance at him and explain. There were too many people. Meaning, there were too many strange people. He didn't do it on purpose. Without waiting for Luo Yun to say anything more, and after everything was dealt with, Sun's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, infuriating Luo Yun.
Ah,
That bastard. He left me with another mess. If I help him again, I'm a dog. Despite saying this, seeing the scene, he still proceeded with his original plan. He spread the news that Sun was assassinated in the outskirts of the capital and died after falling off a cliff. Afraid his younger sister would misunderstand, he had to rush home to deliver the message. I'm really fed up. I've been worrying about him since we were kids. Indeed, being a brother isn't easy. The Lin residence. A woman in green, with a little boy of about 6 years old, stood on the waterside veranda, feeding the fish below. The woman was in her early teens, graceful and elegant, her beauty already beginning to blossom. Radiant as spring blossoms, bright as the moon, every movement was pleasing to the eye. The little boy beside her frowned, watching her actions, hesitant to speak. Sister, these fish have eaten enough, they can't eat anymore. Seeing the dazed Luo Li about to add more fish food, the little boy hesitated for a moment before finally pulling her back. Hearing this, Luo Li snapped out of her reverie, looking at the empty food bowl beside her, and paused for a moment. Ah, sister, I didn't notice. She quickly and awkwardly withdrew her hand, pulling herself back from her reverie. Looking around, the little boy was already 6 years old, a precocious child who also enjoyed managing the household. It's okay. We'll remember next time. Xiaomian tugged at Luo Li's sleeve, remembering her earlier dazed expression, and touched her chin. Sister, were you thinking about that handsome prince just now? No. Is Xiaomian hungry? Let's go find mother. Luo Li made an excuse, decisively changing the subject, and pulled the little dumpling back. Okay. The little dumpling's attention was indeed diverted, but after walking for a while, she remembered again. Sister, that brother is bad. He said he'd come to play with us half a month ago, but he hasn't come yet. He doesn't keep his word, don't think about him. Luo Li. Okay. After seeing the little dumpling off, Luo Li returned to her residence and quickly washed up. Thinking about the commotion at the Prince Qing's mansion these past few days, and the fact that no one had appeared for half a month, she sighed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to her inner room, she clearly smelled the familiar scent of blood. You may all leave. I need to rest. She paused for a moment, then feigned composure. The instant the maid closed the door, a familiar figure stumbled out from the shadows. Luo Li quickly steadied him. Sun. Looking at the blood-soaked man before her, it would be a lie to say she wasn't shocked. Most of it is from other people. I'm sorry to have frightened you. However, he merely smiled faintly, his pale face bearing bloodstains, alluring yet dangerous. He was dressed in black again today, his arms and shoulders wounded, bloodstains sliding down and staining his palms red. You're covered in blood. Aren't you afraid? Seeing her gaze fall on his palms, he gently raised them, asking softly. Yes, he was no longer the clean-cut figure he once was. His hands were now stained with blood. I'm not afraid. Luo Li replied, then checked his injuries, frowned, glared at him angrily, and skillfully rummaged for the medicine box under the bed. He quietly let her treat him, neither crying out in pain nor uttering a sound, simply watching her. Seeing her glare at him, he didn't get angry but instead smiled. Still smiling. Hearing her scolding, he obediently stopped smiling, watching her gradually become somewhat dazed and confused. In his daze, he remembered the first time he saw her, a tiny bundle held in swaddling clothes. Her dark eyes, always fixed on people, revealed a soft, toothless smile, sweet enough to melt anyone's heart. But that little dumpling had long since transformed into the stunning young woman before her. The next instant, with her movement, a touch of pink appeared, enveloping her snow-white skin. He suddenly paused, his pupils contracting, abruptly turning his head to one side, his breath trembling slightly. After bandaging his wound, Luo Li was also puzzled by his reaction. "What's wrong? Your face is so red?" she asked, realizing something and quickly checking his forehead. Confirming it wasn't hot, she was relieved. He hurriedly turned away, coughing awkwardly a few times. "What are you doing?" "That's weird," Luo Li muttered, puzzled. "Nothing. I'm leaving now." With that, he tried to get up to leave. "Where to?" Luo Li stood up as well, her simple reply causing him to sense her displeasure and stop in his tracks. "Disappeared for half a month, and when I see you again, you're like this. You come and go as you please. Do you think this is a clinic?" She spoke softly, her tone flat, but clearly displeased. Emo-sun didn't dare move again. "No. There are things to attend to at the manor." A dry explanation was worse than no explanation at all. What could possibly need him at his manor? He couldn't even come up with a decent excuse. Realizing his mistake, he paused for a moment, then lowered his head. "Never mind, if you have something to do, then go. Take care of yourself." Luo Li ultimately didn't press him, and returned to her bedside. Emo-sun responded silently, glancing at her shadow cast on the wall before quietly leaving. Not long after he left, Luo Yun arrived. Luo Li changed her clothes, preparing to go out. It was while changing that she noticed the straps of her nightgown were loose, revealing her underwear clearly from above. Seeing this, she paused, finally understanding why he had reacted that way. Luo Yun waited for a long time before his sister finally came out. "Hey? Xiao Li, why is your face so red?" He was about to speak when he noticed Luo Li's expression. Luo Li touched her face, coughed lightly, and feigned nonchalance. "It's a bit stuffy in the room. What's wrong? They said you had urgent business." Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yun didn't think much of it. He waved for everyone to leave before getting down to business. He briefly explained the day's events to Luo Li. The news should have reached the capital by now. This was all part of his plan. "Don't believe it, he's fine." Thinking of the person who had just left, Luo Li nodded. "Okay, I understand." Inside the Prince Qing's residence. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter that followed from outside never ceased. "You little bastard, you dare to challenge me. Come, good boy, eat more with your mother. Your mother is happy today." To celebrate, she had specially ordered a feast prepared, waiting only for the news to arrive so she could enjoy it to her heart's content. At this moment, she was truly delighted. Even the food tasted more delicious than usual. Unusually, she even carefully served soup to her two sons herself. But unexpectedly, after a few bites, her younger son clutched his stomach in pain. Her elder son did the same, his face contorted in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. It's poisoned." He managed to utter a few words before his neck lolled to the side and he died. The events unfolded in an instant, so fast that the Princess Qing didn't even have time to react.
Ah!
Someone. Coming to her senses, she frantically pulled her youngest son into her arms, screaming in terror. But the child in her arms was lifeless.
Who?
"Who killed my child?"
Who was it?
"Ugh, ha! He's fallen. He's really fallen. Ha ha ha, just like my aunt." They both collapsed with a thud. So much blood. As if to respond to her, the mentally challenged child, who had been waiting outside for a long time, ran in, clapping excitedly at the scene in the room. He jumped and danced, very happy.
Ah!
Looking at the mentally challenged child before her, Princess Qing screamed in agony, but no matter how much she cried out, no one paid any attention. The servants outside were already dead on the ground. Not long after, she too clutched her abdomen in pain, vomiting blood. "Yes, it's you." In that fleeting moment, she saw a familiar figure, a young man in black standing coldly in the shadows, like a ghost. Hearing her voice, Emo-sun's lips curled into a slight smile, and he vanished from the spot. The princess consort of Qing stared at the spot where he had disappeared, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Dead.
The wicked woman is dead. Daydreaming, he checked her breathing, his silly smile widening, but where was the madness in his eyes now? But after knocking over the candle on the table, he reverted to his foolish state, happily running out, shouting as he ran. His gaze briefly met the young man in the shadows of the corridor, then instantly averted, as if he hadn't seen him, simply playing his part. They were all the same, harboring the same hatred for this mansion. He was glad he had made this deal with him. The candlelight ignited the gauze curtains, slowly spreading throughout the room, the blazing fire exceptionally bright and dazzling in the night. The deceased Princess Qing had no recollection of how many powerless maids, dancers, and concubines in the inner quarters had perished from her bowl of poison soup. After their deaths, they were simply wrapped in straw mats and abandoned in a mass grave. All because they had caught Prince Qing's eye or enjoyed his favor for a time. Now, it was finally her turn to taste this poison soup.
Ah, ah,
Ah, ah. In the next room, Prince Qing lay paralyzed on his bed, staring wide-eyed in terror at the raging flames, but could only struggle helplessly, in vain. He was now a disheveled mess, his body smeared with excrement and urine, a far cry from his former dashing and noble appearance. How much did she love Prince Qing back then? She wouldn't tolerate anyone who tried to steal her man. How come now, with Prince Qing paralyzed, she only cares for him like this?
ah, ah.
Prince Qing's eyes widened as he watched the fire dragon rush towards him, unable to dodge or struggle. The door was open, not far from him, but he couldn't escape, forced to face fear and death. Save, save. Seeing his two sons outside, he could only utter these two words with all his might. It was truly painful to watch. But why did it feel so pleasurable? The boy in the shadows laughed, and the mentally challenged child laughed too, the next day. The news that the mentally challenged young master of the Qing prince's mansion had fallen ill and accidentally knocked over the candles in the main courtyard, resulting in the deaths of the prince, princess, and two other sons in the flames, spread throughout the capital. The several concubines' daughters, residing in a side courtyard, were spared because they were far from the main courtyard. The mentally challenged young master also perished in the fire that night. In reality, he had already escaped with Emo Sun's help and was about to disappear from the world. Farewell, elder brother. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Emo Sun also withdrew his gaze. This was the reason he had gone along with the Qing princess's scheme, playing along with her plan. The fire at the Qing prince's mansion would not be related to the heir apparent who had been assassinated and fallen off a cliff, his body never found. Nor would it implicate the mentally challenged young master, who is already dead. The Qing princess's meticulous scheming and ruthless methods were the grave she had dug for herself. Of course, just as Emo Sun said, his hands weren't clean either. They were already stained with blood. Soon, not long after the incident at the Prince Qing's residence, Luo Yun, who was involved in the investigation of the disappearance of the heir, also found compelling evidence. The evidence proved that the heir's assassination and disappearance were related to the Princess Qing's maternal family. Furthermore, he revealed that the Princess Qing's maternal family had been secretly raising assassins. Under the emperor's very nose, to dare to raise assassins, and even to dare to use them to assassinate the royal heir. This was utterly intolerable. The Princess Qing's maternal family, who had been secretly advising and supporting her, thus fell from grace. Meanwhile, the missing heir was in his young lady's boudoir, standing blankly in a corner of the room. "Why are you standing there?"
Sit down.
Separated by a screen, Luo Li turned her head upon hearing the noise and vaguely saw him standing there blankly. With a puzzled look, she stepped out. Emo Sun, however, showed a rare hint of panic, avoiding her gaze, and stopped her. "No need to come out. I'm leaving right away. I just came to let you know I'm safe." He knew the little girl who had clung to him since childhood, like his little shadow, always wanting to follow him around. Of course, he was happy to oblige. Over the years, it had become a habit for him to inform her in advance if anything happened, or to let her know he was safe, so she wouldn't worry. If he couldn't come in person, he would send someone with a message. Not for any other reason than that the little girl was truly difficult to comfort when she cried. He had failed to explain things to her promptly once before, causing her to cry until her throat ached. She had been angry with him for a long time afterward, and since then he hadn't dared to delay again, causing her worry and making her cry. Although he had sent a message half a month ago, it was still a bit too long, and she was somewhat annoyed that day. So this time, even though several days had passed, he didn't dare to delay and came immediately. Luo Li tilted her head in confusion. The more he avoided looking at her, the more she insisted on standing in front of him. "What are you afraid of?" "Something's acting strange," she asked, knowing the answer already. She knew he definitely still remembered applying the medicine that night. Sure enough, she had barely finished speaking when she saw his ears turn bright red. "Nothing," he coughed softly, offering a dry explanation, still avoiding her gaze. "Then sit down. Standing like this, it's tiring for me to look up." Saying this, she reached out and tugged at his sleeve. The boy stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, much taller than her. She had to look up to speak to him. "Let me see your injury." As she spoke, she pulled him down to sit, carefully lifting his sleeve to examine his wound.
Not bad."
She quickly raised an eyebrow, relieved. "What about your shoulder? Have you been good these past few days, taking good care of it?" "It's fine now," he obediently replied. As they drew closer, her faint, warm fragrance wafted over. The memory of that night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The image of tender red and snow-white skin vividly appeared, causing him to stiffen abruptly, extremely awkwardly. "What's wrong?" She leaned even closer, meeting his gaze. Those clean, clear eyes were completely absorbed in him. In that instant, he had nowhere to escape. The sordid thoughts in his mind made him unable to meet her gaze. "I'm leaving now." He finally fled in a disheveled state. After the matter was properly handled, half a month later, the long-lost heir was finally found in a small mountain village at the foot of the cliff. Upon hearing of the events at the Prince Qing's mansion, the heir, who had returned injured, was so grief-stricken that he fell seriously ill. However, this outwardly ill heir still managed to visit Luo Li every few days. But each time he would come and then run away, as if he was avoiding her, yet dared not truly hide. Luo Li was truly amused by his timid appearance. Keep hiding, let's see how long you can keep your head down. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. You saw everything and still don't take responsibility, and you still want to hide, humph." Not long after, the news that the heir of the Prince Qing's mansion had been granted the title of Prince Jing was announced to the world. Of course, this title was not inherited. The Prince Qing did not have any hereditary privileges. Mo Sun's bestowal of the title of prince was a result of his accumulated merits in the court over the years. Suddenly, the young and handsome Prince Jing became the top choice for husband among the noble ladies of the capital. It was said that the gates of the prince's mansion were almost bursting at the seams, packed with people every day. Hearing the news brought back by the servants, Lin Shirlan and Luo Yun subconsciously turned to look at Luo Li mother. "My brother and I will go to the poetry gathering in a couple of days." Then they heard her say this. Both mother and son were taken aback. Who didn't know that the annual flower viewing parties, tea tasting parties, and poetry gatherings held in the capital were all for the daughters of various families to find their husbands? Didn't this mean that she also wanted to go? Really? Lin Shirlan hesitated for a moment before asking her daughter for confirmation. Outsiders might not realize it, but the family members who had watched these children grow up together had long noticed the unusual relationship between Luo Li and Mo Sun. In fact, they practically tacitly accepted their relationship. It's normal for childhood sweethearts to have mutual feelings, but they themselves seem a bit oblivious and hesitant. Especially Mo Sun, a grown man, acting all fussy. Yes, Luo Li nodded decisively without a doubt. All right, it's good to go and see. Comparing the two, Lin Shirlan was still on her daughter's side. Besides, there are so many good young men these days, and her daughter isn't engaged yet, so it wouldn't hurt to see more. Luo Yun didn't dare say a word. He silently offered incense to his brother in his heart. Mo Sun, if you don't step up, don't blame your brother-in-law for not helping you. But besides that, thinking about the tea party, another person came to mind, and his handsome face flushed slightly. He wondered if she would go this time. Soon, news spread that the general's daughter was also going to attend the poetry gathering, exciting the young masters of various families in the capital. She was the most beautiful woman in the capital, the object of everyone's dreams. Who wouldn't be excited? Originally, when Luo Li had just reached marriageable age, various families were already eager to arrange a marriage. However, Lin Shirlan had previously declined, citing the unresolved marriage of her brother Luo Yun as the reason. Now that this news had surfaced, didn't it mean that Luo Li was now showing interest? The residence where Lin Shirlan and her husband got married was next to General Lin's mansion. The two families were very close. General Lin was getting old, and to spend more time with him, Luo Li and her family mostly lived in the general's mansion. Therefore, it was perfectly acceptable for her to be referred to as the young lady of the general's mansion. She truly was. Moreover, her father, Zhou, was a hidden tycoon and outwardly a renowned businessman. Her older brother was currently a third-rank official, and she also had a first-rank general as her uncle. Besides her own excellence, her background was also top-notch. One could say that she could choose any young master in the capital. Are you going to the poetry gathering? Sure enough, on the very day the news spread, Mo Sun came looking for her.
Yes.
Luo Li, with her back to him, casually answered, playing with the clay doll beside her. On the shelf beside her was a whole row of clay dolls. She had collected all kinds of them over the past 14 years, each one exquisitely crafted and lifelike. And what she held in her hand was the only one she had stood with Mo Sun. Hearing her answer, his heart skipped a beat, a sharp, aching pain shooting through him. Can I not go? Looking at her, he opened his mouth, finally managing to utter the words with difficulty, his handsome face already flushed red. Luo Li paused, turning to look at him, only to see him hastily turn his face away, but his flushed cheeks still caught her eye. Why won't you let me go? A sly smile played on her lips as she asked, feigning incomprehension. I don't want to. Seemingly sensing the deliberate urge in her tone, his expression became slightly unnatural, but he still answered truthfully.
Why?
Don't you want to? The mischievous girl stood up and moved closer, looking up at him, pressing for an answer. The sweet, close scent, the girl so close, made his throat tremble and his ears burn. He remained silent for a long while, unable to utter an answer. But I already agreed, and I accepted the invitation. Seeing this, Luo Li stepped back, muttering to herself, and prepared to sit back down at the table, but he hurriedly reached out to stop her. Can't you not go? Please. Hearing this, his heart tightened, his voice trembled, and his eyes reddened with panic, as if he were about to cry. Luo Li was stunned. This was the first time she had seen him like this. Even when he was seriously injured before, she had never seen him red-eyed. In fact, she had cried more than him. Seeing her stunned, he cautiously lowered his head and gently embraced her, revealing his vulnerability. Please don't go, okay? You have me. That's enough. You don't need to look at each other anymore. His tone was pleading, the last sentence extremely soft. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, took a key from his pocket, and carefully placed it in her palm. The keys to the prince's manor treasury, the betrothal gifts. Her already flushed ears were practically bleeding, yet her tone was exceptionally earnest. I didn't see anyone else, I haven't been in the manor these past few days. He only learned of the crowds surrounding the prince's manor upon his return. Remembering this, he quickly explained, his eyes pleading as if afraid she would misunderstand. Seeing his expression, Luo Li couldn't refuse. But regarding the betrothal gifts, what we agreed upon privately cannot be counted. Hearing her words, his cheeks flushed even more. I've already found a matchmaker, and I'll come to present the betrothal gifts on a chosen day. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression instantly softened, and a smile appeared on her face. Then I promise you, I won't see them. You'll come with me. You know, my brother is getting older, and he still needs to find a sister-in-law. We'll go with him to see her. Yes, this was the main reason she said she wanted to go to the poetry gathering. Luo Yun was 6 years older than her, already 20. While other people's children were already several years old, he wasn't engaged yet, and his elders were nagging him to death. Hearing her say this, Emo-sun finally realized something and stared blankly at her. So, this is why you want to go to the poetry gathering? Yes, what else? Didn't you say you have me? I've always felt that way too. Luo Li nodded with a smile, successfully making him blush again. Her own face also flushed. Okay, I'll go with you, he mumbled in response, looking at the little girl who was teasing him with a helpless smile on his face. Emo-sun acted swiftly. He discussed it with her that day, and the very next day, he arrived with the matchmaker and betrothal gifts. The commotion was grand, as if he wanted the entire capital to know. However, Lin Sherlon and the others knew Luo Li's feelings and were aware of the Emo-sun family's current situation, so they didn't make things difficult for him. The news of the engagement quickly spread throughout the capital. Childhood sweethearts, a perfect match, a match made in heat was a beautiful story. However, because Luo Li was not yet of marriageable age, the wedding was postponed for 2 years. On the day of the poetry gathering, Luo Li arrived as promised. However, she was accompanied by Emo-sun, who acted like a personal guard, and her cuddly little sister, Xiao Mian. They had originally planned to come and help Luo Yun choose a bride, but it turned out he had already made his own choice. Seeing her brother's flushed cheeks and the pretty older sister, Xiao Mian, though little as a child, turned and glanced at Luo Li and the others. Sister, I want to go to your other side. Looking at her little feet, she then looked up at the people standing on either side of her sister, and Emo-sun. Suddenly, she felt it wasn't appropriate for her to stand there, so she went around to the other side, making room for Luo Li and Emo-sun to stand together. The two of them were startled, exchanged a glance, and instantly blushed. You clever little devil, Luo Li muttered, looking down uncomfortably, and pulled Xiao Mian aside to eat some pastries. Meanwhile, seeing her expression, Emo-sun's eyes were filled with a smile as he slowly followed. But at the poetry gathering, all the young gentlemen and ladies, seeing this scene, showed expressions of disappointment. However, thinking about it, while the position of the principal wife in Prince Jing's mansion was already decided, the positions of concubines and other women were still vacant. It's worth noting that Prince Jing didn't even have a concubine yet. This thought rekindled hope. But unexpectedly, the very next day, Emo-sun announced that he would spend his entire life with Luo Li, a single couple. This dashed any remaining illusions and filled everyone with envy. At the end of the year, Luo Yun finally married his sister-in-law. For once, Emo-sun openly expressed his envy. The previous decade or so had flown by. But now, these remaining 2 years suddenly felt incredibly long. Fortunately, after countless days of longing and counting down the days, he had finally waited for it. 10 miles of red bridal procession, a grand wedding banquet. In the bridal chamber, the nuptial wine was drunk, its fragrance lingering, and the red curtains fell. Her clothes slipped down, and she paused, her eyes misty with confusion as she looked at the small jade pendant that had fallen from his collarbone. What's this? It looked so familiar. Following her gaze, he glanced down and smiled. It's a keepsake you gave me when I was little, he whispered in response. Before she could speak, a light, hesitant kiss landed on her, engulfing her. Only a soft sob remained. The small jade pendant was the first birthday gift she had given him when they were children. He had made it into a pendant, which he always wore close to his body. Perhaps from that moment on, it was already destined that their fates would be intertwined, hand in hand for life. Years later, in the Prince Jing's mansion. Hey son, come and see if these clay dolls I made look like them. Daddy, look at mine. Daddy, there's mine too. The two little ones, one big and one small, eagerly held up their clay dolls for Emo-sun to see. Of course, Emo-sun's first choice was naturally his wife. Very well made. This debao is extremely lifelike. Looking at the huddled-up clay doll, Emo-sun praised it without batting an eye. Not only that, he even pointed out specific details to praise it. However, Luo Li's expression was a little strange. Daddy, Mother just said this is Xiao Bao. De Bao poked his head out, his tone serious. Hearing this, both adults froze. Ahem, yes, I was talking about Xiao Bao too. Mo Sun continued, without changing his expression. Ha ha ha. Finally, Luo Li, after trying to hold back, couldn't help but laugh. Mo Sun finally broke down, and the four of them, 2 adults and 2 children, burst into laughter. Quick, help me fix this. I want to make one for all 4 of us. Okay. Just as they were working on the dolls, several familiar figures appeared in the courtyard. Luo Yin came in and couldn't help but complain after just one glance. How old are you all? Why are you still playing with mud like children? Really, why didn't you invite me? With that, he immediately squeezed into the group of 4, making the people behind him laugh. Come on over, let's see who makes the best one. He even turned back to call for others. His sister-in-law gave him a helpless look and took the 2 children over. Xiao Mian also joined in with her 2 cousins from Uncle Lin's family. Lin Sherlon, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Lin, and Aunt El stood together beside General Lin, watching the scene with smiles. These children, they never seemed to grow up. Watching the younger generation playing around, their expressions were a mixture of helplessness and indulgent pampering. Inside the side room in the courtyard, rows of clay dolls covered the walls of neat wooden shelves. Each family member was depicted, each unique and lifelike. Hearing the laughter of the elders behind her and gazing at the scene before her, Luo Li secretly nudged Mo Sun, immediately deciding to create a masterpiece. Husband, I want to make the biggest clay sculpture ever, one that includes everyone in the family. What do you think? Mo Sun smiled in response, wiping the clay from her nose with his sleeve. This natural gesture elicited a burst of teasing laughter. I'll do it with you all, Luo Yun said loudly. In the end, together they captured the scene on paper, then painstakingly sculpted it into the largest masterpiece. It was placed in the very center of the side room. World 9 complete. Systems space. Points gained this time, plus 1,000, minus points used in this world, minus 200, total 800. Merit, plus 40, luck, plus 30. Points, 18,000 plus 800, 18,800 points. Luck, 280 plus 30, 310. Merit, 280 plus 40, 320. Shaoli, are you here yet? I'm downstairs, don't worry, I'll be right up. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Luo Li deliberately exaggerated her breathing, feigning great anxiety. Hurry up, I'm so scared. He keeps knocking on the door. The woman on the other end sounded just as panicked, but it was clearly an exaggerated performance. Luo Li sneered inwardly, glanced at the empty hotel lobby, and abruptly withdrew her foot from the hotel entrance, turning and leaving immediately.
Ah.
At the same time, a scream came from the phone, but Luo Li ignored it. Kai, can you help me clear the security camera footage from earlier? Sure. Kai has already cleared it. Even the hotel and nearby security cameras won't show any trace of the host being here. Little White Cabbage, whom she hadn't seen in a while, perched on Luo Li's shoulder, leisurely swinging its legs. Our Kai is so clever. Luo Li gently touched its head, praising it sincerely. Little Cabbage's eyes crinkled with laughter, her little chest puffed out, brimming with pride. The original owner of this world was a moderately famous female celebrity. Upon her debut, she was fortunate enough to play a supporting role in a campus drama. Unexpectedly, that drama became an overnight sensation, and her supporting role became the perfect white moonlight in many people's eyes. From then on, the original owner gained popularity right from her debut, and subsequently landed several new dramas, becoming increasingly popular and quickly rising to become a top-tier actress. With her abilities, the original owner could have had a smooth career in the entertainment industry, but unfortunately, she had a scheming best friend. As the original owner's popularity grew, many unfounded rumors and scandals surfaced, presented with seemingly solid evidence and elaborate arguments. Furthermore, many of the original owner's actions were maliciously edited and exposed by marketing accounts, making her situation even worse. Fortunately, Both the original owner and her company handled the situation well, and the fans were rational and supportive, clarifying all the smears one by one. Until this time, her best friend took drastic measures. Just like in the phone call, her trusted best friend lied, claiming she was being maliciously harassed at a hotel, with someone banging on her door and threatening her. In a panic, her best friend called the original owner for help, pleading with her not to call the police, citing their shared status as public figures. Hearing the commotion on the phone and worried about her friend, the original owner rushed over without hesitation. She intended to go upstairs with hotel staff to handle the situation, but for some reason, the entire hotel lobby was deserted. And her best friend's situation on the phone was becoming increasingly critical, leaving no time for hesitation. Finally, the original owner gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and hurried upstairs. But when she arrived at the room, she didn't find her supposed best friend. What awaited her was a room full of shirtless men and several video cameras. Thus, the most perfect white moonlight actress's career collapsed overnight. Tags like popular actress kept by a sugar daddy, exposed for multiple encounters in a hotel, trended on social media overnight. This time, no matter how the original owner explained, it was all in vain. She was met only with endless insults. The company could no longer help her, and her loyal fans, who tried to clear her name again, were repeatedly exposed and silenced. Some extreme netizens even doxed the original owner's address, repeatedly harassing her, throwing paint, hurling insults, and cursing her. Amidst endless abuse, the original owner chose to end her life. The original owner's wish: revenge. To make the culprits reap what they sow. To suffer double the pain. Being kept, acting like a diva, disrespecting seniors. Back home, looking through the dirt on the original owner who had been maliciously splashed with water, Luo Li laughed. Which one of these describes her best friend? Every single one of these claims is verifiable. Just as she finished speaking, an incoming call popped up. Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil. She answered the call and casually started recording. Luo Li, you tricked me? The other person's tone was clearly furious, indicating they had likely been notified and perhaps even verbally abused. Huh? What did you say? Luo Li's tone was obviously innocent, carrying a sense of bewilderment, as if she didn't understand what the other person meant. But the smile on her face was exceptionally cold. You're still pretending. You didn't go to the hotel at all. Why did you lie to me? What hotel? What are you talking about? No matter how much she raged, Luo Li wouldn't respond, feigning complete innocence. The more she acted this way, the angrier the other person became. Luo Li could hear the frantic trembling on the other end of the phone. XXX Hotel. I told you to come find me. Why didn't you go? Qin Royao was so enraged that she blurted out the hotel's name without thinking. Oh, why did you tell me to come find you? Her beautiful eyes narrowed, her tone icy. When anger flares, a person's thinking becomes muddled, making them easily manipulated and led astray. Luo Li deliberately provoked the other party. Of course, I did it so they could film. At this point, Qin Royao suddenly snapped back to reality. You tricked me? Ha! Hearing the other party's words, Luo Li scoffed and hung up the phone. Sigh so close. A bit of a pity. Recording that part seems pointless anyway. Meanwhile, Qin Royao stared at her black-screened phone, suddenly realizing she hadn't controlled her temper and had broken ties with Luo Li. Damn it. She cursed under her breath, throwing her phone onto the table. But soon another call came in. As soon as she answered, she was met with a barrage of insults. The promised people weren't delivered. President Wang is furious. Come over yourself. Yes, those men in the hotel were only after filming to ruin the original owner's reputation. Besides, the real purpose was to use the video to blackmail the original owner into selling herself to this so-called CEO Wang. Qin Royao hung up the phone, her face pale. The promised person hadn't been delivered, so she had to go herself. What she didn't notice was that after leaving her apartment, Luo Li followed closely behind. Upon reaching their destination, Luo Li didn't delay and dialed the police using her newly acquired phone number. "Hello. I'm reporting XX Club. There's prostitution going on." After hanging up, Luo Li searched online and found several paparazzi's contact information, then sent them the address and the juicy scoop. After making the call, she made her exit. She went home to watch dramas and wait for the scoop. While waiting, a very pleasant piano melody drifted down from upstairs, soothing her mood. Unfortunately, there was only one piece. She couldn't fully enjoy it. As expected, it lived up to expectations. Soon, Luo Li saw the related hashtag 18th, tier actress caught soliciting prostitution at a brothel, caught red-handed by police. How come she's only 18th tier? The buzz isn't big enough. Looking at the hashtag that was slow to trend, Luo Li complained. It's all because Qin Royao's talent isn't up to par. Despite having so many wealthy backers, her performances still haven't made a splash. Thinking about it, Luo Li's eyes lit up. She asked Xia Beikai to help her hide her account's location, the kind that even hackers couldn't find, and then she edited a hashtag video and posted it. Hashtag *** famous company president caught soliciting prostitution at a brothel. The client is none other than famous actress Qin Royao. Yes, she anonymously sent it to several company email addresses and added some Twitter coins, and the hashtag immediately rose to the top. The fame of this CEO Wang's company was far more valuable than any obscure female celebrity, and it quickly topped the trending searches. This was partly due to the help of several of CEO Wang's rival companies. With the help of these rival companies, numerous marketing accounts and online trolls swarmed in, and soon, even if Qin Royao wasn't famous, her reputation and her profile picture were. By the time she and CEO Wang finally got out of the police station, it was too late. Their close-up photos had already flooded the entire internet. Ding! Original owners wish progress 50%. Seeing this progress bar, Luo Li was somewhat surprised and smiled slightly. The original owner was easy to please, but this was just an appetizer. Kai, I'll rent some hacking skills. Okay. 3 points a day. Soon after, seeing the newly acquired videos and photos, Luo Li clapped her hands in satisfaction. She found several paparazzi's email addresses and sent the photos anonymously. Add some more fluff, she muttered under her breath, her eyes gleaming with mischievous amusement. As expected, the first thing Mr. Wang did was spend money to suppress the hype. All the revelations about him from the previous night were buried overnight. But soon, the story resurfaced, and no amount of suppression could quell it. Hashtag, is he feeling guilty? No wonder the hashtag suddenly disappeared last night. He did it but doesn't dare admit it? Hashtag, on the contrary, the more he acted this way, the more guilty he seemed, effectively confirming the truth of the matter. Soon, more related hashtags and videos surfaced. It was Luo Li and those rival companies who did it. With such a good opportunity, these rival companies naturally wanted to drag her down with them. Meanwhile, Qin Royao's public account was already flooded with insults. She had already amassed a group of haters because of her acting problems. Now, casual observers, haters, and even her own former fans all joined the fray. No acting skills are one thing, but breaking the law and committing adultery? Get out of the entertainment industry. She was previously implying that newcomers used underhanded tactics to get resources, but it turns out she's the one doing it. She's really playing games. That CEO, he's older than her father, right? How could she do that? I used to think that even though you lack acting skills, at least you were good-looking. But now, where did this public buzz come from? It's so offensive. I remember, that guy still has a wife, right? A mistress who's a mistress? So shameless. This is an eyesore, so cheap and promiscuous. Go to hell. Looking at these comments, Qin Royao's eyes reddened with anger, and she screamed in despair. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Beside her, her manager frowned deeply, hanging up the phone. We've found out. Those paparazzi who leaked the information said someone called them last night specifically to notify them to go. Think about it yourself. Have you offended anyone? The manager paused, then fell silent. Yes, Qin Ruiyao had offended quite a few people. Relying on several wealthy patrons, she had never taken anyone seriously.
This is no small matter.
Why don't you ask someone else for help? The manager meant for Qin Ruiyao to find another wealthy patron. Beep beep. Just then, the agent's phone popped up with a caller ID. Seeing it was Mr. Wang, both of them paused. Upon answering, the other party was rude and immediately launched into a tirade of insults. The agent apologized profusely before finally calming down. After hanging up, a new keyword popped up. After glancing at it, she looked at Qin Ruiyao with a complicated expression. Mr. Wang already knows the problem lies with you. You'd better watch yourself. With that, the agent turned and left decisively. The newly popped keyword was a series of photos of Qin Ruiyao in bed with several of her sugar daddies. Just after the agent left, Qin Ruiyao also saw the new keyword. How is this possible? After carefully checking her phone's photo album, she exclaimed in horror. Yes, all the sugar daddies she had been with were married men having affairs. To gather leverage, just in case, Qin Ruiyao had also taken photos and videos of herself in bed with her sugar daddies. This was so that if she were ever dumped by these sugar daddies, she could still use them to make more money. But she never expected that her preparations would ultimately backfire on her. Looking at the documents on her locked phone, her eyes were filled with terror. She couldn't understand who could have stolen and sent these things out.
Ding. Ding.
Soon, another call came in. After reading the new keywords that popped up, Qin Ruiyao didn't dare answer. One call ended, then another, and after more than a dozen calls, there was finally a brief respite. Qin Ruiyao hid in a corner of the sofa, her eyes filled with a sinister and ruthless light, her mind racing, trying to figure out who was behind her schemes. Bang.
Bang.
Bang. Before she could think, there was a knock on the apartment door, and the next instant, it was kicked open with a bang. A well-maintained, middle-aged woman, leading a group of bodyguards, stormed in. Beat her. The woman was none other than Mr. Wang's wife. She was there to teach the mistress a lesson. This apartment was arranged for Qin Ruiyao by Mr. Wang, and it was property under his name. What are you doing? This is illegal. I'm going to sue you for trespassing. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped several times.
Ah.
In just a few blows, Qin Ruiyao was already bruised and swollen. Mrs. Wang sneered. Trespassing? Every place under his name is mine. Throw her out. So young and not taking the proper path, yet trying to take shortcuts? Doesn't he even know who he is? Qin Ruiyao was thus humiliated and kicked out. But in reality, she had only recently started dating this Mr. Wang, and he had many fetishes. Qin Ruiyao wasn't really willing to serve him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent the original owner to win his favor. This apartment was also a recent reward she had received. Calling her a mistress wouldn't be accurate. She was merely a plaything that had been used a few times. But who knows? Everyone only saw what they wanted to see. Because of those intimate photos and videos, Qin Ruiyao offended several other wealthy patrons, resulting in a severe ban from the industry. Besides, she also faced compensation claims from multiple business partners. Without her backing and having accumulated many enemies, many of her real scandals were exposed, instantly making her a pariah. In a short time, everything changed. She went from a high-profile female celebrity to a fallen dog, forced to live in a cheap rental apartment. Even so, some extreme fans still doxed her, revealing her address and subjecting her to daily harassment and torment. Xiao Li, please help me. We're best friends who grew up together in an orphanage. Desperate, Qin Ruiyao actually sought help from Luo Li. Knowing Luo Li had an event today, she waited in the underground parking lot and blocked Luo Li's path. However, this was utterly ridiculous. Best friends? The kind who wants to kill me? I don't need that. Luo Li smiled gently, but her words were exceptionally cold and cutting. She then simply shook her off and turned to leave. Qin Ruiyao quickly chased after her and blocked her again. How could you think that?
Why would you think that about me?
I was just a little angry that you didn't come to see me last time. That's why my tone on the phone was bad. You know, I was really scared that day. As she spoke, Qin Ruiyao even started to cry. Fortunately, they hadn't been too blunt on the phone that day, and Qin Ruiyao thought she still had a chance to smooth things over. After all, she knew Luo Li best. Because they had grown up together in an orphanage, Luo Li truly considered her family. She believed that as long as she showed weakness, someone as soft-hearted as Luo Li would definitely not abandon her. This time they're slandering me. Xiao Li, you know my character best, don't you? Please help me, okay? Please tell the netizens for me. Only you can help me now. She spoke in a hypocritically soft voice, her eyes filled with resentment and scheming. Her story was already widely discussed online, a done deal. Now, asking Luo Li to clear her name and speak on her behalf was just a way to drag Luo Li down with her, wasn't it? She already knew she couldn't recover, but since she was miserable herself, she didn't want Luo Li to be either. Her eyes were filled with venomous calculation.
Slap.
A loud, sharp slap shattered Qin Ruiyao's illusions.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Several more slaps followed. Luo Li rubbed her numb hand, coldly watching the stunned Qin Ruiyao. Don't you really know your acting is just as bad as you are? We're all seasoned foxes. What are you pretending for? Get lost. You're truly filthy. Leaving those last words, Luo Li didn't linger and left immediately. Qin Ruiyao covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief, resentment, and unwillingness. But seeing more and more vans appearing, she knew she couldn't stay any longer. An event was being held here today. Many celebrities would be there, and it would be crowded. It wasn't advisable for her to linger. Thinking this through gritted teeth, she turned and left. But unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out of the underground parking lot, a group of people suddenly rushed out, shouting and cursing at her. It's her. It really is her. I knew I wasn't mistaken today. She really came here. Everyone attack. I'll beat you to death, you mistress. I'll beat you to death, you bitch, slut. They weren't fans or haters, but rather netizens who had experienced betrayal in their families. What they hated most was mistresses who destroyed other people's families. Even if Qin Ruiyao might not even qualify as a legitimate mistress, merely a plaything for her sugar daddies, as long as she'd done something like seducing married men, she couldn't escape that label. They'd been watching Qin Ruiyao for a long time, but she'd always been hiding, unable to find an opportunity. Today, they finally caught her.
Ah.
In the struggle, someone secretly shoved Qin Ruiyao, and she fell heavily to the ground, her cheeks scraping against the roadside flower bed. Qin Ruiyao felt a sharp pain on her face, her hand trembling as she touched it. Her hand was covered in blood, and there were obvious bloodstains on the edge of the flower bed. Before she could recover, a bottle of liquid was splashed onto her face.
Ah. Ah.
Her agonizing screams instantly echoed throughout the area, along with the terrified cries of passers-by. The group panicked at the sight and scattered instantly, each wearing hats and masks to cover their faces, making it impossible to identify who had attacked them. Soon, ambulances and police arrived, and the incident immediately made the news. By the time Luo Li saw the reports, news of Qin Ruiyao being severely disfigured by acid and subsequently committing suicide by jumping from a building was everywhere. The netizens who had been so agitated that day were all arrested by the police and awaiting trial. Closing her phone, Luo Li turned to look out the window. The night had just ended, and the sun was beginning to rise. The rest was all light. As if on cue, the soft sound of a piano suddenly filled her ears again. Clear and melodious, gradually blossoming, like a newly sprouted bud, full of hope. The morning sun shone before her, and the piano music filled her ears. Yes, fitting and enjoyable. If she weren't afraid of startling the person, she would have definitely gone up and praised, "Brother, what talent you have." Just then, a phone call came in. It was her manager. "The production crew will be here soon. I'll be on my way shortly. Be careful." Of course, this is just to film some footage. Don't be too nervous, just be natural. As soon as the call connected, the other party got straight to the point, giving clear and organized instructions. Luo Li smiled. "I know, my dear sister, don't worry." She had accepted a role in a dating reality show, and the production crew was coming to film some everyday footage of the guests. Why did she take this dating reality show? Because Kai said he would be participating too. The original owner of this body had recently been the target of a smear campaign, and although she had clarified the situation, it still affected her public image. Therefore, the company planned to have her participate in some reality shows to increase her exposure, improve her public image, and build a fanbase. Perfect timing. Luo Li chose this dating reality show. This dating reality show has been very popular since its premiere, featuring both celebrities and ordinary people. However, this was her first time participating in a reality show, and her manager, worried she might not be comfortable, came along immediately. After hanging up the phone, Luo Li tidied her long hair, and soon there was a knock on the door. Coming. Luo Li responded and walked over in her white Crocs. Us, Luo. We're from the dating simulation program team. When the door opened, the entire production team waiting outside visibly paused. The girl was dressed in a white dress, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders, a few strands casually tucked behind her ear, revealing a fair and clean face. She was delicate and beautiful, bathed in sunlight streaming in from the window behind her, giving her a luminous glow, making her breathtakingly beautiful. She truly seemed like a dreamlike white moonlight appearing before their eyes. The photographer, snapping out of his daze, quickly snapped photos, and the videographer hurriedly recorded footage. This was all top-notch footage. Come in quickly, she said with a gentle smile, her red lips curving slightly at their reaction. It was only after she entered that they noticed the Crocs Luo Li was wearing. Just something I wore at home, Luo Li explained, shifting slightly uncomfortably as she followed their gaze to her feet. Compared to her overall aura, the Crocs seemed a little childish. However, she inexplicably made people feel much closer to her. The unattainable white moonlight wasn't so unapproachable after all. Miss Luo has very good taste. The young lady walking in front smiled and remarked. Luo Li glanced at her Crocs with bunny ears, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. Back to the main topic. We're planning to film some footage of your daily life. Would you mind asking what your hobbies are when you're resting at home? Or, do you have any particular interests you're good at? I usually like to draw when I'm bored, but it's just a hobby, not something I'm particularly good at. Let me show you my studio. The original owner lived in a large, single-level apartment, where she usually lived alone. Besides the master bedroom, the other rooms were mostly empty, so she set up a studio there because of her love for painting. The studio was packed full of the original owner's artwork. The staff couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as soon as they entered.
Wow.
This is already comparable to a master's work. Miss Luo, you're too modest. Luo Li simply smiled. Seeing them searching for inspiration, she sat down and set up her easel. She picked up her brush and, based on the sunrise she had in her mind that day, sketched a painting accompanied by the sound of a piano. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the orange-red sunrise shone brightly. And in the corner by the window, in front of the piano, sat a figure. Most of his body was hidden in shadow, making it impossible to see his appearance or whether he was male or female. His gaze fell on the scenery outside the window, a mixture of longing and enjoyment. Like a flower blooming freely in warm light, or a bud struggling to emerge from hardship. It was clearly just a simple landscape painting, but this figure evoked several complex emotions. Even Luo Li couldn't understand why she had painted such a picture. So evocative. The staff who watched Luo Li paint the whole time were amazed. They hadn't expected that an ordinary, rising starlet would actually possess such genuine talent. Yes, confirmed, she was indeed the perfect white moonlight. After a while, the footage was almost finished, and the staff said goodbye to Luo Li. We'll be going now, goodbye, Ms. Luo. By the time Luo Li's manager arrived, everything was already done. So fast?
Yes.
Luo Li nodded casually, glancing upstairs. Sister Chun, are any of the guests from this show upstairs? I saw them all go up after filming. From the few words the staff member spoke, she realized the person didn't seem to be an ordinary person. She hadn't even known that her neighbor was in the entertainment industry. Really? I'll go up and see. Sister Chun was too lazy to wait for the elevator and headed straight for the stairs. Luo Li followed eagerly. Sister Chen glanced at her, but said nothing. After finding out who was upstairs, Luo Li's thoughts became complicated. So, the person she was looking for was upstairs? Little Cabbage was also confused. The big boss was upstairs, and it hadn't detected him. The host could hear the big boss playing the piano every few days. She'd have to go back to headquarters and check her detection system. Sister Chen led Luo Li upstairs, glanced at the door, and then came back down. Remembering something, she turned to look at Luo Li, then Qin Ru. The original owner and Qin Ruiyao entered the entertainment industry around the same time. Because Qin Ruiyao had said that it wasn't good to have two good relationships in the industry, no one inside or outside the industry knew about their relationship. Unlike others, Sister Chen was one of the few who knew. Sister Chen had seen too much of the industry and was a shrewd person. Before, when the original owner interacted with Qin Ruiyao, Sister Chen had warned her several times that Qin Ruiyao wasn't worth getting close to. Unfortunately, the original owner didn't heed her words in time. "I'm fine, Sister Chen, don't worry." She knew Sister Chen was referring to the news of Qin Ruiyao's suicide that had just been reported that day and was worried that Luo Li would be sad, since the original owner had truly cherished Qin Ruiyao as a close friend. But how could Luo Li be sad now? She was overjoyed. Okay, the show starts recording next Monday, so prepare yourself these next few days. Seeing that Luo Li's mood wasn't really a problem, Sister Chen didn't say anything more, just gave her the usual instructions. Luo Li obediently agreed. Because she had other things to do, Sister Chen didn't stay long, sitting for a while before leaving. Not long after Sister Chen left, the production crew upstairs also left. Kai, go check on them. Luo Li sent Xiao by Kai to check the situation, planning to create a chance encounter. Here he comes. Host, the big boss is heading out. Hearing Xiaobei Kai's words, Luo Li immediately stood up, grabbed a bag, and went out, obediently waiting in front of the elevator.
Ding.
A pleasant sound rang out. As the elevator doors opened, Luo Li's eyes met those of the man inside. A simple white shirt, jet black, tousled hair, gold-rimmed glasses, deep-set features, and a beauty mark at the corner of his eye utterly captivating. His skin was incredibly fair. Luo Li could even clearly see the veins on his long, slender hands, his knuckles glowing pink, absolutely stunning. A true gem. Oh dear, she almost succumbed. Regaining her composure, Luo Li calmly stepped into the elevator, finding a place to stand at a respectful distance, remaining quiet. But when he saw her, he seemed to pause slightly, glancing at her feet, before quickly returning to normal. Luo Li looked down hesitantly, her toes freezing instantly, her face slightly flushed. Damn it, she forgot to change her shoes. The image of her upper body is completely different from those dull Crocs. As the girl approached, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted over. Shinshuha unconsciously turned his head, and the girl's fair and beautiful profile came into view. The sight of her looking down, and her face instantly turning red with embarrassment, also caught his eye. Strangely, it was somewhat cute, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Ding, favorability +5. Hearing the notification sound, Luo Li stiffened even more, but still tried to remain calm, feigning indifference. There were only the two of them in the elevator, and although it was only a short elevator ride, it felt incredibly long to her. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, she didn't get out of the elevator. Watching him leave, she finally deflated. How embarrassing, Kai. She wanted to leave a lasting first impression, but not like this. Her perfect white moonlight persona had crumbled. It's okay, host is still the most beautiful. Little Cabbage began to imitate its host's praise, but it was telling the truth. Her host was truly beautiful, very pretty. But like the avatar effect, girls subconsciously maintain their own persona and strive to emulate it, and Luo Li was no exception. When she learned about the original host's persona, she genuinely loved it and cherished her image. But never mind, she was numb. The dating reality show was scheduled to start filming next Monday, several days away. These next few days, Luo Li planned to figure out Shinshuha's schedule and create more chance encounters. Unexpectedly, It was quite a coincidence. Although her outings were irregular, she bumped into him several times in the elevator. And his gaze went from initial unfamiliarity and surprise to a degree of familiarity. Well, familiarity alone wasn't enough. Luo Li needed to strive for a pleasant surprise. In the blink of an eye, several days passed quickly, and it was time to film the show. That day, Sister Chen came to pick her up. The location for this program was a small seaside town, a popular romantic spot for couples. This recording will take about 7 days. I'll pick you up when it's over. After arriving at the recording location, the car stopped, and Sister Chen took the opportunity to give her some instructions. Okay. Luo Li nodded, got up from the car, and took her suitcase. The moment she appeared on camera, her fans erupted in cheers. It's Li Li. It really is Li Li.
Ah.
She's so beautiful. I love her so much. Luo Li. Luo Li. Luo Li. The fans had received the news well in advance and were already waiting at the program location. Seeing Luo Li appear, they couldn't contain their excitement. Looking at her enthusiastic fans, Luo Li smiled sweetly at them. As expected, she received another wave of screams. Li Li is so beautiful. Li Li, you are my light. We love you. Go Li Li. Li Li, you're the best. As Luo Li's figure disappeared into the villa, the voices behind her continued, touching Luo Li's heart. These were all fans who truly loved the original owner. In her past life, even though the original owner had been slandered and severely punished, they still chose to believe her. And they always tried their best to defend her. They were truly adorable. This time, Luo Li would definitely not disappoint them. The fake romance program has always used a live broadcast with editing. From the moment Luo Li appeared, her image was already on the live screen. At this moment, the fans in the live stream were also very excited, crying and shouting. Why wasn't I there? Li Li is so beautiful. Wah, I really want to see her. Li Li, stick to me. Even through the screen, she smells so good. I'm just a casual viewer, but I have to say, this little flower, called the most beautiful white moonlight, is indeed beautiful. Upstairs plus 10,086, calling her a goddess isn't an exaggeration. Just based on her looks, I'm a fan now. Live broadcasts are different from the heavily edited photos online. There are no beauty filters or retouching, showing her most authentic self. Luo Li only wore light makeup, yet her beauty was already striking, the kind that grows on you the more you look at her. Just for that face, I have to be a fan. Me too. Me too. Definitely a fan now. Welcome to the Chestnut family. You won't regret it. Luo Li arrived neither early nor late. When she entered the villa, there were already people inside. They were unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman, both non-celebrity guests. The man was quite tall and handsome and looked like he worked out regularly, with a visible physique. The woman had an adorable, lowly-like appearance, wearing a cute bubble skirt. She gave off a very approachable vibe at first glance. Hello, I'm Luo Li. Seeing the two looking at her, Luo Li smiled and greeted them politely. The two stood up, their expressions showing excitement upon recognizing her, and politely bowed in greeting. Hello, I'm Gu Xiaoxi Lily. May I call you that? Seeing their enthusiasm, Luo Li paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Of course. The boy next to her also briefly introduced himself. As you could see, he really was a fitness instructor. Gu Xiaoxi was a fashion blogger and also a fan of Luo Li, hence her excitement. This is too much. How could this chestnut sneak onto the show behind our backs? She even held hands with Lily and hugged her arm. This chestnut is genuinely jealous. I've already swallowed a pound of lemons. Upon learning that Gu Xiaoxi was a fan, the chestnuts in the live stream were practically dying of envy, turning into lemon spirits on the spot. The rooms will be assigned by lottery later. MS. Luo, please have a seat. We have 3 more guests coming up. After observing the interaction among the group, the production team spoke up. Luo Li put her luggage aside. Then Gu Xiaoxi pulled her to sit down. She couldn't help but start searching for topics, from clothes to hair care. They could talk about anything. Goose Xiaoxi, are you a koala? Let go of our Li Li. You've been holding her for so long, or I'll give you a lemon. The live stream comments were still jumping around, tinged with a sour tone. However, they were mostly happy. Seeing their favorite gem being loved by so many people made them feel joyful and a little proud. Soon, the comments were flooded again. The fans, captivated by her beauty, were once again mesmerized, their eyes glued to the screen.
Wow. This.
Another stunningly handsome man. Who is this? Tell me his name. That face, that waist, those legs, those glasses. Wow, he's so handsome. So aloof, it's unfair. I'm crying. Don't say anything. Upstairs, my tears are already streaming down my face. Shinshuha had just gotten out of the car and looked up when she caused a commotion. The fans outside screamed, making the people in the living room curious. Shinshuha. Shinshuha. Our brother is so gentle, and his songs are amazing. Investing in him is definitely worth it. Welcome to become a fan. His fans, seeing him appear, immediately started promoting him, their voices filled with excitement and pride.
Ah.
I know him. He's the original singer of the currently trending song, Light, and also Distance and Crossing Time. He sang all of these songs, and he wrote them all himself. His nickname is Iha.
Ah.
It's him? I just found out. Oh my god, I've been listening to his songs for over a year, and I'm still not tired of them. I listen to them every day. Heaven knows, Iha has only been around for 2 short years, but his songs have already become incredibly popular across the country, with almost every single one becoming a hit. On various platforms, countless people use his songs as background music. He's simply a genius creator and a genius singer. It's him. I've seen him on streams several times before, but each time the video only showed half his body. Even though nothing was shown, he just kept making those ha-ha-ha sounds. I really love his voice. This is the first time I've seen his face shown, Wa. He's so handsome. Talented and good-looking, he's truly blessed. Amidst the chatter of the viewers in the live stream, Shinshuha appeared in the villa. Shinshuha. He briefly introduced himself and greeted them. When Luo Li turned her head and their eyes met, she clearly noticed him pause for a moment, and Luo Li herself showed a slightly surprised expression. Those with sharp eyes noticed this small detail, their eyes igniting with gossip. Lily, did you two know each other before? Goose Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask curiously. Fans had met Shinshuha privately, but this program was Shinshuha's first time facing the public. Everyone was seeing him for the first time. They know each other, right? I saw their eye contact just now. Like the surprise of 2 acquaintances meeting unexpectedly, but to be honest, they actually look quite compatible. Ugh, I'm shipping them now. Don't stop me. Take me with you. I'm shipping this couple now. And they were even in the same group according to the order they entered. And that little glance they exchanged just now, there's definitely something fishy going on. I'm shipping them. A genius singer, a beloved young actress, both with top-tier looks. They're really great to ship. Okay. And this is a dating reality show. If I don't ship them now, when will I? Hearing Goose Xiaoxi's words, Luo Li subconsciously turned to look at Shinshuha, and just then, their eyes met again. Both of them paused for a moment, and then Luo Li shook her head honestly. We don't really know each other. They're just neighbors, they've met a few times, but haven't even exchanged greetings yet. Not considered? They know each other? Goose Xiaoxi quickly grasped the key point. But before she could ask further, the next guest arrived. The viewers in the live stream had already started discussing. What does this mean? Not considered acquaintances? That means they've met before? Upstairs, I think it's what you're saying. Oh, that's really fate. Let's ship them. And the way they looked at each other just now. Wow, that's something to ponder. Which strangers would look at each other like they'd been burned. Yeah, CP fans, it feels like we've already tasted the sweetness. So sweet. The next guest is no ordinary person. She's Sume, a top-tier actress in the entertainment industry right now. Upon hearing this name amidst the shouts outside, Luo Li visibly paused, a surge of annoyance rising within her. Luo Li recognized the name. She was the actress who played the female lead in that campus drama when the original owner debuted. The original owner became famous because of that drama, but Su-mei was different. She debuted earlier, but that drama was the only time after Su-mei became famous that she was overshadowed by a supporting actress. And it was this drama that made the original owner famous. Therefore, the original owner incurred Su-mei's displeasure, and afterwards, Su-mei deliberately stole several of her resources. Luo Li just wanted to film a dating reality show and comfortably experience romance, so why was it so difficult? Phew. She let out a soft breath from an angle out of the camera's view. But the guests on this show were always a mystery. No one knew who the guests would be until the day of filming. Even Shin Shuha's arrival was only known to Luo Li through Kai Kai. Hearing the commotion, Shin Shuha turned and glanced at her again. Soon, the villa door was opened from the outside, and Su-mei entered. Seeing that the people in the living room only stood up to greet her after hearing the noise, a clear hint of displeasure flashed in Su-mei's eyes. Upon seeing Luo Li, her expression turned even more contemptuous and disgusted. But she quickly composed herself, her fleeting expression difficult to decipher. "Hello, everyone, I'm Su-mei. You can also call me Mayor." Turning her head, she flashed a bright smile, appearing very approachable. But soon, the commotion outside drowned out her voice. This time, the commotion was greater than any before. The show's final guest had arrived, Shinfeng, the currently popular film emperor. Shinfeng. When the film emperor arrived, everyone in the room received the same treatment, rising to greet him politely. The film emperor's style was, as always, brief and aloof. However, Luo Li clearly saw a moment of surprise when his gaze met Shin Shuha's. But Shin Shuha's expression remained calm and normal, and the film emperor quickly looked away. "Hello, film emperor Shin. I'm your fan. I've finally met you in person." Su-mei's expression was very excited, her cheeks slightly flushed, a mixture of shyness, joy, and excitement. However, compared to Gu Xiaoxi's reaction earlier, her reaction was a little less innocent. She was definitely excited, but not like a fan. It was more like a young girl's first love. However, this is a dating reality show, so this kind of dynamic is normal. It's perfect for creating a romantic pairing, easily attracting fans. However, the movie star's reaction to her attitude was indifferent, as always. Everyone in the industry knows he's a cold person. Haha. The movie star's reaction doesn't seem like he's seriously here to date on a dating reality show. It feels more like he's just going through the motions. But seriously, our show is really popular. We even managed to get a movie star like him. In the live stream, netizens were actively commenting. They were absolutely right. Shinfeng was indeed there to appease them, but not for work, but to appease his elders. However, while it's normal for him to be pressured at his age, he was genuinely surprised to see his younger brother here. Has this kid matured so much faster than him? He's still single. Although he had many thoughts, he remembered they were on a TV show, so he didn't show them. He also played along, pretending to be a stranger to Shin Shuha's reaction. But what Shiningdi didn't know was that Shin Shuha was also there to appease everyone and genuinely to fulfill a work obligation. His manager had arranged it, saying that his songs were now widely known and familiar to everyone, and it was time for him to show his face to the public. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to those who had always supported him and placed their expectations in him. That made sense. But he had thought the show his manager mentioned was just an ordinary variety show. Who knew it was a dating reality show he'd been placed on? They even said it was currently the hottest show, allowing him to better connect with the public. Thinking of his manager, a grown man who was extremely fond of shipping couples, Shin Shuha felt inexplicably unreliable and sighed softly to himself. Oh my god, all the guests this time are so good-looking. It's a paradise for those who appreciate good looks. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky to see this. Haha. Did the person upstairs accidentally reveal their true nature? The live stream chat was lively, but the atmosphere on set was somewhat stiff. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's get going. Hearing the director's words, everyone present except the production team was stunned. Getting going? Aren't we filming here? The live stream chat was also buzzing with comments. Is this your first time watching their show? Haha, this show is notoriously unpredictable. Their motto is, cause trouble, cause trouble. Anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. It's guaranteed to be exciting. Led by the production team, the group followed, full of confusion, out of the villa. The minibus drove to the town's pier and then took them directly to a small, isolated island not far from town by boat. The area was already set up. A small square was marked off the beach with string, presumably for a game. Besides, several large photos of houses were posted nearby, some good, some bad. The good ones were just small bungalows. The bad ones were actually caves. This was truly something else. Clap, clap. After everyone had settled in, the director deliberately coughed twice and clapped his hands. Lovers always need to go through hardships together to deepen their feelings, so our theme this time is 7-day island survival trip. Later, the pairings will be determined by drawing lots. 1 boy and 1 girl, 2 pairs per group. For the next 7 days, you'll need to rely on and support each other. The director raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing on his handsome face. All right, everyone, as you can see, these are where you'll be staying for the next 7 days. Let me give you a brief introduction to these houses. The first one is a nicely furnished bungalow. It may be small, but it's fully furnished and equipped with appliances. The second one is simply furnished, but it has a bed and a kitchen. That's all. Of course, if you want appliances, you can get them later based on your mission completion rate. The third one, as you can see, is a cave. But don't worry, although it's a bit basic, it's very safe. And it's the best spot on the entire island, offering the most beautiful scenery. Listening to the director's words, Luo Li remained silent. Aside from a 6, she had nothing to say. Of course, the remaining 5 remained silent as well. I'd heard they were good at getting things done, but I didn't expect them to be this good at getting things done. Gu Xiaoxi couldn't help but mutter to Luo Li. Yes, Luo Li agreed. Haha, they're all stunned. I suspect they're acting against me. But what that guy said earlier was right. It really is exciting. 7 days, men and women alone together, and they have to do island survival. Not bad, not bad. I'm ready. I'll be watching the live stream for the next 7 days. This is really something to look forward to, something so exciting. Upstairs, I told you so. Investing in this show is a sure thing, no kidding. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. Meanwhile, at the scene, the group remained silent for a long time before the male fitness instructor finally spoke. Director, are you serious? Of course. Su Mei's gaze swept over Sheningdi, then glanced at the photos of his residence, seemingly already certain of her victory. All right, let's start the draw. There are 2 boxes here, 1 for men and 1 for women. There are 3 balls inside, red, yellow, and blue.
You draw at the same time.
If both men and women draw the same number, they form a team. However, while everyone else remained calm upon hearing this, Su Mei was clearly taken aback, turning to look at the staff with a questioning gaze. She had clearly confirmed beforehand that the draw would be done 1 at a time, and she had even paid someone to specifically pair her with the actor. But what's going on now? The staff member, meeting her gaze, simply lowered his head and didn't dare utter a sound. Ms. Su. Seeing Su Mei wasn't focused, the director called again. Turning her head, she saw the others already standing by the box, their eyes all on the dazed Su Mei.
Sorry.
Coming back to her senses, Su Mei quickly composed herself, smiled gently, and stood beside the box. The live stream camera was focused on them, and Su Mei's unusual reaction was seen by the viewers. What's wrong with her? Her eyes are so strange, and she keeps looking towards the staff. Could there be some inside story? Can you guys stop speculating? Our mayor just glanced at it casually. What are you imagining? Exactly, and who said she looked at any staff member? Did you see her looking at any staff member? Besides, everyone knows that this fake romance show is all about spontaneity. Until it's exposed, nobody knows how the production team actually arranged things or what inside story there is. She was just spacing out. Don't make baseless accusations. However, these doubts were quickly silenced by Su Mei's fans. Some remained silent, while others fiercely criticized. Her eyesight is definitely questionable. Let's stick to the facts. Why are you so agitated? Are you feeling guilty? Besides, your mayor has a lot of scandals and dark history. Is she so easily offended? If she's so capable, she shouldn't have done it. These were Su Mei's haters. In an instant, the two sides started arguing. Seeing the staff member's reaction, Sume could only feign composure and begin the lottery. Glancing at the boys, she quickly reached out and gathered all the balls at the bottom of the box to one side, holding them down. The lottery process seemed normal, but undercurrents were stirring within the box. Luo Li and Gu Xiaoxi simultaneously turned to look at Sume, their brows furrowing in unison. Luo Li, do you want all three? Gu Xiaoxi, how are we supposed to take them if you're holding them all? The two asked in unison, then simultaneously pulled their hands away and took the balls out. The cameraman nearby immediately moved over and pointed the camera at the box. The scene of Sume hurriedly releasing the three balls was also witnessed by viewers in the live stream. Their production team is notoriously ruthless. They don't care who you are. If they have juicy gossip, they'll spill it. That look, that movement, it's really hard to judge. Sume's fans, don't come at me. I'm just telling the truth. It's okay, you say what you want. They're like their idol. They can't stand the truth. Unsurprisingly, this sentence sparked another argument in the live stream. Even though the cameras were on, Sume's fans remained stubborn. Fair and open, everyone take your own ball, and then show it all together after everyone has it. The director next to them immediately spoke up. Everyone was shrewd. Sume had watched the show countless times since the beginning, and they all understood. Sume's face immediately turned red, looking very embarrassed. Sorry, I just really wanted to be in a group with my idol. Well, because of her honest statement, her fans regained their confidence. Our mayor just wants to be in a group with her idol. What's wrong with that? Is that not allowed? Isn't that normal? Who wouldn't want to be in a group with someone they like on a dating reality show? That's what they say, but those in the know understand. It's really just a matter of luck and fate. If you insist on saying that, then nobody's
Human, right?
Should we only cater to you? Shin Feng's brows furrowed in annoyance. Even so, his father insisted he come. Yes, Miss Sue's feelings are understandable, but we value fate, fairness, and transparency. The director responded with a smile. Hearing this, Sume's face stiffened, but she maintained her smile and didn't say anything more. After this delay, the final result was finally in. The ball wasn't big, it was a small ball. Everyone held it in their hands, making it easy to hide. All right, now it's time to reveal. Unfold. Following the director's words, Luo Li opened her hand, a small red ball in her palm. She subconsciously glanced up at Shinshua opposite her, only to find her eyes meeting his again. His palm also held a red ball. What a coincidence. They really are destined for each other. Just like Xiao Baikai said before, their compatibility is 100%. Happy teaming up, my partner. Luo Li smiled and stepped forward. Shinshua nodded, clutching his red ball, a faint pink tinge at the tips of his ears. Who understands? Why is our Li's gaze so inexplicably doting? And Iha, handsome guy, your ears. Why are your ears pink? The aloof, godlike handsome guy is blushing. I really can't control my smile. CP fans are getting another treat. Those who get sweet moments are happy. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxi, standing nearby, looked at the little yellow ball in her palm with surprise, then at the movie star who was also holding a yellow ball and approaching her. Her reaction was adorably dazed. Why you, hello. Standing so close to the movie star, she couldn't help but stammer. Realizing herself, her face flushed slightly. Wow, Lily, she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to stick close to Lily to bolster her courage, but her heart was beating so fast. Seeing her reaction, Shinfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, a rare genuine smile appearing in his eyes. Hello. Compared to the two compatible couples, the remaining couple was somewhat awkward. Sume's expression froze the moment the answer was revealed. She couldn't even maintain her composure. Her expression was unusually grim, and she didn't even acknowledge her partner when she approached. No one knew what she had missed. With her status, she could pick and choose any script for a variety show. She had come to this program specifically to challenge Shinfeng, because she knew that besides being a movie star, Shinfeng also came from a top-tier wealthy family. She had come with that goal in mind and was determined to succeed. But she had missed her chance. It was understandable how upset she was, let alone trying to maintain a composed demeanor. Hello, my name is Chengming. The fitness instructor was initially quite happy to see that her partner was Sume. After all, who didn't know the name of a top-tier actress. Seeing Su Mei's reaction, his expression quickly softened. However, considering they were recording a show, he didn't show anything and politely greeted her. Unexpectedly, Su Mei ignored him, making the atmosphere stiff and awkward. Is it really that bad? Su Mei didn't even greet him? He greeted her politely, and she ignored him completely? I've turned against her. Same here, but I turned against her because of Su Mei's fans. Unsurprisingly, Su Mei's move backfired. By the time she came to her senses and tried to salvage the situation, it was too late. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Coming back to her senses, Su Mei flashed her most beautiful smile and said softly. She finally remembered that she still needed to maintain her public image. But she forgot that this show was different from other variety shows. Besides being broadcast live, they also adhered to the principle of revealing only the most juicy details. Chungming nodded slightly, his attitude polite but indifferent. Alright, now let's announce the game rules. This concerns your future accommodation assignments, so everyone listen carefully. Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. She was certain, despite the director's young age, he was quite the schemer. Who was he referring to with this emphasized listen carefully? She was always eager for a good show. Shin Shuha, standing beside her, noticed her reaction, a warm light flickering in her eyes. The next game has 3 rounds. The first round is about teamwork. See these balloons next to me? The director's voice suddenly paused as he stepped forward to separate the people. Come on, everyone stand here, boys and girls, one on each side. After everyone was in position, he nodded in satisfaction and continued. Each balloon here has a number written on it. Each group of boys and girls will come forward and choose 5 numbers. If 2 people call out the same number, they get that balloon. The more numbers they call out that same number, the more balloons they get. 1 balloon is equivalent to 1 gold coin. The group with the most gold coins after passing all 3 rounds will be the winner, ranked by the number of gold coins. Besides, these gold coins can be exchanged for supplies you need. They're quite valuable. They couldn't bring anything other than their personal clothing and belongings. They needed to live on the island and required many other supplies. Here's paper. Write down the numbers you want to call out. There's no order. Everyone does it simultaneously. Thinking there might be some delays in the calls, the director quickly clarified the rules. He then distributed the slips of paper and pens. After receiving her slip, Luo Li glanced at the number on the balloon and, almost without hesitation, began writing rapidly. She was the first to hand in her paper, with Shun Shuha following behind. Oh, the first one's result is already in, the director said, pausing to examine the numbers closely. 4 identical numbers. After several final checks, he slowly announced the result. Clearly, their teamwork was too good to be true, exceeding his expectations. He was a little frustrated, wondering if his task was too easy. Hearing the result, Shin Shuha also paused, turning to look at Luo Li. This time, the numbers were completely shuffled, 20 numbers randomly selected from 1 to 100. Of the 5 numbers they wrote down for were identical. Looks like we have pretty good chemistry. Noticing his gaze, Luo Li smiled back at him. This is amazing. This isn't just pretty good. This is clearly perfect chemistry, right? I'm sure of it, you 2 are a match made in heaven. Please get married right now. We'll be your best man and maid of honor. Compared to the 2's reactions, the CP fans were even more excited. Unsurprisingly, his ears turned pink as soon as Luo Li finished speaking, and he gave a soft reply. Gu Xiaoxi and her group were the second to submit their work, right behind Shin Shuha. 1 is the same. The director's voice clearly indicated satisfaction this time. Su Mei wanted to secretly give Chengming a wink, but unexpectedly, he didn't even look at her and finished writing immediately. The result was as expected. Sorry, your group didn't get the same one, but don't be discouraged. There are still 2 more rounds. Please try again. The director's gloating tone was absolutely hilarious. These are the coins we got this round. Li Shu's group got 4, and 11 Feng's group got 1. The staff member said, handing out several small round coins with the words, imitation couple, on them. Li Shu? Chestnut pastry? Great. Our CP name is decided. Chestnut Pastry Army, assemble. Present. Present. Number 10,086. Present. Our 11 Feng is decided too, unchanged. I'm raising the flag for 11 Feng. I'm cheering. Now, let's announce the second round. The first round tested teamwork. This second round tests boyfriend skills. The director cleared his throat and began. These are the same balloons. See them all? There are 50 balloons here, each tied with a rope at a fixed height. You'll need to carry each other or support each other to reach them with your heads. Each team has a 3-minute time limit. You can choose your own method of cooperation: carry, hug, lift. There are no restrictions. The only requirement is that the girls' pointed hats pop the balloons. The team that pops the most balloons wins. First place gets 5 gold coins, second place gets 3 gold coins, and third place gets 1 gold coin. The live stream erupted in cheers almost as soon as the director finished speaking.
Wow.
Can we start the piggyback ride and hug now? I love it. So-and-so was right. This show is great. They really show us the stuff. They really get things done. They don't treat us like outsiders. But the piggyback ride and hug is still a bit lacking. They should just go straight to the kissing party. Director, did you hear me? Kiss right away. We love watching. Upstairs, sister. You need to control yourself. Don't reveal your true nature. And what's the point of kissing? Let's just watch them alone in the room, like at night, you know? Director, don't treat us like outsiders. These comments appeared just as the show's large screen was set up. Unsurprisingly, everyone saw the comments. After reading them, Luo Li turned around and saw that Shin Shuha's expression was somewhat unnatural, her face instantly turning red. Gu Xiaoxi, standing next to him, blushed crimson, too embarrassed to look at Shiningdi. Okay, I've seen all the suggestions from the netizens. We're all family. The director, suppressing a laugh, earnestly responded to the netizens. After realizing the comments were visible live, the live stream chat fell silent for a moment. Everyone completely silent. If it weren't for the still-moving live feed, one would have thought the screen had frozen. However, the next second, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Ah, Lily, look at me. Moi, moi, moi. Sticking. Sister Lily, look at me. The actor is so handsome. His eyes are killing me. Foma is so cool today too. Love you, moi. Yeah. Come on. Our seedling has joined Li Shuha's army. Chestnut Pastry is your flag bearer. You have to work hard to bring your sister-in-law home. Seeing this, Shin Fom turned to look at Shin Shuha, whose face was already flushed red to her neck. Shin Fom wanted to laugh. It was rare. He'd never seen this kid with such an expression before. Cici. The other fans also started popping up, trying their best to get their idol's attention. Su Mei's fans, unusually quiet for a while, finally showed up. They hadn't dared to post much because they'd lost the argument earlier and been heavily criticized. However, this time, after hearing the game rules, Su Mei was much more confident. Putting everything else aside, Chengming, a fitness coach, definitely had a significant advantage in this physical challenge. Alright, let's get back to the game. The balloons are ready. Which group wants to go first this time? The director cleared his throat again. In games, the first group to go is usually at a disadvantage. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances and remained silent for a moment. Seeing this, Luo Li and Shin Shuha, who was standing not far away, exchanged glances and were about to speak. Then we'll go first. We'll set an example. Su Mei immediately took the lead, wanting to seize the opportunity to gain favor and make up for her earlier mistake. Seeing this, Luo Li and the others gave up and went back to wait under the parasol. It's okay. Don't be nervous. We're already in the lead. Just be steady. Seeing Shin Shuha standing beside her, her beautiful fingers unconsciously clenching as if she were very nervous, Luo Li also kindly comforted her. Closer in, the familiar fragrance enveloped her, and Shin Shuha's fingers clenched even tighter, the redness on her earlobes lingering. Okay. Her clear, gentle voice was truly captivating. Beside her, Shin Fom, the movie star, was already inwardly smiling like a doting ant, but he suppressed it on his face. Turning his head and seeing that Gu Xiaoxi was also a little nervous, he spoke calmly as well. It's okay. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. The scenery in that cave is quite nice. Gu Xiaoxi. It was visibly that she became even more nervous. Fonger, you're comforting. Maybe we shouldn't comfort each other next time. Even Shinfeng's fans couldn't help but complain. Exactly. Look how you've made our Xiaoxi even more nervous. Complaints aside, they were genuinely enjoying shipping her. This beach has been carefully cleaned. It's all soft sand. But this game is still a bit dangerous. A friendly reminder. Please be careful. Safety first. Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Ready.
Time's on.
The fitness instructor was quite skilled. The director had barely finished speaking when Su Mei was already firmly lifted up. Yes, lifted, not carried on the back, not hugged. After Su Mei's attitude earlier, Chengming's attitude also softened. He was now simply maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor for the sake of the game. Chengming's movements were steady, placing her perfectly in front of the balloon. However, the balloon was tied with a rope, making it very volatile, and Su Mei couldn't pop it.
Ouch.
During the movement, Chengming's hair was pulled, causing him to cry out in pain. Okay, good luck to you too. 150 seconds left, the director reminded them. Half a minute passed, and they still hadn't popped their first balloon. Come a little closer, I can't reach it. Su Mei was even more anxious, ignoring the other person's cries of pain. Chengming didn't say anything, just moved closer to her. Pop. After all that effort, the first balloon popped. With experience, the second one was easier, followed by the third, though Chengming's hair got pulled quite badly. 30 seconds left. Keep going, you two. Half a day passed, and they'd only popped 4. Hearing this, Su Mei became even more anxious, moving her body more violently. Chengming tried his best to steady her, lifting her up, keeping her steady, and getting his hair pulled. Chengming's face was already red from straining, but because Su Mei's movements were too large, she lost control, swayed, and suddenly let go, almost falling, startling everyone. Fortunately, Chengming steadied her in time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the countdown ended just in time. Okay, time's up. What are you doing? Hearing this voice, and still recovering from the shock, Su Mei almost instinctively blurted out the blame. But everyone knew that it wasn't Chengming's fault at all. However, Chengming didn't say anything, simply putting her down and standing to the side. What was she doing? Chengming had already tried his best, okay? She was fidgeting and grabbing his hair, and he hadn't said a word. Besides, it's tiring to be a scholar. He carried her for ages, and not only did he not get a kind word, but he also got blamed. I'm really speechless. I've seen Su Mei on variety shows before. How come I didn't realize she was this kind of person back then? Upstairs. Is it possible that other variety shows don't do live broadcasts? Those present fell silent for a moment. Then the director spoke first. 5 balloons were popped in total. Staff, get ready to replace the balloons. Who from your second group wants to go first? The remaining 4 looked at each other. Gu Xiaoxi had been genuinely frightened by Su Mei's actions, and her already tense heart became even more anxious. Shen Feng noticed Gu Xiaoxi's nervousness and hesitated before speaking. How about you go first? Luo Li noticed Gu Xiaoxi's nervousness and nodded in response. Okay. Whether it was first or last, it didn't matter. They didn't care. Why don't you carry me? It'll save you some effort. Looking at Shen Shuha's somewhat thin figure, Luo Li spoke. Although she was very tactful and had high emotional intelligence, Shen Shuha still understood. It's okay, I might not be high enough. He then quietly added, you won't fall. He squatted down, gesturing for Luo Li to sit on his shoulders. The director, seeing this, immediately spoke. Ready. Yes, ready. 3, 2, 1, action. Luo Li didn't hesitate. Hearing him say that, she helped him sit on her shoulders, her legs supported, and she stood up steadily, like carrying a child. Wait a minute. Wait until I say let's go. Then just walk straight ahead. After confirming he was okay, Luo Li adjusted her pointed hat. Looking at the long balloon ahead, she tilted her body slightly, tilting her head forward so her pointed hat was aligned with the balloon, adjusting the angle. Let's go. Quickly getting ready and feeling the wind subside, she immediately spoke. Shen Shuha understood her meaning almost instantly, and upon hearing this, immediately started walking forward steadily at top speed. Pat, 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 pat. As they walked, the sounds of balloons popping rang out one after another. Luo Li kept her eyes focused ahead, her hands constantly adjusting the angle of her hat. She relied entirely on Shen Shuha for support, placing her complete trust in him. 7 or 8 balloons popped in no time, and more kept falling. Everyone present was stunned, Su Mei and the others even more frozen in place. Haha, my sister Li is amazing. This is the correct way to play this game. The director must be stunned, right? Haha. The director's reaction is hilarious. What are 1111 and the others looking at? They've learned something, haven't they? Haha. However, Li really trusts Shinshua. Both hands are controlling the hat on her head. This situation really requires absolute trust and perfect teamwork from both sides. Wah. This couple definitely has potential. I'm totally rooting for them. CP fans, wow. Clutching our hearts, we got some sweetness again. Shinshua's agent, who had secretly come to visit the set, was equally excited, clutching her heart. I knew I hadn't made a mistake. Our Lily is so lucky to have Ia.
Turn around.
Turn around. After the first round, there were still over 30 seconds left. Luo Li didn't waste any time and quickly told him to turn around. However, when they returned, there weren't many balloons left. Only 2 had been popped. Time's up. The director's tone was familiar, like the first round. Ha. A total of 42 balloons were popped. The director's tone became even more frustrated when he announced the result. Staff, please replenish the balloons. Get ready for the next group. This round was definitely the peak of his disastrous performance since becoming a ruthless director. He didn't want to watch anymore. Thank you for your hard work. We did a great job. After finishing, seeing Shinshua's forehead was already sweating, Luo Li handed him a tissue and also gave him the water the staff had brought. She was already very beautiful, but her smile was even more striking. Facing her smile so closely, Shinshua's heart inexplicably raced, and he quickly turned his head away. His heart was pounding, whether from exhaustion or being dazzled by that stunning smile. He didn't know. He responded, perhaps realizing that his always simple and brief responses weren't good. Your method was very good. Thank you for your trust. He hesitated for a moment before adding, his tone a little hesitant, as if he rarely praised anyone. You cooperated well. We're partners, after all. I gave you 100% trust. She was still smiling, her tone unchanged, just a very ordinary one. But for some reason, he was still touched by her words. Her earlobes, which had just begun to fade, turned red again. She took a sip of water, then turned her gaze to her brother, who was working on the task. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Following Luo Li's example, Shinfeng and the others used the same method. However, because Su Mei had almost fallen, Xiao 11 was a little unsure of herself. She only dared to hold on with one hand, not very confident, so it wasn't going as smoothly. After a round, she had only pricked a dozen or so. Sensing her emotions, Shinfeng also spoke up to comfort her. Perhaps because this girl seemed more pleasing to the eye, he was unusually patient. Hearing his calm voice, Gu Xiao 11 inexplicably felt a little more at ease. Taking advantage of the countdown to the return trip, she pricked several more. Okay, 20 pricks in total. The results were clear, and the rankings became obvious. Same as the first round, Li Shu's group is first, Tide Feng's group is second, and Ming Mei's group is third. The director readily announced the results, preparing to move on to the next round. Director, this isn't fair. Su Mei, after holding back for a while, finally couldn't help but stand up and speak. They had time to figure things out while we didn't. This isn't fair. These words silenced everyone again, their expressions all equally unsettling. Chengming had stood aside since the game ended, ignoring Su Mei. Director, just stick to the results. He hadn't expected Su Mei to suddenly speak up, but being a sensible person, he also spoke to the director. What are you doing? This is inherently unfair. Su Mei shouted at him almost without thinking. They were last in both rounds. Last place was a certainty. But Su Mei certainly didn't want to be last. The thought of that cave filled her with disgust. You insisted on going first yourself. Nobody called you. Nobody forced you. Chengming's casual remark left Su Mei speechless. Everyone could see that Su Mei hadn't discussed it with Chengming before going first in the game. She just blurted it out. Recovering her senses, her face turned a ghastly pale color. Director, we have no objections. Let's proceed according to the result, Chengming said to the director again. Ugh, I don't even want to talk about Su Mei anymore. The viewers in the live stream were speechless, too tired to even curse. Their disgust and dislike were palpable. The director glanced at Su Mei, then resumed his normal smile. All right, let's begin the third round. Luck and teamwork are both crucial in this round. This game is called three-legged digging. Three-legged races are common, you all know them. Each of you needs to have one leg tied between you, forming a conjoined team. See this circled area? There are lots of gold coins buried inside. You have 5 minutes. If you can dig them out, the gold coins are yours. As you can see, I have 3 digging tools here. A small shovel, thin wooden sticks, a small plastic spoon essential for takeout, and a box of chocolate bars I just bought. At this point, the director chuckled mischievously and turned to look at the live stream. This is just a response to our fans and netizens. The way to compete for the tool is by eating chocolate. Partners eat from both ends of the chocolate simultaneously, and the pair with the fewest chocolates left wins, ranking the same. As soon as the director finished speaking, Luo Li and Gu Xiaoxi's faces instantly turned red. Shen Shuhe wasn't much better off, and Shen Feng, as a movie star, was initially unfazed. However, after glancing at Gu Xiaoxi, his expression inexplicably became a little awkward. Su Mei also showed a hint of surprise and embarrassment, but Cheng Ming remained calm. Ah, director, I love you so much. I declare, from now on you are my god. Seriously, bring the goods. I love you so much. Their reactions are so touching, so exciting, wah. The viewers in the live stream were jumping with excitement. All right, everyone get ready. Let's begin. As the director finished speaking, the staff stepped forward to prepare, and the pairs stood facing each other. Okay, let's begin. After biting into the chocolate, Shen Shuhe's heart raced, but he could also sense her nervousness. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her breathing was unsteady, and her fair face was already flushed. As if noticing his gaze, she looked up. Their eyes met, and they both froze, their hearts skipping a beat. Taking a bite of the chocolate, the distance between them grew closer, their breaths mingling. He could hear his own heart pounding like thunder. Too close. In a moment of distraction, he felt something soft against his lips, as if he had touched something, and he froze. Luo Li had already pulled away, her delicate white hand still resting on his chin, her face flushed, as if she were tipsy. Her clean and beautiful appearance now possessed an added allure, making her even more captivating. Shen Shuhe looked at her, his heart pounding again, and the remaining chocolate fell into her hand. Looking down at the remaining distance to the chocolate, his heart skipped a beat, and his throat bobbed slightly. His ears burned, his heart pounded wildly.
Ah.
I didn't see wrong, did I? Did I kiss him?
Did I? Ah.
Mommy, I'm dying of sweetness. Damn it, my lips have flown to outer space. I can't stop them. I just can't stop them. I'm dying from this. I took a screenshot. I got it. I got it. And it's super clear. The comment section exploded. A bunch of CP fans screamed wildly, and a huge wave of new CP fans instantly fell into the pit. I can't take it. I absolutely can't take it. These two are just too good to ship. Are you serious? Please let me see. Quick. Shen Shuhe turned his head and saw the comment with a screenshot. Listening to his own heart pounding, he memorized the ID. Meanwhile, Shen Shuhe's manager, who was secretly watching the live stream from a corner, reacted even faster, immediately messaging the netizen who had just posted the picture. Upon successfully obtaining the image, he couldn't suppress his grin. This amazing picture is going viral. Shen Shuhe had already taken off his glasses during the balloon popping segment, capturing the moment they were closest. Their lips lightly touched. He looked up in shock, while Luo Li glanced back in surprise, both their ears and cheeks instantly
turning red.
The chocolate in Luo Li's hand was also measured by a staff member with a ruler. 0.4 centimeters. You two are quite skilled. The director's teasing voice rang out, and both of them stiffened, their expressions somewhat unnatural, their blushes lingering. Turning their heads, the results for the other two groups were also in. Gu Xiaoxi was a little nervous. When they were less than a centimeter apart, she accidentally bit off a piece of her chocolate, her face turning as red as an apple. The final result was clearly longer than Luo Li's. Cheng Ming's group was even worse. When they were still quite a distance from the half-eaten chocolate, Chungming had already bitten it off, and Sumei's initial disdain instantly turned to astonishment. Compared to the other two groups, this group clearly had a long piece of chocolate left over. There was no need to measure. The result was obvious. Alright, everyone has seen the results. Li Shu's group is still first, 11 Feng's group is second, and Ming Mei's group is behind. As they spoke, the tools they had just acquired were handed to the group, and a staff member stepped forward to tie their legs. The two people's legs were tightly bound. Luo Li was wearing light blue denim shorts and a white t-shirt. His slender, straight legs contrasted sharply with his black trousers, and his lively casual wear clashed with his formal white shirt and trousers. Yet, the clash of these two completely different styles surprisingly complemented each other, making them eye-catching. Even through the fabric, Luo Li could clearly feel the heat of his skin. Everyone get ready. 5 minutes. Dig as much as you can. The director smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the groups tied together in pairs. Don't be nervous, safety first. Noticing her gaze, Shinshuha said somewhat awkwardly. Okay. Luo Li replied softly, raising an eyebrow. His voice was so gentle, she couldn't help but mimic his tone, afraid to speak loudly. After all three groups were ready within the square, the director blew the whistle. 3, 2, 1. Start the timer. Almost as soon as the director finished speaking, the groups immediately crouched down and began digging. Shinshuha gave Luo Li a small shovel, while he dug with his hands. The beach was completely disturbed, with no markings left. It truly felt like searching for a needle in a haystack blind digging. How are we supposed to use this? It's completely unusable. Luo Li and the others had sand shovels, that goes without saying, and Goose Xiaoxi's wooden sticks were at least somewhat sturdy and usable, but these flimsy plastic spoons were simply useless. Ignoring Su Mei's shouts, Cheng Ming remained silent, continuing to dig. Found it. A gasp came from the side. Goose Xiaoxi had dug at a pone of those dark plastic balls that could be opened.
Ah.
It's empty. Everyone glanced over at the sound and heard her disappointed cry. It's okay, keep looking. Shin Feng remained calm, his hands never stopping. Also empty. Soon, Luo Li dug one up, but it was empty too. It's okay, there are more here. Just as she finished speaking, Shinshuha handed her 3 balls, her beautiful hands now covered in mud and sand. You're amazing! Luo Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Their legs were tied together, and within a limited distance, each person was responsible for digging on one side. In such a short time, he had found so many. There's one. Having missed 2, Luo Li was initially disappointed, but the last one gave her a pleasant surprise. Seeing her jubilant expression, Shinshuha's eyes also revealed a faint smile. Haha, Lily just praised him once, and Iha's face turned bright red again. It's so captivating. Yeah, who understands? I really love this kind of pure, abstinent male god. And after he took off his glasses, his whole face was revealed, and he looked even better. And that beauty mark at the corner of his eye is just too perfect. A male enchantress. When Iha bent down to dig something seriously, and her collarbone accidentally peeked out from her white shirt, it was so sexy. This camera work is so good. Watching this show, I'm so happy I could die. Damn it, those hands are such a waste. Director, how could you be so heartless? Iha, the way your eyes are smiling, are you being so doting? It's making my teeth ache. A happy moment for the chestnut pastry fans. To better showcase the 3 pairs of partners, the production team opened several live streams, some with individual perspectives for each pair, and others with a unified perspective for all 3. Watching this, Luo Li's group's live stream chat exploded with excitement. Their mouths were practically agape. Goose Xiaoxi's group was also buzzing with excitement. The movie stars' fans were no joke, and the production team really knew how to give them screen time. Ah, such stunning good looks face to face, so incredibly close. Fenger, you've become even more handsome. Wow, Fenger, you're not just getting older, you've finally learned to take care of girls. That's amazing. You've grown up. When the camera zoomed in on movie star Shin, his fans erupted in screams. His mommy fans, who had been supporting him since his child star days, were also very pleased. While the fans were discussing, Luo Li and her group found a few more, but only added 1 gold coin each. These little balls are quite densely packed. Shuha, shall we move to the middle and take a look? There should be more over there. Hearing her affectionate address, his heart skipped a beat. He replied, trying to sound calm. Hey. As she stood up, Luo Li, unaccustomed to her legs being tied together, tripped and nearly fell. Luckily, Shuha reacted quickly, grabbing her waist to steady her. Once she was steady, he quickly released his hand from her waist. His palm was unusually hot, as if he could still feel the delicate, soft warmth from before. The thin fabric between them rubbed together as they moved, burning hot. Thank you, Luo Li said, regaining her composure, her expression somewhat unnatural. An inexplicable, ambiguous atmosphere ignited between them. He responded softly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. After their efforts, Gu Xiaoxi and her team also obtained a gold coin and quickly moved to a different location. Meanwhile, Chengming's team, relying almost entirely on Chengming's bare hands to dig, found a gold coin after clearing many holes. Seeing his actions and glancing at the progress of those around her, Su Mei reluctantly began digging into the sand. She knew this was their last chance to turn things around, and she had no choice but to act if she didn't want to come in last. There's only half the time left. Everyone hurry up. You have to get the coins to count. The director's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone tensed up. It had a strangely dog-like quality to it. Luo Li dug a couple of times with a shovel, but it wasn't as fast as digging with her bare hands, so she decisively threw away the shovel and dug with her hands. Sure enough, she dug out one small ball after another. But Shuha frowned unconsciously. After digging out a few more balls, he called out to her. You dig them, I'll dig them, it'll be faster this way. Luo Li nodded, picked up the small balls one by one, and shook them. She felt that all the empty ones were thrown far away, but even with this pile, she only got 1 coin. So far, they've only found 3. As soon as they finished dismantling, Luo Li immediately started digging with him. Gu Xiaoxi, standing beside her, also started digging with her bare hands after hearing the director's words. The next few groups progressed much faster, gradually unearthing their finds. Beep beep. A whistle blew. The countdown ended, and Luo Li glanced at the coins she had dug up. Not bad. Time's up, everyone tally or catch. 6. Su Mei shouted first this time, her voice confident.
4.
Gu Xiaoxi and the others had dug up many empty ones. Their catch wasn't much. 6 coins. Luo Li's group had the same result as Su Mei's group. Great. According to the statistics, Luo Li's group got 4 coins in the first round, 1 first place in the second round with 5 coins, and now they've dug up 6 more, for a total of 15 coins. Gu Xiaoxi's group got 1 coin in the first round, second place in the second round with 3 coins, and dug up 4 more in the fourth round, for a total of 8 coins. Chengming's group got nothing in the first round, only 1 coin in the second round, and although they had an advantage in the last round, they found 6, for a total of 7 coins. But overall, they still fell behind and had to rank last. As soon as the results were announced, Su Mei's smile froze. Don't be discouraged, everyone. A low ranking isn't necessarily all bad, the director said with a mischievous grin, then peeled off the matching stickers under the photos of the residences. Each photo had a price tag below it. The best was 5 gold coins, the medium ones 3, and the cave was only 1 gold coin. He's clever. He even used matching stickers so no one noticed before. According to the rankings, you've all won the right to purchase these accommodations for 7 days. Silence fell. Director, your heart is full of black sesame seeds, isn't it? Finally, Luo Li couldn't help but speak up. Black, and many of them at that. Thank you for the compliment. However, the director was thick-skinned and laughed even harder at this. Director, can I buy them? Su Mei looked at the price and immediately spoke up. She truly felt aversion to the cave.
No.
The director's smile remained, but his words were unusually cold. I can pay more, Su Mei pleaded.
No.
However, the director's words remained the same. Finally, after handing over the gold coins needed for their lodging, Luo Li and her group only had 10 gold coins left. Gu Xiaoxi and her group originally only had 8, and after spending their coins, they only had 5 left, less than Su Mei and her group. Although Su Mei and her group only had 7 gold coins, the cave was cheap at only 1 coin, so they had 6 gold coins left to buy things. The supplies here are plentiful. You can choose for yourselves. Of course, this supply shop is open every day. You can also go back and check out your lodging first, and then see what you need to buy. However, while the supplies are plentiful, the quantity is limited. Once they're sold out, they're gone. The supplies were indeed plentiful. Tents, fishing nets, fishing rods, rice, flour, pots and pans, lighters, and so on everything you might need on the island was available. However, except for lighters, there were only 2 of each item available, and once they were sold out, they wouldn't be restocked. 2 tents, Cheng Ming said first. The cave was clearly uninhabitable. Tents were the only option. Okay, 2 gold coins. Tents are sold out, the staff member immediately replied. It was obvious these tents were for those staying in the cave. After all, they were celebrities. They couldn't be too greedy. A lighter and a net. Luo Li also stepped forward and bought what she needed. Living by the sea, she could use the net to catch seafood. Net, 1 gold coin. Lighter, 0.5 each. Anything else? Hearing the staff member's words, Luo Li turned to look at Shinshuha. What else do we need? A bag of instant noodles and insect repellent spray. Oh, right. Luo Li nodded quickly. They couldn't forget the staple food. Noodles, 1 gold coin. Spray, 0.5 each. 3 gold coins in total. After paying, Luo Li and her companion had 7 gold coins left. 1 net, 1 bag of flour, and 1 lighter. Seeing Luo Li and the others' actions, Cheng Ming spoke up. With the tent included, they had spent 4.5 gold coins, leaving them with only 1.5. Okay, the net and flour are sold out, 1 lighter left. The net and flour are gone. Gu Xiaoxi and the others, who also wanted to buy a net, were a step too late. Shin Feng glanced at Shinshuha and reassured her. It's okay, 1 bag of rice and 1 lighter. Although their simple house had a kitchen, it was a clay stove, so a lighter was essential. 1.5 gold coins. After buying everything, they only had 3.5 gold coins left, so they had to use them sparingly. Alright, everyone has bought what they need, so you can go back to your lodgings and settle in. Seeing this, the director also spoke up. The locations were separate, but the island wasn't large, so they weren't too far apart. Luo Li and Shinshuha followed the staff to their small, nicely furnished bungalow. No wonder the director described it as small but perfectly formed. It was indeed small, probably only 30 square meters. The entrance led directly to the living room, which connected to the kitchen. The bedroom was inside, and the bathroom was just outside the door. The bedroom contained only a bed with pillows, a blanket, and a bedside table. The living room had only a small table and a few chairs, completely empty. The kitchen was also bare. Besides an induction cooker and a few bowls and chopsticks, there was nothing else. No knives or anything like that. It wasn't really luxurious, but it was still alright. At least there was an induction cooker to cook. Seeing this, Shinshuha visibly blushed, because it was obvious they would have to share a room. Ha ha ha. 1 bed, a tiny room with barely enough space to sleep on the floor. I'm already looking forward to tonight. The viewers in the live stream were thrilled, practically bursting with laughter. Let's pack our things first and cook something to eat, Luo Li said, her cheeks slightly flushed. From today onwards, the production team would no longer provide them with food. They would have to cook for themselves. Okay. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. There were no shelves in a room, so the suitcases had to be left aside for now. She rummaged through her suitcase for toiletries, and that was considered packing for now. Hey, what's this? Luo Li asked, looking at the small metal object he had taken out. A multifunctional keychain, Shinshuha said, showing it to her briefly. It was a multifunctional keychain that could be used as pliers, a screwdriver, a knife, and even a bottle opener. Amazing! Luo Li gave him a thumbs up. She had really been fooled by the production team, thinking they were really filming in a villa, so she hadn't prepared anything and was now at a disadvantage. The director on the other side, watching this scene on the screen, stared wide-eyed in surprise. Who let him get this in? A staff member timidly raised his hand. He said it was a keychain. It looked a bit cool, but he didn't think much of it. Who knew someone would take advantage of him? Okay, he's clever. There was nothing they could do. Once something had passed their inspection and been taken in, they couldn't just take it away. Just as the director finished speaking, they saw Shinshuha and her group come out of the bungalow and head straight for the supply shop to buy kitchenware. A packet of salt. Even if they had nothing else to cook noodles, they needed some salt. They had just bought the salt when the other two groups arrived. Gu Xiaoxi and her group looked fine, but Su Mei's group looked really grim. Lily, how are things over there? Are you alright? We don't have anything. Upon seeing Luo Li, Gu Xiaoxi sullenly followed, hugging Luo Li's arm affectionately. Their lodgings consisted of nothing but a bed with blankets and pillows from the show's sponsor, and a large iron pot left on the earthen stove. It was completely empty. She was so depressed. She wanted to cuddle with Lily to absorb some of her energy. It's alright. The adorable little girl was clinging to her arm like she was being affectionate, and Luo Li couldn't help but soften her tone. The two men beside them exchanged a glance, then turned away, but for some reason, their gazes returned to Luo Li's arm, which was being held. Haha, these two, those looks? Are they jealous? Shinshuha, I don't like her being held. Shunfeng, I don't like her holding other people. Upstairs, that matches up. I think their looks really do convey that meaning. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. What did you buy? Luo Li pointed to what Shinshuha was holding. Salt. We wanted to buy this too. Hey, by the way, Lily, you probably won't use all of this, right? How about selling some to us? That way we can save some money. 1 gold coin a pack is too expensive. Hearing this, Luo Li turned to look at Shinshuha, suddenly meeting the girl's gaze. He seemed a little embarrassed at being caught, but still nodded. Sure, 1 pot. The cave was in an even worse state. It was just an empty cave, nothing else. Chengming had just bought a pod and was about to ask if he could buy half a bag of salt when he overheard the others' conversation. We'd like to buy some too. Is that convenient? Hearing his words, the others turned around, and Luo Li and the others nodded in response.
Sure.
A week wouldn't use much salt. If 3 groups shared it, it would be enough. Hey, you can't buy and sell privately. Seeing this, the director quickly spoke up. Unsurprisingly, he received accusing looks from the group, attracting a lot of resentment, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to be so dog-like anymore. It's okay, we'll share some with you. We can help each other out later. Finally, Shinshuha spoke up. Both groups didn't have many gold coins left. One had 3.5, and the other only had 0.5. One group was his own brother. The other group was only considering Chengming's feelings. Thank you. Sensing their kindness, Chengming thanked them softly. Shinfeng patted Shinshuha on the shoulder. I'll go buy a fishing rod. I'm pretty good at fishing. If I catch anything later, I'll bring you some. Okay. After giving them some salt in their empty water bottles, the groups went their separate ways. They were quite hungry after working all day. To be honest, noodles cooked in pure salt water weren't very good, but Luo Li and the others finished them all. After eating, the two sat awkwardly in the living room chairs. Let's go out and see if there's anything else to eat on the island. They had a good meal, but making a living was still difficult. Okay. Shinshuha nodded in agreement, sprayed some insecticide around the house, and closed the doors tightly to prevent insects from getting in. The two wandered around the area without finding anything, but they did spot some ripe coconuts on the coconut trees by the sea. Speaking of which, seafood cooked in coconut water should be quite delicious, right? Hearing Luo Li's thought, Shinshuha stopped and gathered some stones nearby. Yeah, go a little further away. Luo Li agreed and ran a bit further away, bringing him some stones as well. The coconut tree was quite sturdy. Shaking it wouldn't work, and climbing it wasn't easy either. Throwing it at the coconuts was the best method, but even that was quite difficult. Be careful. Watching a stone hit a coconut and bounce back, crashing straight down on him, Luo Li was startled. It's okay. Sensing the worry in her voice, he moved back a little. After half a day's effort, they finally managed to get 3 coconuts. Looks like we can have something delicious tonight. Luo Li's eyes lit up with joy. Li, what are you doing?
Wow, coconuts.
Gu Xiaoxi saw Luo Li and the others from afar and immediately ran over. Seeing the coconut trees, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. Another group not far away, hearing the commotion, also came over. You guys are amazing. You actually picked 3. Hearing Gu Xiaoxi's praise, Luo Li smiled. We're planning to see if we can get some seafood later and cook it in coconut water. Picking these few took quite a bit of effort. There are some rocks here you can try. Okay, Mr. Shin, shall we try?
Yes.
Then you go ahead and pick some. We'll take them back and come back later. With that, Luo Li and Shin Shuha carried the coconuts back to their place, also grabbing a net to go check on the seafood later. But unexpectedly, in just that short time, a commotion broke out over the coconut tree. I clearly knocked it down. Gu Xiaoxi's aggrieved voice could be heard from afar. Yes, it's hers. But another voice was even more aggrieved, already choked with sobs. Turning around, Sume looked like she was about to cry, her eyes red and tears welling up, as if she had been clearly slandered but was choosing to endure it. The two men standing nearby were clearly also at a loss. What happened? Luo Li and the others were also stunned by the scene and walked over. Since the two parties involved were not good at talking, they roughly understood what had happened from the two men. It turned out that after they left, Gu Xiaoxi started smashing coconuts at the spot where they had been, and then Sume and the others saw this and followed, picking coconuts from the nearest spot. Sume was standing right next to Gu Xiaoxi. After a long struggle, Gu Xiaoxi finally managed to knock down a coconut, and coincidentally, Sume seemed to have hit one too. Just as Gu Xiaoxi cried out in surprise and reached to pick it up, Sume had already grabbed it first. At the time, both boys were nearby, tilting their heads back and smashing coconuts, not paying attention to the specifics, but they definitely heard their exclamations. However, only one coconut fell. Gu Xiaoxi claimed it was hers, and Sume also claimed it was hers. Neither seemed to be lying, and they started arguing. The two boys, having not seen what happened, were also quite perplexed. Even the two live streamers were arguing because both their cameras had seen a coconut fall. However, due to the limited perspective, everyone only saw the fruit fall from the tree, not where it landed. And since the group's live stream camera wasn't on, the argument escalated, with everyone sticking to their own opinions. Can you guys have some shame? We all saw Sume pick it up first, and you still insist it's Gu Xiaoxi's. Besides, Gu Xiaoxi doesn't seem like a decent person. She's a grown woman, yet she acts cute. So pretentious. Shamelessly trying to steal other people's things, ugh. Feeling justified, Sume's fans became even more emboldened, flocking to Gu Xiaoxi's live stream to hurl insults. Bullshit. We all saw it in the live stream. It was clearly Xiaoxi who hit it. With so many past offenses, why don't you just say she did it on purpose? Everyone has eyes, everyone knows what kind of person Sume is. The comments section was ablaze with argument. Gu Xiaoxi, seeing Sume's expression, was at a loss for words. She had clearly thrown the coconut herself. She hadn't snatched it, nor had she deliberately fought for it. The coconut wasn't that important. What mattered was being slandered, which was incredibly upsetting. Seeing Gu Xiaoxi's helpless expression, a barely perceptible smile flashed in Sume's eyes. She had disliked Gu Xiaoxi for a long time. Who was Shin Feng? What right did Gu Xiaoxi, a mere mortal, have to be with him? The thought of Gu Xiaoxi eating and living with Shin Feng for the next few days filled her with intense jealousy. Seeing this, Luo Li glanced around, her gaze catching sight of a dart on a tree in the distance, and her eyes lit up. Don't worry, we won't get anywhere arguing now. We'll find out the truth by watching the replay. As she spoke, Luo Li called over some staff, who removed the hidden camera not far away. The view from the beach near the coconut trees was beautiful. The camera, originally designed to capture an empty view, was angled directly in this direction, so it must have recorded something. Seeing Luo Li find the camera, Sume's expression visibly froze, becoming somewhat stiff. She glanced at Luo Li out of the corner of her eye with a hint of displeasure, as if blaming her for meddling, but her face remained expressionless. It's all right, it's nothing, no need for this. I don't blame her. This is what she smashed. Her tone suggested she genuinely cared for Gu Xiaoxi, fearing that the truth would bring Gu Xiaoxi even more criticism, and even tearfully admitted the mistake on Gu Xiaoxi's behalf.
Good tea. See?
I have nothing to hide. Hearing Sume's words, Gu Xiaoxi frowned, suppressing her reddening eyes as she spoke. Could it really not be her? I don't think so. Her tone and expression don't seem fake. There might really be a misunderstanding. However, seeing Gu Xiaoxi's reaction, the viewers in the live stream believed her more. Sume frowned slightly, her tea talk having failed. All right, I've got the recording ready. Take a look. The director, always eager to stir things up, had already had the footage retrieved. The result was that both of them had indeed hit coconuts, but one coconut landed in the grass, while only one landed outside. And the one that landed outside was the one that had caused the controversy. It was indeed Gu Xiaoxi who had hit it. Sumei's coconut had fallen into the grass, hidden from view due to the angle.
Ah.
I really thought it was mine. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Seeing Shin Shuha pick the coconut out of the grass, Sumei immediately feigned surprise and hurriedly apologized. Given her reaction, Gu Xiaoxi couldn't press the matter further, feeling somewhat frustrated. That's strange. I always watch the fruit fall. How could I not see where it landed? Shin Feng and the others looked at Sumei with complicated expressions, then sneered. Just because Gu Xiaoxi didn't want to pursue the matter didn't mean others couldn't. Exactly. It's a fruit she painstakingly picked. How could she not notice where it landed? Sumei clearly did it on purpose. She's putting on this act, making it difficult for others to criticize her. So scheming. Sumei, you're such a green tea B asterisk T. Green tea B asterisk T. Green tea B asterisk T. The viewers in the live stream echoed her sentiments. Anyone with eyes could see the problem, not to mention Sumei's past record. She didn't do it on purpose, didn't she apologize? Why keep harping on it? Does being right make her superior? Only Sumei's fans continued to defend her. However, from then on, everyone tacitly distanced themselves from Sumei. Today's trending topics also saw many new terms, all related to Sumei, filled with insults. Green TB asterisk TCH, scheming, unreasonable, deliberately spoiled, etc. Her carefully cultivated good reputation was completely ruined by today's live stream. Meanwhile, Luo Li and Gu Xiaoxi trended because of being shipped as a couple. There was also a striking post. Hashtag the director was stunned, wasn't he? This is the correct way to play the game hashtag. After picking coconuts, the group went to the beach to find food.
Sorry.
Chengming also stepped forward and apologized to Shin Feng and the others. Having such teammates was exhausting for him, so no one said anything to him. It's alright. Thank you. Lili Gu Xiaoxi also looked at Luo Li and spoke. Luo Li simply smiled at this. They found some sea snails and shellfish, and a few shrimp on the beach. The haul wasn't much, but it was enough to improve their dinner. However, as time passed, everyone became noticeably nervous and anxious about their evening rest. Back at their lodgings after dinner and washing up, the two sat awkwardly on opposite sides of the bed. However, the photographer was still there, while the live stream chat was buzzing with excitement. What are you all sitting there for? It's so late. Go to sleep. It's beautiful. I love watching it. Show it to me. Hurry. Yeah, be more proactive. We can't wait. Who knows? I never expected that they would look so good without makeup. Their skin is glowing. I'm so envious. They're such a perfect match. Photographer, can you see our comments? Please urge them. It's so late. Staying up late is bad for your skin. You can't ruin such good skin. Tell them to go to sleep. These comments weren't just seen by the photographer hosting the live stream. Everyone could see them in the public chat. Ahem. Looking at the comments, the photographer almost burst out laughing and could only clear his throat twice. Turning around, he met Shin Shuha's gaze, calm yet chilling. Break time. Time to turn off recording. Ahem. Okay, then you two get some rest. The contract stipulated that recording was not allowed during break time, so the cameraman had no choice but to shut down the live stream and leave, considerately closing the door behind him. The netizens watching the black screen of the live stream groaned in despair. Why treat us like outsiders? We're fans. We're CP fans. We're family with you all. Why treat us like outsiders? Quick. Shiningdi and the others next door haven't shut down their live stream yet. Let's go check it out. Oh, too late. The live stream had just stopped when the crowd moved, and they even saw Shiningdi sleeping on the floor. You sleep, I'll sleep outside. Seeing everyone leave, Shin Shuha also got up and spoke. There were tables and chairs outside. He could make do with lying down to rest. No need. You sleep inside. The temperature difference between day and night is huge by the sea. You'll easily catch a cold sleeping outside. Luo Li said, her face flushed. Shin Shuha was also startled, his handsome face instantly turning bright red. No, it's all right, he stammered, stiffly walking out. Then he bumped into the production crew. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. There aren't many places to stay on the island. Some of our staff might need to stay in the living room for the next couple of days. But don't worry, we'll be very careful and won't disturb you.
Sorry.
They even laid out an air mattress. Shen Shua, Luo Li, who followed. The two silently closed the door, their cheeks truly burning red. Finally, Luo Li used pillows to create a line on the bed. If you're worried, we can sleep like this. I'm a good sleeper. With that, Luo Li, her face still red, pulled the covers over her head. Shen Shua stood frozen for a long time, his heart pounding. Thinking about the scene outside the door, he hesitated for a long while before finally, carefully, lying down on the edge of the bed. He carefully took up only a small space. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide, and he was 1.85 meters tall, which wasn't small, but there was still a large empty space between them. The lights dimmed, and the room was quiet except for their breathing and heartbeats. Luo Li could clearly feel his breathing was unsteady, his heartbeat erratic, and he seemed nervous, but she wasn't much better off. However, perhaps she was truly exhausted from playing all day. Her tense nerves relaxed gently as she touched the soft, warm bed. Soon, her breathing became steady, and she drifted off to sleep. Hearing the movement, Shen Shua turned his head. In the moonlight streaming through the window, her peaceful sleeping face came into view. Looking at this scene, he unconsciously recalled a moment from their game earlier that day, the warmth of her lips, as if it had just happened. His cheeks suddenly flushed, and his heart pounded unnaturally. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, his restless heart finally calmed down. But the next instant, a soft moan escaped his lips, and his body stiffened abruptly. A sweet, soft sensation filled his arms. The person who had been resting nearby had somehow rolled over to him. The pillow in the middle was kicked away by her, and a contented, innocent expression unconsciously appeared on her delicate, pretty face. She hugged him tightly, her small hands tracing his abdomen, sending shivers down his spine. But she seemed unsatisfied, as if addicted, gently stroking him with affection. He wanted to speak, but looking at her sleeping face for some reason, he couldn't utter a sound, unwilling to disturb her. In the end, he could only remain stiff, maintaining a rigid posture, breathing softly, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She lied. She wasn't obedient. She was driving him crazy. The next day, when Luo Li woke up, Shen Shua was no longer in the room. As she sleepily walked out of the room, she smelled a faint, pleasant fragrance. He had made porridge. I just exchanged rice with Shifeng's group. Eat some first. The director said we have game tasks today. Luo Li wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Shen Shua seemed a little uneasy, as if he avoided her gaze. Okay, I don't think I bothered you last night, right? When she woke up, she was still in the spot she'd been sleeping in the night before, feeling like she'd been quite well behaved. Shen Shua turned and gave her a deep look, ultimately shaking his head.
No.
After last night, he understood why she thought she'd been well behaved. The first half of the night was extremely bothersome, but then she suddenly went back to her spot and fell asleep peacefully. It was as if everything was just his imagination. Truly an irresponsible little rascal. That's good. Hearing this, Luo Li felt relieved. She went out to wash up, came back for breakfast, changed her clothes, and then went with Shen Shua to the meeting point the director had mentioned. The field had been newly set up, indicating that they were preparing for a water-based activity. Lily, come quick. We have another mission today, and we can earn more gold coins. Gu Xiaoxi waved excitedly as soon as she saw Luo Li appear, her voice beaming. They had all thought they'd have to survive for 7 days on their last few gold coins, but hearing that they could still earn more felt like a rebirth. What happened to you? Cough cough, did you get bitten by a bug? As Luo Li approached, she saw the 2 mosquito bites on Gu Xiaoxi's face. She tried to suppress her smile, but couldn't help it, her body trembling slightly. It was clear she was struggling to hold it in. Gu Xiaoxi's eyes were swollen from the mosquito bites, her large eyes now appearing as squinty eyes, cute, yet somewhat comical. Hearing laughter again, Gu Xiaoxi was numb. Shen Feng, sitting beside her, had been suppressing his laughter since morning. Don't you have bugs over there? I got bitten by bugs, and my arms too. Gu Xiaoxi's voice was low. She was truly miserable. We're fine. Did you apply any medicine? Looking at Gu Xiaoxi's pitiful appearance, Luo Li couldn't bear to laugh at her anymore. Yes, it's not very effective. You guys were really wise to buy insect spray. As they were talking, the director came over. Seeing their attire, he turned to look at the assistant director. Didn't you tell them? Didn't you tell them? They answered in unison, then fell silent. Today is a water activity. Everyone go back and change into your swimsuits. Finally, the director spoke.
Wow.
Swimsuits. Is this what I'm thinking? Today's a treat. Director, we love you. Like a mouse loves rice. The moment the live stream opened, everyone heard the director's words and instantly became incredibly excited. Actor, Iha, Chengming. I want to see them all. I'm so excited. And Lily, Cece, I want to see them too, hehehe. As for someone, it's fine if you don't watch. Hearing the director's words, Luo Li and the others went back to change their clothes. Whoosh! Just as she finished changing, Luo Li heard Xia Beikai's exclamation. What's wrong? The host will know when she sees it. Hearing Xia Beikai's words, Luo Li opened the door and bumped into Shin Shua. They both paused, averting their gazes, their ears slightly flushed. Even so, the scene from just moments ago was still vividly etched in their minds. He hadn't changed into his swimsuit, but instead wore black casual shorts. His skin was the same pale pink as his hands. He looked slender, but possessed all the essential features. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, six-pack abs, not overly muscular, but just right, not lacking in strength. His skin looked incredibly smooth. One glance was enough to stir the imagination.
I
get something to wear. Noticing Luo Li's expression, he said softly, his face red, and turned to go into the room. Soon, he came out, wearing a casual white tank top. Luo Li couldn't help but glance at him again, while he awkwardly looked away. Let's go. Hearing this, Luo Li followed him out. His face burned the entire way, and he dared not look at her any longer. To maintain the anticipation, the photographer didn't follow, but waited on the beach. The moment Luo Li and her companions appeared, both the live stream and the actual venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in gasps. Sister is killing me. That skin, that waist, those legs, I'm done for. Suddenly, I realized that girls aren't so bad after all. Luo Li wore a beige halter-neck swimsuit, her skin as white and smooth as snow. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. The thin straps were knotted at the back of her delicate neck, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Looking further down, it was almost too much to bear, causing blushing. Although she looked very thin, her figure was perfectly proportioned, not small at all. Her waist was incredibly slim, further enhanced by the ribbons of her swimsuit. Beneath the short skirt were a pair of straight, long legs, a truly perfect figure. Oh my god, so pure, yet so alluring. Even I, a girl, can barely handle it. My face is burning. No wonder Iha's ears are so red. Hey, wait a minute, Iha, you're so mean. What's with this outfit? Are you treating us like outsiders? At a time like this, we don't need to be so strict about male virtues. Director, Iha's outfit is unacceptable. Make him change. We want to see it. Ahem, Mr. Shin. The director, seeing the comments on the main screen, coughed lightly, preparing to speak. Sorry, I didn't bring a swimsuit. However, Shin Shuho replied first, his attitude sincere. Glancing at the comments out of the corner of his eye, male virtues? Yeah, he's going to uphold them. Hearing this, the director didn't say anything more. Luo Li and the others were closest to the beach, and were the first to arrive, quickly followed by Gu Xiaoxi and the others. Seeing Shen Shuha's clothes, Shen Feng also glanced at his own. Sigh, true brothers, even wearing the same clothes. Sorry, director, I don't have a swimsuit. This time, before the director could speak, Shen Feng took the initiative. He was also wearing a white casual vest and black shorts. Both brothers looked like typical college students. Gu Xiaoxi wore a light pink one-piece swimsuit dress, also with spaghetti straps, and her hair was tied in a bun, making her look even more charming and cute. But from the moment she arrived and saw Luo Li, she couldn't take her eyes off her. Her hands itched to hug Luo Li's arm, her face flushed as she pressed against it. Li, you have such a great figure. Her tone was much softer than usual. She couldn't resist, she simply couldn't resist. Her eyes were glued to Luo Li, completely unable to look away. She was shy, but she couldn't get enough of looking. Thank you. Seeing this, Luo Li's smile softened with affection as she let Shinshuha hug her. Seeing this, the two men beside them exchanged a glance before averting their gazes. Unnoticed by anyone, Shinshuha's fingertips gently clenched, memories of last night flooding her mind. Her ears flushed even more, and she quickly turned her head to face the sea breeze, letting the coolness dispel her restlessness. Goose Xiaoxi, let go of my hand. I'm so jealous. That naughty girl, going on the show behind our backs is one thing, and she's even clinging to us. I wish I could be Goose Xiaoxi, who understands. Changming obediently changed into a swimsuit, but upon seeing Shinshuha and the others' attire, he paused. His expression seemed to ask, "Are you all dressed like this? Why didn't you tell me?" Shinshuha and Shinfeng met his gaze, then turned their heads away again. Wow, no wonder he's a fitness coach. He's got real assets. Those pecs, those abs, those biceps, those legs. He exudes power everywhere. Wow. No wonder he can carry someone with one hand. Buddy, you've got some skill. Damn. Is that Sume? Did they wear the same outfit? Sure enough. Wearing the same outfit isn't embarrassing. It's who looks worse, who's awkward. The atmosphere suddenly. After Sume appeared, the atmosphere became strangely silent, and Luo Li was also somewhat taken aback. In fact, Sume's figure was also quite good, very voluptuous and well-endowed, and she was going for a sexy black style, with makeup and styling that made her incredibly alluring. But it was a pity they were wearing the same outfit. Her clothes were exactly the same as Luo Li's except for the color. The saying goes, wearing the same outfit isn't embarrassing, it's who looks worse, who's awkward. Luo Li is about 168 centimeters tall, while Sume is shorter, probably around 162 centimeters. She's also more voluptuous than Luo Li. Therefore, their proportions aren't as perfect. While she has the talent of a top-tier actress and isn't completely overshadowed, she's nowhere near as stunning as Luo Li standing together in front of the camera. She appears rather ordinary. Gu Xiaoxi, with her different style, looks much more attractive. Seeing this, Sume's face stiffened and turned ugly. All right, now that everyone's here, let me announce today's game rules. The director broke the silence at the opportune moment. Today's game is the same, with 3 levels. You can earn coins to buy what you need, so everyone, do your best today. Water games, first round. A ring toss competition. As you can see, there are many hula hoops here. We've placed a long float on the water. The competition will start simultaneously. Girls will be on the float, and boys will toss the rings from a fixed distance. The time limit is 3 minutes. The team that tosses the most rings wins. Can you swim? After listening to the director, Shinshuha turned and asked in a low voice. Yes, don't worry. The water was a bit deep where the float was. Hearing this, Shinshuha nodded and helped Luo Li onto the float. The other 2 teams also got on the floats and prepared. Safety first. After thinking for a moment, he still whispered a reminder. Huh? The sea breeze was a bit strong, and she didn't hear him clearly, so she leaned forward slightly and bent over. Her long ponytail fell to one side. The float was swaying a bit, so she was sitting in a prone position, facing him directly because they were talking. It was just a small movement, but his ears instantly turned red, and he awkwardly looked away. Be careful. Leaving a word of advice, he turned and left. The seawater reached his waist, soaking his clothes and revealing glimpses of his muscles, eliciting gasps of amazement in the comment section.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. This seawater is such a great teammate. Well done. Suddenly, I think wearing clothes is actually quite nice. The subtle glimpses are truly stunning.
Hee.
All right, everyone, are you all ready? The game is about to begin. Hearing the director's words, Sume glanced subtly at Luo Li's retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment. Beep beep. A whistle blew, and the countdown began. Luo Li quickly gave Shinshuha an okay sign. Seeing him throw the ring, she nimbly changed position, successfully looping the first one. Here. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoxi quickly waved to Shinfeng. However, due to the undulating waves, they missed the first one. Sume was in the same boat, seemingly lost in thought and missing her turn. Everyone, hurry up. 150 seconds left. Luo Li and Shinshuha were working together very well. Their teamwork was truly remarkable. Although they had gaps in their shots, they were likely to hit them. Judging by the situation, they should be able to take first place. After hitting their turn, Gu Xiaoxi and her team quickly found their rhythm and even seemed poised to overtake them. Su Mei. Cheng Ming, unaware of what was happening, finally called out to Su Mei, who was still out of sorts. Hearing him, Su Mei finally snapped out of it, but they were clearly already behind. Soon, the results of the round were in. Unexpectedly, Luo Li and her team had indeed been overtaken by one player at the last moment, only managing second place this time. First place, 11 Feng's team, 5 gold coins. Second place, Li Shuha's team, 3 gold coins. Last place, 1 gold coin.
Wow.
We won! Gu Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise, filled with disbelief. Ahem, I'll let you in this round, but be careful next time, Luo Li said with a smile. The group exchanged smiles. Sure, let's play again next time, Shen Feng said. Looking at his brother, Shen Feng felt a strange surge of competitive spirit. Meeting his gaze, Shinshuha merely raised an eyebrow slightly, but her eyes held a smile. Woohoo, those 4 standing together look so good. Okay, first round over. Second round is a water brawl. What? Did I hear that right? A brawl. Are they going to fight? So exciting, so exciting. Ahem, buckle up for the first peek. A brawl? Not only the comment section, but everyone on set was stunned by the director's words. Su Mei's eyes lit up, a hint of coldness in them. She disliked Gu Xiaoxi and even more so Luo Li. Since she became famous, she was always pampered wherever she went, but with these two, she had repeatedly become a mere foil. Remembering that it was because of her that Luo Li had achieved her current success, she felt even more resentful. To her, Luo Li, with no background, had no right to use her as a stepping stone, and was utterly unworthy. Taking away Luo Li's resources earlier was just a small lesson. But today, she never expected that this damned bitch would use her as a stepping stone again. Even if it was truly a coincidence that they wore the same outfit, Su Mei still felt that Luo Li did it on purpose, and felt that it had made her lose face. Therefore, she had to teach Luo Li a lesson this time. Noticing Su Mei's gaze, Luo Li glanced at her indifferently, her expression unchanged. Yes, a free-for-all. The director grinned mischievously, and the crew quickly rearranged the set, placing a red ball on the floating platform. As you can see, this game is called Capture the Red Ball. It consists of 3 rounds. Each round, there will be 1 red ball on the field, and your 3 teams will simultaneously attempt to grab it. After 3 rounds, the ranking will be determined by the number of wins. If the same team wins all 3 rounds, then there will be a tiebreaker round, with the remaining 2 teams winning 1 round to determine the winner. If each team wins 1 round on average, the same applies. Another tiebreaker round will be played to determine the winner. Then, one-on-one matches will be played to determine the winner. Wow, this is really going to be a fight. Wow, I have a strange feeling that Su Mei's gaze is a bit off. Everyone, please be careful. Safety first, competition second. They're all such good-looking people. I'd be heartbroken if any of them got hurt. There are no restrictions on how you compete. Each round is 3 minutes long. Whoever gets the red ball when the whistle blows wins. Safety first, competition second. Hearing the director's words, the people present exchanged bewildered glances. Please be gentle in a bit, Su Mei said with a soft smile, appearing weak and vulnerable. The people around her glanced at her indifferently, their attitudes clearly indicating they didn't like her. Su Mei's expression stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, as if sensing the exclusion. She sensibly suppressed her grievances and forced a calm facade. This scene caused unsuspecting passers-by and her fans to feel sorry for her. What's with this show? Why is there exclusion during filming? Exactly, isn't this blatant clique forming?
What kind of people are they?
Glancing at the comments, Luo Li smiled warmly at Su Mei. Sister Su is too modest. Sister Su is a Taekwondo practitioner. It should be Sister Su who gives way to us later. Upon hearing this, Su Mei's expression stiffened. She suddenly remembered that she had deliberately promoted her taekwondo skills to land a lead role in a major kung fu movie. But it was all an act. She didn't actually know taekwondo, and she ultimately didn't get the role. However, she had at least publicized her taekwondo skills. This had happened so long ago that she had almost forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, Luo Li had brought it up again, and now, to embarrass her, well, of course. Sume herself had boasted about it. She'd even posted pictures of herself practicing. She couldn't deny it. Sume's smile almost froze, her tone stiffened, and her gaze towards Luo Li, her back to the camera, seemed to want to stab her. Luo Li, however, remained fearless, simply flashing an even brighter smile. With this little bit of teasing skill, she thought she could stir up trouble? Li. Those nearby also noticed Sume's gaze, and Gu Xiaoxi tugged at Luo Li worriedly. Shin Shuha suddenly stepped aside, standing in front of Luo Li, blocking Sume's venomous gaze. Seeing this, Shin Feng also turned to look at Shin Shuha in surprise. Could it be that his brother was really in trouble? He'd never seen him protect anyone before. Damn it, he had to secretly call the old man and tell him. It was Shin Shuha's actions that brought Sume back to her senses, startled to realize she hadn't been able to hide her emotions in front of others. Luckily, she reacted quickly enough to avoid being caught on camera, but the ambiguous gazes of Shin Feng and the others still caught her eye, causing her hands to clench involuntarily. Sume knows taekwondo. I looked it up and she really does, and she's even at a level. Huh? Then why was she pretending to be weak just now? And earlier, wasn't that deliberately holding Qingming back? With skills, her reaction time should be quick, right? This makes her even less likable. Oh, right, next time, let's observe those passers-by more carefully before speaking, so we don't get fooled. And to some of those dogs, don't bark so eagerly. You've been slapped in the face again, haven't you? All right, everyone's rested enough. Let's start the game. The director glanced at the group and spoke. Hearing this, everyone composed themselves and began to prepare. Beep beep. A whistle blew, and Shin Feng glanced at Shin Shuha before jumping onto the floating board and grabbing the red ball. Chengming followed closely behind, knocking the ball away from Shin Feng's hand. Shin Shuha joined in, also raising her hand and slapping the ball, which immediately fell in front of the girls in the water. Gu Xiaoxi grabbed it first, but Luo Li snatched it from her arms. Her arms were suddenly empty. Luo Li's speed was so fast that Gu Xiaoxi was stunned. Coming to her senses, she laughed and pounced on Luo Li to grab it back. Sume joined in at that moment. Looking in the direction of the camera lens, she used the motion of grabbing a ball to lunge at Luo Li, pulling her into the water. Shin Shuha, who had been nearby, immediately jumped off the floatboard to try and pull Luo Li up, but as soon as she grasped her hand, Luo Li shook off her. To outsiders, it looked like a simple misstep. What's going on? Those on the shore couldn't see clearly, but they were all shocked. While no one could see in the water, Sume forcefully pressed down on Luo Li's chest, one hand gripping Luo Li's neck, pushing her downwards. Luo Li struggled, her hand knocking aside the waterproof camera beside her, recording Sume's ferocious expression in the water. She touched Shin Shuha's outstretched hand again, and this time she didn't shake him off, letting him pull her up from the water. Cough, cough, cough. Leaning against him, she coughed violently, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with terror. Her neck, red from being choked, was now exposed to everyone's view, startling the few who had come to help. But in reality, Sume hadn't used any force on Luo Li's neck, although she didn't intend to harm her. But she wasn't that stupid. She wouldn't be foolish enough to harm someone in front of everyone. She just wanted to take the opportunity to make Luo Li suffer in silence, to make her choke on some water. After all, falling and choking on water while playing in the water is perfectly normal. The place where she had just exerted force was her other hand, which was pressing down on Luo Li. However, she never expected that Luo Li's neck would be left with such a deep mark. Sume, how dare you harm someone? Gu Xiaoxi cried out in shock. Shin Shuha carried Luo Li back to the shore. Seeing Luo Li's condition, everyone was shocked. Holy crap, this is murder. How dare she do it in front of everyone? I just saw it. Sume deliberately lunged at Luo Li. This Sume is terrifying. Everyone saw that Sume pushed Luo Li into the water. Given Luo Li's condition, only Su Mei could have done that. Only her. She couldn't deny it. Couldn't defend herself. I didn't. Su Mei's rebuttal was weak and feeble. Turn off the live stream. With such a serious incident, recording couldn't continue. The director quickly ordered the live stream to be shut down, but even so, the news had already spread rapidly. Luo Li, are you alright? Should we go to the hospital? Luo Li's face was deathly pale, and she slumped limply in Shin Shuha's arms. Hearing this, she shook her head, but her eyes still held fear as she looked at Su Mei. Shin Shuha felt a pang of pain in her heart. We should go to the hospital first. Her condition looked very bad, and the marks on her neck were quite severe. Okay, I'll have someone come and pick her up, the director nodded. They couldn't see clearly what had happened in the water, but Luo Li's condition was indeed worrying. It was best to get her checked out. Hearing this, Luo Li remained silent, shrinking back. Out of the corner of her eye, she met Su Mei's resentful gaze. A slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by her weak demeanor. No one noticed, but Su Mei saw it clearly, which fueled her resentment. Miss Su, you'd better watch yourself. Those nearby also saw Su Mei's reaction. Shin Shuha spoke coldly, picking up Luo Li and leaving. The staff found clothes for Luo Li and took her to the hospital. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shin Shuha didn't let go of her. The others, perhaps too tense, didn't notice anything amiss. Whether from exhaustion or something else, Luo Li actually fell asleep leaning against Shin Shuha on the boat. #simulated dating show sudden lie shits live stream. Zumi intentionally murder #. Meanwhile, this hashtag quickly became a trending topic. When Luo Li woke up, it was already evening. After an examination, she was found to be unharmed. She was simply exhausted from the shock, which was why she had fallen asleep. The doctor prescribed medication for the strangulation marks on her neck. How are you feeling? Shin Shuha was by her side when she woke up, along with Shin Feng, Cheng Ming, and Gu Xiaoxi. I'm fine. Seeing their concerned gazes, Luo Li smiled and gently shook her head. There was a noise outside the door, and the director entered. Su Mei has been taken away for investigation because of a report from a netizen. He hesitated for a moment before handing the video recording to Luo Li. This is the video we found in the footage from the scene. It should be helpful to you. Just now, Su Mei's agent somehow got wind of this video and offered to pay to destroy it, saying they were willing to pay any price. The director was very tempted, but although he was usually a scoundrel, he was still upright when it came to important matters. After thinking it over, he still gave the video to Luo Li. Thank you. Luo Li was a little surprised as she took the video. Okay, she'd never call the director a scoundrel again. He wasn't a bad person after all. Actually, she had already prepared a recording with Xiaobeakai, so she wasn't worried about being caught off guard. But of course, it would be even better if the production team provided it proactively. The strangulation marks on Luo Li's neck were also inflicted by Xiaobeakai. Luo Li wasn't afraid of Su Mei taking action. She would turn the enemy's malice into a weapon that severely injured her, making her pay the price and suffer the consequences. Once she took action, she had to bear the consequences. Luo Li was never a kind person. Because of this incident, the program could no longer continue filming and was temporarily suspended. The specific resumption date would be determined based on the situation. As for Su Mei, Luo Li decisively sued her for intentional homicide and provided the recording as strong evidence. However, Su Mei vehemently denied intentional homicide and was ultimately only convicted of intentional injury. Because Luo Li only suffered minor injuries, the sentence wasn't long. Su Mei was released after a month. But Su Mei is a big star. Because of this incident, her career was ruined, which was the biggest blow to her. She's already in jail. Things progressed quickly. In less than 3 days, she was already in jail. I heard Su Mei's company has also terminated her contract. Artists who go in are all disgraced. No company will be willing to keep them and bear the consequences. Su Mei is finished. Looking at Sister Chen, Luo Li peeked obediently, like a chick pecking at rice. Could you please be more careful next time? I just wanted to manage an artist, not send one away. Heaven knows how scared Sister Chen was when she heard about Luo Li's situation. She was deliberately murdered while on a show. She was terrified. Thankfully, she's alright. Obedient +1. Never mind. take a break these next few days. Although the show was interrupted midway, the initial broadcast results were still quite good. I got a few good new dramas. I'll bring them to you to watch later. As she spoke, Sister Chen prepared to get up again, then turned to look at Luo Li. You and that Iha? What? Luo Li looked innocent. It's nothing. But after thinking it over, Sister Chen added, it's not that you can't talk about it, just be careful. She had seen the trending topics about this couple, and they were indeed very compatible. As long as it didn't affect either of their careers, it wasn't impossible to talk about it. Besides, she remembered that Iha lived upstairs, making it easier for sparks to fly. It was better for her to be up front than for the girl to sneak around behind her back. But before she could finish speaking, a warm, fragrant embrace rushed towards her, making her face flush.
Wow.
I knew our sister Chen was the most open-minded. After Sister Chen left, Luo Li hurriedly ran back to the dressing room and opened the door. Shin Shuha inside was already blushing crimson. I'm sorry, things were urgent just now, and my sister Chen used to be very strict. I was scared, so I could only hide you here for now. Shin Shuha had just come down to bring her food, but before they could even exchange a few words, Sister Chen barged in. In a moment of panic, Luo Li could only quickly hide her back in the dressing room. At this moment, Shin Shuha's face was burning red, and she didn't dare look around the room any longer. I'll go back now.
Okay.
After Luo Li agreed, he turned and left stiffly, but not long after, Luo Li saw him return, holding his phone, his face even redder than before, as if he had mustered up his courage. Miss Luo, may I add your contact information? During the recording of the program, their phones had been handed in, and they didn't have each other's contact information. Sure, of course. They exchanged contact information. Back in the walk-in closet, Luo Li glanced inside and realized why Shin Shuha's face was so red. She'd forgotten to close the closet door properly when she changed that morning. Her underwear of various styles was right next to Shin Shuha's. Bang! Coming to her senses, Luo Li quickly slammed the closet door shut and covered her face with her hands. However, she quickly coughed a few times to calm herself, picked up the cookies he'd left behind, and tasted them. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to him. Luo Li, the cookies were delicious. I really like them. Thank you, Shuha. Shin Shuha, who had just returned home, looked down at the message, and his ears burned again. After a long pause, he finally gripped his phone and boldly replied, Shu, good that you like it. Beside him, on the computer's search bar, several rows of entries were displayed. Why do I blush and my heart races when I'm around a girl? What should I do if I like a girl? Below were a row of replies. Take the initiative. To win her heart, win her stomach first. The key is that men must learn to take the initiative first. Only by taking the initiative will you get results. Furthermore, there were many other users' pursuit experiences. Now, another entry was added to the search bar. She said her cooking was delicious and praised it. After thinking for a moment, Shin Shuha deleted the words she had typed and carefully read through the dating advice left by other users. Her gaze lingered on the profile picture of her back on the phone screen. Suddenly, the text above changed to "the other party is typing," and his heart skipped a beat. However, at that moment, his manager's message popped up at an inopportune moment. Manager. Hey, see this? I got some pictures. Want them? Initially, he didn't want to pay attention, but after seeing the content, Shin Shuha hesitated for a moment and clicked on it. When he saw the much smaller screenshot inside, he froze, his heart skipping a beat. Shu, can you send it to me? Manager. You said, Prince, please send the picture. Shu. Prince, please send the picture. Manager. Image. JPG Manager. Aren't I straightforward? I'll sit at the first table at the wedding banquet. That's not too much to ask, is it? Shoo, okay. He saved the photo to his album and couldn't help but look at it again and again. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as images of their interactions on the show flashed through his mind, and his cheeks grew increasingly hot. And the message that popped up next made his heart pound even harder. Lee, thank you for saving me last time and taking me to the hospital. How about we have dinner together tonight if you're free? Shoo, okay. He agreed almost without hesitation, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing his instant reply, Luo Li smiled too. Shoo, are you free? Come over and find me some clothes, agent. Without much thought, the agent came over anyway, as he happened to be nearby. What clothes are you looking for? Did you lose your clothes? Hearing the agent's words, Shinshuha shook her head, then mumbled. We're going out for dinner tonight. Dinner? With whom? Just wear anything. It doesn't matter. The agent's tone was half complaining. To be honest, Shinshuha's figure and looks were truly enviable. It was purely a gift from God. Even a rag would look fashionable on him. I can't just wear anything. Hearing Shinshuha say this, the agent was even more confused. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. With whom? It's not Lily, is it? His eyes gleamed with gossip and anticipation. A gasp of excitement came from inside the house. Then, Shinshuha watched as his agent picked out over a dozen outfits for him from the closet. These and these, try them all on. It's your first date with Lily, so you need to take it seriously. Dress up nicely and try to win her over as soon as possible. I believe in you. Seeing his agent's reaction, Shinshuha seemed a little shy. Afterwards, he arranged a time with Luo Li for the evening. Having prepared carefully for a long time, he lived up to expectations and successfully captured her admiring gaze upon meeting. This gave him a sense of satisfaction, but he maintained a calm demeanor, pretending to be nonchalant. What's wrong? You look very handsome today. Luo Li's praise was generous, a gentle smile playing on her lips, warm and comforting. Her gentle tones stirred his heart, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His gaze followed her involuntarily. From the moment they met, Luo Li had felt his furtive glances, which amused her. Finally, in a fleeting moment, she seized the opportunity to turn her head, meeting his gaze before he could look away, catching all his panic and nervousness. Miss Luo. Like a thief caught red-handed, his voice was tense, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest, afraid of displeasing her. Just call me Xiao Li, or Li Li, that's what they all call me. But Luo Li didn't seem to mind at all, smiling brightly and speaking softly. Her gentle voice made him want to listen more. Li Li? Yes, your voice is truly captivating. Even though he hadn't been drinking, his voice was undeniably alluring. Hearing her words, he finally chuckled softly. They both enjoyed their time together, but it was a pity it was too short, leaving them wanting more. See you tomorrow. Stepping out of the elevator after returning home, Luo Li smiled and waved to him. See you tomorrow. As the elevator doors were about to close, a sudden pang of reluctance rose in his heart. His body reacted even faster. Before he could even process it, he had already chased after her. What's wrong? Faced with Luo Li's questioning gaze, he was momentarily speechless, his long, slender hand unconsciously tightening the hem of his clothes. After thinking for a while, his eyes finally lit up. If you like those cookies, I can bring them to you again tomorrow, okay? Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this, then nodded. Okay. Then get some rest. Yeah, you too. Back home, Shinshuha finally let go of the smile he had been suppressing. He glanced at the time, already looking forward to their meeting tomorrow. Just then, his phone screen lit up with 2 messages. Shinfeng, what are you doing? The old man wants us to come home for dinner sometime. Shinfeng, oh, by the way, he watched our show and really likes your partner. He wants you to bring your partner along too. Upon seeing this, Shinshuha blushed, but quickly realized what she meant by typing a reply. Shua, what did you say to him? Shinfeng, on the other end of the screen, felt a sudden pang of unease, inwardly marveling at his younger brother's quick reaction. But he wasn't about to be foolish enough to admit it. Shinfeng, what could I say? The entire internet is full of fans of your pairing. He just saw it himself. Shua. Clearly, he didn't quite believe Shinfeng's words, but after thinking it over, he still replied. Shua, I'll ask her opinion first. You don't need to reply to Dad for me. I'll talk to him myself later. As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fists. He really wanted to take her home, but he wasn't sure if she would agree. He still had a long way to go. Shinfeng replied quickly. Shinfeng, no rush. We can go back together whenever you've made plans. He himself was still clueless, so he figured he'd procrastinate as long as possible. But for some reason, thinking about this, a figure suddenly flashed into Shinfeng's mind. He pictured her swollen eyes after being bitten by mosquitoes, and couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Shoot, yeah.
The brothers' conversation ended there. Shin Shuha sat back down at his computer and started searching for answers again. Remembering the cookies he'd promised her for tomorrow, he began looking up recipes for other cookies. He recalled their first meeting, their chance encounter in the elevator, her awkward yet adorable expression, and the memories surfaced in his mind. He felt a strange sense of destiny. He was lucky. But now he wanted to be even luckier. Thinking of the saying, "The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach," his search bar was filled with more food-related searches. Agent, how was today? Did it go well? Does Lily like your outfit? It wasn't until a new message popped up that he finally snapped out of his reverie, recalling her reaction earlier in the day. Shoo. She only managed a shy reply, keeping the rest hidden in her heart, a quiet joy. Time flew by unnoticed, and when he came back to his senses, the moonlight was already streaming through the window. Looking at the moonlight, recalling her gentle smile, he felt a sudden surge of emotion. He picked up a pen and paper and jotted down his inspiration. Remember that moonlight that had unknowingly ignited in his heart, that he wanted to possess exclusively, that belonged only to him. The next morning, Luo Li received her cookies on time. Besides, she also received a concert invitation from him. Seeing him cautiously and tentatively approaching her, Luo Li knew he hadn't heard her conversation with Sister Chen that day, hiding in the dressing room. However, she had to admit, his behavior was incredibly alluring. She liked him. Her heart fluttered. She went to his concert and saw him shining brightly on stage. In their daily lives, they also had several chance encounters, even going for runs together at night. He was getting closer, and she was letting him get closer. Soon after, his new song, Moonlight, was released, once again becoming a viral sensation. His gentle, lyrical voice and rhythm evoked the moonlight in countless hearts. Running towards the moonlight, climbing the steps one by one, striving to become a better version of oneself. Be the brightest star, shining alongside the moonlight. Xiao Li, do you like stars? On the rooftop, the two were bathed in warm light, with the bright moon and countless stars behind them. They looked just like when they first met. The boy was tall, wearing a simple white shirt, clean and crisp, holding a bouquet of white roses in his hand, his fingers subtly clenched, concealing his nervousness. The girl was slender, wearing a white dress, graceful and elegant, her expression gentle. Without his gold-rimmed glasses, the distance between them seemed to shrink. I like them very much. Taking the roses from his hand, her voice was gentle, her gaze firm, her eyes smiling. Under the moonlight and the starry sky, they embraced tightly. Finally, there was no need to restrain herself anymore. She boldly embraced his moonlight. 1 month later, Shin Shuha led Luo Li back to the Shun family home. Seeing the two looking so well-matched, Mr. Shin couldn't stop smiling. Uncle Shin. Yes, good. With a wave of his hand, the wedding date was immediately set. However, not long after they finalized their plans, Shin Feng, looking quite pleased with himself, brought Gu Xiaoxi home. At the same time, a call came from the director of this simulated romance show. The new guests for the show have been arranged. The show will return next Monday. Be sure to be on time. The location is still the island. The two couples exchanged smiles and said in unison, Yes, director, we'll be there on time. Even though he was calling only Shin Shua, the director heard 4 familiar voices and in an instant he understood. You guys are amazing. So, before this dating reality show was even finished filming, 2 real couples had already been paired up. He was definitely the matchmaker. Thanks for the compliment. We'll be there on time. That day, besides the news of the Imitation Love program's return to air, news also broke about Su Mei's release from prison. Because of her past service and her status as a disgraced celebrity, she couldn't continue her career in China. So she went abroad to a transgender country to work as a female star, but it was rumored that she fared very poorly there due to the chaos. Later, to make a living, she chose illegitimate means of earning money, thus falling into a dead end and becoming unable to return to China. On Monday, the Imitation Love program aired on time. Cheng Ming, whom we haven't seen in a while, is now accompanied by a stunningly beautiful and sophisticated woman. This is his new partner, a well-known A-list actress in the industry, rumored to be someone he personally recommended to the director. Besides this, everyone has only just learned of Chung Ming's other hidden identity besides being a fitness instructor, the heir to a certain entertainment company. He kept his identity a secret until now, when he took over the company, and it's only now that it's been revealed. Meanwhile, due to the news of the engagement of the two Shin brothers, the richest family in China, their identities have also been exposed. The viewers in the live stream are utterly stunned. Even the usually sassy director has become slightly reserved. My God, who knew these guests on a dating show were all so high caliber? Director, did you stumble upon a den of riches? They're so good at picking people. By the way, when that person's scandal broke, a lot of related revelations also surfaced. I heard she joined the production because of Shunningdee's background. Is this for real? Did she lose the watermelon and not get the cantaloupe? Did she end up empty-handed? This woman is truly pitiful, but her character proves everything. She doesn't deserve to touch either of these scandals. My Shifeng, you two hurry up and get together. And Li Shu.
Sigh.
Did I just see that right? That familiar chocolate-themed scene, they actually kissed? 6. Amazing. Both teams are empty-handed, tied for first place. What have they been doing behind our backs during this hiatus? Upstairs. Did you guys not read the news carefully? The fiancés of the two Shin brothers are Sister Li and Sister 11. Huh? Really? I didn't see this. I only saw Ching Ming's.
Damn.
So we're really shipping them.
Ah, so happy.
What's there to ship? They're just torturing us with PDA, but I have to say, this PDA is really sweet. I love it. PDA is so sweet plus 10,086. Just like that, a show meant to find couples to ship turned into a reality show about their daily lives as a couple. Oh, except for Chung Ming, who was left out again. Watching the two couples being so unrestrained, sticking together from beginning to end, Chung Ming gritted his teeth. Fine, we're all brothers who've been on shows together, and you guys secretly left me out again, huh, Shinshua? Secretly? No, Xiao Li, and I have always been open about it. Shinfeng. Look at your sour tone. It's not like someone's stopping you from dating. He raised an eyebrow, implying something. Seeing that look, Chung Ming turned to his new partner, seemingly understanding. Director. Hey, can you all tone it down a bit? Can't you guys consider the feelings of the rest of the crew? Are we single people just supposed to be shown off like this? Staff 1, raising her hand to reveal a ring. No, I'm married. Staff 2, displaying a photo. My partner. Staff 3, handing out wedding candy. Just got married recently. Staff 4, handing out invitations. Next month, you're welcome to attend. Staff 5. After going around in circles, it seemed only the director, assistant director, and a few cameramen were single. Silence was the Cambridge of tonight. All right, the supply shop is closing early today. If you need anything, please figure it out yourselves. With his reputation for being a scoundrel, he was sure he could handle it.
Ah.
Director, you're too late. My wife just sold everything to them. A staff member waved the gold coins in his hand. Wife. Hiss. The two directors silently left behind two dejected figures. Haha. The staff and guests present exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Evening. Back in their small house, Luo Li looked at Shinshua, who was obediently huddled in a corner. Why aren't you coming over? Shinshua was blushing, her heart pounding, a far cry from her boastful and arrogant demeanor during the day. Oh no, there are still 3 months until the wedding. Yes, he'd taken her hand, hugged her, and kissed her, but he hadn't dared to take the step of sharing a bed. Luo Li. Okay then. Xiao Li, hearing her words, he paused, calling out in a muffled voice. Looking at him, he looked like a bullied puppy. Luo Li couldn't bear to look any longer, silently opening her arms to him. His eyes lit up, his face still flushed. Really okay? He asked cautiously. But Luo Li, now knowing his true nature, wasn't buying it. Then, you can't? Before she could finish speaking, he pulled her into a tight embrace. That won't do. His muffled voice came from the crook of her neck, and then she felt a light bite. Her body trembled, and her eyes instantly filled with tears as she looked at him accusingly. She clearly felt his breath catch in his throat, his eyes covered by those beautiful hands. Don't look, my self-control is very low right now. She seemed to sense the danger, biting her lip, ultimately remaining silent. Unbeknownst to her, this only tested his endurance more. He hesitated, but finally couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her. I overestimated myself. His hoarse whisper followed. After what seemed like an eternity, Luo Li, dazed by the kiss, nestled in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. He, suppressing the fire he had stirred within him, struggled to sleep, silently calculating the time, 89 days until the wedding. Sigh, just 89 days. The next day, the swimsuit water games from last time hadn't been completed, leaving everyone still a little unsettled. But the red ball battle had left everyone a bit apprehensive, so after much deliberation, the director decided to continue the swimsuit water activities, but change them to partner-based competitions, speed races. One of the tasks required the boys to lift the girls in the water. His large hand, wet with seawater, rested on her smooth, white skin, making Shinshuha's ears turn bright red. For some reason, 89 days felt incredibly long. Who understands? This hand, this waist, this impact. It's killing me. I need 2 cases of stain remover. I can't take it anymore. Upstairs. Welcome to the stain remover user family. Ugh. Suddenly, a wave crashed over her, wetting her hair. Luo Li let out a soft groan, feeling the hand on her waist grow even hotter. She didn't dare turn around, feeling a hungry wolf eyeing her intently, her back stiffening slightly. What's wrong? His soft, gentle voice was incredibly soothing. Nothing. That evening, this time, before Luo Li could even reach out, he had already snuggled up to her like a wronged puppy. Shall Li? 88 days left. Her warm breath made her unconsciously tilt her neck, responding softly. Her slender, white neck revealed a beautiful curve, delicate, yet inexplicably alluring. As expected, he lightly bit Luo Li's collarbone again. You're so annoying. Luo Li. Who's really being annoying here? They counted down the days, and the long 3 months finally passed. While the show, Imitation Love, was gaining popularity due to its stunningly beautiful guests and incredibly sweet content, its fame spread beyond its core audience. Luo Li and Shinshuha's wedding of the century also caused a sensation on the trending topics list. Clutching their marriage certificate, holding his soft, fragrant wife in his arms, he lowered his head and nuzzled her neck. Wife, I'm so happy. Wife, please forgive me. Wife, are you adjusting well? Wife, I overestimated myself again. Wife, don't cry. All night long, he called her name countless times, as if he could never get enough. In her hazy sleep, Luo Li could still hear him calling her name softly in that intoxicating voice. Truly, she was defeated by him. The day after their wedding, Shinshuha released another new song, titled Embracing the Moon. He succeeded. He successfully chased after his moon, embraced his moon, and walked hand in hand with his moon. Witnessing their happiness, Shinshuha's fans and Luo Li's fans couldn't help but shed tears for them. They really are. I'm crying my eyes out. This perfect couple, I want to ship them forever. This is the first time I've ever liked 2 people this much. Where do I have to kowtow to receive such beautiful love? Wife, where do you want to go for our honeymoon? Luo Li was scrolling through the comments when Shinshuha suddenly appeared. I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it carefully after my older brother and Xiaoxi's wedding. Because they started dating later than them, Shenfeng's wedding will be a little later. Okay. He habitually buried his head in her neck, nuzzling her. Turning his head and seeing the comment on her hand, Shinshuha's eyes lit up. Wife, can I reply to her for you? Of course. Perhaps we could look towards the sunrise. Because his moon, like the sunrise, rises from the east. Luo Li's original apartment was a rental arranged by her company. After their marriage, they bought it. Later, by chance, Shinshuha saw Luo Li's sunrise painting in her studio. Wife, when did you paint me?
Huh, what?
It's this one. This scene is from my practice room. I can see the sunrise from there every day. Really? I painted this the day the dating show crew came to film footage, inspired by the piano music I heard that morning and the sunrise at that time. Piano music? Yes. I can sometimes hear your soft piano playing downstairs. It's very beautiful. Really? So my wife noticed me so early. I'm so happy. His tone was filled with undisguised joy. My wife can draw me from inspiration alone. Doesn't that mean our fate is sealed? He really did. Every word he spoke revolved around his wife. He was a complete henpecked husband. I think so, she replied, echoing his sentiments. They were definitely destined for each other. World 10 complete. System space. Points plus 1,000. Luck plus 30. Merit plus 30. Points. 18,800 plus 1,000. 19,800 points. Luck. 310 plus 30. 340 points. Merit. 320 plus 30. 350 points. In the west dwell mermaids, in the east merfolk. Legend has it that merfolk inhabit the deep sea. Fishermen venturing out to sea in the deep waters can hear haunting, enchanting voices. Those bewitched by these voices lose their way and perish. Others say that merfolk are treasures of the heavens. Their blood can cure all diseases, their flesh prolongs life, and their hearts grant immortality. Their tears are precious pearls, each worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Mermaids are dangerous, but the allure of profit is even more tempting. Even the most dangerous rumors cannot withstand the allure of profit. Since the existence of merfolk was discovered, the merfolk race has been relentlessly hunted. Their lives and flesh have been exchanged for the birth of countless noble and wealthy families. Until the original owner of this body, many years have passed. The merfolk race is nearly extinct. They live in hiding, never seeing the light of day, yet ultimately cannot escape capture. Nowadays, rumors about merfolk are increasingly rare, and ordinary people have never heard a word about them. This is because the profits associated with merfolk are so high that no one else is allowed to touch them. The secrets of the merfolk have long been monopolized and concealed by officials and nobles. The merfolk captured now are all playthings in the circles of the wealthy, commodities for profit. In a secluded mountain forest on the outskirts of the city stands an old house. In the central courtyard of the house, a pond has been specially placed, and lying beside it is a pale-skinned woman with a human torso and a fish tail. Her silver-blue fish tail is submerged in the water, having lost its luster and life. Master, this merfolk is dead. Luo Li had just regained consciousness when she heard this voice beside her. Useless thing. She couldn't even hold on for half a year after bleeding her blood out. Truly, each one is worse than the last, increasingly useless. Quickly, rip out her heart now, then remove the remaining scales, separate the flesh and bones, freeze them, and I'll send them to a nobleman later. Otherwise, she'll get stale if she's dead for too long. His last words were filled with ruthlessness and cunning. Hearing this voice, Luo Li suddenly felt an endless hatred rise in her heart, wishing she could devour him alive, eat his flesh and bones, and condemn him to eternal damnation. However, even with all her strength, her body only trembled slightly at her fingertips for a moment. She was extremely weak. Seeing this, Luo Li sighed inwardly. Kai, help me exchange some merit points to restore this body.
Okay.
As the warm light of the system flowed in, Luo Li felt the discomfort and pain in her body rapidly disappearing, gradually regaining her strength. Yes, the servant responded, preparing a blade, and bent down, ready to strike Luo Li's body. But she suddenly opened her eyes, her deep blue pupils possessing a captivating allure that drew anyone in, causing them to forget their actions. Swoosh! As the servant froze, sharp nails materialized at her fingertips, and a spurt of hot, metallic blood shot out. With a gentle flick of her fingertips, a warm heart appeared in her palm. The servant snapped back to reality, his pupils widening. He lowered his head, and before he could even breathe, he collapsed, lifeless. Bright red blood stained his cheeks, and the man in blue, equally stunned, stared at Luo Li in shock. Master? She opened her mouth, her severed tongue already restored. She smiled, a captivating beauty, her voice hoarse and strained, yet not unpleasant. One could imagine how beautiful her voice would have been had her tongue not been severed. Look, how well did I dig out my heart? She asked softly, cradling the heart in her hands. The fishtail, shimmering with a faint silver-blue light, vanished from the water, transforming into a pair of slender, jade-like feet. She emerged from the water, draped in mermaid gauze, and slowly approached the man. Each step felt like a heavy stomp on his heart, filling him with endless terror. But his body remained completely paralyzed. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but no sound came out. Tears of fear welled in his eyes, bloodshot and glistening.
Ah, ah.
She picked up the blade and began to brandish it at him, using all her strength in fear. He could only manage a low, guttural scream. "Don't worry, you won't die today." The moment she finished speaking, a piece of flesh was slashed off his body. Her smile was exceptionally captivating, but her eyes were exceptionally cold. She wasn't lying. In a single day, everyone in the manor was slaughtered, leaving only a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a crimson stain. His flesh was completely gone, but he still clung to life. His blood-red face was unrecognizable, but the extreme pain in his eyes was still evident. "Isn't it comfortable? Like the daily bloodletting, like every time my scales are peeled off. Don't you like it?" He shook his head in agony, only half a tongue remaining in his open mouth. Even so, he still clung to life, unable to die. "You've eaten a mermaid's heart, haven't you? Wanna die but can't? How does it feel?" Before she finished speaking, another knife plunged into his arm, leaving a bloody hole. He was in excruciating pain, unable to struggle, unable to die. "Aren't you filled with regret?" Every word she uttered was dripping with bone-chilling hatred. A rope bound the man's arm, and in the pitch-black night, she dragged him away from the secluded old house in the woods like a dead dog. A trail of bright red blood was left on the ground. But quickly, as her figure disappeared, the bloodstain vanished with it. A great fire raged, and the old house, filled with resentment, disappeared overnight. The demonic fire burned all night, destroying the old house but leaving nothing else untouched. And her figure, too, vanished without a trace. As seen before you, the original owner of this body was a captured mermaid. Scales were peeled off, blood was drained, and she was subjected to various forms of torture until she wept tears of pearls. This was what she endured daily after her capture. Ultimately, she died because of it. Her dying wish was for those who had murdered her to die with the same, doubled, agony. After Luo Li left the old house with the man, the same torment continued to be played out on him every day. He was an old monster. Having consumed a mermaid's heart, he was now 200 years old, yet still maintained the appearance of someone in their 20s. In a deep mountain cave, not far from the old house, lay the remains of dozens of mermaids. These were the mermaids he had brutally murdered over the years. If nothing unexpected had happened, the original owner of this body would have become one of them. But now it's a change of life. This man will be the last skeleton here. Every day, the man's hoarse, labored cries of agony echo from within the cave. His blood stains the cave, a sacrifice to the souls of the Merfolk who perished here. Original owners wish progress plus 0.5%. Every day, Luo Li hears this notification. The original owner is satisfied with Luo Li's method of revenge, but the torment he suffered is not enough. As the long days pass, the man experiences even deeper torment. Finally, one day, when the original owner's resentment dissipated, Luo Li ripped out the man's heart, crushed it, and fed it to the wild dogs. Watching his soul being devoured by the merman spirits of the area, the system's notification finally sounded. Ding! The original owner's wish progress has reached 100%. After washing away the blood and filth from her body in a clear mountain pool, Luo Li finally stepped out of the forest. When the officials and nobles discovered that the people of the old mansion had vanished overnight, panic gripped them. They guessed it was the merfolk's revenge, and feared they would be next. But to their surprise, 6 months passed without any further merfolk retaliation, and they relaxed. They indulged in daily feasting and pleasure, living a carefree life. But soon, they discovered that the merfolk in their mansions had disappeared one after another, and they too had died suddenly in their homes. With these sudden deaths, all knowledge of merfolk in the world was completely wiped out. All ancient books about merfolk were destroyed. After sending the last merfolk scattered among humans back to the sea, Luo Li finally stopped to rest. Kai, can you sense his presence? She was a little worried about the merfolk. They couldn't find him. She couldn't just sit idly by, so Luo Li had to find something to do and deal with any potential trouble. After all, being a mermaid in the human world and constantly on guard against thieves is quite tiring. But it's strange, every time they came before, they could find him by the original owner's side, but this time something unexpected happened, and they couldn't find him. No, nothing. Little White Cabbage shook her head, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Luo Li was also delighted.
Where?
It looks like a temple.
Ah.
Hundreds of miles away, in the capital of an ancient kingdom. Have you heard? The holy monk Iha is going down the mountain to preach. Walking through the crowd, Luo Li heard the people talking. I heard. My wife's been preparing for ages. She's going to wait for him. Every time we hear the holy monk chanting, we feel incredibly benefited. Of course, the holy monk's magic is profound, his blessings immense. He's here to bless all the people. To hear him chant even once is a blessing. From these people's words, Luo Li could tell that this holy monk named Iha was highly revered. But strangely, the young women seemed even more excited than the others upon hearing the news of the holy monk's descent.
Ah.
You've all heard? It's true. Holy monk Iha is really coming down the mountain. Luckily, I just bought a new dress. I'll definitely wear it. Me too. Me too. To see the holy monk even once in this life would be enough to die for. I'll definitely dress up nicely. The girls were a little embarrassed as they spoke, but among close friends, they were naturally bolder. Hearing this, Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Is it really that exaggerated? She couldn't help but peek over and ask softly. The girls, hearing the sweet, melodious voice, all paused, slowly turning around. Upon seeing Luo Li's face and attire, they were all stunned, their faces instantly turning red. And no, of course it is. I'm new to the capital and haven't heard of this holy monk. Could you tell me about him, sisters? Seeing Luo Li's reaction, the girls blushed again, unable to resist taking a few more glances at her beautiful appearance. They imagined her to be a stunning beauty, delicate and enchanting. This must be it. Sure, they murmured in response, and then the girls quietly began to introduce the holy monk to Luo Li. It turns out that this crane saint monk was an abandoned child found by the abbot of Lingqing Temple. However, due to his innate Buddhist qualities and exceptional intelligence, he was already known as a Buddhist disciple at a young age. It was said that a member of the Tian family, troubled by a matter, happened to visit the temple and encountered the Buddhist disciple, who enlightened him, leading to profound understanding. After the matter was resolved, the Buddhist disciple was bestowed the name Saint Monk, thus the origin of the crane saint monk. Now, at 18, the crane saint monk is a figure of great importance in the ancient kingdom. Whenever the kingdom faces difficulties, the saint monk appears to resolve them and has protected the kingdom for many years, ensuring its prosperity and well-being, earning the deep love and respect of its people. The Tian family also strongly supports him. And the girls paused abruptly, somewhat embarrassed. And what? Luo Li blinked her curious eyes, her gaze seemingly filled with affection, making everyone blush. Moreover, the holy monk is truly of celestial appearance, with the looks of a banished immortal, incomparably handsome. Facing Luo Li's gaze, the girls became even more embarrassed, their voices lowering considerably. Luo Li also looked as if she had suddenly understood.
I see.
Then, could you sisters tell me how to get to Lingqing Temple? Hearing Luo Li's question, one of the girls pointed in a direction. It's this way, little sister. Just go straight this way. Once you're out of the capital's outskirts, you'll see people offering incense. Many people come to Lingqing Temple to offer incense every day. You can go with them. Okay. Thank you for your help, sisters. I'll go first. A faint fragrance wafted by, and the girls were all stunned for a moment, their faces flushed, but they could no longer recall what the woman had looked like. Kai, he's really bad. He actually became a monk. Meanwhile, Luo Li was still muttering to Sha Bai Kai, following the route she had just learned, heading towards Lingqing Temple. Exactly. That boss is so mean. He's a big bad guy. Little Cabbage nodded its head, always standing on its host's side. Seeing Little Cabbage's obedient appearance, Luo Li couldn't help but laugh. A clear and melodious voice rang out, and her lithe and graceful figure weaved through the crowd. But strangely, They all seemed unable to see her. Mermaids don't possess cultivation techniques, but this world has spiritual energy. Luo Li also carries the memories of her past demonic arts, and with the aid of merit, she can now wield her demonic arts with ease. The girls were right. Lingqing Temple was indeed very popular, bustling with people. But Luo Li headed straight for the back mountain, a less crowded area. In a secluded courtyard on the back mountain, the gentle sound of a wooden fish drum drifted out, bringing peace and refreshment. Outside the courtyard gate stood a towering ancient tree, and a stream flowed from the mountain into the courtyard, filling a pond with lotus flowers. Luo Li immediately took a liking to the pond. Leaping past a young monk sweeping the path, she walked directly towards the sound of the wooden fish drum coming from inside. As soon as she stepped inside, Luo Li vaguely saw a person sitting cross-legged before the Buddha statue, holding prayer beads, eyes closed, speaking softly. The person's jade feet touched the ground, as if each step created a lotus flower, and the jade bells on their ankles jingled. The wooden fish drum in the room seemed to pause for a moment before slowly resuming its movement. Unfazed by the lack of obstruction, her actions became even more arrogant and unrestrained. She boldly stepped into the inner room and stood behind him. He, however, seemed oblivious, his wooden fish drum continuing to play, his prayer beads still turning, his closed eyes remaining unmoved. Luo Li was somewhat displeased with his reaction. She took a step closer to him, and just as her hand was about to touch his shoulder, he finally opened his eyes. Mississippi him? Luo Li's hand didn't stop. She placed one hand on his shoulder and softly leaned into his arms.
But
the next instant, he hurriedly got up and abruptly moved away, startling the wooden fish drum in front of him, causing it to fall to the ground. Don't be so presumptuous. He hadn't looked up at her once from beginning to end. Though his movements were flustered, his eyes remained calm, as still as an ancient pool, without a ripple. Holy monk, what are you saying? This humble woman merely came to seek an explanation. How could I be so presumptuous as to speak to you? Her beautiful eyes smiled, her tone innocent. She wore a light, watercolored silk dress that outlined her graceful figure. Her slender waist, barely encircling her, was faintly visible, carrying a delicate fragrance. Her jade-like feet touched the ground, her long, white legs alluring and captivating. Her alluring blue eyes locked onto him, a slight smile playing on her lips. Hearing her words, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and began to twirl the prayer beads in his hand. The young lady has already escaped her predicament, her karma settled. Returning to her homeland will ensure her safety and peace. Hearing his words, Luo Li paused for a moment, her smile deepening. He was indeed formidable. Without even glancing at her, he knew everything. But this is not what I seek. Hearing her words, he paused for a rare moment, seemingly puzzled. She stepped closer to him again, her voice a soft whisper in his ear, a gentle warmth carrying a faint fragrance. He stiffened slightly, his brow furrowed, and the prayer beads in his hand seemed to spin faster. This humble woman wishes to ask the holy monk, "Can you foretell my predestined marriage? If my destiny is not destined, what then should I do?" He was so powerful. Could he foresee his own and her predestined marriage? He stepped aside, sat back down before the Buddha statue, righted the overturned wooden fish, and remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a single sentence. This humble monk has no answer. Really? Yuan Chu, see the guest out. But he didn't reply. Instead, he called out to the outside. Soon, the footsteps of a young monk came from outside, but upon opening the door, he looked utterly puzzled. "Brother, where's the guest?" He scratched his bald head, looked around, but remained completely bewildered. There was clearly no one else in the room. He had just been sweeping outside and hadn't seen anyone come in. Hearing this, Iha looked down at the ground, where he saw the figure of a woman standing beside Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu had searched everywhere, but couldn't find her. Finally, he closed his eyes. "Never mind, it's nothing." Hearing his words, the young monk scratched his head and closed the door again, still puzzled. Afterwards, the sound of a wooden fish drum echoed from inside the room again. He chanted scriptures, and the scent of incense burning on the altar dispelled the faint fragrance. Seeing his reaction, Luo Li wasn't annoyed. She found a prayer mat, sat down with her legs drawn up, and quietly watched him. Utterly bored, she got up and wandered around, flipping through scriptures and examining Buddhist statues. Logically, Buddhist sanctuaries should be places where all demons and evil spirits should stay away, but unfortunately, Luo Li possessed a body imbued with great merit. Neither the sacred grounds, the deities, nor these Buddhist scriptures had any effect on her. It was precisely because he understood this that he didn't try to drive her away. But that didn't mean he wasn't troubled. As night fell, and she still showed no sign of leaving, he finally showed some reaction. Yuan Chu closed the courtyard. He closed his eyes, and although he addressed the young monk, Luo Li knew he was actually speaking to her. Yes, the young monk's reply came from outside the door, and Luo Li heard the courtyard gate close, but she still didn't move. Seeing him frown, she finally spoke. Holy monk knows where I come from, and should also know that I have nowhere to go now. It's too dangerous outside. Holy monk, could you allow me to rest for a few days? Her tone was weak and pitiful, making it hard to refuse. Moreover, monks are always compassionate, making it even harder to refuse. But this small courtyard only housed him and Yuan Chu, and the living quarters were small. Besides the Buddhist hall, there was only one room for the two of them to rest. How could he possibly take her in? But before he could answer, she had already turned and left the Buddhist hall. It wasn't until sounds came from the lotus pond at night that he realized she had stayed there. Under the moonlight, bubbles rose in the pond, and silver blue fish swam by. Luo Li was having a great time. Once she got into the water, she realized that the pond was quite deep, perfect for fish. Poof, underwater, she played with bubbles with great interest. The next moment, as if sensing something, her figure emerged from the pool, her hands resting on the edge, her eyes fixed on the slender figure dressed in Zen robes. Long, jet-black hair cascaded down her front, her ears like butterfly wings, quite beautiful. Her skin was as white as jade, revealing a delicate and captivating face, her lips naturally read a veritable water nymph. But he didn't glance at her once, clutching his prayer beads as he returned to his room. Meanwhile, in the adjacent side room, the young monk was already snoring soundly, fast asleep. Seeing this, Luo Li couldn't help but let out a soft snort, the sound of her fish tail slapping the water's surface ringing out. The sound was loud enough for him to hear as he stepped into the room. He paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in his eyes, but ultimately his expression returned to calm. Kai, I can't seduce you. Monks are vegetarians. Seduction is completely useless. He hadn't even glanced at her once, leaving her utterly frustrated.
Deeply discouraged.
She rummaged through her spatial storage for some food, and little cabbage fed her some. Then, host, how about we use some of the system's medicine on him? Let's just put him to sleep. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Li choked on Little Cabbage's words. She turned to Little Cabbage, shocked, looking at her bewildered and innocent face. Kai, tell me, have you secretly made some bad friends behind my back? You weren't like this before. Where did her innocent and adorable Little Cabbage go? How did it change? But what kind of medicine does the system have? Let me see. Little Cabbage blinked a few times, then obediently started rummaging through the trinkets again. Aphrodisiacs, pleasure enhancers, and ancient-style sexy clothes, lots and lots. Cabbage didn't secretly make friends. Kai overheard it in the little dark room. Luo Li froze, her face flushing. Cabbage, where's the feedback channel for your system bureau? The soundproofing in this little dark room really needs improvement. Isn't this corrupting the children? Here. Little Cabbage didn't know what its host was thinking, but it was obedient and quickly found the feedback channel. After Luo Li's feedback, Little Cabbage's little dark room was upgraded, with improved soundproofing. Host, so shall we buy some medicine? Let's not use it for now. We'll buy it if it really doesn't work. She refused to believe it. The next day, as she had heard in the city, Iha was indeed going down the mountain to preach. Luo Li didn't hesitate, emerging from the water and following closely behind him. The woman's faint fragrance, mingled with the water's moisture, was hard to ignore. But he remained oblivious, his eyes lowered as he turned his prayer beads, quietly waiting for the young monk behind him. Senior brother, everything's ready, let's go. Nodding slightly, Iha stepped forward. The woman's scent lingered beside him, but the young monk couldn't detect it, and he seemed oblivious as well. It's the holy monk. The holy monk has arrived. At the foot of Lingqing Temple, many waiting people saw the figure in the distance and immediately cried out excitedly, "Holy monkiha!" The little girls hiding in the corner glanced over, their faces flushing. Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly as she watched the scene. While he was reciting scriptures with the young monk, she sat nearby, observing him. Indeed, as the rumors said, he was exceptionally handsome, with skin as white as snow, dark eyebrows, bright eyes, and thin, red lips. His robes fluttered in the wind. Just his presence alone made everything else pale in comparison, like a celestial being descended to earth. Even though he was seated cross-legged on the ground, his body immersed in the dust, he seemed untouched by any dirt, unblemished by worldly dust. He sat alone, right before her, yet he seemed isolated from the world, creating a distance that made one hesitant to approach. Luo Li couldn't help but turn her head to look at the tall Buddha statue before the mountain.
He resembled it.
Like a deity, untouched by worldly defilement. Seeing this, her delicate brows furrowed, and a soft laugh escaped her lips as her warm fingertips traced his cheek. "Holy monk, you are too sacred, unapproachable." She didn't like it. A soft whisper reached his ears. He frowned visibly, but mindful of their current position, he remained still, though his chanting grew even colder. The young monk beside him opened his eyes and turned to look, his face full of confusion. How could he have just heard a girl whispering nearby? They descended the mountain at dawn, returning only after nightfall. The holy monk was extremely compassionate, always ready to help those in need. Even though his forehead was covered in sweat, his lips pale, and he desperately needed rest, he still didn't stop the people who approached him. He wasn't as unapproachable and unreachable as he seemed. But why did he keep her at arm's length? It was truly unfair. "Brother, I'm going to the dining hall to get some food." The young monk ran out again as soon as he returned to the courtyard. Seeing the young monk leave, Luo Li knew he intended to shoo her away, but before he could even speak, she turned and disappeared into the lotus pond. Soon, the sounds of splashing water filled the air, deterring him from taking another step closer. She was clever. Alone in the lotus pond, she didn't disturb them in the slightest, leaving him with no excuse to drive her away. "Holy monk." But as he clutched his prayer beads, about to turn and leave, she called out to him again. "The question I asked yesterday, do you truly have no answer? Why are you so afraid of me, holy monk? You haven't even glanced at me? What is it that you fear, holy monk?" Faced with her questioning, he ultimately remained silent and turned away. This monk was truly detestable. For several days in a row, he avoided her completely, as if she were no longer a presence in the courtyard, ignoring her increasingly brazen interference. He was truly afraid. Otherwise, why would he act so relentlessly, avoiding her at all costs, pretending not to notice her disturbances? Holy monk. The familiar fragrance returned to the Buddhist hall. His seemingly calm demeanor faltered once more, but the prayer beads in his hand paused again. This time, however, she didn't merely disturb him with her voice. Her aura suddenly became subdued, unnoticed even by him, causing him to frown. When her jade-like hand traced his robe and touched his throat, and her lips suddenly felt a warm touch, he finally opened his eyes, hastily brushing them away with his sleeve. A hint of surprise finally appeared in his eyes, which had been like a dry pool.
"Ha!"
Meeting his gaze, she chuckled softly, her alluring eyes becoming even more captivating. With a single glance, he hastily looked away, his prayer beads spinning rapidly as he chanted a calming mantra. Even so, he couldn't erase the memory of that breathtaking face etched in his mind. More difficult to ignore was the lingering warmth on his lips. A predestined marriage, a red thread intertwined across lifetimes. How could he possibly break free? Holy monk, my heart is in turmoil. Her whisper, so close to his ear, was captivating. Yes, his heart was in turmoil, unable to find peace. My lady, the time I spoke of that day has come. You must go. Knowing the calming mantra was useless, he turned away, gripping his prayer beads tightly, his brow furrowed as he finally spoke. Luo Li's smile faltered. She turned and walked to him, her fingertips lightly touching the trace of red rouge left on his lips. Holy monk, do you mean to start something and then abandon me? Ruining my purity? He turned his head abruptly, pausing again upon hearing her words, his eyes finally revealing a complex mix of emotions. You? This. He seemed driven to desperation, hesitating to speak, yet unable to utter another word. But his eyes held only anger. He was furious. Yet, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Holy monk, marriage is ordained by heaven, and destiny cannot be defied. She didn't burst into laughter, but her voice softened as she whispered to him. His expression stiffened for a moment, but his handsome brows furrowed even more deeply. My daughter has nowhere to go. Holy monk, with your kind heart, would you please take her in at this lotus pond? Her voice was even gentler, carrying a tender pity, a captivating light flashing in her blue eyes. He simply turned his head away, unaffected. It's inconvenient for you to linger here, young lady. Thinking this, he added, lowering his eyes, fate has decreed that our paths are different. Luo Li was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. So, the holy monk truly intends to abandon me? A tear fell to the ground. His fingers clenched tightly, as if his mind had been suddenly controlled, unable to utter another cold, hard word. Looking down, the invisible red thread had clearly tightened, impossible to break free from. He sat back down before the Buddha statue, closing his eyes in final silence. Seeing him like this, Luo Li also sat quietly for a while. Seeing no further reaction from him, she finally mustered the courage to sit on the edge of the platform and swing her legs. At this moment, there was no trace of tears in those blue eyes. After all, he was still soft-hearted. After a long while, perhaps feeling exhausted, she lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Hearing her steady breathing, he paused in the motion of turning his prayer beads. Looking down, he saw a perfectly round, snow-white bead beneath his robes. Looking up at the Buddha statue before him, his slender fingers clenched tightly. After a long hesitation, he finally picked up the snow-white bead. With his movement, the invisible red thread on his palm deepened in color. He lowered his head, gazing at the snow-white bead in his palm for a long time, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of bewilderment and guilt. Yet he still picked it up. But how could he know that what he had gathered was far more than just the snowflakes before him? From that day on, Luo Li seemed to truly consider this place her home. She no longer acted as if she were guarding something, staying in the courtyard every day. She would often go out to play, often staying for a day or two before returning. She couldn't help it. He spent all his time chanting scriptures, which was incredibly boring, and she couldn't stand it. However, she still remembered him, always bringing him little things after her outings. Sugar figurines, candied hawthorns, small shortbreads. He rarely ate them. She never missed a single one. And she seemed to have learned her lesson. Since that day, she hadn't done anything out of line. But her attitude towards him became increasingly intimate, and she even changed how she addressed him. Brother Iha, hearing this address, he paused slightly, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. A young girl's voice approached from afar, carrying the scent of wine. She held a jade pot in her hands. Look what I brought you today. It's osmanthus wine. She let out a hiccup and turning around, she was clearly a little drunk. The butterfly earrings on her ears were barely visible. Do you want to try some? She shook her head, propping her head up with her hand, and offered the wine forward, as if trying to stay sober. As expected, he didn't take it. You don't like this either? This is the 21st thing this month. You don't like so many things. She mumbled, counting on her fingers. I've brought you 100 things in total, and you've only accepted 3. She looked at her fingers, confirming carefully. Those 3 were wildflowers she dug up, roots and all. He wouldn't touch anything else of the mundane world. You're drunk. Hearing his response, her eyes lit up, as if pleasantly surprised. Then she quickly shook her head. No, I'm not drunk, just a little unsteady. She stumbled, almost falling, but thankfully steadied herself. His raised hand lowered, and he frowned, staring at his own hand. The next instant, her soft body slumped down, landing steadily in his arms. Turning her head, she saw that her long legs had vanished, replaced by a silver blue, shimmering fishtail, and her ears had transformed into beautiful butterfly wings. What smells so good? A delicate fragrance emanated from her, quickly dissipating, and the little monk's questioning voice sounded from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Iha paused, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Her magic had failed. Ugh, water. I need water, she murmured softly in her drowsy state. Senior brother? Did you hear anything? The young monk outside seemed to have noticed something amiss, his footsteps approaching. Nothing. There's not much incense left in the hall. Go to the main temple and fetch some. The gentle voice always inexplicably brought a sense of peace and trust. Hearing this, the young monk didn't think much of it. All right, then I'll go first, senior brother. Only after the footsteps outside the courtyard disappeared did he finally look down at the person in his arms. His hands were stiff, as if frozen, but seeing her uncomfortably furrowed brows, he hesitated, then finally used his robe to shield her as he carried her out and placed her in the pool. Even so, the soft, warm touch he felt was still vividly clear. Want another hug? Reaching the comforting water, her expression relaxed slightly. She opened her eyes hazily, saw him, and called out softly, almost coquettishly. Seeing his instantaneous freeze, she tilted her head in confusion, reached out to him, and called out again. Want another hug? The silk gauze that had been covering her vanished instantly in the water, leaving only a light blue undergarment. With her movement, her fair skin was revealed, fully exposed to his gaze. He hurriedly averted his gaze, fleeing as if escaping, returning to his room, and continuously chanting a calming mantra. But no matter what he did, it was to no avail. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his hands trembled as he turned the prayer beads, and his ears were red as if they were about to bleed. He was so panicked that he dared not approach the Buddha again. But then, remembering something, he suddenly opened his eyes, calculating the time it would take for Yuan Chu to return with the incense, and hurriedly rushed out the door. He carried the figure in the water back to the side room and hid it under the covers. Having done all this, he could barely hold the prayer beads. His hands trembled, and the beads fell to the ground. Why is there so much water? The young monk's puzzled voice rang out from outside. Iha's fingertips trembled, but soon he heard what sounded like something flying. How did such a big white bird get into the courtyard?
Hey.
Don't flap around. You've soaked the whole courtyard. The young monk seemed to be anxiously shooing something away, and coincidentally, he managed to cover Iha's fallen tail. Brother Iha. Before he could recover, the person he had hidden under the covers called out softly again. Her head peeked out from under the covers, her eyes hazy and watery, looking at him expectantly. I didn't hide it properly, my tail. My tail is showing. Seeing him look at her, she pointed to the half-exposed fishtail below, her tone full of grievance. He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and pulled the covers over her tail. It's hidden now, Brother Iha, come here. Although her face was clearly drunk and her voice was slurred, her gaze was exceptionally fervent, her small face showing a mixture of shyness and expectation. That gaze was so intense that he dared not look at her for long. No need, he replied silently, only then realizing the hoarseness in his voice.
Why?
Her questioning voice still lingered in his ear. He stood at the door, picked up the prayer beads, turned his back to her, and finally sighed deeply, closing his eyes without saying another word. Hearing the familiar chanting, he seemed to hear a soft hum behind him. But soon, her voice gradually calmed down. He opened his eyes, looked at the prayer beads, his hands moving smoothly, his chanting continuing. But his mind was in turmoil. He can relieve the suffering of 10,000 people. He can relieve the distress of 10,000 people, but he cannot relieve his own. Little Cabbage looked at her sleeping host, then at Iha, and suddenly remembered this sentence she had heard long, long ago. Just like the Lord God said. So fitting. It flipped through the system shop with its little hands, stroking its chin with the other, looking at the items it had chosen. Do we still need these medicines and clothes? Should Kai recommend them to the host? Oh, dear, I'm so worried. After getting drunk, her magic failed, and fearing she would be discovered, he stood there guarding her for a long time. Senior brother, I've retrieved the incense. Then, the young monk chased the white bird back into the Buddha hall, but didn't see Iha, so he called out from outside. Senior brother, are you back in your room so early today? Seeing the tightly closed room, his voice was somewhat doubtful. Senior brother, Did you catch a cold last night due to the temperature change? Shall I go find the abbot to come and check on you? It was still early, and the young monk had never seen Iha rest so early before, so he couldn't help but start to worry. Their Lingqing temple was no ordinary place. It not only had a Buddhist disciple revered as a holy monk, but also an old abbot whose medical skills were renowned throughout the land. No need. I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll rest for now. Hearing the commotion outside, Iha had barely finished speaking when he was startled. A monk doesn't lie. He had broken his vow. But the vows he had broken were far more than this. Really? Then please call me if you need anything, senior brother. Hearing Iha's words, the little monk scratched his head and stopped walking. He responded softly, lowering his head to look at the marriage line on his palm. His hand trembled and clenched tightly, his fingertips turning white. As night fell, the little monk was fast asleep, but his slender figure stood in the courtyard, kneeling facing the Buddhist hall all night, as if atoning for his sins, or perhaps trying to calm his worldly heart. Early the next morning, at daybreak, Iha took the little monk down the mountain to travel the world, chanting scriptures and praying for the people. He left just like that, without daring to glance back at the side room. When Luo Li woke up, he was already gone. Looking at the empty courtyard, she laughed, but didn't rush to chase after him. Host, why aren't we chasing him? Little Cabbage looked at her host, whom she had painstakingly woken, her face full of confusion. You can run away, but you can't hide. Since he wants to, let him have time to sort out his thoughts. If he wants to hide, then let him hide. But feelings, something so inexplicable, how could one possibly drive away or hide from them? Meanwhile, down the mountain, the little monk looked at Iha, his pure eyes full of curiosity. Senior brother, why are we suddenly going down the mountain? Shouldn't we tell the abbot and the others? Faced with the little monk's question, Iha turned to look at the city gate ahead. I've already left a letter. Living in one place, one should always go out and see the world to know what it's like.
Oh.
The little monk nodded, and upon hearing this, didn't ask any more questions. Iha held a significant position within both Buddhism and Taoism. The reason Yuanshu was chosen to accompany him was because of his pure and simple wisdom. But now, Iha suddenly felt a pang of guilt, a guilt for betraying that very purity and simplicity. As if sensing his thoughts, the young monk turned back, grinning at Iha with a pure and comforting smile. Senior brother seems rather downcast today. Is something troubling you? Senior brother, don't worry. We've already descended the mountain, and will surely be able to help the people. There's always a way out. Senior brother, don't fret. Hearing his words, Iha nodded gently in response and slowly walked forward. The name of the holy monk had long been known throughout the land, and people from all corners of the land flocked to him upon hearing of his descent from the mountain. Wherever Luo Li went, he heard news of him. This journey, however, lasted a full year. In that year, he witnessed all the joys and sorrows of the places he visited. He toiled daily helping others, busy and fulfilled, his heart seemingly settled, yet also unsettled. Today, at the request of a city lord, he went to his residence to resolve his doubts. Thank you, holy monk. Thank you, holy monk. You have shown me immense kindness today. I wonder if you will remain in the city for the next few days? You have been traveling for many days. If you do not mind, please rest at my residence for the next few days. I would also like to extend my hospitality. Having resolved a long-standing problem, the old city lord was truly moved to tears. Seeing he and the others about to leave, he quickly invited them to stay. The young monk glanced at Iha, understanding his meaning, and initially intended to refuse. But the next moment, he saw Iha seem captivated, his gaze drawn away, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look as well. The 100 Treasures Pavilion has more good items today. I've heard that this time there's a top-grade item, rarely seen anywhere in the world. Everyone, hurry and go see. Following the voice, a carriage, heavily covered, followed. A faint, familiar aura seemed to emanate from the carriage. Upon hearing the news, several young noblemen on the street exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions enigmatic as they walked towards the direction the carriage had gone. Unparalleled in the world? This young master would like to see just how rare this is. However, speaking of which, The treasures sought by the 100 Treasures Pavilion are always truly exceptional. I wonder how thrilling this must be to be called unparalleled in the world. Just thinking about it makes this young master quite excited. The group laughed heartily, boarded their respective carriages, and headed straight for the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Many commoners nearby followed suit. The 100 Treasures Pavilion? What is this place? Why are they so excited? Yuan Chu, simple-minded, asked out of curiosity. Hearing Yuan Chu's question, the old city lord's face flushed with embarrassment. Looking at Yi, he found it difficult to speak. You might as well just say it. Seeing this, Yuan Chu was even more puzzled. This treasure pavilion, though called a treasure pavilion, doesn't sell ordinary treasures, but it sells. What do they sell? Yuan Chu pressed. They sell stunningly beautiful women. The women inside are all searched from all over the world. Each one is of the highest beauty. Only then can they be called treasures. If they find a good item, the treasure pavilion will announce it everywhere, attracting crowds to bid at high prices. The treasure then goes to the highest bidder. The old city lord gritted his teeth, managing to finish speaking in one breath. Explaining such unseemly matters to the seemingly ethereal holy monk made the old city lord feel utterly ashamed. However, this 100 Treasures Pavilion is quite impressive. Rumor has it they once found the most beautiful mermaid and auctioned her off. Iha's hand, gripping the prayer beads, tightened suddenly, almost cracking one of the beads. Senior brother? Yuan Chu was startled. City Lord, would you mind taking us to this pavilion now? However, Ihi's next words caused even more surprise. That fleeting familiar aura from just moments ago had filled him with unease. The old city lord and Yuan Chu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and doubt, but they ultimately agreed. Of course. The holy monk had done him a great favor. There was no reason why he couldn't. He needed to have someone explain things clearly to the old woman. The old city lord, due to his age, only knew a little about Merfolk. However, he had only heard rumors that the Merfolk were exceptionally beautiful. He knew little else, but the 100 Treasures Pavilion was famous for its beautiful treasures, so it wasn't surprising that they used the stunning beauty of the Merfolk in their advertising. When they arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, it was already packed with people. The interior was full, and those who couldn't get in craned their necks to look inside. Why are you so excited? Those treasures are for high-ranking officials and nobles. We can't even get our hands on them. What do you know? The treasures at the 100 Treasures Pavilion are always top quality. Even if we can't buy them, just seeing them is worth it. That's true. Standing outside the pavilion, they could still hear the crowd's discussions. Yuan Chu turned his head and was startled again. His senior brother, who always viewed the world with equanimity, now had an extremely somber expression, his brows furrowed with anxiety and worry. Gentlemen, please come this way. The old city lord had connections. Although the area was already crowded, after the old city lord had someone deliver a message inside, someone quickly came out and led them inside. The attendant leading the way couldn't help but glance up at the two brothers, his eyes filled with astonishment. These are the seats of honor prepared for you by the pavilion master. Please sit and rest for a while. The bidding will begin shortly. Tea and refreshments were served, and the attendant withdrew. The people around were also surprised to see two monks appear. Monks? What are monks doing here? They looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. Hey, don't say anything. That's no ordinary monk. He's the renowned holy monk of our dynasty. Someone who recognized Iha and his companions quickly spoke up, startling the crowd, who then fell silent. The holy monk possessed profound Taoist magic, a born Buddha, someone even the current emperor revered, not someone they dared to speak of. Though they dared not speak, seeing Iha in this place stirred complex emotions within them, their minds a jumble of thoughts. Yuan Chu seemed to sense this, his expression stiffening, his face flushing with embarrassment. But after glancing at Iha, who sat upright with his eyes closed, he composed himself, lowering his head and pretending not to hear. He trusted his senior brother, believing that his actions were always justified. Below the stage, the singing and dancing were lively, the dancers all strikingly beautiful. But the crowd watched without tasting anything, their eyes constantly fixed on the backstage area. Seeing the crowd's reaction, The pavilion master of the 100 Treasures Pavilion nodded in satisfaction and gently gestured with his chin towards the shopkeeper below. Clap, clap. Having received the signal, the shopkeeper immediately made the arrangements, clapping twice lightly. A woman lying in a delicate cage was brought up. Through the gauze curtain outside the cage, the crowd could vaguely see her graceful figure, her slender, white legs crossed. Her delicate hands peeked out from behind the curtain, her skin like solidified cream, with an unusual pink hue, arousing the imagination. Gulp. The crowd gasped, many swallowing hard, and some, unable to contain themselves, already stood up. The mere glimpse of half a jade-like hand had already elicited such a reaction from the crowd. One could only imagine how alluring the treasure within the cage must be. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the people of the 100 Treasures Pavilion were very satisfied. We apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. This is the peerless treasure our pavilion is offering today, acquired only after a great deal of effort and expense. A pair of exquisitely beautiful heterochromatic eyes, capable of bewitching the world, worthy of being the crown jewel of our 100 Treasures Pavilion, a treasure unparalleled in the world. Raising his hand towards the cage, the shopkeeper introduced the treasure with a smile, his face beaming but his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. But upon hearing this introduction, the crowd was all shocked. Unparalleled in the world? This is a phrase the 100 Treasures Pavilion has never used before. Could it be that this is far superior to all the treasures previously offered in the pavilion? Understanding the shopkeeper's implication, one of the people below the stage asked in surprise. The shopkeeper smiled without speaking, whetting everyone's appetite and making them even more eager to see the woman behind the gauze curtain. Suddenly, a very faint, suppressed sound came from behind the curtain. It made everyone's throats tighten, and they all stared wide-eyed. The person in the sound gripped the prayer beads tightly, their brows furrowed as if filled with worry. The moment he stepped into the pavilion, he knew she was all right, but after hearing the sound, he suddenly felt uncertain. His heart leaped into his throat, filled with unease and worry. Suddenly, a heavy money bag was tossed onto the platform, and a regular customer spoke up. "Shopkeeper, quickly lift that curtain. Don't wait any longer." The 100 Treasures Pavilion knew how to make money, not just from the auction of treasures, but also from the money earned from revealing treasures behind the curtain. Thump, thump. As a money bag was tossed up, quickly a dense layer of silver coins appeared, followed by the bag itself, along with silver notes. The shopkeeper and the owner beamed with delight, extremely satisfied. Only after the amount piled on the table was nearly complete did the shopkeeper finally speak. "What you say is true, sir." Clap, clap. 2 more claps, and 2 lightly dressed women stepped forward from behind. One held a gauze curtain and slowly lifted it. The scene inside slowly came into view, and for a moment, the sight was so beautiful it almost took their breath away. Skin like jade, a face like a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful, alluring yet not seductive. She seemed to embody all the beautiful adjectives. Dressed in a simple, light white gauze robe, her jade-like hands resting beneath her body, her entire being flushed with an unnatural pink hue, her cheeks rosy, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and soft, low breathing, she seemed to be in extreme discomfort. This appearance was all the more captivating. "Shopkeeper, this treasure..." Someone swallowed, their voice trembling. "Do not look upon what is improper, Amit Ba." Yuan Shu had only glanced at it once, yet her face was already flushed red, and she dared not look again. He also hurriedly turned his head away, but the worry in his heart prevented him from averting his gaze. He tried to stand up, but was stopped by the old city lord. "This girl? Does the holy monk know her?" Seeing Ihi's worried and flustered appearance, the old city lord asked softly.
"Yes."
This time, he did not hesitate. Yuan Shu, standing beside him, looked even more surprised than the old city lord upon hearing this. "Holy monk, do not be hasty. I have made preparations. This treasure pavilion is no ordinary place. All treasures can only be obtained through bidding." As if sensing Iha's intention to rescue the person, the old city lord spoke slowly. The commotion they had just experienced was unusual. People around were already watching them. Hearing a familiar voice, Luo Li on the stage also startled, slowly opening her eyes to look towards the pavilion above. Her deep blue, watery eyes met his worried gaze, and both of them were momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, a hint of grievance appeared in her eyes as she looked at him. His free hand clenched again. His heart, which had only recently calmed, now ached intensely. And below the stage, another gasp rippled through the audience. Even before she raised her eyes, the beauty was breathtaking. Now, she was even more captivating, making one afraid to blink for a moment. Her flushed face, deep blue heterochromatic eyes, and misty gaze were truly enough to make one's throat burn and heart pound. The shopkeeper on the stage then stepped forward to explain. A treasure is naturally extremely difficult to obtain, but rest assured, esteemed guests, our pavilion has already tamed her for you. She will certainly be obedient from now on. This heterochromatic beauty is extremely proud, preferring death to submission. Our 100 Treasures Pavilion has gone to great lengths to achieve this. It wasn't until we enlisted the help of a nobleman from Miao territory to implant a goo worm in her that Luo Li became obedient. Luo Li's current behavior is all due to the goo worm. Our pavilion has gone to great lengths. A treasure should be a little proud. The more proud she is, the more interesting she becomes. This wasn't the first time the 100 Treasures Pavilion had done this. Regular customers understood immediately and burst into laughter. The more she resisted, yet had no choice but to obey, the more entertaining that was. Hearing the deeply implied vulgarities around her, Luo Li's eyes filled with disgust. She turned her head and stared directly at a spot on the second floor. That was precisely where the owner of the 100 Treasures Pavilion was located. Luo Li had come to the 100 Treasures Pavilion because she had heard about the auction of the mermaid and wanted to investigate. Upon arriving, she sensed the aura left by the mermaid, and she knew the matter was true. She hadn't expected to catch such a sly creature. She was even more surprised that he would come. Looking down at the small worm she was about to force out of her palm, she hesitated, deciding against it and not killing the little thing directly. Being afflicted by a goo poison might not be entirely bad. Besides saving on acting, it might even be an asset. Today's treasure auction begins, starting at 10,000 taels, with each bid increasing by 1,000 taels. So high. Everyone present gasped upon hearing the shopkeeper's words. 10,000 taels as the starting price that was outrageously expensive. However, after glancing at the stunningly beautiful woman on the stage, they felt the price wasn't unreasonable. Hiss! Both the old city lord and Yuan Shu hissed softly, taking a deep breath. They had expected the 100 Treasures Pavilion to raise prices, but they never imagined it would go this high. 11,000 taels. 12,000. Bidding had already begun below the stage. The old city lord glanced at his attendant, as if checking if he had enough silver. He had already promised the holy monk. What if he didn't have enough silver and lost face? The girl knew the holy monk. His family had just received a great favor from him, and helping to redeem someone was a way of repaying that debt. Seeing the old city lord's look, the attendant patted his money pouch, quickly beckoned someone over, whispered instructions, and soon someone secretly slipped out. Iha glanced down at the prayer beads in his hand. 30,000 taels. In an instant, a high bid was called from below, and the surrounding area fell silent. Seeing this, the pavilion master of the 100 Treasures Pavilion raised his hand. After a brief silence, bids were immediately raised again. 31,000 taels. 32,000. 35,000. 40,000. This time, complete silence fell. The old city lord glanced down, then at Iha's expression, and raised his hand to speak. 41,000 taels. Iha beside him had already bid first. Hearing this, everyone looked up. The first thing they saw was a person who stood up and looked at the stage, seemingly an immortal. This is my offering. He raised the prayer beads in his hand. It's the holy monk's prayer beads. Everyone in the room who knew his identity instantly stood up. Even the pavilion master in the second-floor room was startled. The prayer beads in the holy monk's hands were Buddhist artifacts that protected against all evil, increased fortune, and ensured the peace and prosperity of a family for generations. Even the one in the palace might not be able to obtain them. Senior brother? Such a priceless treasure. Who wouldn't be astonished? Even Yuan Chu was already flustered. Luo Li was equally surprised, then frowned after regaining her composure. His things were worth far more than 40,000 taels. Even adding another 10 wouldn't be enough. The price was too low. However, well, considering his willingness to spend so much for her, she forgave him for running away for so long. But those prayer beads couldn't be allowed to be touched by anyone else. His things couldn't be dirted. All right.
Deal.
Before anyone could react, the shopkeeper quickly struck the gavel 3 times, finalizing the deal. But then, a sudden and dramatic change occurred. As a faint light flashed from Luo Li's fingertip, the pavilion master, who had just smiled with satisfaction, suddenly collapsed and died in the second-floor room, along with several of his servants. The strong liquor beside him spilled onto the floor, and a small, unnamed flame ignited, quickly bursting into flames. In mere moments, before anyone could even take the Buddhist beads from Ihi's hand, the fire had already engulfed the room. A fire! A fire! Chaos erupted within the pavilion as everyone scrambled to escape. Seeing the location of the fire, the shopkeeper disregarded everything else and rushed upwards. Quick, save them! Quick, save them! The pavilion master is still inside. City Lord, let's go. The guards from the old City Lord's mansion rushed in, leading the old City Lord and his entourage away. Holy monk! Senior brother! While everyone else was fleeing the disaster, Iha rushed towards Luo Li, who was trapped in a cage on the platform. Luo Li thoughtfully and secretly broke the lock, allowing the goo worms within her to wreak havoc, revealing a weak and powerless appearance. The uncontrollable heat within her body made her groan softly, and the sweat on her forehead increased. At this moment, in his anxiety, he had no time to care about anything else. He picked up Luo Li and hurriedly walked outside. Once they reached the street and noticed that most people had already come out, Luo Li flicked her fingertips, and the fire in the 100 Treasures pavilion instantly intensified. Except for the dancers and maids inside, no one else in the 100 Treasures pavilion escaped. What's even stranger is that the fire started strangely. It didn't touch any of the nearby houses except for the 100 Treasures pavilion until it burned the pavilion to the ground. Furthermore, all the valuables inside the pavilion disappeared. However, Iha and his companions, who were anxiously taking the ailing Luo Li to treat her, were unaware of these bizarre events. But to their surprise, all the doctors they summoned shook their heads after examining Luo Li. Only the last doctor remained and administered acupuncture to Luo Li. This is an aphrodisiac goo. Once planted, it cannot be removed by anyone else unless the person who planted it is found to remove it. There is no other cure. This goo will flare up daily. Only by performing marital relations to suppress the goo's effects can one temporarily prolong life. Otherwise, one will suffer from gushing blood and bleeding from all 7 orifices, leading to death. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone present was shocked. Were the items from this 100 Treasures pavilion so insidious, and its methods so dirty? And it even flares up daily. Such torment. However, considering the preferences of those who bought it, it was understandable. The goo poison is still mild, and I have done my best to suppress it temporarily. However, this will cause the young lady to fall into a deep sleep. If we can find the person who possessed that goo in the next few days, there might still be a chance. But this young lady is currently weak, so please be careful. If you awaken her, the goo poison can no longer be suppressed so easily. Right now, they are only using acupuncture to put Luo Li into a coma to buy time. After glancing at Ihi and the others, and then at the old city lord, the old doctor gave these instructions in a slow voice, and then did not linger. While they thanked the doctor, Luo Li, forced into a coma and her consciousness escaping, was complaining to Xiao Baikai. This old doctor's medical skills are indeed quite impressive. He even managed to make me faint. How annoying, host, so much money. But there are too many silver notes. Let's find a chance to exchange them all for gold. Xiao Bite-Size eyes lit up as she looked at their spoils. All right. After seeing the doctor off, they returned to their room. Iha looked at Luo Li's ears, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he got up, picked her up, and covered her tightly with the blankets. Thank you for your help today, benefactor. This humble monk will take his leave now, Yuan Shu. With that, Iha carried Luo Li out, calling out to the young monk who was still in a daze, processing what he had seen that day. Hearing this, Yuan Shu snapped back to reality, understanding his senior brother's meaning. He quickly took out several peace talismans from his bundle and handed them to the old city lord. These were prepared by your senior brother for the benefactors in your household. Thank you for today, city lord. I hope the city lord will not say more. Thinking this, he added, hurriedly following Iha's steps. The talismans were just enough for the old city lord's family. Seeing their actions, the old city lord assumed that Iha had already calculated the location of the person who used the goo poison, hence his haste. After all, who was the holy monk? Finding someone wouldn't be difficult for him. Leaving the mansion, Iha turned into a side alley. The two brothers, carrying Luo Li, walked quickly, but no one noticed them along the way. He carefully covered Luo Li, continuing until they reached the dilapidated courtyard behind the temple where they had rested outside the city a few days earlier, before stopping. Yuan Chu, you go out first, Iha said, turning to them as they entered one of the rooms. Though puzzled, Yuan Chu obediently went out.
Creak.
Once the door closed, Iha revealed Luo Li, whom he had carefully concealed. The woman's once snow-white ears had changed, and a fishtail was now visible. She was unconscious and unable to control her body. He carefully laid Luo Li down, closed his eyes, and immediately began to assess the situation. However, his brows furrowed tightly and his face paled. The person who had planted the goo poison in her was already dead. Luckily, I acted quickly, Luo Li muttered softly, guessing what he had just done from his reaction. This goo wasn't a mother-child goo. The person was dead, and that didn't affect her. Anyway, he was determined to be the one to cure her. What Xiaobai said that day made some sense. How could this be? He looked down at her, his fingertips trembling. After pondering for a long time, he actually tried to use Buddhist and Taoist techniques to expel the goo worms from her. But each technique has its own specialization, and ultimately, it was unsuccessful. Seeing this, he left, his face pale. Senior brother, are you alright? Yuan Shu didn't know what had happened, but seeing his expression, she was still worried. Iha shook his head. Seeing this, Yuan Shu turned to look at the room again. Senior brother, is this female benefactor an old acquaintance of yours from the capital? To be honest, Luo Li looked completely unfamiliar to him. Ever since he started following his senior brother had always taken him everywhere. But he was young and didn't know about the time before he started following his senior brother, so he wasn't sure.
Yes.
Hearing Iha's words, Yuan Shu understood. But remembering how Iha had just held Luo Li, he opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then hesitated. He scratched his head for a long time, but still couldn't bring himself to say anything more. His senior brother had broken his vow, but his senior brother knew it too. Should he speak or not? And how should he speak? Yuan Shu, senior brother, has a request. Hearing Iha use the word request for the first time, Yuan Shu was startled and looked up abruptly. Perhaps even his senior brother himself didn't realize how different his feelings were for that female benefactor. The usually composed, dignified man, who adhered to Buddhist rituals and treated the world with compassion, was now completely thrown into chaos by her. Go to the city lord's mansion and find a few benefactors to help you. Drive back to the temple as quickly as possible and invite the abbot here. The person who planted the goo on Luo Li is dead. Now only the abbot, skilled in all medical arts, can offer her a glimmer of hope. As if sensing the emotions in Yuan Chu's eyes, Ihi turned his head away avertedly, earnestly instructing him. The person who planted the goo is gone. Only the abbot has a chance of survival. Remember, be quick.
Okay.
Seeing Ihi turn his head away, Yuan Shu frowned deeply, but he knew that this was a matter of life and death, and dared not delay for even a moment. Without further words, Yuan Shu agreed and hurried back. Senior brother, and that female benefactor? Well, the little monk dared not think any further. Host, that little monk is gone. No more light bulbs. Seeing this, little Cabbage exclaimed in surprise, her big, watery eyes sparkling as she looked at Luo Li. Host, do you want to wake up now? Cabbage can help. Her eyes were expectant. Luo Li. Cabbage, you've changed.
Oh. Host, what did you say?
Little Cabbage looked blank, confused. However, due to the time-limited effect of the acupuncture, Luo Li's consciousness returned to her body, but she didn't wake up immediately. It wasn't until late at night that she slowly woke up. When she awoke, he had already been waiting outside the door for a long time. Hearing the sounds from inside, his body visibly trembled. The old doctor had estimated her unconsciousness to last several days. After their long journey, they were now on their return trip. Their current location was only about 3 days' journey from the capital. If they had traveled quickly, they should have been able to wait until the abbot arrived, making it in time. But now, she had woken up ahead of schedule. What should they do? Before he could think of a solution, movement came from behind him. She wasn't feeling well. Her cheeks were flushed, a thin layer of sweat covered her forehead, and her steps were unsteady. Holy monk! Her voice, soft as a murmur of affection, sent shivers down his spine. I'm not feeling well. She slumped softly against him, releasing a delicate fragrance, her jade-like hands tracing an unnatural path along his neck. Looking at the person before him, eyes tightly closed, ears burning red, and a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, a barely perceptible smile played on her lips. The next instant, she took advantage, lightly kissing his ear. He clearly felt a sudden stiffness, but dared not open his eyes. His hands tensed, wanting to push her away, but remaining frozen. His brows furrowed. He didn't understand why he was doing this. He should have pushed her away. A soft, ticklish sensation suddenly came from his earlobe. He finally opened his eyes and got up to pull away. Suddenly, the space in front of her seemed empty. She looked stunned, her eyes misty with confusion. Holy monk! She was in immense pain, her eyes reddening with grievance, tears welling at the corners, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Almost as soon as their eyes met, he hurriedly lowered his head, but his brow furrowed again when he touched her bare feet. Is it not allowed? She seemed dazed, yet retained a sliver of reason, her eyes gazing at him with such pitiful longing. He lowered his head, silent. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, unable to find an answer. It was too absurd. A tear, still clinging to his eye, fell, landing on the ground, intensifying the piercing pain in his heart. It was even accompanied by a soft sob and a few uneasy, suppressed breaths. She staggered to her feet unsteady on the ground, and swayed as she tried to walk away. Her entire body was flushed pink, clearly indicating that she was almost driven mad by the poison, yet even so, she chose to leave, avoiding him. The next moment, she heard footsteps behind her, and her wrist was grasped. Meeting her slightly startled gaze, he turned his head, but his hand did not loosen its grip. A thought struck her, and following his lead, she touched her crimson earlobe again, then her tense jaw. He paused noticeably, but ultimately did not pull away, though his hand holding hers trembled slightly. The string of Buddhist prayer beads had fallen to the ground, covered in dust, hidden by the fallen robe. A revered monk, fallen from grace, broken his vows. As dawn broke, she finally calmed down, gently leaning against him, and fell into a deep sleep. Her long, disheveled hair cascaded over them, and he gazed at her silently for a long, long time. As if her breath caused the strands of hair to flutter, tickling her, she furrowed her brow slightly and lazily waved her hand. The remaining unidentified water droplets on her hand caught his eye, and he froze, quickly turning his head away. In the end, he carefully cleaned them off for her, along with the rest. In the system's little black room, Little Cabbage was idly drawing circles. Wow, wow, wow. Watching the data suddenly surge from more than half to full, it widened its eyes. Oh, dear, the boss is too innocent. They're not even married yet. But it's actually pretty good, hee why. Asterisk covers mouth and giggles when Luo Li woke up again. It was already evening the next day. Awake. She met his gaze as soon as she opened her eyes. His usually clear and gentle voice was still hoarse. Luo Li nodded, her head hunched. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a surge of heat in her body. The goo poison had returned. She was startled and quickly looked up at him. Seeing her face instantly turn red, her body become hot, and her eyes fill with tears, he was clearly taken aback as well. Eat something first, he said slowly, regaining his composure. After she had eaten, he awkwardly took the initiative. The newly emerged Little Cabbage was back in the dark room. It has to be said that sometimes people who fall in love lose their rationality. He was as clear-headed as a crane, but he forgot that mere goo poison was no match for a demon. Perhaps his worries outweighed everything else, clouding his judgment. Or perhaps subconsciously, he simply ignored this fact. Whatever the reason, he's completely finished. A few days later, when Luo Li awoke again, she was in a different place, and the goo worms that had infested her body were gone. Creak. As the door opened, she saw Yi and Yuan Chu, along with two unfamiliar but kind-faced old abbots. Importantly, she noticed that Yi wasn't wearing his monk's robes today, but rather ordinary clothes. Seeing her stunned expression, Yi approached, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better." Luo Li nodded repeatedly, regaining her composure. Seeing this, Yi felt relieved and turned to introduce them. "This is Abbot Jing'an." It was Abbot Jing'an who removed the goo worm. "This is my master, Abbot Guiyun." "Abbot Jing'an, master." "Abbot Guiyun." Listening to Yi's introduction, Luo Li greeted them one by one. She hesitated when addressing Abbot Guiyun, but still used Abbot, feeling somewhat uneasy. She had abducted someone's precious disciple. She still felt guilty. "Thank you, Abbot Jing'an." Thinking about the goo removal, she thanked him again. Seemingly sensing the unease in Luo Li's eyes, both abbots smiled kindly at her. Abbot Guiyun spoke first. "Benefactor, please address me as master, just like Yi." Those compassionate eyes seemed to see through everything, and their smile reassured Luo Li. But what he said surprised Luo Li greatly. She turned to look at Yi, then at the two beside him. Seeing Yi nod at her, she finally called out, "Master." Afterwards, Abbot Jing'an checked her pulse and, confirming she was all right, left with Yuan Chu and the others. This was different from what she had imagined. They seemed unsurprised, as if they had known this would happen all along. Master and the others did indeed know this all along. As if sensing her thoughts and knowing what she hadn't finished saying, he spoke first. He had been abandoned at the temple gate as a child, bound to Buddhism by karma and affinity. The same was true for Luo Li. They were also connected by karma. He knew of his destined marriage from a young age, and so did his master and the others. Therefore, this was all foreseen. "So, you're planning to return to secular life?" Luo Li asked after hearing his words. He nodded, gazing at her still warm ears. "Master and the others have been here these past few days. I plan to hold the wedding here." He was truly easily embarrassed. Even though they were already each other's closest confidants, his ears still turned red when these things about them came up. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Luo Li smiled at him, readily agreeing. As she spoke, she placed the Buddhist beads she had hidden under the pillow in the room back into his hand. "We will become husband and wife, but we can still uphold justice. In the future, we can still travel the world and guide those who believe in you." She knew where his hesitation lay, and she understood. That day, seeing his hesitation, she had intended to leave, even if it meant forcing out the goo herself. But he stopped her. He chose her. The holy monk has returned to secular life. If the world is in need, he will still be there. He can still guide those who believe in and respect him. Since he had chosen her, she would take people, but not imprison them. All right. Hearing her gentle yet firm words, he finally smiled at her, his eyes reddening as he clutched the prayer beads in his hand, taking her with him. A few days later, they were married in this courtyard, and news of the holy monk's renunciation of worldly life spread throughout the land. The holy monk has renounced worldly life, but his needs remain. Along with this spread were Luo Li's words. Many voiced their opposition and slander, but even more people still respected and believed in Yi. Years later, people are still talking about this. Holy monk, he's only human. Humans have emotions and desires. He's almost a god, yet ultimately only a mortal. Why can't he enter the secular world? He was born into Buddhism, and in his long life, he only chose this one time for himself. Why is that so unforgivable? Besides, he didn't abandon the world. In all these years, he's never forgotten the world. You gossipy people, aren't you afraid of losing your temper and getting sores in your mouths? Hearing the passers-by's words, Luo Li clearly felt the person beside her pause. As if sensing her gaze, he turned and smiled. His eyes were no longer the dry, lifeless pool they once were. Now they were vibrant and lively.
"What?
Want more?" Luo Li frowned. "No, it's too sweet. Finish it." Faced with her disdain, He smiled helplessly and silently finished the sugar figurine in his hand. Though it was a reluctant smile, Luo Li could clearly see the joy hidden in his eyes. Now, he truly resembled a child newly released from the world, filled with anticipation and joy for everything new and unexperienced. By the way, why does he always insist on taking us to the circus? Luo Li was puzzled. As emperor, what couldn't he have in the world? Why did he so particularly enjoy watching the circus? And why did he always sneak off to drag them along? He paused slightly, then smiled. Perhaps it's novelty? They'd been married for 3 years, and this emperor had done it for 3 years straight. Ever since he secretly attended their wedding banquet and saw one performance on the street, he'd been running off for 3 years straight. After seeing it so many times, he still called it novelty? Faced with Luo Li's incomprehension, he didn't say anything more. You've arrived. When they arrived at the circus performance pavilion, he was already waiting. Like everyone else in the audience, he was dressed casually, legs crossed, peeling peanuts and sipping wine, enjoying the circus performance with a carefree air, showing no trace of imperial demeanor. It was at this glance that Luo Li understood what he had meant earlier. The emperor was made crown prince at birth, raised from childhood as the heir to the throne, destined to inherit the empire and care for its people. His entire life had been spent within the palace. Now, like a bird released from its cage, everything outside was new and exciting to him. Yes, I've kept you waiting. Pulling Luo Li to sit down, he spoke, his unpretentious manner perfectly suited to her. What brings you here this time? Unlike previous visits, except for the day of Luo Li's wedding when he simply came for a drink, he usually only came when he encountered difficulties. He had always been able to predict the future and offer guidance, but this time was different. The court and the realm were at peace. Of course, Iha didn't think that this person had suddenly come out to chat with him out of boredom. After all, this person truly didn't have the time. The outer court is unstable. How about you become my imperial preceptor? Second only to the emperor, above all others, primarily to stabilize the ancient kingdom. The emperor didn't waste any words, getting straight to the point. The name of the holy monk is renowned throughout the land, feared by many nations. Whatever you choose, just hold the title. It will be enough to calm their minds.
All right.
The couple exchanged glances, and he responded almost immediately after the emperor finished speaking. We're a little awkward. As I said before, we still have what we need. Luo Li smiled and then spoke. Good. With you two saying this, I'm relieved. Hearing this, the emperor smiled. His gaze towards Luo Li and he was filled with equal respect. Outsiders might not know, but he knew that the wife of the holy monk he had appointed was also a woman of extraordinary talent, capable of breaking through winds and clouds, capable of shaking the land, not to be underestimated. With these two powerful figures, his ancient kingdom was fortunate. From then on, the ancient kingdom lost its holy monk, but gained a highly skilled national preceptor. And another, the capable lady. That day, Iha had just returned from the palace and wanted to dine with Luo Li when he saw her suddenly cover her mouth and groan. His initially worried expression froze in shock when he noticed the change in Luo Li's appearance. What's wrong? Luo Li, recovering, found it amusing and poked him. You could tell?
How many?
Can you tell if it's a boy or a girl? He was incredibly skilled at physiognomy. She had witnessed his extraordinary abilities. Luo Li blinked expectantly. He could even predict the baby's appearance, but she hadn't dared to ask, keeping her hopes alive. But now, she couldn't help but want to know. Could it be a little fish? Seeing him remain silent for a while, Luo Li spoke up again. The Merfolk, are hermaphroditic beings. On the day they reach adulthood, they can choose their gender. Chunggong chuckled at her words, pulling her tightly into a hug, every cell in his body seeming to rejoice. Not a fish baby. As the child's close father, he couldn't see through her, but what he saw wasn't the same aura of destiny as Luo Li's, so it wasn't a fish baby. Okay, hearing her voice, he lowered his head and gently kissed the tip of her nose. I'm so happy. They had conceived their own offspring. This feeling was something he had never imagined, a mixture of anticipation and joy. Me too. Luo Li was much bolder than him, hooking her arms around his neck and lightly kissing his thin lips. A fleeting kiss. But his earlobes couldn't resist the caress, turning pink once more. A few months later, Luo Li gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. For the rest of their lives, their family lived a blissful and carefree life. World 11, End.
System space.
Points plus 1,000, merit plus 50, luck plus 30. Because the host changed the life of the Merfolk, preventing the extinction of a race, the merit points are higher. Points: 19,800 plus 1,000, 20,800 points. Luck: 340 plus 30, 370 points. Merit: 350 plus 50, 400 points. Sigh. Luo Li leaned back in her mink fur recliner, unable to suppress the sadness in her eyes, her face still bearing the original owner's sorrowful expression. A matriarchal society, a world ruled by women, it's all so wonderful to think about. It's just a pity men can't have children. The system won't allow it, which is so annoying. Thinking this, her mind quickly processed the plot of this world, and then she froze. My lady, don't be too sad. Men are like clothes. If one runs away, we can find 10 or 8 more. The woman below, seeing Luo Li so heartbroken, quickly spoke up to comfort her. It's just a man, isn't it? Their lady is the head of the Mighty Stronghold, ruling over the entire area for miles around. Mighty Stronghold's territory extends for miles around. What kind of man can't they find? But their lady has just come of age, and her first husband has run away. Perhaps it's understandable that she's a little sad. The second-in-command had just begun to understand when he saw Luo Li's expression change, and she slammed her hand on the table. You think I'm saddened that he escaped? I'm heartbroken by the incompetence of my mighty stronghold. A stronghold of tens of thousands of people couldn't even keep an eye on one man. You bunch of useless trash. You truly break my heart. Seeing the stunned second-in-command, Luo Li slammed her hand on the table again. What are you standing there for? Go and arrange for your men to bring him back. If he really escapes today, Mighty Stronghold will be left with a disgrace. Perhaps she was too agitated. Luo Li gasped for breath twice, almost choking. Yes, sir. The second-in-command nodded hastily and quickly gave the orders. Luo Li flicked her sleeve and stood up as well. The leader, will personally take action. She was determined to kill that scoundrel. She secretly rubbed her hand. It hurt a little from the fall. This world is a matriarchal society. Women are in power, and the original owner of this body was the leader of a powerful stronghold, ruling over her own territory. This position was passed down to her by her mother, who founded the stronghold. After her mother's death, the position naturally passed to the original owner. The original owner inherited her mother's abilities and was also an exceptionally capable and outstanding leader, trusted and respected by everyone in the stronghold. But unfortunately, she was born with a hopeless romantic streak. Yes, the husband who just ran away, he was the man the original owner had loved since childhood, the love of her life. A month ago, the original owner had finally married him, but for various reasons, before she even had a chance to touch him, this husband ran away today. Not just ran away, but eloped. She eloped with the third leader of Weifeng village and hid in a small alley at the foot of the village. The two were deeply in love. Before this, the original owner had been fed poison by her husband for over a month using soup he had personally prepared. In the original story, the original owner was very anxious and angry when she learned that her husband had run away. Then she discovered a letter left by her husband, saying, he doesn't love her at all. If she truly loves him, then let go and don't look for him. Upon reading this letter, the original owner was heartbroken. Then she heard from others that the person who took her husband away was the third leader, and the two had eloped. Upon hearing this news, the original owner was overwhelmed with grief and anger, triggering the poison within his body. He vomited blood and died on the spot. The original owner, as the leader, suddenly died, naturally throwing Weifeng village into chaos. Since the original owner was poisoned, only the second-in-command was present at the time. The cunning third-in-command immediately shifted all the blame onto the second-in-command, falsely accusing him of plotting to seize power. In the end, He smoothly brought down the second-in-command as well, and the third-in-command seized Weifeng village for himself. He later brought back his husband, and the two lived happily ever after. The original owner died such a miserable death, being cuckolded, poisoned, and having her family business seized by her enemies. Naturally, she hated and resented them. The original owner's wish, to make that despicable couple, the third master and his ilk, suffer a terrible death. To protect the second master and make Weifeng village glorious and prosperous. Watching the busy second master, Luo Li chewed on the universal antidote pill in her mouth. Eating too quickly made her choke. It didn't taste good. Fortunately, the effect was excellent. She calmly expelled a mouthful of blood, wiped her mouth, easily picked up the large knife beside her, and strode outside, exuding a roguish, bandit-like air. "Boss, everything's ready." The second-in-command was efficient, quickly gathering the strongest women in the stronghold. Follow me to the city." Luo Li nodded, speaking coldly. In the original story, the eloped couple was already settled in a secluded alley in the city, indulging in passionate lovemaking. They were just waiting for news to spread in the stronghold that Luo Li had died from the poison, so they could reap the rewards. They had planned everything. With the dosage of poison they had given Luo Li, even without any triggering event, she was certain to die today. Besides inducing the poison to take effect, their eloping was also a way to create an alibi and clear themselves of suspicion. Even if someone later finds out that the two of them had a secret affair, at most it'll just be said that the third leader was immoral and stole her sister's husband. With power in hand, this little bit of reputation is nothing. It has to be said they were truly shrewd and calculating. But now, their plan is destined to fail. "First leader, why are we searching the city?" The second leader was puzzled. According to her information, the husband had already fled elsewhere. "Are you sure he fled elsewhere? It's almost dark, and it's dangerous outside at night. If he wanted to go to another town besides this one, he wouldn't arrive until at least tomorrow. Given his frail appearance, it's hard to imagine him enduring the elements." Luo Li understood the second leader's meaning and immediately explained gently. The misleading information about their whereabouts was a crude diversionary tactic, but because the original owner of this body had encountered trouble in her past life, everyone was too preoccupied to consider this detail. Hearing Luo Li's words, the second-in-command quickly realized what she meant. A diversionary tactic? The first boss is clever. He sincerely praised Luo Li. Luo Li's lips tightened slightly. "First boss, second boss, we've found them." Just then, a subordinate brought back the news, but the subordinate's expression was somewhat strange. She looked at Luo Li with a worried, hesitant expression. Luo Li understood this, but the second-in-command was puzzled. "Good job, but what kind of look is that to the leader?" "Speak your mind." The second-in-command gave his younger sister a disdainful look. Luo Li stepped forward. "Lead the way." This area, within 100 miles, was their Weifeng village's territory. The city at the foot of the mountain was even more so. With just one order from Luo Li, they could search every ant in the city, let alone finding two scoundrels. After taking only a few steps, Luo Li felt a tightness in her chest. She coughed, and another blob of foul blood appeared in her palm. The poisoning was quite severe. Kai, can you check if the toxins have been completely expelled?" If she remembered correctly, if they had arrived just a few minutes later, the original owner would have died from the poison. This meant the poisoning was quite deep. "There's still a little bit left, but don't worry, host, that little bit will be expelled soon. Host just needs to cough up one more blob of foul blood." Little Cabbage nestled against Luo Li's shoulder, curled up into a small ball. "Host, you look so handsome today." The host has completely accepted the character setting. She really does look both cool and roguishly handsome. "Thank you for the compliment, Kai. As they spoke, they arrived at the small courtyard. It was clear that they were having a lot of fun inside. They could hear the noise even through the wall. The henchmen guarding the area all kept their heads down, not daring to look at Luo Li's expression. Even the second-in-command, recognizing the two voices, was terrified and cautiously sized up Luo Li. Luo Li's face darkened instantly, and she beckoned to the guards beside her. Upon receiving the signal, one of the burly, strong women kicked the courtyard gate. With a loud bang, the gate collapsed. The others saw the scene inside. They were certainly having a wild time. The two were lying in the open courtyard on the stone table. Tisk. The second-in-command clicked his tongue, wanting to cover Luo Li's eyes, but then realized it was too late. The man pinned beneath her turned his head at the sound, letting out a scream before instantly going limp. Who dares to spoil my fun? The woman also turned her head, collapsing to the ground. Heh. Luo Li sneered, hurling her broadsword heavily. It struck something, embedding itself deep in the ground. The woman barely had time to react, her eyes widening in surprise. Her severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. A painful scream echoed through the courtyard. Everyone shuddered at the sound. I hate those who betray me the most. Without glancing at anyone else, Luo Li gave a cold, chilling smile. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone could see that Luo Li was truly enraged this time. Even though that woman was the third in command of the village, seeing this scene, no one dared to beg for her life. They even thought that Luo Li was sparing the third in command's life by only cutting off her leg, which was already showing consideration for their past sisterhood. But they were mistaken. How could Luo Li possibly spare the third in command's life? The man panicked, terrified. As if realizing something, he rushed towards Luo Li. My lady. Qingzhi didn't mean it. Qingzhi was forced, my lady. Thinking of the woman's miserable state, he clung to Luo Li's clothes, begging for mercy, his eyes filled with tears, his pitiful face looking up at her. He thought that with the original owner's past affection for him, he could gain Luo Li's forgiveness. But Luo Li merely pulled aside her clothes, frowned, and looked at him with disgust. Too filthy, the man was thrown to the ground, his face filled with disbelief, his body disheveled, and he hadn't even had time to cover his lower body. Poison him to make him mute, then throw him into the brothel and let him have his fun. Luo Li coldly instructed, leading her men away. He likes to steal women, doesn't he? Then let him steal to his heart's content.
No.
Your Majesty, you can't do this to me. Ugh. The remaining cries were cut short by being choked. The mute drug couldn't be obtained quickly, but fearing delays, the subordinates simply grabbed some charcoal from the kitchen. How could a man who dared to betray the boss receive any good treatment? An even more pitiful scream echoed from the courtyard, extremely painful, but it quickly faded, leaving only muffled howls of agony. Hearing the sounds inside, Luo Li coughed up her third mouthful of foul blood. Thinking to herself, the original owner of this body truly possesses immense strength. The effect of that strike even startled Luo Li, though she maintained a facade of composure. This Qingzhi is indeed quite handsome. He attracted many customers as soon as he was thrown into the brothel. Just a few days later, the second-in-command brought Luo Li news. Boss, the man has been played to death. He's been dumped in a mass grave. The man called Qingzhi was truly played to death. From the moment he arrived at the brothel, a constant stream of people frequented him. Seeing him weakened, they drugged him, and in just a few days, they changed his body over 100 times until he was truly dead. The corpse was a gruesome sight, unrecognizable as human. Oh, Luo Li responded indifferently, then, remembering something, looked up again. Original owner's mission progress 40%. What about the third brother? Remembering the third brother's situation, the second-in-command unconsciously wiped away a bead of sweat. Not good. The bleeding has stopped, but she's lying paralyzed in bed, like she's lost her soul. With a leg gone, how can she be in good shape? What are the people below saying? Luo Li raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly. The people third sister led had some complaints, but after hearing what happened, they all quieted down. All right, let's keep third sister around. After all, we're sisters. But the leadership position in our stronghold isn't for just anyone. Leave her position vacant and tell her subordinates to choose someone capable to fill it. Hearing Luo Li's words, the second-in-command was shocked again. The leader was truly killing her spirit. Not only was she crippled, but she also removed her from the position of third-in-command. And she's letting someone from third sister's subordinates fill the position? Isn't this just to alienate third sister's men from her? Impressive. Yes, the second-in-command replied, about to make the arrangements. But Luo Li stopped him. Second sister, don't you think I'm heartless? Luo Li frowned, her eyes filled with pain, her voice low. Although the original owner was the eldest, the other two leaders of Weifeng village were older than her. They were her mother's right-hand women. The second leader was absolutely loyal to Luo Li, but the third leader had become wild. How could that be? She deserved it. The original owner was the second leader's younger sister, whom she had watched grow up. Seeing Luo Li like this, the second leader immediately felt sorry for her and quickly comforted her. Besides, this was entirely the fault of the third leader and that adulterous man. Then I'm relieved. Luo Li smiled reassuringly at him, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Since he's dead, let's tell everyone he died suddenly from illness. The original owner was very bothered by being cuckolded. It's best not to let it get out. All right. The second leader agreed and immediately went to make the arrangements. For the first leader, the death of a husband he'd never even touched wasn't a big deal. But the third leader becoming a cripple, the position of third leader of Weifeng village being vacant, and the need to elect a new third leader, that was the real event that caused turmoil throughout the entire village. Soon, chaos erupted within the third leader's men. Having lost a leg, rendering her crippled, she naturally harbored deep resentment towards Luo Li. However, she had barely been carried back when she fell into a coma, severely injured and unconscious, leaving her no time to attend to anything else. Upon waking, Luo Li delivered this devastating news, throwing her men into disarray, with no one willing to follow her orders. Even her most trusted confidants had been reassigned to tasks by the village, leaving her with no reliable allies. Damn it! How dare she say that? Upon receiving the news, the third leader roared in fury. Only now did she realize that Luo Li's lesson to her wasn't just about losing a leg. What Luo Li truly wanted was her life. She possessed everything she had because of her position as the third leader. Without it, could she, a cripple, survive? Isn't this practically forcing her to die? But how could Luo Li dare? She's someone who's risked her life for Weifeng village. She's just slept with a man Luo Li just married, a man she hasn't even touched yet. Isn't Luo Li afraid of going too far and losing the people's hearts? Besides, Qingji grew up in the village. She and Qingji are deeply in love and have already become intimate. If Luo Li hadn't interfered, she and Qingji would have been married long ago. If Luo Li hadn't forced them, why would they have gone along with her scheme and poisoned her? That's it, poison. Someone quick. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly shouted outside. After her leg was chopped off, she fell into a coma due to the pain and had no idea what happened afterward. Now, having just woken up, she heard the news that she had been sidelined and that those below were already vying for her position. But she remembered that Luo Li had been drugged long ago. With the dosage, Luo Li should have died from the poison long ago. Even if Luo Li was forcing herself to do all this, she should already be at her last gasp. Thinking of this, the third leader laughed, eager to know Luo Li's current situation. As long as Luo Li was dead, everything would still be possible. Even if things couldn't proceed as planned, Luo Li's death would at least ease her anger. Third leader. Third sister, what is it? Now the third leader had lost her status, and her subordinates had changed their address. Where's the first leader?
How is the first leader doing?
How is her health? The third leader didn't care much. She asked urgently and excitedly, her attitude suspicious. However, the subordinate still answered truthfully. The first leader was heartbroken and has been in a bad mood lately, but her health is very good. Yesterday, she heard that the first leader's appetite had improved and she even ate 6 bowls of rice. What? In good health? How is that possible? Clearly, the third leader's words trailed off, and he hurriedly waved for everyone to leave. Leaving her alone, she couldn't control her emotions and became agitated. How could this be? They had seen Luo Li drink the poison with their own eyes. By the way, that bastard is dead. The first leader said that the dead are no longer a target, and she doesn't blame you. From now on, you, the third leader, will be kept here in the stronghold. The chief was indeed impulsive and angry at the time, but after regaining her composure, she remembered third sister's contributions to the village. Although you made a mistake, your past achievements were undeniable. Therefore, she selected several new young men for you. provided you with considerable property, and left Fucheng for you to manage, ensuring you a life of comfort and wealth. As the third chief was thinking this, her subordinate returned, relaying these words. See how perfectly Luo Li handled things? No one could find fault with her. She even settled things one way and another. So consider it. She's incredibly kind. But in reality, Luo Li is distancing herself. She's using someone else to do her dirty work, so naturally she needs to distance herself. How could someone as kind as her possibly commit murder? Right? She's the kindest chief of all. Of course, besides that, Luo Li also wanted to provoke the third leader further, to make her suffer more. It was all just a facade of kindness, and only the third leader saw through it. Qingjier, my Qingjier. Uft. Hearing this, the third leader cried out in extreme pain, vomited a mouthful of blood, and immediately fainted. Meanwhile, things became lively outside again. The third leader had just woken up when she fainted again. Luo Li's tactful handling of the third leader had already spread, and everyone's respect for the leader, who was so clear about right and wrong, was even greater. But at the same time, a rumor circulated among those who already harbored resentment towards the third leader. The leader actually deeply resents the third leader. If you can kill the third leader, you will surely gain the leader's favor and secure your position as the third leader. This rumor also spread among those who already harbored resentment towards the third leader. These lowly figures harbored a long-standing grudge against the third leader and were all truly ruthless and cunning bandits. What would they do upon hearing such tempting news? I'm quite looking forward to it. Late at night, a notification sound suddenly rang in Luo Li's ears. Host, the third leader has been stabbed to death. As instructed, Kai has placed the silencing talismans stored by the host on the men who did it. This rumor, known only to a few, will not be revealed a single word. Original owner's mission progress. 100%. Full. She doesn't want the glorious and prosperous village anymore? Luo Li nodded, getting up as she heard the commotion outside. She said that her village is already very prosperous, and she just wants you to protect it. Xiao Baikai obediently relayed the message. Luo Li was silent for a moment. I feel like she looks down on me a little, but it's fine. A kind of carefree happiness isn't bad either. Little cabbage, knock knock. A knock came at the door and the second-in-command's voice came in. Boss, the third brother is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Li also came out of the room. Hearing this, she frowned immediately and strode outside. What happened? It was a few women who had a grudge against the third brother. They did it. The second-in-command said, also frowning, implying a revenge killing. Where is he? He's been arrested. Following the second-in-command, Luo Li also saw the third brother's gruesome state. The death was truly gruesome. Those people were incredibly cruel. Their skin was almost completely cut off, their bodies riddled with bloody holes, and their corpses were even whipped. How much hatred must they have felt? However, she was quite satisfied. Drag them to the back mountain to feed the wolves. Showing a timely expression of shock and anger, Luo Li coldly ordered. Soon, the men were dragged away. Looking at Luo Li's icy expression, their eyes widened, and they tried to say something, but strangely, not a single word came out. Prepare things, give third brother a proper burial, Luo Li said slowly. The people below immediately carried out the preparations. The funeral was conducted properly, but that very night, wild dogs dug up the third brother's body and devoured it. Not even a single bone could be found intact. Truly pitiful. Boss. Looking at the dejected and listless Luo Li, the second-in-command hesitated before finally calling out. 2 months had passed since the deaths of the third-in-command and Qing Jier. While the third-in-command's ultimate fate was indeed astonishing and regrettable, the boss had been blaming herself for a long time and was still often sullen. Sigh, the boss was too kind-hearted. She needed to follow the old boss's advice and guide her properly. I heard a new batch of young men has arrived at Chuanqiu Lane in the city. Would the boss like to go and see them? Thinking this, the second-in-command tried to distract Luo Li and cheer her up. Young men? The second-in-command stammered, then noticed Luo Li's brows furrowing even more deeply. Like those plain-looking ones from before? No way. She was numb. They couldn't find him again, but Xiaobeikai said that according to the system's instructions, they don't need to look for him. According to the data, he'll appear on his own when the time is right. But this waiting was completely unpredictable. It could be today, tomorrow, this year, or next year. Following Xiaobeikai's instructions, Luo Li looked at every new man who came to the city, but none of them were him. 2 months had passed, and she was truly numb and extremely depressed. Unless he's a celestial beauty, there's no need to call me, Luo Li added slowly after thinking for a moment. Nothing else mattered. The only thing she was certain of was that he would be extremely handsome. Choosing based on looks was definitely the right choice. Average looks? Celestial beauty? Hearing Luo Li's assessment, the second-in-command was stunned for a moment. Thinking carefully about the young men they had visited these past few days, she fell silent. Well, indeed, none of them could rival a celestial beauty. That's right, only the most outstanding young men were worthy of their leader. Never mind, I've got nothing else to do anyway, let's go take a look together. What if this is the batch and she misses it, causing him distress? After much deliberation, Luo Li set off anyway. Alright, the second-in-command didn't know why Luo Li had suddenly changed her mind, but seeing that Luo Li's attention had shifted and she was no longer sullen, she was relieved. East City, Chuanqiu Ward. A renowned and prestigious place in the city, backed by considerable power, with strongholds throughout the land. This area, spanning 100 miles, is already under the control of Weifeng Village, yet even so, Weifeng Village still gives it some respect. This is enough to demonstrate the strength of Chuanqiu Ward. Boss, second boss, you've arrived. Knowing you two would come, we've already arranged for them to wait in the backyard. We're just waiting for you to choose. The manager of Yicheng Chuanqiu Fong was a handsome middle-aged man, very shrewd in his dealings with others. Knowing that Weifeng Village was currently selecting young men, whenever a new young man arrived at Chuanqiu Fong, they would always hold him until they confirmed Weifeng Village's intentions before making any arrangements. There was no way around it. The area within 100 miles was Weifeng Village's territory. They gave Chuanqiu Fong face, but they remained domineering. After all, it was a bandit stronghold. Well done. Hearing the manager's words, the second boss, standing behind Luo Li, gave him an approving look. Thank you for your appreciation, second master. Please follow me. These people from East City knew the leader of Weifeng Village's character all too well. A man of immense strength, a cold and aloof nature, decisive and ruthless. Seeing that Luo Li ignored the others, the manager was already used to it, smiled with narrowed eyes, and led the way. This Chuanqiu Fong was usually bustling with business from the afternoon onwards. It was only morning, yet quiet, truly resembling an elegant place. As soon as they entered the back courtyard, they heard a commotion. Some were inquiring about the situation, some were weeping, and others were excited to learn that a distinguished person had come to select people and were preparing for a good opportunity. It was somewhat noisy, which Luo Li disliked. Stand still, everyone. Anyone who dares to make another sound. Noticing Luo Li's expression, the manager immediately shouted inside, and instantly silence fell. You could hear a pin drop. Boss, second boss, please come in. Turning to face Luo Li and the others, the steward's most amiable smile returned. As soon as Luo Li stepped inside, she saw someone impatiently loosen their clothes, revealing a bare shoulder, which startled her, and she quickly looked away. She liked looking at men, but she preferred the well-built ones with abs. These guys were all skinny, like sticks, utterly lacking in muscle. She really didn't like them. She couldn't bear to look. Just as she caught a glimpse of one of the men, out of the corner of her eye, she paused. It's not that she didn't like them. A little delicate was quite nice. You all? She said, putting her clothes back on. The second boss had brought Luo Li here quite a few times and knew her somewhat. Seeing Luo Li's displeasure, he was about to speak when he saw Luo Li's expression soften, and he paused. You all need to pay attention. These are the top 2 leaders of Weifeng Village. Whoever performs well will be able to leave this place and enjoy a better life. Because their backs were turned to Luo Li and the others, the manager didn't notice these details, but he did give the young men a heads up, telling them to do their best. Chuanqiu Workshop had no objection to Weifeng Village's preemptive selection. After all, they were under Weifeng Village's roof, and they needed Weifeng Village's support on their territory. Besides, it was only 2 men. If they could get Luo Li and the others, the two leaders of Weifeng Village, to choose two young men, Chuanxia Workshop could gain two favors. In these chaotic times, various places declared themselves kings or bandits. Weifeng Village's strength was considerable. If they could gain a powerful backer through favors, it would be beneficial to Chuanxia Workshop. Yes, a group of young men responded in unison, almost vying to flirt with Luo Li and her companions, displaying their good looks. After all, if given the chance to live a good life, who would want to stay in this brothel as a courtesan? Some even boldly stepped forward, standing close to Luo Li and her group. Master, I've long heard of your illustrious reputation and have admired you for a long time. Hiss, male escorts. Over there, the second-in-command was also surrounded by men, making her blush, yet also somewhat amused. Master, may I return to serve you? I'm skilled in laundry, cooking, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm sure you'll like me. Another male escort. Second-in-command, your figure is so majestic, I like it so much. Luo Li. 6. Hearing the voice beside her, Luo Li's gaze locked onto the hesitant young man in the corner. He was very beautiful, yes, truly beautiful, the kind of androgynous, breathtaking beauty. His features, however, still held a touch of youthful innocence, making him appear exceptionally pure and evoking a sense of pity. Seeing the other young men around him so eager, his eyes reddened with anxiety. He looked towards Luo Li, hesitant to approach, then retreated, a hint of fear in his eyes. Just as Luo Li was about to approach him, he finally mustered his courage and stepped forward, disarraying his clothes to reveal his collarbone, just like the others. Even so, he had used all his courage. Shame made his face flush, and his eyes were already glistening with tears. His trembling gaze was even more pitiful. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to have mercy on this humble servant. His voice trembled, his whole being so soft and weak, making one want to cruelly torment him. The several women present felt a shiver run down their spines at this cry. No wonder heroes have always found it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. This beauty trap, not a handsome man trap, is truly too challenging. Luo Li feigned composure and gestured for him to come closer. Come here. The others around paused, their gazes towards the young man filled with obvious envy. The young man obediently took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of Luo Li, his chin gently lifted. What's your name? Mu Yu. Luo Li could clearly feel the heat emanating from his fingertips. The boy was visibly nervous. How old? 17. For some reason, the boy's face flushed even more when Luo Li asked this question, and he stammered. Luo Li nodded, released his hand, and looked at the manager. It's him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu was visibly taken aback, seemingly not expecting things to go so smoothly. He then lowered his head, his face slightly flushed as if he had just thought of something. Good. I'll go and fetch his indenture right away. Seeing that Luo Li had truly chosen him this time, the manager was quite pleased, but also a little regretful. The Chuanxia Workshop in East City was essentially a branch of the main workshop. Its main purpose was to train people, training them for the Chuanxia workshops in various locations before sending them out to entertain guests. Mu Yu was a rare talent, and the manager was somewhat disappointed. And his too. The second-in-command, seeing that Luo Li had already chosen, pointed to someone the same person who had praised the second-in-command's physique. The remaining young men exchanged glances, somewhat anxious. Suddenly, someone called out to Luo Li and the others, "My lady, I am 16, and not bad either. Would you spare me a break?" Luo Li found his words strange, but looking over, the young man was indeed quite handsome, though one was enough for her. I've already chosen. After thinking it over, she politely declined, turning to look at the second-in-command. Mu Yu, standing beside her, was visibly surprised. He looked up at her, then obediently lowered his head again. While Luo Li wasn't interested, the second-in-command was genuinely tempted. The young man who had spoken was truly remarkable. Although not as handsome as Mu Yu, he far surpassed the others, and most importantly, he was strong. Manager, give me his too, the second-in-command said cheerfully, seeing Luo Li's intention. It's normal for women to take several concubines. All right, I'll get them right away. Seeing the 2 managers satisfied, the manager was also prompt, quickly fetching the indentures of the young men. After leading them out, they realized they'd forgotten to prepare carriages for the young men. Mainly, these rough women were used to riding horses, and there weren't many carriages in the village. Could they ride horses? Luo Li thought, turning to look at Muyu. Muyu seemed to understand her meaning, nodded gently, and obediently took her outstretched hand. Watching the two ride away on horseback, the second-in-command turned to look at his two young servants and waved to the people beside him. "Tell your manager to borrow a carriage." The figures riding ahead were truly unrestrained and dashing. But one was fine. Two, she decided not to take them on horseback. Upon returning to the village, Luo Li settled him in her courtyard and arranged for 2 male maids to serve him. Just as she finished settling him in, before she could say much, there was something else to attend to. "Just call me if you need anything," Luo Li instructed before leaving. He obediently nodded. "Boss, don't tell me. We arrived at the perfect time, 17 or 16. That's a rare find." While handling matters, Luo Li felt a little strange hearing the second-in-command's words. It was then that Luo Li finally realized that the question she'd asked in Chunqiu Fong, "How old?" was actually a code word used in this place of pleasure, not referring to actual age. Being in such a place, doing business meant high prices for good goods. Asking such questions was perfectly normal. Even after understanding this, Luo Li's face still flushed. "I didn't realize that young man, despite his young age, possessed such remarkable strength. Boss, you have a good eye." The second-in-command's praise was genuine. She didn't have Luo Li's discerning eye. All right. How's things at the branch stronghold lately?" Luo Li didn't want to delve deeper into this topic and quickly changed the subject. The 2 outposts that third brother used to manage were a bit chaotic. He was there before, but now that the position is vacant, none of them are willing to submit to the others. They all want to fight for it. "Then let them fight," Luo Li said calmly. She already had a plan. Once a result was reached, she would play the victim. Those were all former subordinates of the third leader. The third leader had long wanted to monopolize Weifeng village. Her subordinates couldn't possibly be unaware, nor could they be completely clean. Luo Li could simply eliminate them one by one. Sigh, she was just a mountain bandit leader, yet she felt the weariness of an emperor. She preferred to relax and enjoy life. What about outside? It's chaotic outside. We can't always focus on our own little territory. Hearing Luo Li's words, the second leader frowned. "I heard the capital has fallen, the empress is dead, and the princes and princesses are either dead or have fled." Luo Li remained calm, showing little surprise. "Oh, incompetent. It was bound to happen sooner or later. The territory their mighty stronghold now occupies was originally under the jurisdiction of the capital, but this empress was utterly useless, managing to tear a perfectly good empire apart." Now, hearing this news, no one in the world was surprised. "It's better that it's fallen." Luo Li finished speaking, stood up, glanced at the darkening sky outside, and then at the second-in-command. "Go back and rest." Sigh. Thinking of the 2 young princes inside, the second-in-command also felt restless. When Luo Li returned to the courtyard, he had already changed into an elegant blue robe and was standing obediently at the door waiting for her. "Your Majesty." Seeing her return, he stepped forward and called out, reaching out to take her cloak. Luo Li raised an eyebrow and naturally handed him the cloak. "How have you been today? Is there anything you feel uncomfortable about? If you're missing anything, just have someone buy it for you." Luo Li's tone was very natural, yet for some reason, his ears turned red. "Nothing's wrong," he replied softly. Since Luo Li went out that afternoon, people had been constantly bringing her things. She had everything she needed. What could he possibly lack? Thinking this, he cautiously glanced at Luo Li, realizing she was different from what he had imagined. She wasn't the kind of boorish bandit he had expected. On the contrary, she was very considerate and gentle. "There are some things to take care of in the village today. I'll show you around tomorrow when I have time. You don't have to stay cooped up here. Anyway, the entire village is her territory. He can't escape even if he wanted to." "Okay." Hearing his reply, Luo Li turned to look at him. He seemed really obedient, but his true nature was clearly fierce. Remembering the problem she had figured out from the second-in-command, Luo Li inexplicably felt a pain in her lower back. After sitting down, she subconsciously raised her hand to rub it, Then her body instantly stiffened. Turning her head, she saw him carefully massaging her lower back. Is the chief feeling unwell? Muyu once learned a massage technique to relieve muscle tension. I hope the chief won't refuse. If it weren't for the trembling in his fingertips, Luo Li would have truly thought he had become bolder. Not bad. But you don't need to be so careful. Just be natural. I don't eat people. Seeing him like this, how could she not see his unease and his careful attempts to please? And, to be honest, she felt she was becoming more and more like a real bandit. Yes. Hearing Luo Li's words, his fingers paused and he responded softly but didn't withdraw his hand. Seeing his reaction, Luo Li didn't say anything more. Have you eaten anything? Looking at the empty table, she suddenly remembered and turned to ask. Not yet. Someone come here. How could he let his wife go hungry? Bah, her husband. It's because this servant wanted to wait for the lady to return, not because I blame anyone else. Seeing her seemingly angry expression, Muyu quickly spoke up. Hearing him say this, Luo Li's expression softened, but she still ordered someone to bring some food. You don't need to refer to yourself like that now. I brought you back to be my husband. From now on, we will be husband and wife, so just use your usual self-reference. Also, I've set the wedding date for 10 days from now. What do you think? Too obedient, I need to win her over as soon as possible. Hearing Luo Li's words, he was somewhat stunned, his face growing increasingly red. I will obey your majesty. He had thought that bringing him back would end there, but he hadn't expected her to arrange a wedding and even promise him the position of legitimate husband. Good boy. Seeing him like this, Luo Li couldn't help herself. She reached out and ruffled his hair, causing him to freeze again, his handsome face practically steaming. But then, remembering something, Luo Li paused and, after thinking for a moment, decided to explain to him about the original owner's previous husband. This matter was known throughout the village. Rather than him hearing it from others later, it was better for her to clarify things herself beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings. However, remembering that despicable couple who had taken his place, Luo Li felt inexplicably wronged. I understand, I don't mind. He was indeed taken aback for a moment after hearing Luo Li's words, but quickly recovered and indicated that he didn't mind. Seeing Luo Li's sincere attitude, he finally felt a slight, genuine stirring in his heart. Ding, favorability plus 10, current favorability 10%. But even though he felt he understood after hearing it, a strange emotion, tinged with a sour feeling, lingered in his heart, making him puzzled. With the notification sound, the food Luo Li had ordered arrived. Let's eat first. Okay. The two ate their meal in silence, enjoying it immensely despite not speaking. Luo Li was happy to have found someone, and given her naturally large appetite, she ate heartily. He seemed to have gone without food for a long time, and Luo Li noticed his refined and courteous manners, like that of a well-bred scion of a high-ranking family. However, Luo Li simply observed quietly, asking him no further questions. Your Majesty. When it was time to rest, he hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to lie down on the bed. But unexpectedly, she didn't come over. Instead, she went straight to sleep on the couch beside him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but call out, propping himself up from the bed. His loose, thin inner robe revealed one shoulder, and he stared blankly, somewhat bewildered. Sleep, it's all right. After saying this, Luo Li closed her eyes, taking a long time to calm herself down from what she had just seen, to calm her restless heart. This male beauty is truly irresistible. Seeing her like this, Muyu also stared blankly for a long time, mouth agape, before finally lying back down on the bed, his gaze involuntarily turning to her once more. She was truly different from what he had imagined. Sinking into a brothel, trapped in a dangerous place, seeking help from bandits, was a desperate measure. After all, a brothel and a bandit's den are essentially the same. Neither is a good place. He had heard of her exploits and was taking a gamble. He hadn't expected her to be so unexpected. Does this mean he'd gambled correctly? With complicated thoughts, he wrapped himself in the blanket, obediently curling up and watching Luo Li ahem. Luo Li, who was pretending to be asleep, felt uncomfortable being stared at and coughed lightly twice. He seemed startled, hurriedly snapping back to reality and averting his gaze, turning his back. Seeing that his gaze had moved away, Luo Li raised her hand to her forehead and sighed. Sigh. I can't sleep. Host, your second sister is already surrounded by 2 women. Why don't you pounce on her? Seeing her host like this, Little Cabbage chimed in. I'm a coward. Luo Li was very honest, both greedy and timid. Okay. Does the host want some grapes? Little Cabbage seemed to understand, yet also seemed a little confused, so she simply changed the subject like her host. No, you can keep them for yourself. Mu Yu over there also couldn't sleep soundly. After the capital fell, he was sold to Chunqiu Fong. He spent the entire journey in a daze, trembling with fear, unable to find peace even for a single day. On the way here, he was constantly worried about the future, unable to get a single night's sleep. Now, everything seemed to have settled down. He should be able to relax. But for some reason, he still couldn't. He finally fell asleep from exhaustion, but his dreams were filled with nightmares. No. Hearing the low cries from the other end, Luo Li opened her eyes and turned to look. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was sleeping very restlessly, as if he were dreaming of something terrifying. She could hear his mumbling in his sleep, his legs kicking as if trying to escape something. Luo Li's heart clenched. She got up and went to his bedside, wiping away his sweat and tentatively patting him gently to soothe him. Don't be afraid. You're safe now, don't be afraid. Her soft voice and warm hands soothed him, and something seemed to work. Gradually, he did calm down. He stopped frowning, relaxed considerably, and affectionately nuzzled her hand, inhaling her comforting scent. Father, have you come back to see Yue? Yue has grown up. Yue is very obedient now. Have you?
See?
He whispered softly, and Luo Li felt a pang of heartache. Host, he treats you like his father. Oh, dear. Kai. Fortunately, after Luo Li's comforting words, Mu Yu finally calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Host, Luo Li had just breathed a sigh of relief and returned to bed when she heard Xiao Baikai excitedly call out. What is it? Looking towards Mu Yu from her bed, Luo Li responded. The Supreme God sent word that after careful examination, they confirmed that only 2 fragments of the Demon Lord's soul power remain scattered outside. We are one of them. Once we collect them all, the Demon Lord will wake up. That means we're almost there.
Host.
Xiao Baikai excitedly bounced around Luo Li, very happy. And it had also accumulated 20,000 points. It could buy itself a body. It was the first system in the world to successfully buy a body on its very first mission.
Oh.
Unlike Xiao Baicai's reaction, Luo Li only gave a soft reply and said nothing more. The little cabbage wanted to say something, but seeing Luo Li's expression, it obediently sat down. All right, host is sleepy, so let host sleep first. However, it seemed to sense that its host's mood wasn't very good, yet everything looked normal. Touching the little cabbage leaf on its head, the little cabbage blinked a few times blankly. The next day, the second-in-command ran to Luo Li with a beaming smile. Boss, how did you feel last night? Were you alright? If you're not used to it, I have a few picture books. I'll bring them to you in a bit. She suddenly remembered that Luo Li had only recently come of age and hadn't really had any contact with her young master yet. She wondered if she would be uncomfortable. Luo Li. Mu Yu had just arrived when she heard the second-in-command's words, her steps faltering and her face flushing red. No need. Just get me some things. Luo Li listed out the wedding supplies she had prepared on a piece of paper. 10 days is enough time to get everything ready. As she was speaking, she seemed to sense something, looked towards the door, met Mu Yu's gaze, and immediately smiled. You're here, my lady, second master. Meeting Luo Li's gaze, Mu Yu's face flushed even more, and she nodded. You go ahead and get busy, I'll show him around. Seeing Mu Yu arrive, Luo Li unceremoniously shooed away the third wheel. Hearing Luo Li's words, the second master suddenly remembered his 2 young masters and quickly shook his head. No rush. Perfect timing. First master, let's go together. I'll call my 2 too. They all know each other. They can get to know each other. Luo Li, you're usually quite good at work. Why is this happening? Without waiting for Luo Li to say anything more, the second master turned around and called his 2 young masters over. A perfectly good trip for 2 had turned into a trip for 5. Perhaps seeing her walking with the second-in-command, Mu Yu didn't dare get too close to Luo Li. instead chatting with the two young servants. "Boss, look how well they get along," the second-in-command said with a laugh. Luo Li remained silent, but the second-in-command inexplicably sensed a hint of resentment. "Boss, second-in-command." The passing subordinates all greeted the two of them, but Luo Li felt that Muyu seemed to have drifted further away from her. Seeing this, her resentment intensified, and she glanced at the second-in-command several times. "What's wrong, first boss?" "I did my eyebrows done today. Don't they look good?" Noticing Luo Li's gaze, the second-in-command was also puzzled, suddenly remembering that Xiao Jun had just helped him change his eyebrow shape that day. She had assumed Luo Li was looking at that. "It looks good." Never mind, she'd find another opportunity to come and explore with Muyu alone another day. This mighty stronghold stood high in the mountains, and the scenery along the cliff behind was truly beautiful, with mountains and water, like a traditional Chinese ink painting. Facing south, with open views on two sides, it offered views of the sunrise in the morning and the sunset in the afternoon, a perfect date spot. She wouldn't go there now. She'd take him there alone another time. As Luo Li was thinking, she saw the second-in-command seem to remember something, turning to look at the men behind him. "By the way, the scenery behind the village is quite nice. Let me take you to see it." Luo Li. She was furious. "I suddenly remembered I have other plans later, and it's getting late. Let's do it another day. Muyu, come with me." She decided to skip the village tour today and take Muyu with her. Muyu obediently followed behind Luo Li. The remaining second-in-command stroked his chin in confusion, looking at his two young servants. "Why do I feel like the head chief glared at me just now?" The two young servants. No, they both saw it. It was a real glare, full of disdain. "It's probably just my imagination. Why would the head chief glare at me?" Without waiting for their reply, the second-in-command continued on his own. The two young servants. On the other side, Luo Li thought for a moment, then arranged for a carriage to take Muyu out of the village. "I heard the lotus flowers in the western suburbs are blooming. I'll take you for a boat ride." "Okay. Do you know how to fish? You can fish for fun on the shore later."
No.
"It's all right, I'll teach you. The water in the suburbs is good, and the fish is delicious. I'll bring some back later, and have someone cook it for you to try."
Okay.
Being alone with Luo Li like this, Muyu actually felt a sense of natural comfort, even though it had only been a short time. Moreover, wasn't she treating him too well? He had never seen his mother treat any of her consorts with such care, not to mention taking the consorts out for excursions, and even his mother didn't like going to the consorts' palaces. Even when she served them, she would send someone to stay for one night, and then send them back. "Why is your majesty treating me so well?" He suddenly snapped back to reality as soon as he finished speaking, realizing he had blurted out his innermost thoughts. Luo Li paused slightly after hearing this. Did he think this was all? She hadn't done anything yet. Yesterday, bringing him back to the village and settling him, it was just a matter of instructing people to do it. Muyu misspoke. Seeing Luo Li's silence, he quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. His easily flustered appearance was truly heartbreaking. "You didn't do anything wrong, and there's no need to be nervous. You are my husband, and it's only right that I, as his wife, treat you well." Muyu's expression froze. Was it only right that his wife treated her husband well? Thinking of his deceased father, he lowered his head. He still vividly remembered his mother's words. She said his father and the other concubines were merely useless tools, and that simply keeping them alive was already a favor. Useless things die, and that's it. They didn't deserve even a shred of her pity. He and his brothers were the same useless things, unable to protect the country or help her gain power and wealth. Utterly useless. What she said seemed to hold some truth. Men who couldn't enter the court, couldn't fight on the battlefield, and certainly couldn't be merchants in the open were indeed useless. He had always believed himself to be just that kind of useless thing. Useless things didn't deserve to be treated well. Last night, after hearing him call her father consort, Luo Li had Xiao Baikai inquire about the situation in the capital. While Muyu remained silent with his head down, Luo Li also learned about his situation from Xiao Baikai. After reading the information, Luo Li frowned. What a useless, crazy empress. She's quite the karaoke queen. Host, it's Pua, but she really is crazy. Clearly, it was her own lust that led her to bring most of the men into the palace, only caring about looks, not status or position. But when she needed to use her connections, she blamed the men in the harem for being useless and lacking a good background to help her. She didn't care about her own children at all, because the father's background was not prominent, so she looked down on her own children as well. She was incompetent in governing, squandering her ancestors' wealth and power, yet she blamed others for affecting her country's fortune. She even consulted a fortune teller to find a jinx in the harem to remove. At the time, Muyu's father was the least favored concubine and was thus falsely accused by the opportunistic so-called Taoist priest and burned alive. He was truly brainless, useless, stupid, and vicious. Isn't that old hag still alive? Relying on her memories of physiognomy, Luo Li examined Muyu's face and asked Xiao Baikai. His parents' fate wasn't completely severed. Really? Let me check again. Xiao Baikai immediately began investigating and quickly found a clue. Host, it's true.
She's not dead.
Seeing the situation was bad, she faked her death, abandoned her country, and escaped. She fled this way, but I can't find her exact location. Hearing Xiao Baicai's words, Luo Li nodded. Boss, we've arrived. While lost in thought, she heard movement outside the carriage. Turning to look at Muyu, Luo Li took his hand. Let's go, she said naturally. Just regaining his senses, Muyu, seeing their clasped hands, blushed instantly and obediently followed behind. Luo Li was indeed right. The lotuses were in full bloom, the scenery exceptionally beautiful. Muyu, confined to the palace since childhood, had never seen such beauty up close before. He was momentarily stunned, forgetting his embarrassment. So beautiful. I've only seen this kind of scenery in the master's paintings, he murmured, yet one could inexplicably sense the bitterness of his past life. I've had a boat prepared. Let's go up and take a look.
Okay.
Although the reply was simple, it was clearly much more cheerful than before. Twin lotus blossoms. As soon as the boat reached the middle of the lake, he suddenly pointed to a spot among the flowers, his tone full of joy. Luo Li also looked, and seeing the twin lotus blossoms, she immediately smiled as well. Twin blossoms are a rare sight, a sign of good fortune and continuous blessings. Muyu is truly lucky. I've never seen this flower before, but thanks to you, I've finally seen it. Hearing Luo Li's words, Muyu paused, turning back to look at her with some surprise. Does my wife truly think so? His eyes held a hidden joy, like the feeling of being praised and acknowledged for the first time, both expectant and incredulous. Of course, it's true. This flower is very rare. One cannot see it without extremely good luck. Luo Li said earnestly. The usually reserved and proper Muyu, though he tried to suppress his urges, couldn't help but smile, turning his head back towards the twin lotus blossoms, feigning modesty. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Though he said this, his joy was impossible to hide. He was visibly lighter than before. My lady, may we pick some lotus blossoms? I'd like to display them in the room. Of course, whichever you like, I'll pick for you. I can do it myself. All right, be careful. But we'll be fishing later, so you can pick them later. Okay. He had truly never done anything like this before, and everything was new and exciting. When he caught a fish, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. The two had a wonderful time, returning home laden with their catch of fish and lotus blossoms. In just one trip, they had visibly grown much closer. Boss, you're back? You picked so many flowers. Went to the western suburbs? Why didn't you call us? Was it fun? How was the scenery? Wow, you even caught so many fish. The two had just returned to Weifeng village when they bumped into the second-in-command and her men. She wasn't with her little June this time, but with several subordinates, as if they were about to go out. Before Luo Li could speak, the second-in-command rattled off a barrage of questions. Luo Li, it's all right, you can go check it out another day. After replying, Luo Li took me away. Hey? The second-in-command was looking at the fish when she turned around and realized the two women in front of her were gone. What's going on? I have a feeling the boss is avoiding me like the plague. She glanced back at her subordinate, her tone puzzled. Subordinate? Is it possible? It's not just a feeling? The second-in-command is just a bit talkative, but he's a good person. Realizing she'd made her intentions too obvious, and fearing Muyu might misunderstand, Luo Li explained further. Yes, I know. Muyu nodded with a smile. The people of this stronghold were different from the terrifying bandits he'd imagined. The leader was a gentle and kind man, and the second-in-command was also an interesting character. The rules in this stronghold were very strict, no less elaborate than those in the palace. To be able to occupy such a territory and maintain such a stable position, Weifeng's stronghold certainly had power. The next day, the second-in-command hadn't returned since leaving last night, and today she had already arranged everything for the wedding banquet. First Master, these are the things I selected according to your requirements.
Take a look and see what you think.
If you don't like them, we can change them. Very good. Although the second-in-command sometimes lacked a bit of tact, she was very efficient. These items for the wedding banquet were all very well chosen. Oh, right, and the wedding attire. I've already had someone find a shop. First Master, you can go take a look today if you have time. Then let's go. Have you notified them all? Luo Li's wedding wasn't by invitation. She only invited the sisters from the branch village. I've notified them, but the third brother's men are still making a big fuss.
Don't worry about it.
It's just a matter of who wins. Let them fight it out. The bigger the fuss, the better. After instructing the people in the village to take good care of Mu Yu and the others, the two went down the mountain together. Be careful, everyone. There are valuables inside. You can't afford to pay for any damage. After dealing with the wedding dress, Luo Li happened to see a group of people moving goods into a jewelry shop. Looking at the boxes being moved, Luo Li suddenly thought of the Empress. Have any new wealthy families moved into town recently? She asked the second-in-command casually. She'd heard from Kai Kai that the Empress had taken a lot of gold and jewels with her when she fled. If she needed to settle down, she'd probably pretend to be a wealthy merchant from elsewhere. I haven't heard anything. What's wrong, Chief? The second-in-command thought for a moment and shook his head. I received some information, but I can't reveal too much for now. Have them keep an eye out and see if any wealthy families have moved into our territory recently. Hearing Luo Li's explanation, the second-in-command understood and didn't ask any further questions. All right, I'll have them arrange it right away. When Luo Li returned to her residence in the village, Muyu had just come back from outside. His ears were flushed, and he was carrying some things, seemingly having gone through something. Wife, mistress. He lowered his head as he entered, intending to secretly hide the things he had brought back, when he turned around and saw Luo Li silently appearing in the corner. What's wrong? Seeing his flustered state and his hurried attempts to hide the things from her, Luo Li found it somewhat amusing. No, nothing. Did you just get back? Have you eaten? If not, there's food prepared in the kitchen. For some reason, his ears turned even redder, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He avoided Luo Li's gaze. I just ate. They just said you went to eat with the two young masters from the second master's household. Hearing Luo Li mention it, he obediently nodded. Yes, they told me some things. They even taught him a few things. Under Luo Li's gaze, he felt the box in his hands growing increasingly hot. Well, you two are acquaintances, so if you're bored, you can go chat with them. Luo Li had already thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of those two young masters. They could be playmates. Okay, sure. I'm going out to wash up. Seeing his discomfort, Luo Li made an excuse to leave, giving him some space. Almost as soon as Luo Li left, he hurriedly grabbed his things and looked for a place to hide them, but after searching around, he couldn't find a suitable spot. Many of the things in the room belonged to Luo Li, and he didn't want to touch them. After thinking for a moment, he took out the sketchbook from the box and hid it under his pillow. As he did so, the pages flipped, and the image that came into view made him instantly blush. You haven't consummated your marriage with the leader yet? The two young leaders were quite surprised when they learned of this today, because they knew that coming to Weifeng village was like grasping at a straw. But when they heard that Luo Li planned to wait until after the wedding banquet to talk about it, they couldn't help but feel envious. However, the second leader treated them well. Although they had only been in the village for 2 days, they were quite comfortable, at least much better than their previous lives. So, they were only a little envious, seeing how innocent he was, and even willing to teach him some things. Their conversation somehow drifted to the question of whether he knew how to serve a female lord. Hearing he didn't even know, she simply gave him several art books, telling him to study them secretly. He had just brought them back when he unexpectedly ran into Luo Li. You have good qualities. If you can take good care of the head lord, you'll definitely win her favor even more. If you win her true affection, you won't have to worry about the future. Thinking about what the two young lords had said, Muyu paused, turned to look at the door, and after a moment's thought, picked up the art books. Suppressing the embarrassment on his face, he flipped through the books, his expression a mixture of surprise, realization, and, most of all, shyness. You may leave. Remembering his earlier behavior, Luo Li coughed lightly as she entered, speaking to her subordinates beside her. Hearing the noise, Muyu hurriedly put away the art books, tidied the bed, and stood up. I had them prepare some water for you. You should wash up and rest early. Luo Li entered and noticed his face was much redder than when she left, but she pretended not to notice and spoke to him. Upon hearing this, Muyu subconsciously glanced at where he hid his sketchbook, making sure it was safe, before leaving to wash up in the adjacent room. Host, aren't you curious? Little Cabbage looked at Muyu with inexplicable excitement in its eyes and specifically asked Luo Li curious. Cabbage knows what he's hiding. Host, do you want to ask Cabbage? Luo Li, wow, was somewhat tempted. Not yet, but since he wanted to keep it a secret, Luo Li would cooperate. After all, she knew he wouldn't harm her, and if he did, Little Cabbage certainly wouldn't keep her in suspense.
Why?
Little Cabbage was already prepared to tell her. It really wanted to tell her. No rush, Little Cabbage. Okay. It hesitated for a moment. Night fell. Muyu lay in bed, listening intently to the steady breathing on the other end. The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight, and by the moonlight streaming through the window, he could see Luo Li sleeping soundly. As he looked, he became somewhat lost in thought. She was truly beautiful, with exquisitely beautiful eyebrows and eyes, delicate and radiant features. She possessed a celestial face, a beauty he had never seen before. She always wore her long hair tied up high, giving her a simple, capable, and dashing appearance. On the surface, she appeared cold and aloof, almost heartless, but inside, she was delicate and soft-hearted. An unexpected contrast. Thinking about it, he suddenly stopped and quickly looked away, closing his eyes in annoyance. It's already past midnight. Why is he staring at her and overthinking things? How strange. However, what he didn't notice was that after he looked away, Luo Li raised an eyebrow in displeasure and confusion. Wasn't she admiring her beauty, her heart racing with desire? Why did she suddenly stop looking? How annoying. No, don't. Father, don't kill him. Don't kill father.
No.
Sister, brother. Muyu, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by a nightmare. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with intense hatred. On the day the capital was attacked by the enemy, the defending army was no match for them, and the enemy soldiers stormed into the palace. Only then did they realize that most of the elite guards in the palace had vanished, leaving only ordinary guards who were no match for the enemy. Muyu only remembered seeing endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood before him. His two brothers had already died under the enemy's blades, their eyes wide open in death. The concubines in the palace were not spared either. All the familiar faces in his memory lay lifeless in pools of blood. And he saw the captured empress. Although she had the same face as the empress, he recognized her at a glance. Quick run. That's not her. She got advance warning and fled long ago. She took the palace guards with her. She left us behind to shield her, to buy time. In the chaos, he heard his elder sister's panicked voice, and his memory began to blur. He didn't remember how he escaped, only that the final image that cut off his memory was of his sister being killed by enemy soldiers. So the Empress had known all along, securing her own escape route. And they were all deliberately left behind, to shield her and buy her time. He was filled with hatred. Since she knew the enemy was coming, why didn't she warn them beforehand and deploy troops to defend the city? Instead, she abandoned the entire capital and its inhabitants, fleeing alone with her elite troops. If she had only whispered a word, even just a hint, allowing everyone to evacuate the city quickly, then everyone in the capital and the palace wouldn't have died so tragically. She truly deserved to die. Thinking this, the intense hatred in his eyes was almost uncontrollable.
Muyu?
Luo Li, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake by his voice, her tone tinged with confusion. What's wrong? Had a nightmare? Lighting the lamp, Seeing his pale face covered in sweat, Luo Li felt a pang of heartache. Coming to her senses, Muyu paused for a moment, meeting her worried gaze, before forcing a calm smile. "I'm fine." But Luo Li hadn't missed the hatred in his eyes. Her fingers twitched slightly, and she spoke softly. "Just now, I think I heard you call out Father Consort. Did you dream about the capital?" As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Li met his shocked and astonished gaze. How? How did you know? Although my mighty stronghold is just a bandit stronghold, it's still a force to be reckoned with. As the legitimate husband of the head of the household, I naturally need to investigate its background thoroughly. His emotions weren't well hidden. They were easily read. Luo Li explained gently with a smile. "If you need help, perhaps I can help you." Gazing at him, Luo Li coaxed him. Hearing this, a visibly brightening light appeared in his stunned eyes. He wanted revenge for his father, who had died unjustly, bearing a bad reputation. He also wanted revenge for his 3 older brothers and sisters and for the people of the capital. But he also knew very well that his own strength was utterly insignificant. 2 days ago, he couldn't even control his own destiny, let alone anything else. But now, undeniably, Luo Li's suggestion was extremely tempting. Perhaps she really could help him. "Is your highness truly serious?" As if afraid he had misheard, he carefully confirmed, "Of course, absolutely no joke." Seeing this, Luo Li also stopped smiling and answered seriously. Confirming that Luo Li wasn't lying, Muyu couldn't afford to think too much and slowly explained everything that had happened in the capital to Luo Li in detail. The more he listened, the colder Luo Li's expression became. The Empress escaped alone, leaving behind far more than just the people of the capital. The remaining cities and territories under her rule were almost entirely a sea of blood. They were far from the capital, originally listening to news from outside, and Xiao Baikai. Luo Li had only assumed the Empress's poor military strategy had led to their defeat at the hands of another nation, forcing her to feign death and escape. But she hadn't expected her to abandon all the cities and people, fleeing without a fight. Such a person truly deserved to die. I only want his life. As for the reward, Muyu is now all alone. Whatever my wife desires, Muyu will grant. He truly had nothing to offer in return. You are the best reward. Hearing his words, Luo Li gently ruffled his hair and smiled. Hearing her say this, he was startled again, his ears turning bright red. "It's getting late. Let's rest early and talk about the rest tomorrow." "Okay." He nodded obediently, watching her return to the bed, his outstretched hand silently withdrawing. Early the next morning, Muyu then had someone fetch paper and pen, and after spending the entire morning, he delivered a pile of detailed portraits to Luo Li. He pointed to one of the women. "This is her. This is her most favored concubine. She only took him with her when she fled. Perhaps there was some genuine affection between them. And this one is her capable..." Pointing to each portrait, Muyu explained in detail. Luo Li listened attentively, her eyes darkening slightly as she glanced at the only male portrait. "Does this Empress really have a weakness? That's perfect. Order people to make copies of these portraits and distribute them to all the women under my command. If anyone discovers any of them, inform them immediately. And remember, don't alert them." The second in command, yes. Knowing this concerned information Luo Li had mentioned yesterday, which wasn't convenient to discuss in detail yet, the second in command didn't ask further questions and immediately carried out the order. After all, the head of the household always had her reasons for doing things. Seeing the second in command leave, Muyu's expression relaxed somewhat. "Don't worry, we'll find her," Luo Li said gently. But finding someone desperately hiding isn't so easy in a short time. The search for her was arranged, and with the wedding date approaching, the wedding banquet naturally needed to be planned as well. Soon, Luo Li began bustling about the village, personally preparing for the wedding banquet. The red silk, the wedding lanterns, and the wedding invitations were all made by her personally. In the past, he had always meticulously taken care of these things for her. This time, it was her turn. Honestly, marrying a husband and being married are completely different feelings, and being married is even more different. To prevent Muyu from seeing it too early and losing the surprise, Luo Li specifically instructed him to play more with the 2 little princes and told them to stay in the inner village of the stronghold. Time flew by, and the wedding day arrived in the blink of an eye. June 23rd, a joyous occasion at Weifeng Village. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. The entire village, and the road leading down to the foot of the mountain, was ablaze with festive red. The hall was filled with guests, and the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Muyu, dressed in a wedding robe, looked youthful and dashing in his red attire, losing some of his usual gentle elegance and gaining a touch of youthful exuberance. Luo Li, also in a wedding robe, wore a different style than her usual delicate red attire. Her long hair was tied up high with a red hairpin, giving her a dashing and spirited appearance. The newlyweds bowed to each other. The two stood on the high platform before the altar, turned to each other, smiled, and bowed. The ceremony is complete. As the officiant finished speaking, the guests rose to their feet, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Chief. Congratulations, Chief. Greetings to the madam. Here, madam is equivalent to wife. Hearing this address, Muyu turned to look at Luo Li, his eyes filled with a smile. There's plenty of wine and drinks today. Eat, drink, and have a great time. Luo Li was also very happy today, speaking cheerfully. Come on, Chief. Let's toast you and Jingjun. Okay. On the wedding day, drinking was unavoidable. Luo Li and Muyu toasted each guest together. When they saw that it was almost time, she told Muyu to go back and rest. You go back first, I'll take care of them. Knowing that Luo Li was concerned about him, Muyu didn't refuse. Try to drink less. Take care of your health.
Okay.
His little husband reminded him. Luo Li was so obedient. Muyu left the banquet, but didn't go straight back. Standing on a high point in the village, looking at the endless red joy below, his eyes sparkled, and a smile played on his lips. By the time the guests left, night had fallen. Luo Li, being obedient and mindful of her behavior, didn't get drunk, but was still a little dazed. Upon returning to the bridal chamber, she was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. My lady is back. The young man, dressed in a red nightgown, walked slowly towards her with a smile in his eyes. He took her hand by the sash and led her to the bed. Luo Li, somewhat dazed, complied until, at a certain moment, she suddenly sobered up, let out a soft moan, and rolled over, pinning him down. I want to be on top. Okay. A muffled, hoarse sound came from him, his ears turning red. Not only that, his entire body was now a rosy pink. The wedding candles in the room burned all night. Hiss! The next day, Luo Li had just woken up when she met his smiling eyes, and for some reason, her cheeks felt hot. My lady is awake. I've had water prepared for her. He shifted slightly, the covers slipping down to reveal the marks all over his body, a testament to their passionate night. You don't need to bother. I can do it myself. Seeing him try to get up, Luo Li quickly stopped him, but the moment she moved, her back ached. She almost instinctively clutched her back, but he was still watching, so she restrained herself. The woman on top position was good, but it strained her back, and given his strength, it was truly taking its toll. She was struggling, but he was still full of energy. She couldn't afford to be outdone. Otherwise, what would become of her dignity as the mistress of a house? What's wrong, my lady? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? He looked at her innocently, his eyes filled with concern. Luo Li shook her head and waved her hand. I'm fine. You should rest a little longer. There's nothing much to do today. She got dressed, went out, and finally couldn't help but rub her lower back. Why isn't this what I expected? It's always her back that's giving her trouble. Muttering to herself, she turned and went into the adjacent washroom. They woke up in the afternoon, and time flew by. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Watching Muyu earnestly massaging her, Luo Li shrank her legs. My lady, do you think Muyu's technique is good? His voice was clear, gentle, and soothing. But he's become bad. What happened to the promised back massage? My lady, is Muyu's technique bad? Seeing her biting her lip and remaining silent, he called out softly again. Good. Very good. If you listen closely, you could hear the tremor in her voice. Muyu has learned so much. How about you try them all out tonight, my lady? His sketchbook, hidden under his pillow, was revealed. He opened his innocent eyes and smiled at her, looking like a seductive male enchantress. Okay. That gaze was truly hard to resist. Taking advantage of the wedding banquet, Luo Li deliberately fueled the conflict in the branch villages. As expected, the results were in 2 days. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The 4 leaders of the 2 branch villages went back and started fighting, with many dead or wounded, none of them fit to carry on. Luo Li happily promoted 2 of her own men to fill the positions of leaders in the 2 villages. Now, there was no one qualified to replace the 3rd leader, and the position of 3rd leader was naturally vacant. This was good. With the 2nd leader and herself managing Weifeng village, things were already fine. There was no need for another person to share power. She didn't want to create another 3rd leader. First leader, we've found a lead on the person who drew the portrait.
Clatter.
When the 2nd leader arrived, Muyu was eating with Luo Li. Upon hearing this, his chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter. The 2nd leader was startled, somewhat puzzled. How could you be so careless? Luo Li casually put away her chopsticks, then pulled Muyu's hand and wiped the spilled soup clean before calmly speaking. Where are they? They're in Huaqing, 50 miles away. A wealthy merchant moved there half a month ago, saying they're expanding their business here. Our men have confirmed that 2 people in the portraits have been seen entering and leaving the merchant's mansion. The others haven't been seen yet, but the women in Huaqing are secretly keeping an eye on them. You haven't been to Huaqing yet? Let's go take a look together? Hearing this, Luo Li looked at Muyu and asked gently with a smile. Okay. After Luo Li's explanation, Muyu had recovered and now responded with a slight smile. Gather the women, prepare the carriages and horses. Let's set off immediately. Seeing this, Luo Li pulled Muyu to her feet. Yes. The sound of carriages and horses galloped along the mountain road. Inside the carriage, Muyu clenched her fists, looking out the window repeatedly. Luo Li noticed his emotions, gently patted his fingers, which were almost digging into his flesh, and gently pushed them away. She can't escape, don't worry. Her voice wasn't loud, but it inexplicably reassured him. Muyu nodded, calming himself down. Soon afterward, the group finally arrived in Huaqing. Led by the local militia leader, they saw the wealthy merchant's mansion. At a restaurant at the street corner, Luo Li and Muyu stood behind the window, looking at the carriage in front of the mansion gate. A man wearing a veil stepped down from the carriage, and the guards at the gate bowed to him. Consort Yang. With just one glance, Muyu could confirm that this was his so-called most favored concubine, Consort Yang. He never expected that the Empress would abandon the entire palace, abandon all the people, and flee with only him, only to end up not even giving him the title of Empress? Is that so? Looking at Muyu's expression, Luo Li spoke. Yes, it's him. If he's here, she must be here too. I've been keeping watch here for 2 days. The people in this manor are behaving strangely. The lady and this consort Yang almost never show their faces when they go out. I recognized 2 people from portraits among their subordinates. The lady didn't leave the manor today, and Consort Yang just returned. Everyone in the manor should be here now. My men have all entered the city and are hiding there, awaiting orders from the chief, as arranged. Although they couldn't quite understand the sign language spoken by Luo Li and her husband, the Huaqing branch chief still reported what he knew. Well done. Have you found out where their storeroom is? As bandits, their specialty was finding out where valuables were. Presumably, her men would be checking that first. Ahem, my men were only recently deployed. It'll be a while. The Huaqing branch chief coughed, speaking honestly. They only knew that Luo Li was looking for someone but didn't know why. However, the other party was, after all, a wealthy merchant. Robbing the rich to help the poor was their favorite pastime. While infiltrating the mansion to gather information, they habitually wanted to find out where the storeroom was. It's all right, no problem. We'll just search the main courtyard thoroughly once we get inside. This fish stole from the capital's treasury and escaped. It's very fat. It's getting late. Close the city gates. Hearing Luo Li's words, the Flower City chief and the second-in-command's eyes lit up. Yes. They replied, immediately making arrangements to close the city gates and gather their men. They understood what their chief meant, robbing the rich. They knew this very well. And it was a big fish. They were a little excited. My lady, are you going to just force your way in and rob us? Muyu asked, her eyes showing surprise after understanding. Yes, I'm a bandit. Isn't that what bandits do? The people from the Flower City branch and the men Luo Li and her group brought were all hiding nearby. Soon, the second-in-command and her group had made the arrangements and returned. "Boss, everything's ready." Luo Li nodded, took the signal flare from the Flower City chief, and fired it into the air. Whoosh! A fiery red lit up the sky. The spy infiltrating the mansion's eyes lit up. He expertly pulled out a tinderbox from his pocket, grabbed whatever flammable material was nearby, and lit it. They were shrewd bandits. They were used to this kind of thing. Each time they infiltrated a mansion, they had several spies, of any identity. They carried a small bottle of strong liquor and a tinderbox. As soon as they saw the signal, they would light it immediately. Anything would do, as long as it created a commotion. Besides, splitting into several groups made the noise bigger and easier to escape. Everyone was skilled at setting fires large and powerful. Everyone in the Mighty Wind Stronghold knew how to do this. Their coordination was excellent. Soon, several flames lit up inside the mansion. Fire!
Fire!
The guards in the mansion panicked instantly. Run! Seeing this, Luo Li and the others quickly joined up with their sisters downstairs and, taking advantage of the chaos, stormed into the mansion. The unsuspecting guards were no match for them, but the elite soldiers were indeed formidable. Realizing the situation was dire, they immediately protected the Empress and Consort Yang, intending to flee the mansion. But now the entire mansion was surrounded by the Weifeng village forces. How could they possibly escape? Even if they did escape, Luo Li had already made arrangements for Weifeng village's territory within 100 miles. They wouldn't be able to leave alive. "Your Majesty, be careful."
Who are you?
The Empress, pulling Yang Consort behind her elite guard leader, glared at Luo Li. Muyu, also veiled, was not recognized. "So obvious, can't you see?" Luo Li chuckled, raising a hand to her group of sisters, her eyebrows arched as she spoke. "What kind of eyesight do you have? Can't you even spot such obvious bandits? Your eyes are really bad," the second-in-command retorted. "Or should we just skin them alive? An eyesore, unsightly." The Flower City chieftain, sensing Luo Li's dislike for this man, spoke coldly as well. Insolence. Hearing this, the elite guard leader immediately roared, his face contorted with rage. Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Where did these wild bandits come from, daring to be disrespectful to Her Majesty, the Empress? "Oh, this dog's barking so urgently," the Flower City chieftain smiled dismissively, adding insult to injury. "I wonder if your esteemed stronghold is Weifeng Stronghold? Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Could we sit down and talk things over?" The Empress wasn't stupid. She quickly realized what was happening. She knew where she was. Only the people of Weifeng Stronghold would dare to act so arrogantly on their territory. Misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. We just don't like you.
Attack.
Luo Li sneered and immediately spoke. At the signal, the second-in-command grabbed his machete and charged forward, followed closely by the Flower City Stronghold chief. "Haven't pulled off a big heist in ages." A little excited, the second-in-command's voice, barely concealing his excitement, rang in her ears. "Don't get cocky," the Flower City Stronghold chief warned, though her own tone betrayed her excitement. They had just heard these people call that woman Your Majesty. This heist must be incredibly lucrative. That's the National Treasury's jewels.
There must be a huge amount.
Just thinking about it was exciting. "My lady." Watching the battle raging between the two sides, Muyu was somewhat worried. "Don't be afraid." Noticing Luo Li carefully protecting Muyu, the Empress's eyes narrowed. "Go, capture that man," she whispered to the person beside her. Having received the order, taking advantage of the fact that the two sides were busy fighting and unable to attend to this side, the group instantly surrounded Luo Li and the others, their eyes fixed on Muyu. "Kill!" With a low shout, they charged forward. Seeing the attackers, Luo Li's expression was impatient as she gripped her broadsword, gently reassuring Muyu. "It's all right." As soon as she finished speaking, the broadsword scraped across the ground, sparks flying and swept out, sending several people flying backward, knocking down those behind them as well. Poofed! Several sounds followed as several people coughed up blood. Seeing this, the Empress's eyes were filled with shock, as was the elite soldier's leader. "Come on, I'll take you to catch mice." Yet, Luo Li could still pull Muyu along, chatting and laughing. born with immense strength. Her fighting prowess was undeniable, not to mention her top-tier martial arts skills. Wielding a large sword, Luo Li moved with unimpeded ease. This was why the second-in-command and the others could charge forward with confidence. Their unwavering support for Luo Li as their leader stemmed from compelling reasons. Seeing Luo Li's intentions, the second-in-command and the Flower City chief stepped forward, deliberately attacking the elite soldier leader. "Come on, let's have a go." The elite soldier leader knew their aim was to lure him away, so he remained defensive, firmly protecting the Empress and her entourage. "Your Majesty, I'm scared." Yang Sijuan was terrified at the sight, shrinking behind the Empress. But the people who had just been holding him and comforting him were now completely ignoring him. Damn it, two fists can't fight four hands. The elite soldier leader and the Empress were forced into a corner, but the second-in-command and his men were too difficult to deal with. There was nowhere to hide behind her, so she could only fight back. General Tian, seeing the elite soldier leader leave, the Empress called out. "What are you yelling for? Is the Empress so useless? Can she only hide behind others? Why don't you take a knife and fight me?" At this moment, Luo Li had already killed all those blocking her path and pressed forward, sneering. She then raised her broadsword and swung it directly at the Empress. "Your Majesty, no." With a thud, the blade pierced flesh. Yang Sijuan turned back in disbelief to look at the Empress behind him, while Luo Li and Muyu also froze. Luo Li hadn't intended to kill the Empress with one strike. She wanted her to endure at least 1,000 or 800 cuts. Luo Li had calculated the distance for this strike. She only intended to slash the Empress to scare her. She truly hadn't expected the Empress to push someone forward to block the blow. Wasn't this supposed to be her true love? Heh? Haha. You lied to me, you lied to me. You will get your retribution. Just as Luo Li and the others had expected, Yang Sijuan suddenly realized he was a laughingstock and burst into maniacal laughter, cursing the Empress with a hoarse voice. The moment he uttered Empress, he had already prepared to rush forward to shield himself, but in the end, it was the Empress who forcefully pushed him forward. This was the person who claimed to love him. He had truly believed her. After all, she had only taken him with her. He had truly believed she loved him. But in the end, yes, she could even abandon her own child. Regardless of life or death, how could she possibly love anyone else? She only ever loved herself. His thoughts were cut short. Yang Sijuan stared intently at the Empress, his eyes wide open in death. "No, I didn't mean to." The terrifying gaze and the shrill curse filled the Empress with panic. She shook her head, muttering repeatedly, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Seeing Luo Li and the others approach, she cried out again, "Scumbag." As soon as Luo Li finished speaking, the Empress's tendons in her hands and feet were severed instantly, and she collapsed limply to the ground. The speed was so fast that she didn't even have time to feel the pain. By the time the Empress regained her senses, she was already motionless like a dead dog, the pain coursing through her body causing her to scream. Her voice was filled with endless agony. "You treacherous dog! You deserve to die." General Tian, who had finally managed to escape, turned around and saw this scene that made her furious. He roared and raised his long sword, aiming straight for Luo Li's back. Pfft, ugh. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the long sword at her chest, then looked incredulously at the person before her who had already removed the veil. She collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Thud. Seeing this, Muyu hurriedly released his grip on the longsword, his hand trembling as he hid behind Luo Li, his eyes filled with tears of panic and innocence. "She just tried to kill my wife. I was scared." Luo Li, second in command, the leader of Huaqing village. This little husband of the leader is quite something. How did he manage to kill someone with a single sword strike and then immediately start crying like a wronged woman to the leader? Men are truly terrifying. "It's all right. You did well." Looking at Muyu's appearance, Luo Li gently comforted him. "It's all right. Dead is dead. Wipe your hands." She produced a handkerchief from somewhere and carefully wiped his hands. General Tian was quite skilled in martial arts, and Luo Li had initially planned to spare her life, hoping to take her back for use. However, seeing her unwavering loyalty, She felt she was too troublesome. Let her die if she wanted. Chief, second chief, chief. All the men in this manor have been cleared out. However, the item hasn't been found yet. The strongest one was dead, not to mention the rest of the underlings. The entire manor was a mess, except for the Empress, who was still barely clinging to life. Everything else had been dealt with. Hearing this, Luo Li looked around the courtyard. Check this courtyard for any hidden rooms or secret chambers. You all heard what they were shouting about this woman. There must be something good. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the sisters immediately began a thorough search. Muyu, seemingly calmed down, stood obediently behind Luo Li, her eyes following her closely. Muyu.
Muyu, is that you?
I am your mother, the Empress. Please save your mother. Muyu's veil had fallen during the execution, and now, having recovered her strength and caught her breath, the Empress finally recognized him. Unable to move, she could only shout with all her might. But with each shout, Muyu's expression grew colder. Seeing this, Luo Li gestured for everyone to disperse, leaving them space. Big boss, I can tell you where the jewels are hidden, please let me go? Luo Li looked at her coldly, without answering. They occupied the entire mansion. She could have simply asked Xiao Baikai. Why did she need to tell her? As if sensing the answer in Luo Li's eyes, the Empress quickly turned to Muyu, pleading for help.
Where?
I am your mother, the Empress. Please save me. Please save me. I don't want to die. Save your mother, the Empress. With these words, Muyu finally couldn't hold back any longer. She turned around, picked up the long sword from the ground, and forcefully plunged it into the Empress' left arm. Do you still know you are our Empress? Back on the day you abandoned the kingdom, how could you not know you were our Empress? Do you know how painfully my sisters died? How dare you call yourself Empress? How dare you be the one the people respectfully address as your Majesty? He drew his long sword and plunged it down several times, his eyes bloodshot. Do you know? Your cries for help sound so familiar. The sword plunged down again, aiming for her legs. The day you ordered my father's execution, I knelt and begged before the palace, calling your name for so long. And what did you do? You were indulging in debauchery with those men, reveling every night. You heard it. At that moment, my father cried out in pain. He said it hurt so much. But did you spare him?
Speak.
Slash after slash, arms, legs, torso, crimson blood splattering her white robes, his eyes bloodshot as he numbly stabbed. The Empress stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath, yet clinging to life, enduring the torture. How long had passed? Her body was riddled with thorns, blood pooling on the ground, yet she still clung to life, gasping for breath. Her eyes were wide open, unable to utter a single word, yet she had already endured unbearable agony. He, meanwhile, was trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. With a final blow, Luo Li snatched the sword from Muyu's hand and ended the Empress's life with a single stroke. Killing one's mother was against the will of heaven, so she would bear the final blow. Muyu. Catching the suddenly unconscious man, Luo Li panicked. Go find a doctor. Dispose of all the bodies here. When Muyu awoke again, a day had passed. They had returned to the main stronghold, and everything in the mansion had been thoroughly cleaned. The jewels and paintings brought from the palace, hidden in secret chambers, had all been unearthed by the second-in-command and his Mina considerable hall, much to the delight of the servants. My lady, you're awake. Seeing him awake, Luo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor said he had fainted due to overwhelming emotions, and the time of his awakening was uncertain, which had worried Luo Li greatly. He smiled gently and nodded, his gaze carefully examining her. My lady, do you feel any discomfort? He had been unconscious that day and didn't know what had happened, nor had he been able to see if she was injured. He only remembered that she was covered in blood during the battle.
Me? No, I'm fine.
Luo Li honestly shook her head. By the way, Eve already had that person burned. He paused, gave a soft reply, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Luo Li didn't pursue the topic further and helped him to his feet. I've had some porridge prepared. Have some first. My lady, have some with me.
Okay.
Both of them subconsciously turned to look at each other, paused, and smiled at one another. With the matter settled, both of them visibly relaxed considerably in the time that followed. Perhaps because Luo Li had already seen him at his most vulnerable, Muyu became increasingly uninhibited. Especially at night, his tormenting methods were endless. "My lady, we've finished this picture book. Let's try another one. I think this page is quite good. My lady, what do you think?" Luo Li's mind went blank. She could only nod. Who does this, starting with the task before asking for opinions? "My lady, do you prefer it gentler or firmer?" Looking at her arrogant and tormenting husband, Luo Li raised an eyebrow and smiled, then turned over. "That's a question I should be asking my husband." In the blink of an eye, Xiaoming was gone, and late autumn had arrived. The mountain bandits lived off the mountains, and Weifeng village had a habit of frequently organizing hunting trips. Now that the season was perfect, they naturally couldn't miss it.
Whoosh!
A long arrow fell, firmly embedding a pheasant in the ground. 2 more arrows flew out in quick succession, both hitting their mark. Luo Li and her group of subordinates behind her were visibly stunned, never expecting Muyu to have this skill.
Good.
Zheng Jun, what excellent archery skills. Recovering from their shock, everyone shouted excitedly. Such a skilled Zheng Jun was even more suitable for their leader. The mountain bandits who roamed the Jianghu, the martial arts world, valued strength above all else. Compared to their delicate leader Zheng Jun, they preferred 2 equally powerful leaders. Now, seeing Muyu's abilities, their respect for him deepened even further. "My lady, I had no idea Ayu's archery skills were so impressive." Looking at Muyu approaching her, Luo Li smiled broadly. "I secretly learned from my sister before." Muyu smiled shyly. "Then, shall we have a contest?" Seeing the unbridled excitement in his eyes, Luo Li raised an eyebrow and suggested, "All right. Second sister, please light some incense. You take them to their respective places. We'll be right back." Upon hearing this, Luo Li turned and gave an instruction to the second-in-command, then turned to meet Muyu's gaze. Together, they spurred their horses and galloped into the forest. Their red robes were like fire, their white robes like snow, their movements swift and unrestrained. This must be the legendary divine couple, a perfect match indeed. Watching their retreating figures, their subordinates chuckled. The time limit was 1 incense stick's time, the winner determined by the number of prey hunted. Not long after, the 2 figures emerged from the forest again on horseback. This time, Luo Li had clearly brought back more prey. However, his hunt was also quite successful. His first hunt had already far surpassed that of many others. Yu is very talented. It seems it won't be long before my title as the #1 hunter of Weifeng village is in jeopardy. "My lady is too kind," Muyu replied gently, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Luo Li, half praising, half teasing. "Ha, sisters, you've all worked hard today. We'll go down the mountain to buy some wine later, and then we'll have a big feast tonight. Drink to our heart's content." "Okay. Thank you, Chief." Everyone was delighted to hear this. That evening, a bonfire was lit in the village, and the game they had hunted was already sizzling and oozing on the grill, its aroma irresistible. Everyone sang and danced, drinking and chatting happily, creating a lively atmosphere. "Come on, Chief, Zheng Jun, I'll toast you." The second-in-command, who quite enjoyed drinking, had his face flushed red and grinned as he toasted Luo Li and the others. Luo Li and Muyu smiled and raised their glasses in response. But as the glass reached their lips, Muyu seemed to smell something, paused, gagged, and immediately turned pale. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing this, Luo Li put down her glass and quickly turned to call a doctor. Muyu shook her head, intending to stop her, but then hesitated, remembering something. "Go quickly," the second-in-command urged his subordinates, seemingly realizing something as well. There was a doctor in the village, skilled in medicine, and the man was quickly brought over. "He seemed unwell just now. Examine him."
"Yes."
The female doctor immediately examined Muyu, but found he was perfectly healthy. Then he just, "Please trouble the doctor to take the chief's pulse." Before Luo Li could finish speaking, Muyu spoke in a low voice. Luo Li she looked bewildered, but said nothing, and casually extended her hand to the doctor. She felt perfectly healthy, with a good appetite and excellent physical condition. But the female doctor's reaction frightened her a little. What's wrong? Seeing the female doctor suddenly frown, Luo Li's voice trembled with panic. Congratulations, Chief. You're over a month pregnant. Luo Li looked at her belly with shock and a hint of surprise, while Muyu beside her seemed to have expected it, though he couldn't hide his joy. Congratulations, Chief. The subordinates below reacted and cheered excitedly. The chief was pregnant, so their little chief would be coming soon. The fetus is very stable. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine to alleviate pregnancy discomfort for the young master later. Hearing the doctor's words, Luo Li was stunned again. She was pregnant, and Muyu was giving her medicine? Thank you, doctor. Before she could say anything, Muyu had already thanked the doctor and handed him a reward coin. On this joyous occasion, all of you sisters, go and collect your month's bonuses. This banquet will be extended for 3 days. Coming to her senses, Luo Li also smiled and said she had money. She was happy. The crowd cheered instantly. Thank you, Chief. Congratulations to the Chief and the Lord. After Xiaobeakai explained things to her, Luo Li finally understood what this matriarchal world was like. Here, women still conceive and give birth, but the connection between the infant and the father is extremely close. They are connected by blood and sense each other. Women experience no discomfort during pregnancy. All pregnancy symptoms are borne by the man, including the pain of childbirth. His connection to the child is very strong. But even Xiaobeakai didn't expect it to be this strong. Xiaobeakai only just got a positive result, and Muyu already knew. That's why the doctor prescribed medicine for Muyu just now. Luo Li understood. It felt good, yet she also felt a little heartache. Are you feeling any better? She asked worriedly after having some candied fruit brought back. You is fine. He shook his head, gently placing his hand on Luo Li's stomach. My lady were pregnant. Yes. Does my lady prefer boys? He paused, as if sensing something, then asked abruptly, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, Luo Li answered almost without hesitation. I want a boy who looks like you. He'll be so cute. Of course, he could look like me too. It doesn't matter who he looks like. When we go out, we'll be the most dazzling family of beauties. Amused by Luo Li's words, his expression softened considerably. Ayu also wants a daughter who looks like my lady. Stroking Luo Li's belly, he spoke softly, his gaze tender and affectionate. Host, you're carrying twins. Little Cabbage suddenly chimed in. Luo Li then understood the implication in his words, leaning lazily against his chest. If the children misbehave in the future, it'll be the strict mother, and you'll be the loving father. We'll work together to teach them well, okay? Okay, he replied with a smile, without hesitation. Then it's settled. Okay. From then on, Luo Li truly experienced the advantages of being a woman in this world. During her 10 months of pregnancy, she felt no discomfort whatsoever, including the back pain and swelling that often occur with the growing fetus. The fetus grew healthily, and apart from her swollen belly, her body remained unchanged. She ate well, felt light and agile, and experienced no discomfort whatsoever. However, he did lose some weight due to a poor appetite, and for some reason the system-based medicine Luo Li gave him wasn't very effective. Hiss. That day, night fell. After a long period of comfort, Luo Li finally felt her belly react for the first time a dull ache. But the pain quickly subsided, while the worried man beside her instantly turned deathly pale. Summon the doctor. Take my wife to the delivery room. He gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice. Ayu. Seeing the people around her immediately making arrangements, Luo Li grasped his hand, feeling her own nervousness as she sensed his physical reaction. He smiled gently as always, soothingly coaxing her. It's all right. Ayu'll stay with my wife. His hand didn't loosen its grip, and within a short time, sweat had beaded on his forehead. My wife, have some soup first. Although the pain of childbirth had been shared, the woman still needed to exert herself, and some medicinal soup was needed to replenish her strength. You should drink some too. Luo Li didn't refuse, drinking some herself and taking the opportunity to dissolve the pain-relieving pill in the soup before handing it to him. Seeing him obediently drink it, Luo Li felt relieved. But for some reason, his face remained deathly pale throughout the entire process. Wah, wah. Several hours later, 2 loud cries of infants echoed through the delivery room. Everyone inside and outside breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two rosy-cheeked babies, Muyu paused for a moment before smiling. "My lady, it's a sister and a brother." His pale face held a warm smile, his tone gentle. Luo Li, her forehead also damp with sweat, glanced at the two children and smiled as well. Perhaps influenced by their parents, the two children also stopped crying and grinned. The early sun rose by the window, its warm light bathing the warm family of four. "Does it still hurt?" Looking at the sweat on Muyu's face, Luo Li raised her hand, her eyes filled with undisguised heartache. Little Cabbage was certain the pain-relieving pill had taken effect, yet he was still drenched in cold sweat, which puzzled Luo Li. Facing Luo Li's gaze, he simply chuckled and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. My lady, just now, as the sun was setting, how about we name our child after that?" The rising sun symbolizes new life, vibrant vitality, energy, and hope. It also represents justice, confidence, and courage, a beautiful meaning. Actually, they had started thinking about names for their children long ago, but they hadn't been able to choose well and were hesitant. The scene of the rising sun, just now, felt perfect. "Okay." Luo Li looked at the little bundle of joy in her arms and nodded. "Sister will be called Luo Chao Chao and brother will be called Luo. Luoyang sounds like a place name. Let's think of another character for him." Luo Li thought, feeling that Luoyang wasn't quite right. If he takes his father's surname, Muyang would be better. Yang, shining brightly. Muyu spoke almost as soon as Luo Li finished speaking. Luo Li's eyes lit up. "That's good." The two decided on the child's name and smiled at each other. 6 years later, after Luo Li gave birth to her twins, the second-in-command also had 2 children within 3 years, who were now playing happily with Chao Chao and Yang. Watching the group of little ones running and playing in the village, Luo Li leaned against Muyu, swinging her feet. I miscalculated. I feel Chao Chao looks more like you, while Yang looks more like me. These two are fraternal twins. The saying, sons resemble mothers, daughters resemble fathers, is truly accurate. They had originally wanted a mini version of each other. Then how about having 2 more? Muyu suggested, raising an eyebrow. Wa's a sister. You hit me. Just then, little Chao Chao, in the midst of playing, accidentally punched her younger brother, and a loud cry instantly filled the air. Smack.
Wah.
But quickly, before little Chao Chao could cry, her brother, without a word, retaliated with a smack. The siblings were fighting again. Seeing this, Luo Li shuddered and shook her head repeatedly, pulling Muyu away as quickly as possible. No way. 2 more little devils coming along would be terrible. These 2 little ones had inherited Luo Li's genes. At such a young age, they were already incredibly strong. The siblings are only 6 years old, but they've already beaten up almost all the 4 to 7-year-old children in the village, thus gaining a large following. They'll fight at the slightest disagreement. Born half an hour apart, neither will give in. And perhaps because of their twin nature, they insist on having everything the same. Their hair must be styled identically, their clothes must be identical. Even their meals, especially meat, must be the same size. Taking care of these 2 little devils is a real headache for Luo Li. She can't help either side, so she simply gives up.
Mom, Dad.
The 2 wailing little ones turned around, wanting to complain, but their parents, who had been there just moments before, were nowhere to be seen. The couple who ran back to the courtyard breathed a sigh of relief. From somewhere, Muyu pulled out a new picture book, hooked it around her clothes, and pulled her towards the bed. As my wife wishes, we won't have children. We'll only learn from the picture books. Her back was in danger. But after many years of marriage, aside from everything else, his picture book skills had truly improved, and he served her exceptionally well. It's not that we can't learn from the picture books. My wife, please put your heart into it. Ding. Affection plus 0.1. Current affection 100%. The little cabbage, locked in the small dark room, heard the notification sound and silently started counting on her fingers. On their wedding day, Muyu's affection jumped to 85%, then to 95% when he learned Luo Li was pregnant, and then to 99% after the birth of their 2 babies. The remaining 1% had been added little by little, and the pattern was still unclear, but now it was finally full. World 12. The end. the Time-Space Administration Bureau, main bureau. In the empty space, a figure in black robes lay on a transparent ice bed. His face was pale, his long, thick eyelashes trembling, as if he were enduring immense pain. His slender fingers clenched into fists, making his eyelashes tremble even more frequently. After struggling for a long time, he finally opened his eyes, his gaze as bright as stars. He stood tall and handsome, his features exquisite, his demeanor graceful and refined. "Little host, you're awake." A chestnut-haired boy appeared before him instantly. The cartoon carrot on his clothes was jarring and completely out of place with his sunny, boyish image. The man stood up, supporting his forehead, and nodded, seemingly still reeling from the pain. "So, childbirth is this painful? Uncle Carrot, where's my brother? Hasn't he won his sister-in-law back yet?" Mo, regaining his composure, asked softly, gathering his thoughts. "Not yet, your sister-in-law won't forgive him. However, thanks to your handling, the demon realm is stable now, no need to worry." Hearing this, Mo nodded again. "Is there still no news from my mother and father?" "No, ever since they handed over the demon realm and the time-space administration to you and little host Qingyan, Luo hasn't been able to contact them." Yes, the demon realm and the time-space administration were originally Mo's parents' businesses, but they passed away years ago to travel to other small worlds. These two were then handed over to the two brothers. The older brother managed the demon realm left by their father, and the younger brother managed the time-space administration, which their mother founded. But later, the older brother went to find his wife, so the demon realm was also handed over to the younger brother, Mo, for temporary management. At that time, he was the only single man, like a little troublemaker, worrying about one thing and then another, and accidentally overworked himself. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He also found a wife during this time. Thinking of Luo Li, his eyes shone even brighter. He walked to the system screen and carefully reviewed the information. "Does she know I've woken up?" Looking at Luo Li, who was also resting in the system space, his eyes shone with an unnatural light as he asked, his gaze lingering on her. Suddenly, he smiled, unable to suppress his laughter. "Not yet, but my little one has already told her that you only need one more fragment to be fully restored." Actually, Radish hadn't expected him to wake up so early. They all thought at least all the fragments needed to be gathered. But thinking about this person, who single-handedly overthrew the entire demon realm, securing 1,000 years of peace for the demon realm with a single battle, Radish could understand. Even now, thinking about the fate of those disobedient scoundrels in the demon realm, it still felt a pang of sadness. Those deaths were incredibly tragic. Just thinking about it sent chills down its spine. "Then I'll trouble Uncle Carrot to keep an eye on my body for a bit longer. I'm going to check on her." The words had barely left his lips when his body collapsed to the ground, a wisp of light flying out from within him and disappearing into the small world. Carrot was speechless for a moment, resignedly placing the body back on the ice bed. "Just as I thought, so impulsive and unrestrained." Though he said this, his expression was full of loving lightness. Isn't this a good thing? Otherwise, what if he ended up like his brother, who was always chasing after his wife through a hellish ordeal? Wouldn't that be terrible? A man with rabbit ears suddenly appeared beside him, smiling. "That's true." Hearing Luo Tu's words, Luo Bo nodded. "I just heard you call your little one? When can we tell that little guy we're his daddy?" Raising her eyebrows, Luo Tu continued. Luo Bo immediately crossed her arms. "Let's wait a bit longer, at least until it finishes this mission. Children need to grow up on their own. We can't tell it too early. Otherwise, it'll always think it has a powerful backer, a big shot, and won't strive for anything. Just like it was back then, knowing it had a godlike father, it became arrogant and almost harmed its host. But speaking of which, its godlike father hasn't come back to see it for a long time since it ran away with its host and the others." As if understanding what Luo Bo hadn't finished saying, Luo Tu smiled. "Okay, as you wish. Why name little cabbage? Cabbage? Because rabbits love carrots and cabbage the most. Quack Quack." This is a sequel. In the previous book, Quack Quack wrote about the male protagonist's parents, and Carrot was the male protagonist's mother's system. If you're confused, you can go back to the last few chapters of the previous book. Their systems didn't reproduce in the way humans do. Instead, like scientists creating robots, they extracted the shared energy of the two systems to create a new system as their child. Little Cabbage is Carrot and Luo Li's offspring. However, as mentioned above, Cabbage doesn't know her own origins yet. Don't ship them. Carrot and its ginseng father were already shipped together. Points plus 1,000, merit plus 30, luck plus 60.
Huh.
Little Cabbage looked bewildered, confused, and stunned. Luo Li was the same. This world gives a lot of luck. Little Cabbage nodded. Yeah, and there wasn't even a reason given, but it's okay, we'll take it. Ha ha ha, like-minded. She thought so too. What they couldn't know was how happy someone on the other side of the screen was seeing her joy. It seemed like he hadn't given her enough points. If he had known she was so happy, he should have given her more. Seeing Luo Li and the others heading to the next world, he followed without hesitation. Points, 20,800 plus 1,000, 21,800 points. Luck, 370 plus 60, 430 points. Merit points, 400 plus 30, 430 points. How could a beauty ruin her life? That's just the clamor of a useless, incompetent fool. After reading the original owner's storyline, Luo Li sneered. Facing the mirror, she meticulously drew her eyebrows. Every movement, every smile, was breathtakingly beautiful. A bewitching beauty mark, deep, affectionate peach blossom eyes, a seductive figure, everything about her exuded allure. Liar, are you ready? It'll be your turn soon. Everyone's waiting. A heavily made-up woman pushed open the door and entered, bringing with her the sounds of singing and dancing from outside. Slender white fingertips applied lipstick, and Luo Li smiled at the mirror. Ready. This is a fictionalized warlord era in the Republic of China. The original owner's parents died early. Because of her outstanding looks, she was taken to the Paramount Ballroom by Qian Nyang for training. With her stunning beauty, she instantly earned the title of the most beautiful woman upon her entrance. Her captivating voice and graceful sway captivated everyone, stirring ripples of emotion. Money Lady Qian was a woman wounded by men, experienced much, and taught the original owner many lessons. Faced with the admiration and pursuit of numerous men, the original owner was insightful, passing through a sea of flowers without a trace of attachment. She focused solely on her role as the top courtesan at the Paramount Ballroom, earning money. However, merely hearing her words wasn't enough to truly understand. The resolute original owner was ultimately moved by a life-saving act, her resolve wavering. Living in a chaotic world, street gunfights were commonplace. One day, the original owner inadvertently stumbled into one, caught in the crossfire. Gunfire has no eyes. In that instant, the original owner was nearly hit. It was the male student who had pursued her for so long who saved her life, taking a bullet for her, sustaining a wound in his left arm. The debt of gratitude for being saved by taking a bullet for her was heavy enough, not to mention the other party had cultivated a persona of devoted love, having admired her for a long time and pursuing her daily. Thus, the original owner relaxed her guard, and in subsequent interactions, she gradually developed genuine feelings for him. But a man's sincerity is worthless. At the moment he took the bullet, he might have genuinely liked her, might have even truly loved her. But all of this meant nothing in the face of absolute power. Because of the original owner's outstanding beauty, she was coveted by many. The warlord, over 50 years old, after seeing her once, approached the male student. In exchange for a hefty sum, the male student personally delivered the original owner of the body to the warlord's bed, making her his 10th concubine. Upon learning the truth, the original owner was heartbroken and tearfully questioned the male student about the reasons, only to receive a few words in return. A courtesan sounds nice, but isn't she essentially just a prostitute? How can a prostitute be worthy of anyone's affection? I was just playing around with you, and you actually believed me? He then revealed his two smooth, unscarred arms. That day, I was learning to paint, and my clothes just happened to get a packet of paint on them. You really thought I took a bullet for you? You're not worthy. Every word wounded the original owner deeply. The affection she believed in was fake, and the life-saving grace was also a lie. Soon afterward, the warlord suddenly fell seriously ill and died, leaving his territory without a master. The news spread instantly, and the area instantly became a battleground for everyone, plunging into chaos and utter unrest. Before the warlord's death, the original owner of this body, who had led him to daily depravity, became the culprit responsible for all of this. His subordinates resented her, comparing her to a treacherous woman from a chaotic era, a beauty who ruined lives, harming the warlord and the entire city's inhabitants. She deserved to die. In the end, the original owner was bound with ropes and drowned alive in the icy river. I hope he suffers a terrible death, that he and the warlord suffer a terrible death. May all those who harmed me meet a bad end. Luo Li appeared in a bright red cheongsam, and the noisy dance hall instantly fell silent. After a long while, the crowd came to their senses, shouting excitedly, "Lear! Miss Lear is here!" Her eyes, clear and bright, sparkled with a captivating smile. As the music began, Luo Li joined the dancers, a striking figure in bright red swaying in the center of the dance floor, drawing all eyes. Her skin was like porcelain, her figure graceful and alluring, like a blooming flower, dazzling and captivating. Glancing at the crowd below, Luo Li's gaze locked onto a man in a black turtleneck school uniform, and she smiled. The man visibly paused, then quickly returned her smile with smug satisfaction, raising his head as if to show off to the surrounding crowd. At that moment, he was completely oblivious to the cold disgust in Luo Li's eyes. Luo Li's every move was being watched, and this scene was also observed by an older man in a military uniform upstairs. His eyes were filled with lust as he looked at Luo Li, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes when he glanced at the male student.
Good.
Good. One more. One more. As the dance ended, guests from all directions threw their gifts onto the stage in support, silver notes and dollars raining down at Luo Li's feet. The ladies on stage and the money grubber couldn't stop smiling, while Luo Li maintained her usual gentle smile, saying nothing. "Thank you all for your enjoyment, but I'm tired from dancing, so I'll sing a song for you in a bit." The money grubber was put away, and the money grubber spoke up happily. "Okay." The audience below remained expectant and had no objections. They were always happy to see Luo Li perform, whether dancing or singing. Actually, all of this had been arranged in advance. As the top performer at the Paramount, Luo Li was scheduled to perform at least 3 times a night. But to emphasize how precious her performance opportunity was, Qian Yang would only say that she was adding the performance because everyone had been so supportive. The premise was always whether the audience would give enough money before even considering performing. Her clear and melodious voice echoed throughout the dance hall like a warm spring breeze, infecting everyone. They were involuntarily moved by the emotions in the song, deeply immersed in it. Ji Yanxi stood upstairs, his gaze fixed on the woman in the center of the stage. After gazing at her silently for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips, his beautiful starry eyes curving upwards. Truly living up to his reputation, he murmured, then turned and left. Ding. Favorability +5. The sudden notification sound startled the person in the center of the stage. She subtly turned her head to look around, but couldn't catch a glimpse of him. "Sister Lear, that young man is here again, waiting outside the back door." After coming off stage, Luo Li returned to the back hall to change and remove her makeup. Her stage mate, who had just finished, came to deliver the message. Everyone in the Paramount knew that the male student had taken a bullet for Luo Li, for which Luo Li was very grateful, and the two had a close relationship. Therefore, the stage mate's tone was somewhat ambiguous when delivering the message. "Okay, I understand." Luo Li paused upon hearing this, responding with a shy smile, much like the original owner of this body. However, Qian Yang, who was not far away, heard the conversation and paused, frowning as she swayed towards Luo Li. "Not ready yet? Everyone outside is urging you to go. Hurry up." She put an arm around Luo Li's shoulder, pressing her down, but spoke to the others first. Only after everyone had left did she look at Luo Li with disapproval. "Liar, don't blame me for being nosy. Men can't be trusted. You need to be discerning. That young man saved you, but repaying his kindness doesn't necessarily mean you can only repay him with your body. Save up some money to pay him back. Find opportunities to help him repay favors a few times. Anything is fine. This concerns your entire life. We need to think it through carefully." With Qian Yang's discerning eye, she could sense that the male student's character wasn't reliable. But seeing how deeply the original owner was already involved, she could only offer this tactful reminder, not wanting to be the villain and incur resentment. In fact, Qianyang had already warned the original owner several times by now. But in the end, the original owner was still blinded and ended up in that situation. Okay, don't worry, Qianyang, I know what I'm doing. Knowing Qianyang's good intentions, Luo Li responded softly. Without her makeup, she was like a lotus emerging from water, less alluring and even more pure and gentle. Seeing her like this, Qianyang didn't say anything more. It's good that you know your limits. I'll go check on them. After giving this instruction, Qianyang went out to attend to her work. Okay. Actually, the original owner's feelings towards Qianyang were very complicated. She was grateful for Qianyang's upbringing and guidance, yet regretted not listening to Qianyang more. More than anything, she felt guilty towards Qianyang's dedication and good intentions. Watching Qianyang's retreating figure, Luo Li sighed softly, stood up, picked up her delicate handbag, and walked towards the back door in her high heels. Her eyes were full of disgust and impatience, but the moment she opened the door, all her disgust was instantly concealed. She only gave a faint, smirking smile to the people waiting on the street. On the stage, in her bright red cheongsam, she was like a vibrant red rose. Now, dressed in a simple, elegant dress befitting a wealthy overseas-educated woman, she possessed a beauty entirely different, like a white camellia in the mountains. Liar. Suppressing the nausea brought on by the address, Luo Li nodded gently, revealing a tender smile. Have you been waiting long? Yongning stared at her smile, momentarily stunned, before finally snapping out of his daze and scratching his head. Not long. Recalling the person he had just spoken to, his gaze swept over Luo Li discreetly, a calculating glint in his eyes. That's good. Where are we going today? I'd like to find a quiet place to stay for a while. Luo Li made the suggestion casually, but Yangning's eyes clearly showed a hint of joy and excitement. Although the original owner had been in contact with Yangning recently, she had always maintained a respectful distance, always choosing crowded and lively places to be with him without giving him any opportunity to take advantage. Furthermore, he had just made a deal with someone and was now racking his brains for an excuse to lead Luo Li to a less crowded place. Now, hearing Luo Li's suggestion, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He was naturally overjoyed. However, despite this, he still maintained a pure and refined demeanor, appearing extremely shy. In that case, how about we go for a walk along the riverbank? It's quieter there at night. The moon is reflected in the water, and from the arched bridge we can see the lights of thousands of homes. The scenery is beautiful. His affected manner made him seem like a man of great artistic talent. He was quite good at pretending. If Luo Li hadn't clearly seen the fleeting greed, lust, and scheming in his eyes, she would have been fooled. Hypocritical, disgusting. But when it comes to acting, Luo Li has never lost. Okay. She feigned shyness, obediently nodding and following him. Step by step. She could clearly sense his excitement growing stronger. Sure enough, after walking along the riverbank for a while, he couldn't resist anymore. Thinking about this woman so close, whom he hadn't even touched, and now he was about to give her away, he felt somewhat unwilling. After all, Luo Li was truly stunning, a veritable beauty, a rare find. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could enjoy himself first and then give her away. During the walk, he stared at Luo Li's hand several times, wanting to hold it, but each time Luo Li pretended to casually avoid him. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. He glanced around at the surroundings and seeing that the crowd was thinning, he didn't hesitate any longer. He slowed down, falling behind Luo Li, and quietly took out a handkerchief he had prepared beforehand, ready to make his move. Does your injury still hurt? But unexpectedly, Luo Li suddenly turned around and asked him at that moment. He quickly pulled the handkerchief away and nodded with a dry laugh. It's all better now. It doesn't hurt anymore. You don't need to worry. Giving a perfunctory reply, he pondered looking for his next opportunity. Although there were fewer people around, it was late at night, and if Luo Li noticed something was wrong and suddenly called out, he would be in for a lot of trouble. Is that so? Luo Li stopped, tilted her head, and smiled at him, her smile breathtakingly beautiful. Even though he had seen it many times, he was still somewhat dazed, staring at her in a daze. Teach. A muffled sound made him suddenly widen his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, a familiar handkerchief was covered in front of him. It doesn't hurt anymore? That won't do. I want you to be in excruciating pain. You've been faking injuries for so long. Without some real wounds, it wouldn't make sense, right? The specially made sleeping potion had knocked him down, but he was still conscious. Luo Li's gentle whispers still lingered in his ear, sending chills down his spine. The pain from the deep stab wound in his shoulder was intense. But she didn't stop. Another stab into his shoulder, stab after stab, until his body was covered in wounds. She didn't even blink. Just as she said, she wanted to make him suffer to death.
But why?
Did she discover something? How did she find out? He hadn't even had a chance to do anything. No. Enduring excruciating pain, he struggled agonizingly, managing only these two barely audible sounds. Ignoring his struggles, Luo Li took a rope from Xiao Bite-Size's hand, tied him tightly, and dragged him to the water's edge like a dead dog. She tied him to a rock and pushed him in. Completely unable to struggle, Yang Ning could clearly perceive everything, clearly know he was sinking to the bottom, feel the pain throughout his body, feel this suffocating sensation. Clearly experiencing death drove him to the brink of utter despair and terror. But he was utterly helpless, unable to struggle. With all his might, he finally opened his eyes, but his breath quickly ceased, his face contorted in agony, his eyes wide open in death. Luo Li stood on the bank, coldly watching the spot in the river where no more bubbles rose, confirming he was dead, before turning and leaving the scene. Ding! Original owner's mission completion rate 50%. The surroundings were deserted. With Luo Li gone, Xiao Baikai had cleared away all traces on the ground. Yang Ning was waiting for people to leave, but wasn't she the same? Luo Li was a clean freak. After dealing with the scum, her clothes remained pristine and spotless. Before Luo Li's figure completely disappeared, 2 points of white light emanated from her body, landing on the ground and transforming into 2 people identical to them. The puppet, Yang Ning, successfully drugged Luo Li and led her to a car waiting 2 alleys away. She couldn't remember which world she bought the puppet talisman from, but she happened to have 2 left, perfect for use. While manipulating the 2 puppets to the marshal's mansion, she quickly rushed back to the Paramount Ballroom. Her puppet dolls were going to cause big trouble tonight. She needed to get back and make a strong impression on everyone, establishing a solid alibi. As for the puppets, 2 things that would vanish instantly after use who could say for sure if they were human or ghosts. In any case, it wasn't Luo Li who did it. Back at the Paramount Ballroom, Luo Li bumped into Qian Yang. Glancing in the direction of the dance hall, she spoke first. Mrs. Qian? Is everything running smoothly inside? I just saw 2 cars parked outside. Are there important guests? Should I add 2 more performances? Mrs. Qian was a little surprised to see Luo Li return so early, but it was a welcome relief. Why are you back so early today? I was just about to have them look for you. There are indeed some important guests. They came specifically for you. They just mentioned they wanted to see you. Go change your clothes quickly and give a good performance later. Yes, Mrs. Qian. Luo Li replied with a smile, quickly changing her clothes and reappearing on stage. She saw the group on stage. Each of them was impeccably dressed, seemingly someone of considerable status. Her gaze swept over them, finally settling on the only man wearing a white robe and glasses. After the performance, she stepped off the stage and, to the astonishment of the crowd, walked straight towards Ji Yanxi. Young master, is this your first time here? Did you enjoy Li'er singing? She took a seat to the side, speaking in a clear, melodious voice, her smile captivating. Everyone was stunned to see Li'er step down from the stage and initiate conversation with a guest for the first time. Even Qian Yang paused for a moment, but after glancing at Ji Yanxi, she didn't say much, only subtly reminding Luo Li not to act recklessly. Understood Qian Yang's hint. Luo Li obediently nodded and blinked, indicating she was behaving appropriately and reassuring Qian Yang. Watching the woman sitting down in front of him, secretly exchanging glances with Qian Yang, Ji Yanxi found it somewhat amusing. Very good. However, he didn't show it on his face, simply responding to Luo Li's words. Actually, he felt something was strange about him today. He had clearly seen her performance and left, But back at his residence, upon hearing the invitation from others, he unconsciously returned. Then please come again next time, young master. He didn't say much, and Luo Li didn't pester him too much. She simply had 2 more bottles of foreign liquor poured for him and slowly drank with him. However, he saw everything Luo Li did, but said nothing and didn't refuse. This made Luo Li secretly raise an eyebrow. She knew these drinks weren't cheap. If she ordered them, it would be on her tab. Was he really just going to let her have her way? However, upon noticing the watch on his wrist, Luo Li's eyes lit up. He was clearly not short of money. By the way, I still don't know what the young master's name is. To make her presence felt, she hesitated for a moment, then casually started a conversation. Ji Yanxi. His voice was magnetic, and with his glasses on, he looked every bit the aloof, refined young master from a noble family, his manners and speech extremely cultured. But up close, he looked so young behind the glasses, especially his brown eyes, which shone when they narrowed, resembling the kind of boy next door who is both affectionate and clingy. What a beautiful name, she said with a slight smile. Miss Li, why are you only ordering drinks for Yanxi? We need some too. The men who came with Ji Yanxi had come specifically because of Luo Li, and they were somewhat surprised to see her come down from the stage to sit next to them. But seeing that she was only talking to Ji Yanxi, they felt a little jealous, and they all chuckled politely. A group of handsome men, sitting there like a feast for the eyes, along with Luo Li, made this place the center of attention. Everyone saw that Luo Li was currently in the nightclub. Why not take advantage of such an offer? Luo Li naturally didn't refuse. My apologies for my rudeness, Lear. What would you gentlemen like to drink? The same as him, please. Seeing Luo Li speak, their smiles deepened as they casually replied. All right. Unlike Ji Yanxi, these young men were much more talkative. After some conversation, Luo Li learned their general identities. Each one or 2 had powerful backers. They were either young masters from wealthy families, heirs to large pharmacies, or from warlord families, all of them from distinguished backgrounds. Each one or 2 were prominent figures. They had come to the city together because the Ji family patriarch was preparing for his birthday. However, what surprised her the most was the Ji family behind Ji Yanxi. She remembered that in the original owner's memories, after the old warlord died, the city was in chaos for a long time. It was the Ji family who finally intervened and quelled the unrest, seizing the territory. The Ji family had a powerful background. Although they also lived in the city, the old warlord dared not overstep his bounds in the slightest. Ji Yanxi was actually a member of the Ji family. Don't be afraid, Yanxi is just a little slow to warm up. He's like this when he first meets people. He'll talk more once he gets to know them. Seeing Luo Li's gaze constantly fixed on Ji Yanxi, they assumed she felt uncomfortable with his cold reaction and smiled as they explained. Ji Yanxi. He silently glanced at the person who spoke, and that person immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Luo Li smiled charmingly and raised her wine glass. It seems it's not easy for everyone to get together like this. Leah would like to offer everyone a toast. All right, cheers. Luo Li changed the subject, and everyone followed suit, moving on to other topics and no longer talking about Ji Yanxi. Watching her slender, pale fingers hold the wine glass and down glass after glass of wine, Ji Yanxi frowned slightly. A fruit platter, please, he called out, gesturing to a passing waiter. Seeing them drinking again, he didn't say much, simply placing the fruit platter in front of Luo Li. The others nearby were stunned, staring at Ji Yanxi in astonishment. They never expected the young master of the Ji family to show such tenderness towards women. Lear, thank you, young master Yanxi. Luo Li paused, then smiled broadly as she met his gaze, offering her thanks generously. While chatting with the others, she secretly controlled the puppets. The Marshal's mansion. Marshal, I've brought the person you promised earlier. Looking at the portly old man before him, Yang Ning asked with a smile, his eyes filled with expectation and obvious greed. The marshal waved his hand impatiently, his gaze blatantly fixed on Luo Li on the bed, almost as if he wanted to pounce on her immediately. Don't worry, I keep my word. I've already had it arranged for you. Now, get out of here. Yes, sir. Yang Ning replied with a smile, giving Luo Li on the bed a deep look before following the others out the door, closing it behind him. The marshal looked at the unconscious Luo Li on the bed, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and beckoned to the remaining men beside him. "You all get out too." Glancing at the woman on the bed, the lieutenants nodded, preparing to leave. "Why leave? Come on, all of you." But just as they were about to act, a clear, ethereal voice rang out. The previously unconscious Luo Li rose from the bed. She smiled at the stunned commander, then suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the neck with one hand, lifting him up. The nearly 200-pound old fat man was as easy as a child in her hands. "Ha! Ha!" The commander struggled, gripping her hand, making labored sounds. At this moment, the two lieutenants finally came to their senses and raised their guns at Luo Li. "Let the commander go."
Ha!
She sneered, not only not letting go, but tightening her grip. Seeing this, the two lieutenants had no choice but to fire at her to save him. Bang!
Bang!
But to everyone's surprise, her reaction speed was faster than the guns. She turned around, and the commander became the shield. Ugh! Blood spilled from the commander's mouth, and 2 bloody holes appeared in his body. "Commander!" The two lieutenants were filled with fear and shock, but before they could react, the Yang Ning, who had suddenly appeared beside them, attacked them. With 2 loud thuds, only 2 corpses with bloody holes in their heads lay on the ground. Yang Ning had secretly made a deal with the commander, so the person had also been secretly brought in. Few people had witnessed it, and these 2 lieutenants were among them. After dealing with the 2 lieutenants, the puppet's face instantly became blurred, and its clothes changed. Now that the night was dark and windy, no one could see their exact appearance. The commander is in trouble. Quickly, the commotion spread, and the others outside rushed over immediately. They only saw 2 figures dragging the commander step by step out, as if with a purpose, gripping their guns, their eyes unblinking as they aimed straight for their heads. Seeing this, everyone opened fire, but the commander they were dragging along had become a human shield. No matter how many shots they fired at the puppet, or how carefully they avoided the commander, the bullets would eventually reach him. Before long, the commander was riddled with bloody holes and beyond dead. Seeing this, the puppet finally dropped the mangled corpse. "What do we do? The commander is dead. What do we do?" "We killed the commander." Seeing the commander's corpse, everyone was already in a panic. This bizarre scene instilled a deep-seated fear in them. Before they could react, the 2 puppets went berserk, slaughtering everyone who had seen them that night. No one was spared, not even those who had harmed her in the original owner's memories. Soon, someone let out an even more terrified scream. How is this possible? Bullets can't hit them at all. What kind of monsters are they? This eerie scene sent chills down their spines. "They're ghosts. There are ghosts." Finally, someone broke down, screaming and fleeing. But there was no escape, no way to escape. None of those who had harmed the original owner could escape. In just half an hour, the commander's mansion had become a bloodbath. Ghosts. Ghosts. Originally, Luo Li was only controlling the puppets, but later, a large amount of resentful energy actually emerged from the commander's mansion, joining the chaos. In the end, the 2 blood-soaked, faceless puppets vanished into a puff of gray mist before the crowd's eyes. Hearing the commotion, many people rushed to see what was happening, and the sight of this scene terrified several passers-by into fainting. It was already late at night, blood was everywhere, and a terrifying ghost had truly disappeared before their eyes. Even a most composed person would succumb to fear. Soon, news of the haunted marshal's mansion and the deaths of the marshal and several of his lieutenants spread throughout the city. The 100 Ballroom naturally heard the news as well. Upon hearing it, Luo Li felt weak and collapsed, caught steadily by Ji Yanxi behind her. Sure enough, controlling the puppet talisman was as exhausting as ever. She was completely drained now. "Lear, are you alright?" Seeing her like this startled everyone around her. "I was just a little frightened. Thank you, young Master Yanxi." Luo Li shook her head, making an excuse to cover it up. After speaking, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke softly to Ji Yanxi, a little embarrassed. "My legs are weak. Can you take me backstage?" Judging by her condition, she was afraid she wouldn't recover anytime soon. If she hadn't gritted her teeth and persevered, she would have passed out. As soon as she finished speaking, she clearly felt him stiffen. After a moment of silence, he finally responded, gently lifting her up. The person in his arms was incredibly soft, carrying a faint floral fragrance, tinged with a hint of alcohol, truly intoxicating. Her breath touched his chest, her watery eyes looking up at him. He only glanced down at her, and a strange heat rose in his chest. His ears instantly turned bright red. He turned his head away, quickly carrying her backstage and setting her down. He turned to leave, but Luo Li reached out and grabbed his hand. Her soft, boneless little hand was placed in his, and his heart trembled. Wait a moment. What else? He knew he should pull away, but for some reason his hand wouldn't move, letting her hold him, his ears burning red. The commander is dead. The city is going to be in chaos. I'm a little scared. In the original story, the commander wasn't supposed to die this early, but Luo Li really didn't want him to live too long. It would be too easy for him. Being shot to death by his own men was a decent end. But she was worried about the butterfly effect, so she wanted to see if the Ji family could act beforehand. It won't be chaotic, he whispered in response. Her eyes were truly captivating. When she looked up at you, it was as if her heart and eyes were already filled with you. A deep and devoted gaze. It made him afraid to look at her any longer. Really, hearing his words, Luo Li felt half relieved, but still looked at him, feigning unease as she spoke. She tried her best to hold on to him, but because of her weakness, her grip was still very light, and he could easily let go with the slightest movement. Her gentle tone revealed her dependence on him. He replied unnaturally, finally pulling his hand away. Rest well, he added softly, then turned and left. Luo Li watched his retreating figure quietly until it completely disappeared. Kai, is he awake?
Huh?
Demon Lord? Not yet. There's no news from the main god. He should wake up after we bring the big shots of this world back. Little Cabbage looked a little confused when Luo Li asked this, but answered truthfully. Luo Li nodded, saying nothing more. But deep down, she sensed something different. Even though she only had 5% affection for him, the pounding heartbeat she felt in his arms just now made her realize something was wrong. Before, with only that much affection, he could have remained completely unmoved. Ding, original owner's mission progress 100%. Lear, how are you? Ji and Shi had just left when Qianyang and the others returned. Seeing Qianyang's worried expression, Luo Li smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, I just drank some wine and got frightened. I'll be fine after a rest. After carefully examining her, Qianyang finally relaxed. That's good. You were unusually quick-witted today. If we can keep those distinguished guests, our by Lumen's business will definitely be better in the future. Hearing Qianyang's words, Luo Li didn't say anything, just smiled. Soon, news of the ghost story at the Marshal's mansion and the Marshal's death spread, causing quite a stir. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Li. The people who saw the puppet with her face entering the Marshal's mansion that night were all dead, and the rumors outside were only about ghosts. She remained the star performer at the Paramount Ballroom, completely at
ease.
And Ji Yanxi was true to his word. Within 2 days, the matter was suppressed, and even those who wanted to seize the opportunity to rise in power were firmly suppressed. All of this was because the Ji family patriarch was preparing for his grand birthday celebration and wanted peace and quiet. Not long after, news spread that the Ji family had taken over the Marshal's mansion, and the new warlord was yet to be determined. This time, the Ji family's actions could be described as using an iron fist to suppress everyone. However, ordinary people like Luo Li still couldn't fathom the power behind the Ji family. Lear, get ready quickly. Young Master Ji is here. Just then, Qianyang suddenly ran in from outside, excitedly announcing. That day, Ji Yanxi and his companions spent a lot of money at the Paramount Ballroom, and Qianyang made a fortune. Seeing them arrive was like seeing walking money. How could she not be happy? Is he still with those young masters? Luo Li was also pleasantly surprised and asked casually. No, he came by himself. Good. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Since that night when he escorted Luo Li backstage, he hadn't come again. Although there had been constant rumors about the Ji family, Luo Li hadn't seen him for a long time. After fiddling with her newly permed hair, Luo Li changed her clothes. She wore a high-slit black cheongsam with a subtle pattern, draped with a white fur shawl, and a vintage black mesh hat in her hair, partially obscuring her affectionate eyes. Every movement exuded charm and allure. Standing under the stage lights, the subtle patterns on the cheongsam accentuated her slender figure, drawing all eyes. "Lear is so beautiful. Lear sang so beautifully today." The reaction from the audience grew even louder. Luo Li simply smiled, her melodious voice echoing throughout the ballroom. Her gaze swept lightly across the audience, finally settling on a private box upstairs, meeting Ji Yanxi's eyes. Her red lips curved into a smile, as if greeting him. He paused, then nodded slightly in response. Looking at her attire, the image of her nestled in his arms that day suddenly flashed through his mind, petite and soft. His thoughts froze, and he abruptly turned his head away, his earlobes flushed red. Clap, 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 clap. Good. Suddenly, applause erupted from below the stage. Looking again, she had already turned and left. In the blink of an eye, someone else had taken the stage. He lowered his head, stroking the Bodhi seed ring on his index finger. His eyelids, behind his glasses, drooped, his eyelashes like thick, raven-black feathers, lost in thought. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door of the private room. A waiter glanced at his expression before turning to open the door. "Sister Lear," the waiter greeted the visitor. Ji Yanxi turned his head at the sound, meeting her gaze. "Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of things here." Each private room had its own waiter. Hearing this, the waiter didn't say anything more, simply responding and leaving. Luo Li gracefully walked to Ji Yanxi's side, watching the performance on the stage below with him. "Young Master Yanxi, hasn't been here for a while. Were you satisfied with Lear's performance just now?" The song Luo Li sang on stage was the one Ji Yanxi requested. "Very beautiful." Looking at her naturally close posture, he slightly turned his head, offering a fair assessment. Her voice was truly unique and beautiful. Her singing always easily drew people in, making it hard to look away. Even now, speaking casually, her voice was gentle and sweet, different from when she sang, yet each had its own charm. "So, what would young Master Yanxi like to drink today?" She sat down beside him, one hand supporting her chin, a silk glove draped over her face, asking with a smile. He turned his head again, avoiding their gaze, and cleared his throat twice. "Do you have coffee?" Luo Li was unusually surprised, then smiled. "Yes. However, very few people came to the dance hall for coffee." Luo Li pressed a button beside her, and the small light by the door turned on. A waiter quickly entered, and Luo Li whispered instructions in his ear. Seeing her action, Ji Yanxi subconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. "Young Master Yanxi, please wait a moment." And he really didn't talk much. Last time, at least there were a few talkative ones to liven things up. Now, it was just the two of them. Luo Li asked a question, and he responded, followed by silence. The atmosphere was strange. Luo Li picked up her coffee and took a sip. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Afraid of smudged lipstick, she had lightened it, making her look less alluring and flamboyant. Now, she resembled a satisfied cat. But the way she put down her coffee was extremely pleasing to the eye and elegant. Yes, like a cat with an elegant and noble exterior, but a proud and mischievous heart. Ahem, she cleared her throat, shifting slightly as if she wasn't feeling well. Her long, slender, white legs peeked out from under her skirt, crossed, the contrast between her legs and the black and white of her dress striking. He paused, averting his gaze, and then draped his coat over her shoulders. "It's chilly." Luo Li turned to look at him, but he had already turned his attention back to the stage. "Thank you." Luo Li found his reaction amusing and thanked him. He didn't reply. The two watched the performance quietly for a long time before he finally got up and left. He came quietly and left quietly. Luo Li was truly puzzled by him. However, looking at the silver notes left on the table, she smiled. She had made quite a bit again. Qianyang must be very happy. The next day, Ji Yanxi arrived at the same time. He ordered another song by Luo Li and came to the same familiar private room. This continued for half a month. Each time he came, he was remarkably quiet, with Luo Li always initiating conversation. After these days of familiarity, Luo Li became bolder. She glanced at the person below in the room. She naturally moved closer to him, and just as he was catching his guard, thinking she was simply sitting down as usual, she sat directly on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. He clearly felt his pupils dilate and his body stiffen. "This is impolite," he said with difficulty. Luo Li was surprised. He clearly had the air of a well-educated young master, and she had already hugged him before. And now he was saying this? Luo Li wouldn't stand for it. "You don't like it?" Using the gesture of speaking, she moved closer and looked up at him. He didn't speak, but his body was stiff, afraid to move an inch. Luo Li leaned against him lightly, able to hear his rapid, erratic heartbeat. She released his hand, her fingers sliding from his neck down to his chest, speaking slowly and deliberately. "But this doesn't sound right." He turned his head away, his lips pressed tightly together, the tips of his ears turning red. He raised his hand, and then lowered it again. "I have something to do. I must go now," he could only say to her in a hoarse voice. "What is it? Is it convenient to take Lear with you?" She looked at him innocently, her peach blossom eyes full of affection, her tone soft and coquettish. As soon as she finished speaking, she clearly felt his body temperature rise considerably. He supported her lower back with his arm and hurriedly stood up. "It's inconvenient." He paused slightly, glanced at Luo Li again, and lowered his head. "I'll come another day." He got away again. Luo Li watched him drive away from the balcony, letting out a soft snort. "Coward." Qianyang, hearing the commotion, rushed over and stood behind Luo Li, somewhat worried. "Lear, why did young Master Ji leave so early today? He just arrived a short while ago. Did something happen in the private room?" Qianyang looked at Luo Li with concern, also afraid that this big spender, who came every day to throw away gold, had run away. Luo Li looked away and gave Qianyang a reassuring smile. "It's nothing. He just had some family matters to attend to." So, what if he was flirted with and ran away? "It's not a big deal." "Oh." Seeing Luo Li's response and lack of any unusual expression, Qianyang was relieved. "Well, there's nothing much going on in the hall today. You haven't had a rest for over half a month. Do you want to go out for a stroll?" The original owner of this body was practically raised by Qianyang, who doted on her, always providing Luo Li with the best things and giving her free time. "Okay, a rest?" Of course, Luo Li wouldn't refuse. With that, she went back to her room to change, grabbed her small bag, and slipped on her little shoes before heading out. "Aunt Qian, I'll be back later." She greeted Aunt Qian as she left. Aunt Qian looked at her amusedly, her eyes full of pride. Seeing that no one else was around, she didn't stand on ceremony. "Look at the girl I raised. Her looks, her poise and figurito, be honest. None of those so-called noble ladies in the city can compare to my daughter." Yes, yes, yes. The other women nearby, who had practically watched Luo Li grow up, all smiled and echoed her sentiments. Meanwhile, Luo Li, strolling through a bustling street reminiscent of the Republican era for the first time, was filled with excitement. "Honestly, every single spot here is a perfect place for taking photos," Luo Li muttered, instructing Xiao Baikai. "Kai, could you snap a couple of photos for me later? The system can print them, and we'll buy some extra food to store in our space." "Okay." Little Cabbage happily agreed. For the sake of the delicious food on the street, it was its host's personal photographer today. Wandering around, it packed up all the tasty food it found and stored it in its spatial storage. Cabbage also took many beautiful photos of Luo Li. The little system and its host were having a wonderful time, until they passed a coffee shop and saw what was happening behind the glass. Ji Yanxi, who had just left the Paramount Ballroom, was sitting in the coffee shop, still wearing his clothes. He sat expressionless, his gaze fixed on the coffee in front of him, unblinking and not looking anywhere else. Across from him sat a strange girl, dressed in a little dress, with a sweet face and a charming smile. Her gaze clearly showed admiration. She was saying something, and he would occasionally nod slightly in polite response, his attitude cold and hard. Luo Li paused, dropping the bag of chestnuts she was holding, staring in shock at the scene inside. After regaining her composure, she expressionlessly picked up the fallen chestnuts and turned to leave. Ji Yanfeng, the driver waiting nearby, was also startled when he saw Luo Li glancing at the scene in the coffee shop. He panicked and rushed towards the coffee shop. Almost exactly the moment Luo Li picked up her things and turned around, Ji Yanqi also turned and saw her. He froze, glanced at the person opposite him, and subconsciously said sorry before turning and chasing after her. "Young master, Miss Lear just saw you on a blind date at the coffee shop." The driver arrived just then and hurriedly spoke up. Without time to say more, Ji Yanqi chased after Luo Li in the direction she had left. He didn't understand why he was doing this, but he knew he was panicking inside and didn't want her to misunderstand. Snap! Over there, Luo Li, hurrying away, angrily cracked open a chestnut, as if venting her frustration. "Host, we found out. This was a blind date arranged for him by the Ji family. The other party was a girl the Ji family had chosen for him. He had clearly refused many times before. He was tricked into coming today." Xiao Baikai, after understanding the situation, quickly told her. Luo Li responded indifferently, cracking open another chestnut. Judging from his expression, Luo Li knew something was wrong. He definitely wasn't there willingly. But that didn't stop her from being annoyed. Damn it, just a moment ago, he was hugging her at the Paramount Ballroom, telling her it was improper. And now he's on a blind date with someone else? Hearing familiar footsteps behind her, she paused in her chestnut squeezing motion, but ignored it, continuing to walk forward with her head down. Snap! The sound of squeezing chestnuts grew louder. Miss Lear, hearing the sound of chestnuts being squeezed, his body inexplicably stiffened, a chill running down his spine, but he still quickly called out to stop her. Luo Li stopped and turned around, noticing his surprised expression and a subconscious glance back at the coffee shop. "Young Master Yen 11? What brings you here? Weren't you with a friend?" She emphasized the word friend very softly, but it made him even more flustered than if she had deliberately emphasized it. "Not friends," he quickly explained. "Yes." He paused, seemingly realizing that explaining further would only make things worse and cause her to misunderstand. Even if he explained the truth, it would seem like he was deliberately shifting the blame to his family, showing a lack of responsibility. Thinking about it, he suddenly didn't know how to begin. "What is it?" Luo Li maintained her smile, asking gently. But Ji Yanqi clearly sensed her displeasure, and a sudden, inexplicable panic rose within him. "Don't be angry." After a long silence, his voice softened, and he looked at her cautiously, pleading softly. Luo Li paused, gritting her teeth inwardly. Damn it.
Just like that.
Half her anger suddenly dissipated. Who could understand? But she still forced a smile, feigning ignorance. "Young Master Yanqi, what are you talking about? Why would I be angry with you?" He met her gaze, looking into her eyes, paused for a moment, his ears turning red, and began to answer irrelevantly. "What you asked me at the Paramount today, I've thought it through now. I think I like her." Now, even if he were slow-witted, he understood his feelings for her. If he didn't like her, why would he be so flustered, afraid she would misunderstand and be angry? He wasn't sure when these feelings had begun. Perhaps it was the first time he saw her on stage, radiant in her red dress, like a vibrant red rose. Or perhaps it was later, when she was frightened and softly confided her anxieties to him backstage. Or maybe it was during their many private moments together, or perhaps just now in the coffee shop, when he saw the hurt in her eyes as she turned away. He couldn't pinpoint the exact time, but he was acutely aware that every moment he'd witnessed of her was etched vividly into his mind. Every memory of her was precious and clear. Finally, his ears reddened, and he spoke with difficulty. Luo Li paused again, understanding his meaning, and gritted her teeth inwardly. She was being manipulated. She couldn't muster any anger now. Wasn't this tantamount to a confession? How could anyone be angry? Especially with his outrageously handsome face. He seemed to know her perfectly. Even though her expression didn't change, he knew she wasn't angry anymore. He immediately seized the opportunity to explain everything to her truthfully. "Don't misunderstand." Afterwards, he even looked at her with a soft voice and pleading eyes, saying a few words to her. She was right. Deep down, he was just a spoiled younger brother. Luo Li couldn't be angry at all now. She was completely coaxed into submission. But she also clearly saw a reality from this incident. She remembered something that forced her to face reality. After thinking for a moment, she looked at him and spoke slowly. "How could I misunderstand? I'm just a singer. The girl that Mr. G and the others arranged for you is a girl of equal social standing." Hearing this, he froze, looking at Luo Li in astonishment, a dull ache rising in his heart. He wanted to speak, but once again his voice fell silent. But the moment she turned, he followed her with firm steps. Step by step, they maintained this distance, walking silently for a long time until they returned to the Paramount Ballroom. "Go back. No need to see me off." Her voice was as gentle and beautiful as ever, but it pained him. She didn't wait for his reply, turning and going inside. And he stood there at the door, frozen in place for a long time. It wasn't until a light drizzle began, and until the driver caught up, that things continued. "Young master, let's go back first." Ji Yanqi looked up, listening to the voice beside him. He saw a familiar glimpse of clothing retreating from the doorway, along with an oil paper umbrella. Luo Li stood behind the door, quietly listening to the sounds outside. "I'll handle it." Luo Li heard his voice. It was addressed to her. She didn't respond, but tightened her grip on the umbrella handle, until the sound of a car outside began, and then the noise subsided. "Host." Little White Cabbage perched on her shoulder, its face full of confusion and bewilderment. It sensed its host's emotions, and it sensed Ji Yanqi's emotions, both very low. It didn't understand, it didn't comprehend. It felt like there was a lump in its throat, making it hard to breathe.
Why?
His numbers just jumped to almost halfway up. Why was he still unhappy? He was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Suddenly remembering something, its little head paused. Is it because of the G family information Kai showed the host before? Luo Li snapped out of her reverie and patted its head. "It's all right, it'll be resolved." Her somewhat irrelevant answer was a reassurance, but it was indeed because she remembered the information. She wasn't the type to be reserved or overly formal. But in this world, his family truly loved him very much. And her identity, coupled with the indelible hatred between her and the G family. Since she had clearly recognized this, rather than waiting for the problem to worsen later, it was better to lay it out now and clarify it. To resolve it as soon as possible. That night, at the G family residence. Bang. "Ji Yanqi, do you know what you're saying? She's a girl from the Paramount. Do you know how your parents died? How can you face them?" Old Master Ji's hands trembled, and after a long while, he couldn't utter those filthy words. But the thought of his son's untimely death filled him with even greater anguish. His cane slammed heavily to the ground. Looking at Ji Yanqi kneeling on the floor, his eyes were almost red with anger. "If you don't like what we've arranged for you, I'll refuse it. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. I'd rather you liked any ordinary girl, even if she came from a humble family. This is a new era, and I wouldn't necessarily object. You've always been the most sensible person, so I've rarely interfered with you. But how could you? Your parents died at the hands of a courtesan. How could you fall in love with a courtesan?" Old Master Ji's eyes reddened, tears welling in the corners, unreadable whether from anger or pain. Ji Yanqi looked up at Old Master Ji, stunned. "Grandpa, what did you say?" Back then, Ji Yanqi was only 4 years old. His family had never mentioned it, so he knew nothing about his parents' deaths. The Ji family's parents died at the hands of a courtesan, not because of lust, but because of a moment of weakness. Even though the Ji family has investigated and found that the courtesan was acting under someone else's orders, and even though they know they can't blame others, that bloody thorn is still stuck there. It's already bleeding profusely. Even without touching it, what's the point of touching it again? Bring the family discipline. Old Master Ji gave Ji Yanqi a deep look, took a deep breath, and resolutely closed his eyes. "As long as I live, there will be no possibility between you and that singer." After that, Ji Yanqi didn't appear at the Paramount Ballroom, but Luo Li could always see a familiar figure on the street corner from her balcony, though he always left quickly. She heard he had angered Old Master Ji and was punished. She wondered if his thin frame could withstand it. Just then, she saw his gaze fall upon her, and their eyes met. He was indeed thinner than before, and his complexion was poor. But before she could react, she saw an anxious figure beside him. The person whispered something in his ear, and his expression changed. As if noticing her gaze, he turned and gave her a deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Just when Luo Li thought he was about to leave silently again, He suddenly smiled, a smile as gentle and warm as the winter sun, dazzling and radiant. His mouth was open, and Luo Li understood the meaning from his lips. Wait for me to come back. Those 4 short words sank her heart. When she came to her senses, his figure had vanished from the spot, leaving an empty space, as if no one had ever been there. Host chaos. Real chaos. It's not internal strife. Xiao Bite-Size's panicked voice rang in her ears. His brother was seriously wounded at the front lines, and he's going to the front lines. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was shaken to her core. Her white shawl fell from her shoulders. She glanced back in the direction he had disappeared, then turned and hurried downstairs. She spent 3 days arranging everything for Qianyang and her sisters at the Paramount Ballroom. Ignoring Qianyang's advice, she joined the war on the front lines alone. The famous, captivating singer went anonymously and became an ordinary female comrade working on the front lines. Amidst the chaos of the front lines, Luo Li finally learned of the power behind the Ji family. His brother was one of the 3 highest-ranking officials. How could the Grand Marshal not be wary? The Ji family had originally intended for Ji Yanxi to fill the vacant position of military commander, but he declined. Instead, he resolutely went to the front lines, taking his brother's place and sending his seriously wounded brother back to the Ji family to recuperate. With the sudden outbreak of war, someone was needed to maintain stability at the front. The leadership position couldn't be left vacant, and Ji Yanxi, born into the Ji family and raised under his brother's influence, was the best candidate. Luo Li was not far from him, but he was unaware that the front lines were chaotic and busy, filled with cold-blooded violence, leaving little room for sentimentality. They were both busy, each on their own. And this busyness lasted for more than half a year in the blink of an eye. Now Luo Li is a frontline rescue nurse in the frontline troops. She spent 500 points to purchase a spiritual spring from the system. The diluted water, while not capable of regrowth, significantly increases the soldier's chances of survival.
Boom.
A grenade exploded nearby, sparks flying and artillery fire raging. But Luo Li, without changing her expression, continued bandaging the wounded, finishing one wound and immediately moving on to the next, even as her lips grew dry and cracked. Every second was extremely precious. But this time, the situation outside was clearly more serious than usual. Wounded soldiers were constantly being brought in. The team leader, a senior woman, also found Luo Li Xiaoli, take these medicines and escort the wounded to safety. We need to retreat. What about you? Luo Li gripped the things in her hands tightly and asked calmly. The team leader smiled, looking at Luo Li. We'll be there later. You guys go first. Though they said this, Luo Li knew their tone wasn't as lighthearted as it sounded. The fighting had even affected the rear medical teams. With the main force retreating, those of them left behind would be the rearguard. It wasn't so easy for them to leave. The captain knew Luo Li was smart and knew he couldn't hide it from her, so he changed his tune. Xiaoli, you're still young. Be good. With such a promising talent like you in the team, your older sister can rest assured. Heroes don't ask about origins.
Here, they don't care about backgrounds.
Excluding spies, everyone who comes here is a hero. But Luo Li's age was a factor. She was only 20, the youngest and most capable in their team, so everyone naturally felt more protective of her. You guys retreat, I'll stay and help the troops cover the rear. But Luo Li, who always obeyed orders, was stubborn this time. Looking at the situation outside, Luo Li continued working without hesitation. You've all seen my skills. I'm more reliable than you at cutting off the enemy's retreat. Hurry up, there's no time to lose. They were rescue soldiers, support soldiers, but even so, those left behind needed to be skilled enough to protect themselves so they could help more comrades and soldiers. With that, Luo Li walked out of the tent, leaving no room for refusal. Having accumulated skills from so many worlds, Luo Li was putting them to full use here. She wished she were more capable, able to help more people, and do her utmost. You little girl, you all get back. Xiao Li, and I will cover the rear. The captain, Luo Li's stubbornness, was unexpected, but undeniably reasonable. However, as captain, how could she leave Luo Li alone? She and Luo Li, each carrying a medical kit, remained on the rear battlefield. Upon seeing wounded soldiers, They immediately rushed to treat them, helping to drag them back to the rear for the soldiers to evacuate. One after another, wounded soldiers were safely evacuated through their hands. Meanwhile, Ji Yanxi remained steadfastly at the front line, protecting the troops retreating behind. He was covered in dust and blood, a gaping wound in his shoulder, injuries to his legs, and a deep gash above his eyebrow. Yet even so, he stood ramrod straight. Have the rest of the troops withdrawn? The deputy commander nodded. Most of the troops have withdrawn. A small number stayed behind to cover the retreat. Hearing this, Ji Yanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief, enduring the pain, and took one last look ahead. Good, withdraw. The deputy commander also took a deep look at the landscape before him, his eyes filled with complex emotions, resentment and anger. After holding out for months, they still couldn't hold on. Watching their homeland fall inch by inch into the hands of others, their flags planted on it, this feeling was truly infuriating. But their weapons were clearly inferior, and they were already fighting with all their might. If they persisted, the losses would only increase. They couldn't let their soldiers die in vain. In other places, they had already suffered defeats in multiple cities.
Boom. Bang.
The fighting hadn't stopped. Luo Li helped the wounded beside her to their feet and hurried towards the rear. As she turned, her gaze inadvertently fell upon several figures in the distance. When she recognized one of them, her heart skipped a beat. She thought she saw his gaze meet hers, but the next instant, she watched him collapse. Xiao Li, am coming. The team leader rushed over and took the wounded soldier from Luo Li's arms. The next moment, Luo Li practically sprinted towards Ji Yanxi.
Doctor. Doctor.
Seeing Ji Yanxi collapse, several deputy soldiers panicked, shouting frantically. Seeing Luo Li, with a red cross on her arm, running towards them, was like seeing a savior. Comrade, come quickly. It's probably due to excessive blood loss. Take him back to the medical station quickly. I'll bandage him and stop the bleeding. After Xiao Baikai examined him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his wounds, her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears, but she tried her best to remain calm and gave instructions. Several people hurriedly brought Ji Yanxi back to the rear, where Luo Li bandaged his wounds. The gunshot wound in his shoulder had pierced through to the very end, and the leg wound was also severe, deep enough to expose the bone. Luo Li, her hands trembling, cleaned and bandaged his wounds. While cleaning and bandaging, she fed him a healing pill obtained through the system, using some spiritual spring water, and then used the spring water to clean his wounds again. She knew the responsibility on his shoulders. He couldn't fall, and she couldn't let him fall either. At the same time, the entire team retreated. Luo Li followed him in the escort car, quietly watching him. The deputy commander sat in the front passenger seat. In this secluded environment, tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. In the past 6 months, she had witnessed countless deaths and injuries, the ravages of war. Being there firsthand, she was deeply moved, but she quickly forced herself to remain calm and strong. Only with sufficient calmness and strength could she do her utmost. But at this moment, she couldn't hold back anymore. She carefully held his hand, lowered her head, and let her tears fall to the ground. But when the car stopped, she regained her composure. Forcing herself to remain calm, she joined the others in escorting him to his hospital room. The wound has been treated very well. The commander is currently only unconscious due to excessive blood loss, but now that it's been treated, he should wake up soon. The doctor spoke after his wound was stitched up. Hearing this, the several deputy commanders looked at Luo Li gratefully. From then on, Ji Yanxi was entrusted to Luo Li's care. Ji Yanxi woke up late at night. Remembering the figure he'd vaguely seen before he lost consciousness, he quickly sat up, trying to find someone. Don't move. But instead, a clear, cold female voice reached his Ursa voice he knew all too well. He paused, stiffly turning his head. When he saw the person beside him, he was both surprised and delighted. Liar? His voice was soft, tinged with a cautious uncertainty, as if afraid it was just his imagination. Having experienced the brush with death on the battlefield, he had no idea if he would ever return. He regretted what he had said to her before he left, afraid she understood, yet also afraid she didn't. He also regretted approaching her empty-handed and leaving empty-handed as well, neither of them having anything to hold on to. "It's me." Luo Li looked at him, her eyes stinging, red, and gave him that smile he knew so well. Seeing this, he smiled wistfully, no longer restraining himself from holding her tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if he loosened his grip. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. Now, he no longer cared about his former etiquette and manners. Feeling the warmth in his arms, he finally felt at ease. But gradually, he came to his senses, releasing her and frowning as he looked at her closely. At this moment, Luo Li was dressed in a military uniform, her long hair tied up, looking very capable and spirited, but his heart tightened at the sight, and he shouted a reprimand. "What are you doing here? Go back. This is not a place for you." All soldiers caught in the flames of war share an unavoidable selfish desire. "I would rather die than see my country in peace, and only wish for the safety of those I cherish." She was the one he secretly wished for to live a peaceful life. But Luo Li, facing his reprimand, still maintained her smile, raising her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Why you are here is why I am here. This is where I belong." Meeting his gaze, her voice was gentle yet firm. His voice froze, staring intently at her, at the red cross on her shoulder. They remained locked in a tense standoff for a long time, neither willing to back down. In the end, he was defeated, unable to withstand her, his eyes reddening as he sighed with a smile. "How come I never noticed before that you had such a fiery temper?" His trembling voice held a hidden tenderness as he looked down at her hands, lost in thought. In just 6 months, her hands were no longer the delicate, fair hands of yesteryear. They were covered in chilblains, calluses, and countless tiny scars. And this was only what he could see. The battlefield was blind. He dared not think further about what she had endured in the past 6 months. Yet, he was captivated by her resolute demeanor. She was indeed as radiant as when they first met, dazzling like the sun, dispelling the winter chill. Luo Li playfully raised an eyebrow at him, as if deliberately trying to ease her emotions. "Because you don't know me well enough yet, you still need to work on it." Hearing this, he paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded earnestly at her. That makes sense. In the future, he would try his best to understand her. "Lie down and rest. You're still injured. Don't reopen your wounds." Luo Li found him strangely adorable. From the moment he saw her, he had been grinning foolishly, his lips almost impossible to suppress. Hearing Luo Li say this, Ji Yanxi also looked down at his body, obediently nodded, and lay down. However, he felt his body had almost fully recovered, and his wounds didn't hurt much. While he was unconscious, he seemed to have been fed something in a daze, but he couldn't quite remember. "I'll go get the doctor." "Okay." Luo Li went to call the doctor, explaining that he was awake. Soon, the doctor and several deputy soldiers followed Luo Li in. After examination, Ji Yanxi's condition was good. There were no signs of fever, and his wounds were normal. He only needed to rest and wait for the wounds to heal. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the doctor left, the deputy soldiers stayed in the room to report the situation to him. Seeing this, Luo Li prepared to leave first. He didn't say anything, but he looked at her expectantly. This reaction startled the deputy soldiers. "Commander, Comrade Luo, you two know each other?" Even if they were blind, they could see that something was amiss. Ji Yanxi seemed to have been waiting for this question. He beckoned to Luo Li, took her hand, and introduced her to them. "She's the one I told you about." This statement stunned not only the deputy commander, but also Luo Li. He had told others about her? What had he said? "Oh, it's your sister-in-law. My apologies." "Hello, sister-in-law." Realizing their surprise, the deputy commanders quickly lined up to greet her as sister-in-law. Looking at Ji Yanxi's clingy manner, they were truly astonished. This was nothing like the commander they remembered. But if it were them, and their long-cherished sweetheart suddenly appeared before them, they probably wouldn't have fared much better, perhaps even more so than Ji Yanxi. Glancing at Ji Yanxi, Luo Li responded, her ears red. "Hello." Hearing her response, Ji Yanxi was even more excited than they were. His hands clenched tightly, the calluses on his palms rough, yet strangely reassuring. Since they were all on the same side, there was no need for formalities. In front of Luo Li, The deputy commanders reported the current situation to Ji Yanxi in detail. Hearing about the most crucial issue weapons, Luo Li's heart stirred slightly, and she secretly began searching in the system shop. At this moment, Ji Yanxi was completely different from before. He had reverted to his former iron-willed commander persona, as if he were a different person. While his appearance was still the same, he was now more mature, composed, and decisive, inspiring awe. "All right, send a telegram to the rear to inform them that everyone should rest for the next few days." "Yes, sir." After everyone left, Ji Yanxi didn't let go of Luo Li's hand, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Clearly, the current problem was causing them great distress. Their troops' current weapons and ammunition were all obtained from the Ji family's existing channels, and they also had sufficient production lines. The supply of materials was not a concern. However, their weaponry was inferior to the enemy's, putting them at a significant disadvantage on the battlefield and resulting in heavy losses. But they had great difficulty acquiring the enemy's weapons. This was a major hurdle. After refreshing the shop several times, Luo Li finally found the information she wanted. After redeeming it for 100 points, she looked at him, then glanced at the system panel's 98% success rate. Suddenly, she leaned down and planted a kiss on his lips. His pupils contracted sharply, staring at her in shock. Although he had clearly snapped out of his reverie, he still seemed stunned, staring blankly at her. "You." His heart raced, and he stammered for a long time, unable to utter a word. Ding. Affection +2. Current affection 100%. Congratulations, host. This conquest mission is successfully completed. Hearing the notification sound and seeing his bewildered expression, Luo Li smiled gently. "Do you believe me?" He nodded blankly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her lips, then blushing and looking away, obediently waiting for her to continue. "Take these, and we'll protect our motherland." Luo Li placed the exchanged documents in his hand, knowing he would have the most appropriate solution. He looked at the things that had appeared out of thin air, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her in shock, then suddenly glanced at his own body as if remembering something. "Did you feed me something before?"
Yes.
Luo Li didn't deny it. Seeing her answer so readily, he paused, then obediently looked down at the things in his hand, his surprise growing with each look, his emotions rising as he gazed at her. She, however, simply smiled gently. His first instinct was to check the doors and windows, inspecting everything in the room. Only after confirming everything was safe did he return her smile. "Don't tell anyone else. I didn't see anything today. I got this from a foreigner." He quickly found a proper explanation for the weapon-making information he had obtained for Luo Li, carefully instructing her. He was afraid that a third person would know she was different. He was afraid she would be in danger. The motherland loves every compatriot, loves every one of its children. But the motherland is not safe now. If even a little bit were to leak out and others found out, he couldn't imagine the danger she would be placed in. According to his information, these rampant invaders have been conducting various research projects. He was afraid she would be targeted. Luo Li also knew very well that she couldn't be exposed, so she nodded heavily. "Okay." Seeing her like this, his heart softened, and he carefully and cautiously put the documents away from his body. "Leah, I want to make a phone call home." "Okay." Luo Li didn't understand why he had to tell her this, but since he said so, she responded. "I also want to submit a report to the political commissar." Now Luo Li was confused. He looked at her expectantly and carefully knotted his lips. "You have to take responsibility. We can't go back to hold a banquet now. But we still have our comrades. We can celebrate with them and have the political commissar issue a marriage certificate." "Luo Li, will you marry me?" He spoke slowly and solemnly, as if afraid she would refuse. Here, there weren't so many rules and regulations. We didn't know what tomorrow would bring, so we lived in the moment and cherished every moment. This was a principle they all deeply understood, so how could Luo Li refuse him? "I do," she nodded firmly. But then, remembering something, a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. "But Grandpa Ji," thinking of her grandfather, she paused, then smiled with relief. "Don't worry, Grandpa will be very happy." Now, so much time had passed. Since Ji Yanxi went to the front lines, Grandpa Ji had repeatedly heard devastating news of her serious injuries. Meanwhile, Ji Yanx's brother, since recovering from his injuries, was also tirelessly working on the rear defense lines. Seeing this situation, the old man had long regretted his decision. If he had known earlier, why had he stopped her? If the children liked it, so be it. It was better for them to marry sooner rather than later. It was better for Ji Yanxi to be alone on the front lines, not knowing if she would even have a tomorrow, and carrying with her regrets. Grandpa Ji had also considered going to find Luo Li, but because of the turmoil, all the girls at the Paramount Ballroom had disbanded, and he had nowhere to look for her. Hearing news from the front lines from time to time, the old man was deeply saddened. Now, this good news would surely make him very happy. That's good. Hearing him say that, Luo Li felt relieved. He acted quickly, soon obtaining the marriage certificate from the political commissar and also calling the Ji family. They chose a date and, witnessed by many comrades, held a wedding ceremony in the military. Everyone was very happy for them, and perhaps inspired by them, several other couples were formed at the banquet that day. Cherishing the present was something they deeply remembered. There was no time to waste. If you love someone, you should be together quickly. For the unknown tomorrow, don't miss out, and have no regrets. Ji Yanxi guessed correctly. After hearing the phone call, the old man sat in his chair, sighed, and finally smiled with relief. Good, good. He truly hadn't expected that the girl would also go to the front lines. This showed she was indeed a good girl. He himself had been too narrow-minded back then. Now that the child had no regrets, he felt relieved of his guilt. But thinking of these children, he still felt worried. After arranging things, Ji Yanxi personally delivered the documents to the rear with Luo Li. It was on this trip that Luo Li met her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. It turned out that the two brothers had been working together all along, one fighting on the front lines, the other securing the rear. The sons of the Ji family were all shedding their blood for this land. Not only the Ji family, but sons and daughters from all families were bravely marching forward to protect their motherland's land at this moment. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, brother, sister-in-law. At their first meeting, both sides greeted each other happily. The two brothers looked very alike, but the elder brother, Ji, was 10 years older than Ji Yanxi and appeared much more mature and composed. Perhaps because Ji Yanxi had been raised by his older brother since childhood, the elder brother's gaze towards them wasn't that of a brother, but rather that of a father. Later, when Luo Li spoke to Ji Yanxi about this, he smiled and earnestly told her, "My elder brother is my father." With their parents deceased at a young age and their grandfather in poor health, he had been raised single-handedly by his elder brother, who was both brother and father figure to him. Upon seeing the information, the elder brother and Ji Yanxi were equally excited. "Brother, how is it? Can we make it?" Brother Ji nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, with this, we'll definitely win." Hearing his words, Luo Li and the others felt reassured and smiled. Without delay, after receiving the data that same day, Brother Ji immediately began making arrangements. Seeing the operations in progress firsthand, Luo Li and the others finally felt relieved and rushed back to the front lines. Not long after, the first batch of improved weapons was delivered to the front lines. These new guns are really useful. With these guys, let's see how arrogant they are now. After trying out the first batch of new weapons, everyone was delighted and morale soared. Soon after, a second large batch of new weapons arrived at the front lines, including guns, new types of grenades and ammunition, and more. Brother Ji and his comrades in the rear made the most of the information Luo Li had given them, sending supplies to the front lines batch after batch. The results of their efforts were gratifying. After careful discussion and adjustments to their tactics, utilizing these self-made new weapons, they launched a surprise attack and won a decisive victory. Pursuing their advantage, they won several more victories, emerging as a dark horse and catching the enemy off guard. In half a month, they recaptured their first city. But this was just the beginning. We can't let our guard down. We must drive those sons of bitches out. This is our homeland, our land. We will never allow a single foreign flag to remain, nor a foreign name to be born here. Drive them out. For this vow, they forgot their own lives on the battlefield, fighting desperately. Even with the system protecting them, Luo Li still inevitably suffered multiple serious injuries. This was enough to show how terrible this war was. Yet they were fearless, charging forward bravely, their compatriots behind them their support and source of courage. Seeing town after town recaptured filled them with joy and relief. On the front lines, they treated every day as if it were their last, fighting with all their might. To live was a blessing, to die would leave no regrets. Moreover, they could still see their loved ones, still fight side by side, protecting their homeland. They were fortunate. In this uncertain time, many people came and went in Luo Li's life. Old friends passed away, but new companions always stood by her side. No matter what, they always had a group of like-minded, passionate comrades, never afraid of being alone and helpless. After many years, they finally achieved victory, completely driving the invaders from their homeland. Victory! We've won! The moment the announcement was heard in the streets, countless people at home had tears in their eyes, weeping with joy. The cheers of victory filled the entire land. Luo Li and Ji Yanxi returned to their hometown. Sitting atop a high mountain, looking at the new life before them, at the happiness and peace they witnessed, they smiled in unison. "Comrades, look, we did it," a soft murmur rose with the wind. In a daze, it seemed as if many people stood beside them, blurry figures standing alongside them. Seeing the scene before them, they nodded vigorously and smiled. "Let's go. Grandpa's still waiting for us at home for dinner." They watched for a long time, until the sun was setting, before Ji Yanxi finally spoke. Luo Li nodded and reached out to take his hand. "Walk slowly." "Okay, I'll watch the road for you, don't worry." He smiled in response, a gust of wind blowing, causing the empty sleeve on his right shoulder to flutter in the breeze. She vaguely saw his figure, following him step by step, her steps slightly unsteady. He turned to look at her, his gaze gentle, and held her hand firmly, leading her slowly along. "You're back. Come in and sit down. We've been waiting for you." Grandpa Ji was waiting at the door. Seeing them return, he greeted them with a smile, but his eyes still reddened as he looked down. They just smiled at him, seemingly oblivious to their pain, only enjoying the happiness of the moment. "Uncle, Aunt." Two little ones ran over from the side, throwing themselves into their arms, clinging tightly. Yes, Luo Li couldn't see clearly, but she still hugged the little girl tightly, smiling as she took some candy from her pocket. Ji Yanxi also smiled and ruffled the little one's hair. These two only remember uncle and aunt. Brother Ji and his wife looked at them with smiles, but their eyes were brimming with tears. The courtyard echoed with the laughter of the whole family. They were happy. In this life, burdened by too many old ailments, they couldn't spend much time together. In the third year of their victory, at the age of 30, the two embraced, closed their eyes, and never woke up again. But in this life, they had no regrets. How could beauty ruin a life? Beauty can also be a hero in troubled times. The strong prevail, the weak are defeated. Do not use beauty as a scapegoat. The moment Luo Li left the small world, a point of light returned to the main world, and soon the figure on the ice bed awoke again. However, due to the complete fusion of his physical powers, he needed some time to recover. Over here, within the system space, points plus 1,000, luck value plus 70, merit value plus 70. Little Cabbage announced. This was their highest gain yet, but it wasn't excited. In this small world, the host spent over 1,000 points buying things, so this world didn't profit. In fact, it deducted 200. This is the numerical panel. Points, 21,800, 200, 21,600 points. Luck value, 430 plus 70, 500 points. Merit value, 430 plus 70, 500 points. Looking at the dejected little cabbage, Luo Li ruffled its hair. "It's okay. I feel like I've already won big." Little Cabbage looked up at her, its eyes red, and pounced on Luo Li, hugging her tightly, unwilling to let go. "The last fragment has been put back in place. We successfully awakened the Demon Lord. Mission a great success. So, host, where do you plan to retire? Can you take Cabbage with you?" Little Cabbage's eyes were pleading, its voice trembling with emotion. Luo Li's heart melted completely. If Cabbage is willing to come with me, of course. As for a retirement world, I want to go to a cultivation world. Hearing Luo Li say this, Little Cabbage's eyes lit up, and it immediately became cheerful again. "That's great. If host successfully cultivates and ascends, then cabbage can be with host forever. Luo Li smiled, amused by its excited appearance, and nodded. Little Cabbage then turned and began browsing the system shop. Host, look at these. These are all things usable in the cultivation world, and even magical artifacts. If you don't return to the modern world and don't exchange your points for money, we can use them to buy these. Let's buy them. Luo Li looked around the shop and then spoke. Can I buy them after I get to the cultivation world? Then I can choose according to the situation? Sure. Also, Kai just asked, if you go to the retirement world, you'll be directly reborn, but your appearance after growing up will be the same as your original self. Luo Li nodded, indicating her satisfaction. She really liked her appearance. Okay, then host, shall we set off now? Hearing Kai's words, Luo Li, for some reason, subconsciously turned her head to look at the system screen, as if trying to see something through it. But it didn't change in the end. Seeing this, Luo Li smiled. Yes, let's set off now. The sooner we set off, the sooner we'll achieve our cultivation goals, and the sooner we'll meet. Okay. Little Cabbage clapped her hands happily, tapping and clicking on the screen, wiggling her little bottom as she prepared. All arranged. Host, get ready. The system will teleport you immediately. Host, are you ready? Looking at the screen again, Luo Li nodded. And in the next instant, the system suddenly sounded a notification. Asterisk, 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 you have been rewarded with 300 luck points and 10,000 points. Luo Li's original values. Points: 21,600 luck, 500 merit, 500 cultivation talent acquired. Superior. Luo Li's current stats. Points: 31600 luck value, 800 merit value, 500 cultivation talent. Special grade. Hearing the continuous notification sounds, Luo Li and Sha Baikai were both stunned. So the cultivation world really does award talent based on luck. A heart to the Demon Lord for delivering the timely rewards. Seeing this account number, it was easy to guess it was him. Hearing the teleportation countdown in his ear, Luo Li turned to look at the screen, smiled, and silently said to the screen, "Wait for me." After finally calming down, his first priority was to check on her situation. Seeing her disappear from sight with the little system, Mo Munian also smiled. He understood Luo Li's meaning. Sorry, wife. I can't obey this time, because he couldn't wait to see his wife. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the system space. Oh, dear. The baby isn't coming back, and the little host has run away too. The carrot god, arriving a step too late, cried out helplessly. Luo too smiled at him. We've waited so long. A little more time won't make a difference.
All right.
The cultivation world. Taihang sect. 18 years have passed since the last reincarnation. Luo Li has blossomed into a graceful young woman, her red dress alluring yet not coquettish, exceptionally dashing.
In the
bamboo forest, two figures, one in red and one in white, flashed through the trees. Green bamboo leaves fluttered in the wind, sliced in half by the passing sword shadows. Finally, the tip of Luo Li's sword was pressed against her opponent's throat. The battle was over. But she was not happy. Senior brother, you're holding back again. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Luo Li, as the only daughter of the sect leader of the number 1 sect, was born a prodigy, possessing a top-grade mutated celestial spiritual root and exceptional talent. But she didn't slack off. Even with her talent, she still worked 10 times harder than others. She admired strength. She wanted to become strong and ascend to immortality as soon as possible. To this end, she set herself a small goal: to defeat the number 1 sword immortal, her senior brother, her father's eldest disciple. But her senior brother was unreliable. He always held back, and she hadn't improved at all. The senior brother shrugged. Junior sister, find someone else. If I beat you, master, mistress, and second junior brother will really chop me up. A stumbling block on Luo Li's path to cultivation, doting parents, and a brother obsessed with his sister. By the way, senior brother has something to do today, so I'll be going now. As if sensing something was wrong, the senior brother ran off quickly. Sigh, Luo Li sighed. Not long after, sect leader Luo arrived. Glancing at the scene, he immediately knew what had just happened. Lear, did you spar with your senior brother again today?
Did you win?
Luo Li nodded numbly. Sect leader Luo instantly burst into laughter, puffing out his chest, his face full of pride. My daughter is truly amazing. She actually defeated the first sword immortal. The familiar praise continued unabated. Luo Li was numb and immediately raised her hand to interrupt. Father, let's get down to business. What brings you here today? Or, did mother want to see me? Your father and mother have found you a husband. Hearing Luo Li's question, sect leader Luo didn't mince words, cheerfully addressing the important matter at hand. Luo Li initially didn't understand, then her eyes widened. Xiao Mo, come here. Before she could say anything more, sect leader Luo beckoned behind him. A figure in black robes stepped out from a short distance behind, smiling gently at Luo Li Gong. Mo Mu Nian. Greets Miss Luo. How is he? Not bad looking, right? He came to propose marriage today, even offering Li Gong as a betrothal gift. Your parents have already decided for you. Li Gong may not be as powerful as our Taihang sect, but it does have some strength, maybe second best in the world. His looks and cultivation are slightly higher than your father's, barely enough to match you. So offering Li Gong as a betrothal gift shows sincerity. Sect leader Luo continued rambling, but Luo Li could barely hear him anymore. Although his handsome face was somewhat unfamiliar, she recognized him instantly and ran straight towards him. He, dressed in black, caught her steadily in her fiery red dress, a wide smile playing on his lips. Why are you here? Luo Li asked, her eyes reddening as she nestled into his arms. He looked down at her with a smile, his eyes filled with her, as if he couldn't get enough of her. You told me to wait, but I couldn't wait any longer. However, the teleportation was a little late, so I'm late. Luo Li smiled through her tears. Not too late, just right. Everything was just right. The two exchanged a smile, while sect leader Luo, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy. Although, after careful analysis, this young man was indeed very suitable to be their son-in-law, and only his qualifications could barely match his daughter, he was still envious. Meanwhile, little Cabbage, standing beside Luo Li, beamed with delight. The Demon Lord is here. The host has the Demon Lord to accompany her in this world. Eat candy, eat candy, eat candy. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared beside little Cabbage, and it exclaimed in surprise. The main god? Lord Luo Rabbit? After exchanging words, little Cabbage's eyes widened. Wow, so you're my daddies. Cabbage is so happy. It pounced into their arms, and the three of them huddled together. Luo Li and Mo Munian laughed at the sight. Later, accompanied by Mo Munian, Luo Li successfully ascended to immortality. He stayed by her side until she ascended from the celestial realm to become a god. From then on, they lived happily ever after. The end. Thank you for watching WorldManhwaRecap.